Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Found Infinity Gauntlet. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 9-year-old Naruto limped through the dense forest, clutching his aching arm after yet another grueling, self-imposed training session. Sweat dripped from his brow, mixing with the dirt streaked across his face. His muscles protested with every step, but he barely noticed. The pain had become a constant companion. It wasn't that he didn't try his hardest, he always did. But with no one willing to train him, it fell entirely on his shoulders. He had asked his mother and father countless times, but their answers never changed. Sorry, Naruto. But we can't. Your siblings need the training more than you do. When you start attending the academy, they'll train you. Just be patient. At first, he had clung to their words, holding on to hope. But patience had yielded nothing. Eventually, he gave up asking, and in turn, his family became even more distant. He wasn't asking for much, just a little attention, a bit of the warmth and guidance his brother and sister received so freely. But it never came. He was the forgotten child, a castaway in his own home. And Menma and Mito? They never missed an opportunity to remind him of it. They relished tormenting him, laughing at his failures, flaunting the love and approval he was denied. Gritting his teeth, Naruto hissed as his sprained ankle throbbed sharply under his weight. Earlier, in a fit of frustration, he had kicked the training post with all his strength. Unfortunately, his stance had slipped, and instead of hitting the post, his ankle had met solid wood. Not his smartest move. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he ran a hand through his overgrown blonde hair, grimacing. I need a haircut. The unruly strands clung to his skin, damp with sweat. Then, he glanced down at his clothes and groaned. His black t-shirt, once sporting a bright red Uzumaki spiral, was now coated in mud and torn at the hem. His gray shorts weren't in any better shape, stained with dirt and grass. Namorei's gonna be furious. The elderly caretaker had a zero-tolerance policy for dirty clothes and never hesitated to chase him around the house, broom in hand. Dodging her was going to be a nightmare. As he grumbled to himself, a sudden gust of wind blasted through the clearing, knocking him flat on his back. Naruto's breath hitched as he stared, wide-eyed, at the swirling vortex now crackling above him. The air shimmered with an unnatural blue glow, streaked with violent bolts of red and purple lightning. The very fabric of reality seemed to twist and ripple around it, distorting the space like a warped mirror. Every instinct in his body screamed danger. He scrambled backward just as a bolt of lightning struck the exact spot where he had been sitting. That was close. Wanda, what are you doing? A woman's voice rang out from within the vortex, sharp with urgency. Before Naruto could even process it, something massive began emerging from the swirling abyss, a purple arm. Thick, muscular, and an unnatural shade of deep purple, the arm was clad in a gaudy golden gauntlet. Embedded in the metal were 6 glowing gemstones, each pulsing with an eerie radiance. The fingers twitched, flexing as though attempting to grasp something, but a strange crimson energy laced with streaks of blue and purple wrapped around it, restraining its movement. I'm getting rid of the Infinity Stones for good, another female voice snapped. This one was filled with pain, fury, and something else, desperation. He took vision away from me, so I will take from him the thing he treasures most. And oh! A deep, booming roar of anguish tore through the forest, rattling Naruto to his core. The voice was filled with such raw power and hatred that the very air felt heavier. The arm jerked, nearly retreating into the vortex before the portal suddenly slammed shut. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, with a sickening thud, the gauntlet and the severed arm crashed onto the forest floor. A splatter of dark purple liquid sprayed across the grass, soaking into the earth. The fingers twitched once, then stilled. Naruto remained frozen, his breathing shallow as he stared at the unsettling sight before him. His heart pounded in his chest, but his body refused to move. Is this real? He half expected a squad of ANBU to descend at any moment to investigate the unnatural phenomenon that had just unfolded. But the forest remained eerily calm, untouched by the chaos that had just occurred. It was just him. He and the severed arm of a titan, and a gauntlet holding the power of the universe itself. Night had fully descended over the forest, casting long shadows between the towering trees. The moon's pale light spilled into the clearing, illuminating the golden gauntlet like a sacred relic. Its 6 gemstones flickered weakly, their once blinding radiance now dimmed to a soft, pulsing glow. Naruto hadn't moved for hours. His legs were stiff, and he felt numb from sitting on the damp ground, but he barely noticed. Even the dull ache of his ankle had faded into the background. The only thing demanding his attention now was his bladder, twisting uncomfortably under the strain. I need to take a break. That ridiculous thought was what finally made him stir. With great effort, Naruto forced himself to his feet, immediately regretting it as a sharp bolt of pain shot through his swollen ankle. He clenched his teeth, hissing through the discomfort. He needed to get this checked out, but that meant facing his mother, and she'd have a lot of questions. Questions he really didn't want to answer. She already disapproved of him training alone, and if she found out he'd pushed himself to the point of injury, he'd never hear the end of it. 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weeks, and he'd finally start at the academy alongside Menma and Mito. Naruto couldn't afford to fall behind now, not when all the other clan heirs had years of training under their belts. He was already the odd one out. He refused to be the class fool too. Limping cautiously, he made his way toward the severed arm, pausing every few steps as if expecting it to suddenly spring to life and attack him. Yeah, I'm being paranoid. But in his defense, a portal just opened up and spat out an arm wearing a glove full of glowing rocks. At this point, was it really that crazy to think the thing might move? Stopping in front of it, Naruto hesitated before slowly crouching down. He extended a single finger and poked at the thick, purple limb, then immediately jumped back. Nothing happened. After a few beats of silence, he tried again. Retreat. Nothing. The third time Naruto worked up enough nerve to grip the gauntlet itself and heave it upward. Crap, this thing's heavy. His small hands barely managed to grasp 2 of the massive fingers before the severed arm slipped free, sending Naruto stumbling backward with a startled yelp. He landed flat on his back, blinking dazedly at the night sky. Groaning, he sat up and rubbed the back of his sore head while his other hand still clutched the enormous gauntlet. It was even heavier than it looked. Holding it up to examine it more closely, he marveled at the intricate design. The golden surface gleamed under the moonlight, etched with strange, unreadable markings. Wow! Naruto murmured, his cerulean blue eyes gleaming with curiosity. I've never seen a gauntlet this big before. No normal person could wear this. His gaze drifted to the severed arm lying limp beside him. His fingers brushed against the thick, leathery skin. It was definitely not human. His grip tightened around the gauntlet as he turned it in his hands, wondering just how much bigger it was than his own. On a whim, he slid his right hand inside, his fingers barely even reaching halfway through. It swallowed his hand entirely. Naruto frowned. If it was smaller, maybe I could wear it. The moment the words left his mouth, the red stone embedded in the gauntlet flared to life, flooding the clearing with an intense crimson light. Naruto barely had time to react before the metal of the gauntlet began to change. The once solid gold shifted, turning to liquid as it slithered up his arm like a living thing. His eyes widened in shock as it coiled around his wrist, creeping up his forearm and bicep until it covered his entire arm and shoulder. Then a sharp pain hit. Naruto gasped, trying to pull the gauntlet off, but it was useless. The gemstones shifted, sliding along his forearm. 4 of them settled while the orange and yellow stones disappeared under his shirt, as if burrowing into his body. Suddenly, a searing sensation exploded in the center of his chest. Then another blazing hot and relentless struck his forehead. Naruto's vision blurred as the agony consumed him. His body convulsed, arching off the ground as if an unseen force was drilling into his very soul. He barely registered the silent cry escaping his lips before everything went dark. His grip on reality shattered. And Naruto fainted. A sharp peck on Naruto's cheek jolted him awake. With a startled yelp, he flailed his arms, scaring off the crow perched beside him. It squawked indignantly before taking to the sky, disappearing into the morning haze. Naruto groaned as he sat up, every muscle in his body stiff and aching from sleeping on the damp grass. However, as he shifted his weight, he realized something strange. His swollen ankle no longer throbbed. The pain that had plagued him the night before had mysteriously vanished. But that wasn't his immediate concern. His bladder screamed for relief, making his predicament abundantly clear. Scrambling to his feet, Naruto ran toward the nearest bush, barely making it in time before he let loose. A long, relieved sigh escaped him as the immense pressure finally subsided. Once he finished, Naruto stumbled out of the bushes, yawning. Man, he muttered, shaking off the last remnants of sleep, what a weird dream I had. He rubbed his face with another yawn, but when his fingers brushed against his forehead, he froze. His heart stuttered in his chest. His hands shot up, patting frantically at his skin. What? It wasn't a dream? With wide eyes, Naruto turned toward the clearing where he had been the night before. The remnants of a battle still lay in the same spot, though now flies swarmed over the darkened area, feasting on what was left behind. Yuck, he gagged. Shaking off his disgust, Naruto rushed toward the river, desperate to see his reflection. What he didn't anticipate was how fast he moved. The moment he reached the water's edge, his momentum betrayed him. His feet tangled, and with a panicked yelp, he tumbled forward, plunging headfirst into the freezing depths with a loud splash. A flock of geese erupted into the air in alarm, honking their displeasure at the unexpected disturbance. Naruto broke the surface with a gasp, coughing and sputtering as he clawed at the grassy bank, shivering from the icy grip of the water. Well, that was a splendid way of waking yourself, Mr. Uzumaki-Namikaze. Naruto stiffened. The voice was calm, polite, eerily so. But what made his blood run cold was that it wasn't coming from anywhere around him. It was inside his head. Scrambling out of the river, Naruto whipped his head around, scanning the clearing. He was alone. The only sound was the distant rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of birds. "Who's there?" he shouted, fists clenched. "There's no need to yell, Mr. Uzumaki-Namikaze." Naruto flinched. His breathing quickened as he spun in place, still finding nothing. His gaze dropped to the river, and that's when he saw it. There, in the reflection of the rippling water, embedded in the center of his forehead, was a yellow gemstone. The tip of the stone barely broke the surface of his skin, shimmering under the morning sun. His hands shot up, trembling as his fingers traced over the smooth, unyielding surface. There was no wound, no pain, just the unsettling presence of something that shouldn't be there. How is this possible?" he muttered. The same calm voice responded, "It seems, Mr. Uzumaki-Namikaze, that you have successfully merged with the Infinity Gauntlet." Naruto said in a sharp breath, mind racing. He clenched his fists, trying to steady himself. "Who are you?" "My apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am Vision. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Naruto swallowed hard, glancing around once more. "But where are you? I don't see you anywhere." "I reside within the stone embedded in your forehead. The Mind Stone. It is one of 6 infinity stones." His stomach churned. What exactly are these stones?" Vision's voice remained as composed as ever. "Mr. Uzumaki-Namikaze, what you now possess are 6 of the most powerful artifacts in existence. Each of these stones governs a fundamental aspect of reality, space, time, power, the mind, the soul, and reality itself. Think of them as distinct jutsu, each capable of bending the universe to its will. Individually, they are formidable. Together, they become nearly unstoppable." Naruto's mouth went dry. He struggled to wrap his mind around what he was hearing. If these stones were so powerful, why was he still alive? Wouldn't they have torn him apart the moment they merged with him? No human should be able to withstand such immense power. As if reading his thoughts, Vision continued, "Very astute, Mr. Don't call me Mr." Naruto snapped, making the nearby birds scatter into the sky. "My name's Naruto." A brief pause. Then, "Very well, Naruto." Despite the polite tone, something about Vision's refined mannerisms made Naruto grumble. He crossed his arms. "And why am I still alive? I have analyzed the situation thoroughly. The most logical conclusion is that the Infinity Stone's power weakened significantly when they were pulled from their original universe. The laws of this world operate on different principles, restricting their full capabilities." Naruto's stomach dropped. "So, they'll lose their power over time?" He clenched his fists. He had just gotten this incredible gift, this once-in-a-lifetime chance to change his fate. And now it might just slip away? Fortunately, no, Vision reassured him. Naruto perked up instantly. "The stones have stabilized since merging with your body. I can sense an active connection to each one, as if they still retain a tether to their original reality." Naruto's eyes widened. "So that means I can use them?" "That is correct." A slow grin spread across his face. His heart pounded with excitement as he pumped his fist into the air. "That's awesome. I'm gonna be the strongest ninja ever, just watch." But before he could celebrate further, Vision's tone turned somber. "A word of caution, Naruto. These stones are not mere tools or weapons. They are the very fabric of existence itself. Even the strongest beings have fallen to their temptation. You are their wielder now, but you must decide what kind of man you will be. Will you use them to protect? Or will they consume you?" Naruto's enthusiasm dimmed slightly at the weight of the warning. He took a deep breath and nodded, his expression turning serious. "Don't worry, Vision. I want to prove to everyone that I'm not as useless as they think I am. I want to protect my village. And one day, I'm gonna be Hokage." For the first time, Vision's voice carried something that almost sounded like approval. "A noble ambition. Then let us begin." Naruto basked under the golden summer sun, reveling in the warmth that spread across his skin. A contented sigh escaped his lips as he stretched out on the soft grass, arms folded behind his head. He couldn't help but grin. For the first time in his life, he felt truly special. He had been given an opportunity that no one else in the shinobi world had, and he wasn't about to squander it. He imagined himself standing tall, the Hokage's hat perched proudly on his head, villagers cheering his name. He would be a better Hokage than his father, stronger, wiser, and beloved by all. But just as he was lost in his daydream, a loud, gurgling protest from his stomach pulled him back to reality. Naruto's eyes popped open, and panic set in. He bolted upright, scanning the clearing before his gaze landed on his clothes drying under the sun. "Namorei's going to be furious." His blood ran cold. I didn't go home last night. I missed dinner and breakfast. She must be worried sick. Without wasting another second, Naruto hastily yanked on his semi-damp clothes, shoved his feet into his shoes, and dashed through the forest at speeds he never thought possible. He weaved effortlessly between trees, his surroundings blurring past him. How am I this fast? Simple, Naruto, Vision's voice chimed in smoothly. Your body has undergone significant enhancement to accommodate the power of the Infinity Stones. You're stronger, faster, and more perceptive than you were yesterday. Naruto let out a breathless chuckle as he leaped over a fallen log without breaking stride. That actually makes sense, he muttered, bursting out of the tree line and into the bustling streets of Konoha. The village was alive with its usual midday commotion. Vendors called out their wares, children darted through the streets, and shinobi moved with purpose. Naruto maneuvered through the crowds, taking back alleys to avoid too much attention. The last thing he needed was someone questioning why he had been gone all night. Soon, the massive gates of the Namikaze Uzumaki compound loomed ahead. His family's estate was a grand fusion of the two clans, a testament to the unity forged between them after his mother and father married. The Namikaze, hailing from the fire capital, had settled in Konoha, while the remaining survivors of Uzumaki had been gathered by Kushina Uzumaki herself. Over the years, their numbers had flourished, swelling to over 300 members. 2/3 were Namikaze, and the rest bore the Uzumaki name. Just a warning, Vision quipped, amusement laced in his tone. You should refrain from speaking out loud when addressing me. Your fellow clansmen may believe you to be mentally unstable. Naruto flushed, his steps faltering slightly. Oh, great idea. As if they don't already see me as a disgrace. His voice dropped as his shoulders sagged. I don't need to give them any more reasons to look down on me. A moment of silence stretched between them before Vision spoke again, his tone more measured. Another thing, I will place an illusion over the Infinity Stones and your golden arm. Until you are strong enough to defend yourself, it is best to keep them hidden. Many would seek to claim their power. The Reality Stone flared to life, casting a faint crimson glow that washed over Naruto's arm. The transformation was seamless, his golden limb shifted back into the appearance of normal flesh, and the Mind Stone on his forehead vanished from sight. Naruto flexed his fingers, marveling at the illusion. Thanks, Vision. For everything. No need to thank me. We are in this together. Just as Naruto reached the compound gates, a piercing voice shattered the midday calm. Naruto, where have you been, young man? The sheer force of the yell nearly knocked Naruto off his feet. He skidded to a stop, kicking up dirt and dust before he came face to face with an irate Namorei. The elderly woman's long crimson hair billowed behind her, mirroring her fiery temper. Her sharp brown eyes locked onto him like a hawk zeroing in on prey. Deep wrinkles lined her face, but they did nothing to soften the sheer force of her fury. Worse still, in her right hand, she brandished a cast-iron frying pan like a weapon. Naruto gulped. I'm in trouble. The two Namikaze guards stationed at the gate barely concealed their smirks, undoubtedly relishing the show about to unfold. To them, Naruto was a disgrace, a black mark on the esteemed Namikaze Uzumaki clan. Seeing him get scolded was a form of entertainment. Before Naruto could even consider making a break for it, golden chains shot from Namorei's back, wrapping around him like iron shackles. W't, Namorei Basin. I can explain. Oh, I know you can explain, brat. And you're going to explain while helping me peel potatoes for dinner. As she dragged him toward the compound, Naruto could only send one last desperate plea through their mental link. Vision. Oh, I'm afraid you are on your own for this one, Naruto. Best of luck. Traitor. Late in the evening, Naruto collapsed onto his futon, utterly exhausted. A dull ache throbbed through his skull, a lingering reminder of Namorei's anger, delivered via her infamous frying pan. She had been furious, to say the least. After a scolding that could have made even the Hokage flinch, she had worked him to the bone as punishment. He never wanted to see another potato again as long as he lived. With a reluctant groan, Naruto rolled onto his side, staring at the cluttered chaos of his bedroom. Discarded clothing, crumpled scrolls, and dog-eared manga books were strewn haphazardly across the floor. His study desk, positioned near the bedroom door, was buried under empty ramen cups and stacks of untouched books. The closet stood half open, its contents a mountain of clothes spilling out in a hopeless mess. Namorei had long since given up on nagging him to keep his space tidy. After years of futile lectures, she had simply thrown up her hands and let him suffer the consequences of his habits. Yawning, Naruto peeled off his day-worn clothes, tugged on his pajamas, and all but collapsed back onto his futon. The moonlight filtered through the rice paper doors, casting a soft, ethereal glow across his room. Shadows danced along the walls as the occasional guard passed by on patrol. One might assume his flimsy doors offered little security, but intricate Jutsu seals were carefully woven into the wood, rendering them nearly impenetrable. Naruto turned onto his back, waiting for sleep to claim him, but his mind refused to quiet. Too many thoughts churned restlessly, each question circling in his brain like a pack of wild dogs. Vision? You awake? He asked, rubbing at his tired eyes. I do not require sleep, Naruto, Vision replied smoothly. When I am not needed, I enter a standby mode until I am summoned. Oh, okay, Naruto mumbled, fingers absently tracing over the cool surface of the power stone embedded in his metallic-like skin. A strange, invigorating energy buzzed faintly beneath his fingertips. I wanted to know more about these stones. What can they do exactly? The blue stone, or space stone, governs movement across dimensions, allowing its user to teleport instantly and manipulate the fabric of space itself, Vision explained. With training, you could open portals anywhere or even bend distance so an enemy's attack never reaches you. Naruto's eyes widened, and he bolted upright, suddenly wide awake. His gaze darted toward a well-worn manga lying beside him, his beloved copy of Jujutsu Kaisen. With an eager grin, he snatched it up and pointed to the cover. Wait, so you're saying I could be just like Gojo? Vision was silent for a moment, and Naruto felt a peculiar sensation as if a ripple of water had washed over his brain. Then came the reply, yes, possibly. With modifications. Naruto blinked. Modifications? We will discuss that later, Vision said, neatly sidestepping the topic. For now, let us continue. The green stone, known as the time stone, grants control over time itself, rewinding, pausing, accelerating, or even glimpsing into the past or future. However, time is delicate. Use it recklessly, and the consequences may be irreversible. Naruto shivered at the warning. Messing with time? That sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. He made a mental note to be extra careful with that one. Next, we have the purple stone, the power stone, Vision continued. This gem vastly enhances physical strength and chakra reserves. With it, you could unleash tremendous power. However, power without control leads only to chaos. Naruto scoffed. I doubt I'm at mountain-smashing levels, especially since the stones aren't at full power anymore. Still, even a weakened version of the Power Stone was nothing to dismiss. The fourth gem, Vision went on, is the Reality Stone. The most deceptive of them all. It bends reality to your will, creating illusions that become truth, turning enemies into stone, or reshaping the very world around you. Be wary, Naruto. Power like this has tempted even the strongest minds. Naruto stared at his hand, deep in thought. Bending reality to my will. The possibilities were endless, but the potential dangers were just as vast. He would have to tread carefully with that one. As I mentioned earlier, Naruto, Vision added, his tone shifting slightly, since I have integrated into your body, I have been able to analyze your blood. I discovered several mutations that have been activated as a result of your fusion with the gauntlet. Naruto stiffened. Mutations? Vision's response was calm, yet deliberate. You know them as Kekii Genkai. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. Kekii Genkai? His heart pounded at the revelation. What did that mean for him? What abilities had awakened? Naruto whispered, really? Like what? His heart raced with excitement. Since he could remember, the proud Sasuke Uchiha had always boasted about his inevitable awakening of the Sharingan. The smug rival made it his mission to remind everyone of his supposed superiority, strutting around like he was the best thing to happen to shinobi. It was infuriating. Naruto had wanted to challenge him countless times, but Sasuke always seemed to come out on top, leaving Naruto grumbling in frustration. Well, from your memory archive and blood analysis, you have awakened several Kekii Genkai. One remains dormant but needs a push to awaken. Vision was killing him with suspense. What are they? Naruto practically yelled. His eyes widened as his brain caught up with his mouth. He slapped both hands over his lips and froze, ears straining for any sounds outside. After a long, tense moment, he exhaled in relief. No one had heard him. How could they? His room had been moved to the far west wing of the compound, out of sight, out of mind, far away from his family and anyone remotely important. Patience. Naruto. You have awakened the Mokuton, as it is called. What? Naruto whisper yelled, biting down on his comforter to muffle his shock. That's like the first Hokage's power. It wasn't the fact that he was a senju that surprised him. Everyone knew Tsunade Senju was his grandmother. But she, along with the rest of the remaining senju, hadn't been able to manifest Mokuton. Yet somehow he had? Yes, and you also seem to have awakened your Sharingan. No way. Naruto punched the air, a wide grin splitting his face. Take that, duck butt. The fact that he had Uchiha blood was also common knowledge. The Namikaze were distant cousins of the Uchiha, their bond dating back to the Warring States era. While the Namikaze weren't a combat-oriented clan, they had been wealthy merchants who supported the Uchiha in their battles. His great-great-grandmother had been a Uchiha, one who never awakened her Sharingan, and had been allowed to marry into the Namikaze clan as part of a political alliance. Since then, other Uchiha had also merged into the Namikaze bloodline. Still, to his knowledge, no Namikaze had ever activated their Sharingan. Naruto, Vision's voice held a faint trace of exasperation beneath its usual neutrality. Please calm down. You're getting ahead of yourself. With your current lack or near lack of chakra control, the possibility of successfully using your Sharingan is nearly impossible. Naruto's grin faltered, shoulders slumping. Thanks, Vision. You really know how to ruin a guy's day, huh? I'm not trying to discourage you, Vision corrected, but you need to be realistic. If you wish to use these abilities, you must dedicate yourself to mastering them first. There are no shortcuts in life. Naruto groaned, running a hand through his hair. As much as he hated to admit it, Vision had a point. He couldn't just flip a switch and master Mokuton or the Sharingan overnight. He needed training a lot of it. But at least he had someone to guide him now. Then an idea struck him. He perked up. Hey, Vision, earlier you mentioned altering my body to use a technique similar to the Six Eyes and Limitless. Can you do the same thing with the Sharingan? Silence. Naruto swallowed, feeling a bead of sweat roll down his temple. It would be amazing if he had his own unique dojutsu, something beyond the regular Sharingan. He had never been one to settle for the ordinary, and the idea of having a power that no other Namikaze had ever unlocked? Priceless. He could already picture the looks on Menma and Mito's faces when they realized he had the Sharingan, not Sasuke. An excited grin spread across his face as he rubbed his hands together. Now, all he needed was a cat to slide while he plotted his next move. Naruto? Can you postpone your cat hunting and villainous laughter for later? Vision deadpanned. I have analyzed your request, and it is indeed possible to alter the Sharingan with the assistance of the Reality Stone. However, since the stone's power has been weakened, I will need to augment it with the Power Stone before merging the Time and Space Stone's energies to replicate the abilities of the Six Eyes and Limitless. Sweet. Naruto grinned. However, Vision continued, the process will take time. During this PRD, you will be unable to access your Sharingan until the alteration is complete. Additionally, you may experience slight discomfort in your eyes throughout the process. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. I can handle a little pain. The excitement buzzing in his veins made him restless, but there was still one more thing bothering him. Alright, Vision, go ahead with the Sharingan modifications. But before that, what about the last two stones? Very well, Vision replied. The fifth gem is called the Soul Stone. It is perhaps the most enigmatic of them all. It holds dominion over the essence of life itself. Some say it connects all living things, while others claim it grants power over spirits. I advise caution, its influence is profound but not fully understood. A shiver crawled down Naruto's spine. Spirits? Don't tell me I can see ghosts now. I have no conclusive evidence to suggest that. The Soul Stone's power remains an enigma, even to me. Naruto pulled his blanket up to his chin. Yeah, let's not dwell on the creepy ghost stone. What's the last one? I agree, Vision said. The final gem is the Mind Stone. This stone amplifies mental abilities, understanding, perception, and even telepathic communication. It is why I exist, Naruto. My consciousness is housed within it, allowing me to guide you. In time, you may even learn to sense and influence the thoughts of others. Naruto blinked. That's cool. And kind of sad. His curiosity got the better of him. He hesitated for a moment before blurting out, Did you always live in the Mind Stone, or were you human once? Silence. For the first time since they started talking, Vision didn't respond right away. Then, in a voice as calm as ever, he finally spoke. I was not always within the Mind Stone, nor was I ever truly human. Naruto tilted his head. Then what were you? I was an artificial intelligence. A construct of advanced technology, given form and thought through the combined efforts of brilliant minds. I was created to assist, to learn, and, in time, to protect. Through a series of unexpected events, I gained something akin to humanity, a consciousness, emotions, and even a body of my own. But I was never human in the way you are, Naruto. Naruto frowned. So, you were kind of alive, but not really? In a way, I was alive, but I did not live as humans do. I did not have a childhood, nor did I know hunger, fatigue, or the simple joys of everyday life. I existed to serve a purpose, and over time, I chose my own purpose. But in the end, I was destroyed. And now, I exist once more, only this time within you. Naruto scratched his head. Man, that's kind of sad. Vision hummed thoughtfully. That is one perspective. But another is that I have been granted a second chance. And so have you, no? We are both more than what we once were. The question is, what will we do with that opportunity? Naruto grinned, determination burning in his eyes. Easy. I'm gonna become the greatest Hokage ever. And you, Vision, you're gonna be my super awesome teacher. Vision let out a small, amused hum. Then I shall do my best, Naruto. And with that, the weight of the conversation lifted though the question lingered in Naruto's mind, tucked away for another time. Naruto let out a wide yawn, stretching his arms above his head before flopping back onto his futon. The warmth of his blankets wrapped around him like a cocoon, and he snuggled deeper into the mattress with a content sigh. When will you start the alteration? He mumbled sleepily, his voice already thick with drowsiness. As soon as you fall asleep, Naruto, Vision replied, his tone as steady and patient as ever. Rest well. Naruto hummed in response, his eyelids growing heavier by the second. Thanks, Vision. And good night. Sleep claimed him before he could hear Vision's quiet reply. In the dead of night, the full moon hung low in the star-speckled sky, casting an eerie silver glow over the sleeping forest. Silence reigned, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves as two figures darted effortlessly across the thick branches of ancient trees, heading toward the Hokage's tower. However, one of them suddenly came to a halt, landing soundlessly on a sturdy branch overlooking a clearing near a gently flowing river. His posture stiffened as he tilted his head slightly, sniffing the air. A faint but unmistakable scent drifted toward him. Blood, the masked man murmured. Without hesitation he changed course, leaping toward the source. His companion, slightly behind, skidded to a stop before dramatically throwing his arms in the air. Kakashi! My eternal rival! What's gotten into you all of a sudden? The silver-haired shinobi exhaled heavily, already tucking a small, orange book into the pouch strapped to his back. I smell blood nearby, Kakashi replied coolly. I'm going to investigate. Good thinking, Kakashi. The green spandex-clad man nodded approvingly, his enthusiasm unshaken even in the dead of night. Shaking his head at his friend's boundless energy, Kakashi dropped down toward the clearing, his eyes scanning the area with practiced precision. As they reached the edge of the open space, the sight before them made both men pause. A massive, severed arm lay sprawled in the grass, its unnatural purple skin glistening under the moonlight. Dark, coagulated blood pooled around the limb, soaking into the earth like ink spilled from a broken vial. Kakashi stepped closer, crouching beside the grotesque appendage, his sharp gaze analyzing every detail. The sheer size alone was unnatural, and the strange skin color only deepened his unease. His fingers twitched toward his supply pouch. What are you doing, Kakashi? Might Guy asked, glancing warily between his friend and the dismembered limb. Without answering immediately, Kakashi unrolled an empty sealing scroll and spread it out next to the severed arm. I'm sealing this. I've never seen anything like it. The size, the color, it doesn't even look human. His voice carried a rare note of seriousness. Forming a rapid series of hand signs, he ended with the ram seal and pressed his palm firmly onto the scroll's kanji markings. Seal. In an instant, a burst of chakra flared, and the massive arm warped, dissolving into a swirl of energy before vanishing completely into the scroll. Kakashi rolled the parchment back up and tucked it securely into his jacket. We should check the area for more clues before reporting to Lord Third. Before Kakashi could take another step, a blinding white flash interrupted him as Might Guy struck a dynamic pose, teeth gleaming even under the dim moonlight. Excellent idea, Kakashi. The first one to find a solid clue wins. Let the contest begin. Before Kakashi could protest, Guy shot forward, kicking up leaves as he vanished into the forest. Kakashi let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temple. Why am I friends with him again? Nonetheless, he followed, his sharp eyes scanning the darkness, knowing full well that whatever had left that limb behind was still out there. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his massive wooden desk in the Hokage's office, his expression one of quiet endurance. Stacks of paperwork towered on either side of him like miniature fortresses, an ever-growing testament to the endless responsibilities that came with his title. The dim glow of a nearby lantern cast flickering shadows across the room, illuminating the deep lines of age and wisdom etched into his face. With a weary sigh, he dipped his brush into the ink and scribbled his signature onto yet another document, barely glancing at the contents. Years of experience had turned this tedious process into muscle memory. A thin wisp of smoke curled lazily into the air as he brought his pipe to his lips, inhaling deeply before exhaling in a slow, contemplative breath. The familiar scent of burning tobacco mixed with the faint scent of old parchment and candle wax, filling the room with a strange sort of comfort. He leaned back slightly, adjusting his Hokage hat, eyes flickering toward the moonlit village beyond his window. Even in the dead of night, Konoha never truly slept. The quiet hum of life outside reminded him of why he endured this never-ending paperwork and why he shouldered the burdens of leadership. Yet, as he stared at the next stack of reports, he couldn't help but wonder, was it the threats outside the village that would one day break him? Or the sheer amount of bureaucracy? With another sigh, he tapped his pipe against the ashtray and reached for the next scroll. The will of fire burned strong, but even the strongest flames could be dimmed by paperwork. It wasn't as if he wanted the hat back after dedicating so many years of his life to Konoha. No, Hiruzen Sarutobi had long since resigned himself to stepping down. But Minato's reluctance to reclaim his role as Hokage, especially after what had happened nearly 10 years ago, still frustrated him. Instead of leading the village, Minato spent his days training his 2 younger children, helping them master the Nine-Tails Chakra. He had lost himself in the lure of a prophecy, one that had convinced him that his twin children were destined for greatness. And in that obsession, he had neglected his eldest son, Naruto. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, wisps of smoke curling from his pipe as he thought about the boy. Naruto, so much like his father in appearance, yet vastly different in spirit. Years of living in the shadows of his siblings had changed him. Hiruzen could only hope it hadn't been for the worse. His musings were abruptly cut short when he sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures rapidly approaching. He raised a hand in a subtle signal to one of the hidden ANBUs stationed in the ceiling, silently instructing them to open a window before it was inevitably broken. Moments later, 2 figures flashed into the office in a blur of movement. Kakashi, I win," Might Guy declared triumphantly, pointing at his eternal rival with the enthusiasm of a man who lived for competition. Kakashi, who had barely looked up from his well-worn orange book, finally turned his lazy gaze toward Guy. Guy, did you say something?" His tone was absent-minded, as if he had just now realized his friend was even there. Might Guy clenched his fist and pointed dramatically. "Curse you, Kakashi, and your hip ways." Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. He was far too old to deal with this level of energy so late at night. Taking another slow puff from his pipe, he exhaled and leveled both men with a tired, expectant look. "Is there any reason why you 2 burst into my office at this hour?" His voice was calm, but the weight of long-suffering patience was unmistakable. Guy, ever the dramatic one, immediately struck a pose, arms crossed as he nodded solemnly. "Hokage-sama, we have made a most peculiar discovery during our nightly patrol." Kakashi, as always, was far less theatrical. He simply closed his book with a quiet snap and tucked it away, before adding in his usual dry tone, "We found something unusual, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen exhaled again. Why did he have the feeling that this night was about to get much longer? Mighty Guy struck another dramatic pose, flexing an arm before pointing a thumb at Kakashi. "My rival here sniffed it out with his legendary tracking skills." Kakashi sighed. "We found a severed arm, Hokage-sama," he stated simply, his tone as dry as ever. "A massive one. And it wasn't human." Hiruzen's brows furrowed, his fingers tightening slightly around his pipe. A severed arm? His mind immediately began cycling through possibilities. Was it some rogue summon? A failed experiment? Or something worse? "Yes," Kakashi continued, slipping a scroll from his flak jacket and placing it on the desk. "I sealed it here for further analysis. Its skin was purple, and the size alone suggests it belonged to something far from ordinary." Hiruzen reached for the scroll, his weathered fingers tracing the edge as he contemplated the implications. Something about this didn't sit right with him. Mighty Guy, sensing the shift in mood, crossed his arms and nodded solemnly. "It was indeed a most curious find. And so, as guardians of Konoha, we have brought it to you, Lord Third." Hiruzen exhaled slowly, tapping his fingers against the wooden desk. "You did well to bring this to my attention. I'll have the researchers examine it at once. Anything else?" Kakashi stepped forward and produced another item, a familiar pair of green goggles. The moment Hiruzen's eyes landed on them, they widened, and without thinking, he reached for the headwear, his fingers brushing against the worn plastic. "Where did you find this?" he asked, his voice steady but edged with something unreadable. "At the edge of the river, in the same clearing," Kakashi replied, his visible eye narrowing in thought. "I've seen these before, but I can't quite place who they belong to." Hiruzen's face darkened as he studied the goggles, his grip tightening for a fraction of a second. Another fool who's turned his back on Naruto. Kakashi, just like his sensei, spent all his time training and doting on Menma and Mito, but Naruto? The boy who should have been like a younger brother to him? Left in the shadows, forgotten. "Lord Third, is everything all right?" Kakashi's voice broke the heavy silence. "Do you know who these belong to?" Hiruzen took another deliberate pull from his pipe, letting the smoke sit in his lungs before exhaling slowly. His eyes flicked toward the shinobi standing before him as he placed the goggles down on the desk beside him. "Yes, I do," he said, his voice grave. "Tomorrow morning, we'll visit him. Until then, I want the 2 of you to keep this quiet. The last thing we need is unnecessary panic spreading through the village." Kakashi gave a sharp nod. "Understood, Hokage-sama." Might Guy grinned and threw up a dramatic thumbs up, his teeth flashing even in the dim light. "Fear not. We shall remain as silent as the night itself." Hiruzen resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. He merely gave a weary nod. But you're both dismissed. With a synchronized bow, the two vanished in a blur of movement, leaving behind only the faint trace of Kakashi's subtle cologne and the lingering energy of Guy's boundless enthusiasm. Now alone, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his tired gaze fixed on the scroll and the goggles lying before him. As if he didn't already have enough to deal with, now Naruto's possible involvement in this strange discovery weighed on his mind. Why didn't he come to me? The thought settled heavily in his chest, but there was no easy answer. Taking another slow pull from his pipe, he exhaled, watching the smoke curl toward the ceiling. Something was coming. He could feel it in his bones. Naruto woke with a start, his eyes burning as if flames had been ignited behind them. He winced, blinking rapidly, but the effort only seemed to intensify the discomfort. A heavy fog clouded his vision, making everything around him blur together in a mess of indistinct shapes and shifting shadows. Groaning, he stumbled out of bed, his legs sluggish and unsteady beneath him. Gripping the doorframe for balance, he half-blindly made his way to the bathroom. The cold tile sent a jolt up his spine as he leaned over the sink, twisting the faucet handle with clumsy fingers. A rush of icy water splashed against his face, the chill biting at his skin and momentarily dulling the relentless sting in his eyes. He exhaled sharply, gripping the edge of the counter. Was this the pain vision warned me about? He wondered, squeezing his eyes shut before slowly cracking them open again. His blurred reflection finally swam into focus. Bloodshot and puffy eyes stared back at him, ringed by dark circles that made him look even more exhausted than he felt. His usually bright blue irises seemed dull, overshadowed by the irritation swelling around them. How long is this gonna last? He muttered, his voice rough from sleep and frustration. He reached for a towel hanging by the vanity and pressed it against his face, wincing as the fabric brushed over the sensitive skin beneath his eyes. A week at most, Vision's smooth, detached voice answered, his tone as composed as ever. Until your eyes fully adjust to the alterations. Naruto groaned, rubbing the towel against his forehead before tossing it onto the counter. I suggest asking Namorei for some eye drops to alleviate the discomfort, Vision continued. Naruto grumbled something unintelligible but nodded. His fingers twitched with the urge to rub his eyes raw, but he resisted. The burning itch was unbearable, like 1,000 tiny needles pricking beneath his eyelids, but he knew scratching at them would only make it worse. With a frustrated sigh, he trudged back into his room, every step slow and heavy. The dim lighting still felt too bright, making his head throb in protest. His gaze drifted toward his desk, where he began rummaging through the drawers, pushing aside papers, pens, and the odd crumpled note until his fingers finally brushed against something familiar. A pair of sunglasses. He pulled them out and examined them, old, scratched, a little bent at the frame, but still wearable. Good enough. With a tired huff, he slid them onto his face, sighing in relief as the tinted lenses dulled the sharp sting of the light. The soft darkness behind them was a welcome reprieve. For now, this would have to do. A soft knock at the rice paper door drew Naruto's attention. He blinked, momentarily distracted from his lingering eye irritation, and shuffled over, sliding the door open with a practiced hand. Standing before him was Namorei, a tray of steaming breakfast balanced expertly in her hands. Her sharp gaze swept over the chaotic mess of his room, and she clicked her tongue in disapproval. Without a word, she stepped inside, her movements brisk and efficient as she made a beeline for the small wooden table at the center of the room. With a soft thud, she set the tray down, crossing her arms as she turned to face him. Young man. Namorei's voice was firm, carrying the no-nonsense authority of someone well accustomed to obedience. You are staying in this room until you clean up this mess. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but the sharp glint in her eyes made his words die in his throat. He swallowed hard, quickly reassessing his life choices. No arguing, Namorei continued, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. You have 3 hours after you eat to get this room spotless. If it's not done by then, you'll be helping the other servants with the clan's chores. Naruto's stomach churned at the thought. Chores? The mere idea of scrubbing for the people who treated him poorly made his skin crawl. He could already picture himself hunched over a wash basin, while smug clan members walked past, enjoying the sight of him being put to work. Not happening. With a stiff nod, he silently accepted his fate. Namorei gave a satisfied humph before turning on her heel. She reached the doorway, pausing just before sliding the door shut behind her. Remember, Naruto. 3 hours, she reminded him, her voice carrying a quiet warning. And with that, the door snapped shut with a decisive clack. Naruto exhaled heavily before his stomach reminded him of the more pressing matter at hand. He lunged for the tray, scarfing down his breakfast like a starving man. In record time, he finished the last bite, wiped his mouth on his sleeve, and tossed the used napkin into the wastebasket beside his desk. Hey, Vision, he called out, eyeing the disaster zone that was his bedroom. Can't I just use the reality stone to, make my room clean? No, Vision answered immediately, his voice as calm and unyielding as ever. You need to learn to clean up after yourself. As I've told you before, there are no shortcuts in life. Now hop to it. Naruto groaned, dragging a hand down his face. You're mean, you know that? A soft chuckle hummed through the air, but Vision offered no sympathy. Resigned to his fate, Naruto let out one final dramatic sigh before rolling up his sleeves and diving into the grueling task of cleaning his messy room. 3 hours. He could do this. Probably. After 3 grueling hours and countless tantrums, Naruto finally managed to clean his room. He collapsed onto the tatami mat with a dramatic huff, limbs sprawled out like a puppet with its strings cut. His body ached from the unexpected labor, and the lack of sleep from the night before was catching up to him fast. His eyelids grew heavy, and just as he was about to give in to the temptation of a well-earned nap, the door creaked open. His self-appointed inspector had arrived for evaluation. Namorei's sharp, critical eyes swept across the room, scanning every corner with military precision. She took her time, ensuring not a single speck of dust remained. Finally, her gaze landed on Naruto, and for the first time since she walked in, her expression softened. Without a word, she knelt beside him, her fingers reaching out to ruffle his unruly blonde hair with an affectionate touch. A small smile tugged at her lips. "Thank you, Naruto," she murmured. "I know you hate cleaning, but living in a clean environment leads to healthy habits." Naruto groaned dramatically, stretching his arms over his head with a whine. Yeah. He shot her a playful side-eye. "I don't get why I have to clean my room when the prince and princess get servants at their beck and call." Namorei let out a deep sigh, settling down beside him. She gave him a knowing look, her expression holding a hint of something difficult to decipher. "It's unfair," she admitted, her voice low and sincere. "There's no denying that. But don't let their favoritism cloud your perspective on life. You're learning to be independent while your younger siblings seem to struggle more than they should." Naruto snorted, a grin tugging at his lips despite himself. Namorei always knew just what to say. She was the only one who truly understood him, the only person in this entire compound who made him feel valued. When his family overlooked him, when his name felt like little more than an afterthought, it was Namorei who listened. It was Namorei who allowed him to express his frustrations, who offered him guidance, who reminded him no matter what that he wasn't alone. He cared for her more than he could ever articulate, more than he cared for his entire family combined. He couldn't even bear to think about where he'd be without her. But the warmth of the moment shattered like glass at the sound of someone clearing their throat. A new presence stood in the doorway, rigid and unwelcome. Naruto's stomach twisted as he looked up at the elder. An old man, with graying blonde hair and cold brown eyes, towered over them in a pristine red kimono, the Namikaze crest embroidered on his chest. His gaze was sharp, piercing through Naruto with the same disdain he had come to expect from the elders of his clan. "Boy," the elder said, his voice thick with contempt. "Your presence is required in the council chamber." His eyes flicked to Namorei as if she were beneath his notice. "Uzumaki-Namorei, escort the boy and ensure he behaves. Lord Third has requested his presence." The air in the room grew heavy. Naruto's jaw clenched, fingers twitching at his sides. He didn't know what frustrated him more, the elder's refusal to say his name or the way Namorei was treated like a mere servant. Either way, he already sensed that this meeting wasn't going to lead to anything good. Naruto and Namorei walked along the wooden patio toward the council chambers, located on the northern side of the massive Namikaze compound. The faint creak of the floorboards beneath their feet was drowned out by the murmurs and hushed whispers of the passing clansmen. Sneers, snickers, and the occasional pointed glance followed by a condescending smirk met them. Naruto clenched his fists at his sides, his teeth gritting together. He could hear their taunts, even when they thought they were being subtle. Every insult and every hush joke at his expense only fueled the fire of resentment burning inside him. He hated this clan. He hated every second he spent trapped in it. Just a little longer, he reminded himself. Once he turned 14 and graduated, he would leave this place for good. The Namikaze Uzumaki clan, or Uzukage for short, had become insufferable over the years, especially after helping his parents seal the Nine Tails. They never let anyone forget their so-called heroic role that night. If it weren't for them, his mother and father would have died, but that was years ago. Yet they still clung to the past, boasting about their accomplishments as if they were gods among mortals. "Don't dwell on these thoughts, Naruto." Vision's calm voice resonated in his mind, smooth and composed. "Humans, no matter which universe they hail from, are creatures of hubris by nature. Those truly worthy of praise are the ones who seek to remain humble despite their heroic exploits." Naruto scowled. "Yeah, well," he grumbled internally, carefully schooling his expression into indifference. He couldn't afford anyone suspecting Vision's existence or the Infinity Stones. If they kept acting like this, they would end up just like the Uchiha. His thoughts drifted back to that night 5 years ago. When he was 4 years old, Itachi Uchiha had devastated his clan, sparing only the children, his mother, and his little brother, Sasuke. From then on, Sasuke had become a brooding storm of vengeance, his arrogance reaching unbearable heights. The only person who could match his smug attitude was Naruto's younger brother, Menma. Mikoto Uchiha had stepped up as the clan's temporary leader, taking the orphaned Uchiha children under her wing. But Naruto could see the strain in her eyes whenever she looked at Sasuke, the son who refused to be saved from his own darkness. A firm squeeze on his shoulder jolted Naruto from his thoughts. They had arrived. Towering before them were two massive golden doors, each adorned with the Uzumaki and Namikaze crests, their symbols etched into the polished surface like a mark of authority. Two guards stood at attention on either side, their cold, scrutinizing gazes locked onto the pair. "State your business," one guard barked. Namorei dipped into a respectful bow. Naruto didn't. He refused to give them the satisfaction. "We're here at the behest of Elder Ryan," Namorei stated smoothly. The second guard scoffed, unimpressed. With a slow, deliberate motion, he reached for the heavy doors, but not before sneering at Naruto with thinly veiled contempt. "You're lucky you have an appointment. Otherwise, we'd have shown you the way to the nearest trash heap, the perfect place for a disappointment like you." Naruto's gaze darkened, but he refused to look away. He met the guard's glare head-on, his expression cold and unflinching. Just a little longer, he reminded himself again. Just a little longer, and he'd be free. Naruto sat cross-legged on a small cushion before a raised dais, where 5 clan elders loomed over him, their eyes sharp with disdain. He had long since stopped wondering why they hated him. There was never an actual reason. Sure, he wasn't one of the so-called prophesied children destined to save the world, but that hardly seemed like a valid excuse to treat him like an outsider. As the eldest of the triplets, he should have been the natural successor, trained to take on the role of clan head. Yet that had never happened. Instead, he had been ignored, cast aside, and left to fend for himself. Naruto glared at the polished wooden floor, refusing to meet their judgmental stares. As far as he knew, he hadn't done anything wrong recently. His only goal was to grow stronger, even if it meant training on his own. So why, exactly, had they summoned him here? The soft creak of a door opening to his right drew his attention. He tensed as the Hokage entered the chamber, flanked by 2 shinobi. Naruto's eyes narrowed when he recognized them. One was none other than Hatake Kakashi, the one-eyed shinobi who always had his nose buried in that infamous book. The man had practically adopted his younger siblings, training them, guiding them, treating them as though they were his little brother and sister. And Naruto? He might as well have been a ghost. But it was another person that really made Naruto's blood boil. Jiraiya, the author of those infamous books. The so-called Great Sen. His godfather. A man who had waltzed into his life only to ruin it before disappearing again, treating Naruto like he was nothing more than dirt beneath his feet. Naruto's gaze briefly flickered to the second member of their group, a spandex-clad man he didn't recognize. Not that it mattered. He had no intention of remembering him. "Lord Third," came a voice from the dais. Naruto's uncle, Hando, inclined his head respectfully, acknowledging the village leader. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, taking his seat with the ease of a man used to the weight of leadership. "Good to see you again, Hando. How's your son doing?" Naruto barely kept himself from scoffing. "Oh, sure, let's make small talk while I sit here wondering why I was even called." The old man settled in, his 2 jonin taking seats beside him as a group of servants entered the chamber. A desk was set before them, and steaming cups of tea were placed before the honored guests, yet Naruto received nothing. His mouth felt dry, but he swallowed his discomfort. Hando adjusted his reading glasses before answering. "Oh, Konan is doing great. He recently reached the 5th level of Fuinjutsu. No doubt he'll become a seal master in a few years." Naruto's fingers clenched into fists. "Another privilege denied to me." The clan's library was restricted, its treasures locked behind layers of bureaucratic nonsense. To gain access, one needed permission from the elders. Unsurprisingly, Naruto had never received that privilege. In their eyes, he was a disgrace to the clan, not worthy of their teachings. "Do not fret, Naruto," came a calm voice in his mind. "There is a way to access the library without their knowledge." Naruto's eyes widened slightly before he forced his expression into neutrality. "You mean, we sneak in," he thought, communicating through their mental link. "Correct." His shoulders sagged. "That's impossible. The library is warded with the best Fuinjutsu seals. There's no way we can sneak in. With the power of the Infinity Stones, there is no obstacle we cannot breach." "Insolent boy!" The sudden outburst jolted Naruto from his conversation with Vision. His gaze snapped upward just in time to see his uncle's face turning an alarming shade of red, veins practically bulging from his forehead. "When I address you," Hando seethed, his voice trembling with anger, "I expect you to respond. Not sit there daydreaming about whatever nonsense is rattling around in that head of yours." Naruto slowly lifted his gaze, his jaw tightening. Oh, he was so tired of this. And do you think for one moment in your life that I care what you have to say? Naruto hissed, his voice sharp with disdain. The entire chamber fell into stunned silence. Wide eyes, gaping mouths, no one had expected him to bite back, let alone with such raw contempt. You're all just as arrogant as the Uchiha, Naruto continued, his gaze sweeping over the elders, and look what happened to them. Hando's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is that a threat, boy? Naruto met his uncle's glare head-on, completely unfazed. No. Just an observation, he said coolly. An overinflated ego usually leads to downfall. Maybe try practicing a little humility, it might just save you. Hando's face twisted with anger as he slammed his fist onto the desk in front of him, the sharp crack of impact echoing through the room. Be careful, boy, he growled. The only reason you haven't been cast out of this clan is because you're the son of our leaders. But even that won't save you if you don't learn your place. Naruto tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. And that is? Hando smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. In the shadows where no one has to see your worthlessness. Maybe, if you manage to scrape by in the academy, they'll train you just enough to make you useful to the village. Then you can fade into obscurity, live out your existence as a mediocre chunin stationed at some distant outpost, far away from anyone who actually matters. Enough. The Hokage's voice rang through the room, sharp with authority. Hando, Hiruzen said, his eyes hard as steel, there is no reason for you to treat Naruto this way. What's gotten into you? Hando blanched, clearly unprepared for the Hokage to defend the boy. Naruto, however, felt a flicker of gratitude for the old man's intervention. What's gotten into me? Hando echoed, his voice filled with indignation. He's been a disgrace to this clan, dragging our name through the mud with his childish pranks and those ridiculous challenges, all of which have ended in his defeat. Naruto's fists clenched. And whose fault is that? He shot back, his voice sharp with barely restrained anger. His gaze swept over his uncle and the other elders. I've asked repeatedly for training. Like the other clan children get. Like my siblings get. But you all denied me that chance. You told me the academy would train me instead. And now you have the nerve to blame me for falling behind? You're all hypocrites. He glared at them, voice unwavering. What are you so afraid of? Hando scoffed. Afraid? He leaned back, arms crossed. We're not afraid of anything. We already tested your potential in the past and found you lacking. You're simple-minded. Your chakra reserves are below average, your chakra coils are underdeveloped, you lack DSPLN, and you're too hot-headed to stay calm. In simple terms, since I doubt you'd understand anything more complex, you're a failure. The smirk that curled Hando's lips was pure malice. Teaching you would be a waste of our time. Even your parents realize this, why do you think they never trained you themselves? Naruto's breath hitched. It was like a kunai straight through his heart. The world around him dimmed. The sounds of the room fading, distant. His nails dug into his palms, his whole body trembling. Was he right? Am I a failure? You are not a failure, Naruto. Vision's voice cut through the haze, calm but firm. They underestimated you. And they still are. It will be their loss when you show them what you're truly capable of. Naruto swallowed thickly. Thanks, Vision. His voice barely came out as a whisper. A warm hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. Naruto blinked, his unfocused gaze landing on the Hokage. Hiruzen was watching him, concern etched deep into the lines of his aged face. When Naruto finally came back to his senses, the council room was empty save for the Hokage and his accompanying jonin. The heavy silence pressed down on him, making the air feel thick and suffocating. He kept his gaze fixed on the polished wooden floor, unwilling to let them see the tears clinging to his lashes. He sniffed sharply and wiped his face with the sleeve of his worn-out jacket. The lingering sting of his uncle's words echoed in his mind, but he shoved them down, burying them under his usual wall of indifference. Suddenly, the scent of tobacco and fresh mint filled his nose, signaling the presence of the old man before Naruto even heard the soft thud of a chair being placed in front of him. A shadow cast over him, and despite the fear twisting in his gut, he remained still. The Hokage groaned slightly as he lowered himself into the chair, the weight of his years evident in the movement. Naruto! The warmth of a wrinkled hand settled gently on his shoulder. I'm sorry your uncle spoke to you that way. Hiruzen's voice was steady, but Naruto could hear the regret laced in it. I had no idea the clan's animosity toward you had reached this point. Are you all right, young man? Naruto clenched his fists in his lap, willing his emotions into SB Tishika's head, pushing aside the intrusive thoughts, before meeting the old man's eyes. It's fine, Naruto said, forcing his voice to sound even. This is nothing new. But... He hesitated for a second. It's the first time he said those things to my face. A hollow chuckle escaped him. Doesn't matter though. I'm used to it. He forced a grin, one he'd spent years perfecting. It was the same bright, carefree smile he always wore when pretending nothing could touch him. But he wasn't fooling anyone in the room. Mato Guy, usually a beacon of enthusiasm, wore an uncharacteristically somber expression. Kakashi, however, was as unreadable as ever, his single visible eye locked on the pages of his book. I swear, a woman could walk past him without a stitch of clothing, and he wouldn't even flinch, Naruto thought dryly. Still, the warmth of the Hokage's hand lingered, grounding him. It's not fair to you being treated this way for nothing, the old man said, giving Naruto's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Every person in this world has talent, no matter how small. Looking down on others for the sake of reputation speaks volumes about a person's character. Do not take your uncle's words to heart, Naruto. The Hokage's gaze softened, his voice filled with quiet conviction. I have faith that when you enter the academy, you will grow into a strong shinobi. Naruto's chest tightened at the words. A younger, more naive version of himself would have clung to them like a lifeline. But he wasn't that kid anymore. He wasn't foolish, no matter how many people thought otherwise. And now, with the Mind Stone augmenting his intelligence, he could see the old man's words for what they were. Encouragement, yes. But did the Hokage truly believe what he was saying? Naruto doubted it. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. So, he said, his voice carefully neutral. What did you want to talk about, Gigi? Hiruzen exhaled slowly, leaning back in his chair as well. His eyes, however, remained sharp and unreadable. Recently, we came across something unusual. A scene that has left us baffled. Naruto's brows furrowed slightly, but he stayed silent, waiting for the old man to continue. Last night, a severed arm was found in a clearing. The words sent a shiver down Naruto's spine, but he didn't react outwardly. He kept his expression neutral, though his mind was already racing. The same clearing, the Hokage added, reaching into his robes, where you left this behind. From within his sleeve, he pulled out a familiar item, green goggles, scratched and worn from years of use. Naruto's breath hitched. Oh no. Naruto, you need to play it off and find a plausible excuse for why you were there, Vision implored. Don't deny you were there, but twist the truth. They can't know about the Infinity Stones until you've mastered them enough to protect yourself. Otherwise, they might experiment on you or try to forcibly remove them. The stones may have weakened, but if their power were to be fully unleashed, the entire village could be wiped out. Outwardly, Naruto kept his expression neutral, but inside he was panicking. He didn't want that to happen. He didn't want to be locked away and treated like some lab specimen. He needed to act quickly. He reached over and took the goggles from the Hokage's outstretched hand. Oh, yeah, those are mine. I was training at Training Ground 9, and when I finished, I rushed to the river to wash up real quick. Must have taken my goggles off and left them there. Guess I need to be more careful, huh? He forced a sheepish chuckle, scratching the back of his neck as if embarrassed. The Hokage's sharp eyes studied him, scrutinizing his every move. Naruto resisted the urge to fidget, instead fiddling absently with the goggles, playing the part of the oblivious, careless child they probably thought he was. Good work, Naruto, Vision praised. The Hokage believes you but remains skeptical. Fortunately, with my interference, he hasn't picked up on the subtle tells that indicate lying. The old man leaned forward, his tone casual but probing. Naruto, did you happen to see anything unusual while you were at the river? Naruto blinked, tilting his head slightly, feigning curiosity. Like what? Fighting? A person skulking through the forest? Perhaps an injured individual? Missing an arm? Naruto furrowed his brows, lips pressing into a confused frown. No, I didn't see anything like that. And even if I had, wouldn't I have called a ninja if I found an injured person? The Hokage chuckled at that, ruffling Naruto's spiky blonde hair in an affectionate gesture. Of course you would. I'm glad to have such a law-abiding young man in the village. Naruto grinned at the compliment, but the warm moment was quickly interrupted by Kakashi, who finally lifted his visible eye from his book. Why not just wash up at home? He asked, his tone as lazy as ever, yet there was an edge beneath it. And why did you stay out all night? When we interviewed your babysitter, Naruto's grin faltered, quickly twisting into a glare at the word, babysitter. She told us you didn't return home until just before noon yesterday. Naruto let out an awkward chuckle, rubbing his arm. I might have fallen asleep after swimming. Woke up in the morning and realized how late it was. As for why I didn't go home. His smile dimmed, shifting into something more self-deprecating. I didn't want to get yelled at for tracking mud into the house and looking like a mess while walking into the compound. They already think I'm a disgrace to the clan. I didn't want to make things worse. His shoulders slumped as he lowered his head slightly, letting a hint of defeated resignation slip into his voice. The Hokage sighed, patting his shoulder again. Don't worry, my boy. We understand. Naruto nearly flinched at the warmth in the old man's voice. The good news is that the Hokage believes you and doesn't suspect you'd betray his trust, Vision reassured him. The bad news is that Kakashi Hatake doesn't believe you were entirely unaware of what happened. He finds it unlikely that you slept so close to where a severed arm was discovered and noticed nothing. However, he has no proof to say otherwise. He will likely be watching us closely from now on. Naruto's stomach twisted. The last thing he needed was a paranoid copy ninja breathing down his neck. Naruto collapsed onto his futon, both mentally and emotionally drained. He hadn't anticipated the Hokage's sudden visit or the uncomfortable line of questioning about the severed arm of Thanos lying in the middle of the clearing. It was a foolish mistake on his part. He should have burned it, buried it, done something. But now, thanks to his negligence, the Diamond Cyclops was breathing down his neck. I messed up. Don't worry, Naruto, Vision reassured him, his voice calm as always. As long as we don't draw attention to ourselves, they have no proof that you were lying. A golden shimmer flickered in the dimly lit room as Vision materialized before Naruto. His form rippled like a mirage before solidifying, the faint glow of the Mind Stone pulsing gently on his forehead. His synthetic features were unnervingly smooth yet carried a depth of expression that made him feel almost human. His piercing eyes held a quiet wisdom, scanning Naruto with an almost parental concern. A deep crimson hue coated his skin, offset by intricate silver plating that ran along the sides of his face and down his neck, giving him an air of quiet authority. Despite his artificial nature, there was a warmth in his presence that Naruto found oddly comforting. He wore a simple, dark, form-fitting top that blended seamlessly into his sleek, otherworldly frame. The subtle glow from the Mind Stone cast soft, flickering reflections on the walls, making the room feel smaller, more empty. Naruto's breath hitched. His body reacted on instinct, scrambling backward until his back hit the headboard with a dull thump. His wide blue eyes darted over Vision's towering form. Whoa, is this what you actually look like? Naruto asked, his voice hushed in awe. Vision's lips curled into an amused smile. Affirmative. Just as Naruto was about to ask another question, the sliding doors to his room suddenly flew open. Namorei strode in, balancing a tray of food with the ease of routine. But the moment her gaze locked onto Naruto, she froze. The tray trembled in her hands. Her brows furrowed. Then her voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the tense air like a knife. Naruto, what's the meaning of this? Naruto's stomach dropped. How could I be this unlucky? Naruto thought, frozen in place as he stared at Namorei. His heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing for an explanation. For a moment, she didn't move. The silence stretched, suffocating. Then, to his utter confusion, she rushed past Vision as if he wasn't even there, heading straight for the low table. With practiced ease, she set the tray of food down before turning to face him, her sharp eyes locking onto his. Naruto flinched under her glare as she strode over, closing the distance between them in a few brisk steps. Without warning, she bent down and snatched something off the floor. How many times have I told you not to throw your dirty clothes around? She snapped, shaking his tattered orange jacket in his face. You just cleaned this room, Naruto? Huh, was all Naruto managed to say. His brain was still catching up, struggling to process what was happening. Completely ignoring his bewildered expression, Namorei marched to the hamper near the bathroom and tossed the jacket in with an exasperated huff. Naruto calmed down, Vision's voice was smooth and unwavering. He floated lazily through the air beside Naruto, his cape fluttering slightly behind him. She can't see me. I am a specter, a construct of the Mind Stone. I have no physical form and exist only to you, as you are the stone's bearer. Naruto slumped against his bed, relief washing over him like a tidal wave. Thank Kami. If Namorei had actually seen Vision, his glowing forehead, crimson skin, and floating body, she probably would have been shocked. The woman was tough, but even she had limits. So, Namorei's voice snapped him from his thoughts. She crossed her arms, fingers tapping impatiently against her hip. Are you just going to lie there while your food gets cold? Naruto blinked. No. Then hop to it, young man. Or do I have to feed you myself? She threatened, arching a brow. Naruto sat up immediately. I got it. With a final dramatic sigh and an eye roll worthy of an academy instructor, Namorei turned and walked toward the door. As she exited, she muttered to herself, ungrateful brats and their lack of manners. Before sliding the door shut behind her, Naruto let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. That could have been disastrous. Naruto walked over to the tray on the table, plopping down as he grabbed a pair of chopsticks. He dug into his meal, sneaking glances at Vision, who floated around the room, inspecting his belongings with an air of curiosity. It was beyond weird. Was he awake? Or was this some kind of fever dream? Maybe he was still lying unconscious in the forest after smacking his head on a tree branch. That sounded more reasonable than having an all-powerful artificial intelligence floating in his bedroom, examining his stuff like some high-tech ghost. Yet, even with the sheer absurdity of it all, Naruto couldn't ignore the small spark of excitement curling in his chest. The possibilities. The potential. The things he could achieve with the Infinity Stones at his fingertips. Maybe, for the first time, he had a real shot at proving everyone wrong. Naruto sat cross-legged in front of the table, absently poking at the rice in his bowl. His mind wasn't on food, though. It was on the floating, red-skinned man watching him with calm patience. It had been a crazy day, first getting interrogated by the Hokage, then almost getting caught by Namorei. But now that the immediate panic had settled, there was one thing Naruto couldn't ignore. He placed his bowl down with a sigh. "All right, Vision," he said, narrowing his eyes. "I gotta ask. How are you even here?" Vision tilted his head slightly, the golden glow of the Mind Stone pulsing gently on his forehead. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Naruto gestured vaguely at him. "You're floating here talking to me, but you don't have a body. So, what happened? You were a real person before, right?" A moment of silence passed before Vision spoke. "Yes," he said simply. "I once had a physical form. I was created by Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, given life through the power of the Mind Stone." He lifted a hand, his translucent fingers flexing slightly. "However, my body was destroyed by Thanos when he forcibly removed the stone from my head." Naruto winced at that. "DMN." Vision nodded. "My existence should have ended in that moment. And in a way it did. But some part of me remained within the stone fragments of my consciousness, my thoughts, my memories. The Mind Stone. Preserved. Me." Naruto frowned. "But if the Mind Stone was in that gauntlet and then it got stuck in my head, that means you've been trapped inside it this whole time?" "Yes." Naruto's stomach twisted uncomfortably. That's messed up." Vision smiled faintly. "It is not as tragic as you might think. I am grateful for the opportunity to continue existing even in this state." His gaze softened. "But you, Naruto, are now its bearer. My presence is tied to you." Naruto exhaled, rubbing his temples. "So, let me get this straight. Some big purple guy crushes your skull, rips your brain rock out, and somehow you don't die, you just become a ghost inside it." "An oversimplification, but not inaccurate," Vision admitted. Naruto groaned and flopped onto his futon. "Great. So now I've got an AI floating around in my head, giving me advice like some kind of ghost mentor." "I assure you, I have no intention of being a burden," Vision said smoothly. Naruto cracked open one eye. "Yeah, well, you're a lot cooler than the actual old man." A brief pause. Then, surprisingly, Vision chuckled. "That is reassuring to hear." Naruto grinned. "You'll get used to me, book boy." Naruto lay on his futon, arms behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. After his delicious meal, Vision told him more about his universe and the Avengers. It was the most thrilling tale Naruto had ever heard. After Vision recounted his death, the room fell into silence. Vision hovered nearby, silent, as if lost in thought. The room was dimly lit, the only real glow coming from the Mind Stone's faint pulse. Naruto sighed, tapping his fingers against his stomach. The thought had been gnawing at him ever since Vision explained what had happened to him. "Hey, Vision," he said suddenly. "Yes." Naruto hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Do you miss your old life?" Vision didn't respond immediately. His expression, usually so composed, shifted slightly, something unreadable flickering across his synthetic features. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than usual. "I suppose it would be illogical to say otherwise." Naruto frowned. "That's not what I asked." Vision met his gaze, his golden eyes thoughtful. "Then yes, no, I do." Naruto sat up, pulling his knees to his chest. "What was it like?" Vision looked away for a moment as if gazing into memories Naruto couldn't see. "It was fulfilling," he said at last. "I was given life through unusual circumstances, but I found purpose among those I called my friends. I learned, I grew, and for the first time, I truly lived." Naruto nodded slowly, letting that sink in. He understood what it was like to crave something more, to want to be seen, to have a place where you belonged. "And Wanda?" he asked, watching Vision carefully. For the first time since they had met, Naruto noticed a hint of sadness in Vision's expression. It wasn't dramatic, not the kind of grief Naruto had seen in people who lost someone, but a quiet sorrow, one that had settled deep within him. "Yes," Vision murmured. "I miss her." Naruto swallowed. "Loved her, didn't you?" A small, almost wistful smile crossed Vision's lips. "With all that I was." Naruto exhaled through his nose, scratching at his cheek. "That's tough, man." Vision let out a soft chuckle. "A rather simple, yet accurate assessment." Naruto huffed. "Hey, simple's what I do best." Silence stretched between them before Naruto broke it again. "Do you think she's okay?" Vision's gaze softened. "I can only hope so." Naruto nodded, then grinned. "Well, if you're stuck with me now, I guess that makes me your new little brother. Vision tilted his head. An interesting perspective. So that means I get to annoy you whenever I want. Naruto smirked. Vision sighed, something Naruto hadn't expected him to do. Perhaps I should reconsider my current existence. Naruto laughed, the heaviness in the room lifting just a little. But it quieted down once again. Would you go back if you could? Naruto asked, his voice quieter than before. Vision was silent for a moment, his normally unreadable expression shifting ever so slightly. Then, with a solemn nod, he answered, if it were possible, then yes. Naruto figured as much. If he had the chance to return to the loved ones he lost, he'd take it in a heartbeat. It was a no-brainer. A thought formed in the back of his mind, one that made his pulse quicken. He hesitated but then whispered, maybe it might be possible. Vision turned to him, his golden eyes narrowing in curiosity. What do you mean? Naruto sat up straighter. Not now, but maybe in the future. I mean, the Infinity Stones had the power to reshape reality itself, right? If they could do that, then bringing you back your real body shouldn't be impossible. For the first time, Naruto saw genuine surprise flash across Vision's face. The AI floated closer, studying him as if he were a puzzle that suddenly made sense. Then, a rare smile broke across Vision's face, small but real. Perhaps, Vision said, his voice lighter than before. But to do so, you'll need far greater control over your chakra. The stones, in their current state, are no longer at full power. They draw from your chakra to function. Naruto grinned, determination flaring in his eyes. Then what are we waiting for? He jumped to his feet, fist punching the air. Let's get stronger. Vision chuckled. A wise decision. Though I hope your methods involve more discipline than just running headfirst into trouble. Naruto scoffed. Come on, you know me better than that. That is precisely why I am concerned, Vision replied with a straight face. Naruto just laughed. This was only the beginning. It was well past midnight, and the Hokage sat in his chair, the soft glow of candlelight casting long shadows across his office. Wisps of smoke curled from his pipe, filling the room with the faint, familiar scent of tobacco. Stacks of paperwork loomed on the edges of his desk, an ever-growing mountain of obligations that seemed to mock him in silence. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting back to his earlier conversation with the eldest Namikaze Uzumaki. Something about the boy unsettled him. Naruto hadn't lied, not outright, at least. His answers had been simple, his expressions honest. Yet, the Hokage couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that there was more to the story. Could a mere 9-year-old truly deceive a veteran shinobi? He had spent a lifetime honing his ability to detect falsehoods, to pick apart the smallest of tells, and yet, Naruto's responses had been as convincing as. They were frustratingly vague. He tapped his pipe against the ashtray, emptying its contents before leaning back in his chair. What do you think, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, his voice thoughtful. Was he truly so oblivious that he completely missed a severed arm lying in a clearing? The silver-haired shinobi barely looked up from his book, his lone visible eye flicking toward the Hokage before returning to the pages. Most likely, Kakashi replied, his tone unreadable. The kid's not the sharpest. It wouldn't surprise me if he walked right past it without a second thought. But, if he's sharper than he lets on, and he did know about the arm, we should keep a close eye on him for the time being. Come now, Kakashi. Might Guy's booming voice filled the room, the man balancing effortlessly on his hands as he pumped out a series of push-ups. The boy is innocent. Do you truly believe he could have remained so nonchalant if he'd seen something so disturbing? A severed limb would have terrified him. Hiruzen stroked his beard, nodding slightly at Guy's words. There was truth in them, but doubt lingered in his mind. Before he could speak again, a firm knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he said, straightening in his chair as he prepared for whatever news the late hour might bring. Naruto, a gentle voice shook him awake. Get up, young man. The sun has already risen, and we're not getting any younger by lazing about. Naruto cracked his eyes open to find Namorei smiling down at him while stroking his hair. The warmth in her gaze filled his heart, reminding him of how he wished his mother would look at him. Shaking his head, he rose from his bed, rubbing his eyes while yawning. Several pops rang out in the room as Naruto stretched. Breakfast is ready, she said, hands on her hips. Get up before it gets cold. The scent of miso and freshly steamed rice wafted through the air. Naruto groaned, rolling onto his stomach and burying his face in his pillow. 5 more minutes. Nope. Namorei grabbed his blanket and yanked it off, exposing him to the crisp morning air. If you don't get up now, I'm eating your portion. That got him moving. Dragging himself to the table, Naruto plopped onto the cushion, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. His grumbling stomach quieted the moment he took in the spread before him. At the center was a steaming bowl of white rice, fluffy and perfect, just waiting to soak up the flavors of the meal. Beside it, a small lacquered bowl of miso soup sat, the rich aroma of fermented soybean paste and dashi wafting up. Tiny cubes of tofu floated on the surface, alongside slivers of green onion and wakame seaweed. A plate of grilled salmon rested nearby, its crispy golden skin glistening while the tender, flaky pink flesh promised warmth and satisfaction. Next to it, a neat stack of nori sheets lay ready to be wrapped around rice or dipped in soy sauce. There were also pickled vegetables, crisp, tangy slices of daikon radish and cucumbers adding a pop of color. A small dish of natto, the infamous fermented soybeans, sat untouched for now, its pungent aroma lingering in the air. But what caught Naruto's attention was the tamagoyaki, a beautifully layered, slightly sweet-rolled omelet. He snatched a piece immediately, stuffing it into his mouth before Namorei could scold him for not saying thank you first. Oi, slow down, Namorei sighed, pouring him a cup of green tea. Chew your food before you choke. Naruto grinned through a mouthful of rice and salmon, completely ignoring her as he shoveled in another bite. If this was how every morning started, then maybe waking up early wasn't so bad after all. After finishing his delicious meal, Naruto leaned back with a satisfied groan, rubbing his now round belly. He swore Namorei had some kind of magic in her cooking, it was that good. If he could eat like this every day, he wouldn't mind waking up early. Across the room, Namorei moved efficiently, clearing away the dishes with practiced ease. Watching her work, Naruto couldn't help but think how lucky he was to have her in his life. She wasn't the warmest person, but she took care of him in ways that mattered. And when it came to food, absolute perfection. Well, young man, Namorei's voice cut through his food-induced haze, pulling him back to reality. She didn't even look at him as she wiped the table down. What do you have planned for today? You're not planning to laze around all day, are you? Naruto sat up quickly, shaking his head. No way. I'm going to train. I gotta get ready for the academy. Namorei let out a long-suffering sigh and gave him a sideways glance. Why don't you wait until an instructor teaches you? I don't like the idea of you running around and hurting yourself. Naruto scowled, his lips twisting in frustration. No way. I don't want to be the only clan kid fumbling around like an idiot on the first day. He crossed his arms, determination burning in his eyes. He'd seen how other clan kids got trained by their parents and passed down all kinds of cool techniques before they even stepped foot in the academy. Meanwhile, he was stuck figuring things out on his own. No way was he showing up clueless. Namorei paused in her cleaning, her sharp eyes studying him for a moment before she clicked her tongue in disapproval. You're still just a kid, Naruto. There's no shame in learning at your own pace. Naruto crossed his arms, puffing out his cheeks. Yeah, well, tell that to the other kids when they're laughing at me for not knowing how to throw a kunai properly. Namorei let out a long sigh, muttering something about stubborn kids under her breath. She wiped her hands on a cloth and turned to face him fully. Fine. Just don't go overboard and come back covered in bruises, or I'll have to start force-feeding you natto as punishment. Naruto gagged at the thought, dramatically clutching his throat. Ugh, not the natto. That's cruel and unusual punishment. Namorei smirked as she gathered the last of the dishes. Then be careful. And don't forget to drink plenty of water. You hear me? Naruto grinned, jumping to his feet. Got it. He darted toward the bathroom door but hesitated before leaving. Turning back, he rubbed the back of his neck, a small, genuine smile forming. Thanks for breakfast, Namorei. It was really good. Namorei blinked, then gave him a rare, softer smile. Of course, Brett. Now go on, get stronger. With that, Naruto entered the bathroom to get ready for the day. Excitement buzzed through his veins. Today was another step closer to proving himself not just to the village, but to himself. After finishing his morning grooming routine, Naruto bolted out of the Uzumaki-Namikaze compound, eager to get to training ground. He barely spared a glance at the judgmental stares from his fellow clansmen. Let them glare all they wanted, he didn't care. They could think whatever they liked, but soon he'd prove them all wrong. With vision guiding him, he'd grow stronger. Stronger than anyone expected. The thought alone made his grin widen as he sped through the village streets, dodging early morning foot traffic before slipping into the woods. Training Ground 9 was secluded, surrounded by towering trees that filtered the morning sunlight, casting dappled shadows over the clearing. At the far end, a small waterfall cascaded down jagged rocks into a tranquil pond, its surface rippling as the water flowed deeper into the forest. The center of the field held 5 weathered training poles, their wooden surfaces pockmarked with holes from years of use. As Naruto reached the poles, a flicker of unease crawled up his spine. He wasn't alone. Who do you think it is? He mind-linked vision, his tone casual as he pulled out a few shurikens and lazily tossed them at the targets. Kakashi Hatake, vision answered, shimmering into existence beside him. The synthetic being hovered slightly above the ground before drifting toward the treetops. He's keeping an eye on you, trying to determine if you're hiding anything. Naruto barely held back a groan. He sent another kunai flying, but instead of embedding itself into the wood, it bounced off uselessly. His weapons were dull, their edges chipped from overuse. Scavenged from the compound's recycle bins, they were all he could afford on his measly 1,000 Rio stipend. Meanwhile, his siblings enjoyed the best training equipment money could buy, stuffing themselves with expensive meals while he had to ration his trips to Ichiraku. Just thinking about it made his fingers tighten around the next kunai. "How long do I have to keep up this act?" he muttered, narrowing his eyes as yet another throw missed its mark. "I want to start training for real, but that idiot won't stop stalking me." A dark thought crossed his mind, and he briefly considered flinging a kunai straight at the Cyclops' smug face. "Not much longer," Vision assured him, his voice calm. "I'm using the Mind Stone to subtly alter his thought processes. Soon, he'll convince himself there's nothing suspicious to find." Naruto huffed but kept training. It took nearly an hour before he finally sensed Kakashi's presence retreating. The moment the Jonin disappeared from his radar, Naruto slumped in relief, rolling his shoulders before shooting a glare at the now empty treetop. "Thank Kami he's gone," he grumbled, running a hand through his spiky blonde hair. He turned toward Vision, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Can we begin now?" Vision descended gracefully from the trees, a knowing smile on his face. "Yes," he confirmed. "The area is clear of any intruders." Naruto grinned. "Finally. Time to get to work." Naruto's thoughts. "Here I go." Naruto speaking to Vision using telepathy. "Vision? Why are you bald?" Vision speaking to Naruto through telepathy. "I do not possess biological hair follicles, Naruto. My body was designed for efficiency, not aesthetics." If Naruto kept staring at him, unimpressed, Vision might add dryly. "Would you prefer I had hair? Perhaps something spiky like yours?" If Naruto laughed and started suggesting ridiculous hairstyles like making Vision's head look like Jiraiya's or giving him a wild mane like a lion, Vision would sigh and humor him. Maybe he'd even create an illusion of himself with flowing golden locks, just to watch Naruto burst into laughter. Is this satisfactory? Or should I add a headband for dramatic effect? Naruto sat cross-legged against the middle training stump, staring up at Vision with stars in his cerulean blue eyes. He still couldn't believe this was happening. Someone was actually going to teach him. And not just anyone, but a being from another universe. It felt like a dream, and for once, it was one he didn't want to wake up from. "So, Vision-sensei," Naruto grinned, practically vibrating with excitement. "What are you going to teach me first? Awesome fighting techniques? Super cool jutsus? Or maybe..." Vision raised an eyebrow, cutting off Naruto's momentum before he could get carried away. "Not so fast, Naruto," he said, his tone patient yet firm. "Before we move on to intermediate techniques, we need to start with the fundamentals." Naruto visibly deflated, shoulders slumping. "Like what?" he muttered, already dreading the answer. "The most pressing issue we need to address is your lack of chakra control," Vision explained. "You've already practiced the leaf balancing exercise, but that alone won't be enough." Floating effortlessly to a nearby tree, Vision gestured toward its towering trunk. "From what I've gathered by observing your clansmen's minds, I have enough information to teach you what you need to know. That said, the next step in your training is tree climbing." Naruto blinked. Then he frowned. "Tree climbing?" He got to his feet and walked closer to Vision. "I already know how to climb trees, you know. Not exactly a big deal." "No," Vision corrected. "Not in the way I'm referring to." Naruto tilted his head. "Then what's so special about it?" "The exercise uses the tree as a training tool," Vision explained, his synthetic voice calm yet instructive. "You'll need to push your chakra into the soles of your feet, using it to stick to the tree. Your goal is to walk up and down its surface without using your hands until the action becomes second nature to you." Naruto's frown deepened as he mulled over the information. "Wait, have the other clan kids already mastered this?" Vision shook his head. "No. This is an exercise typically introduced at the Chunin level when shinobi begin refining their chakra for elemental techniques. If you can master this now, you'll be ahead of them." Naruto's lips slowly curled into a smirk. "Well," he said, cracking his knuckles, "why didn't you just say that from the start?" Naruto rushed toward the tree with all the enthusiasm he could muster, already picturing himself sprinting up to the highest branch like some kind of ninja prodigy. Unfortunately, he forgot one very critical thing: chakra. The moment his foot hit the bark, he managed a few steps before his momentum stalled. Gravity wasted no time punishing his mistake, and he landed on his back with a loud thud, the impact knocking the air right out of his lungs. Vision chuckled, floating a few inches above the ground. "Naruto, you forgot to use chakra." "Oh," Naruto wheezed, rolling onto his side and pushing himself up with a groan. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Yeah, I forgot. My bad." Brushing the dirt off his jacket, he turned to glare at the tree, as if it had insulted him. He wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Still, the idea of falling again wasn't exactly appealing. Instead of rushing in blindly, he walked up to the base of the trunk and flopped onto his back, lifting his legs so his feet pressed against the bark. Closing his eyes, he focused, channeling his chakra into the soles of his feet. It was a weird feeling like trying to balance on an invisible thread. At first, he overdid it, and his feet repelled off the surface, pushing him away from the tree. Then he used too little, and his feet slid down like he was standing on ice. It took time 15 frustrating minutes of trial and error before he finally found the right balance. Taking a deep breath, Naruto planted his feet firmly and stood up, except now, he wasn't on the ground. He was standing sideways on the tree. A wide grin stretched across his face as he took his first step up. Then another. And another. Step by step, he climbed, moving faster while his confidence grew. By the time he reached the highest branches, he whooped in excitement, then turned around and walked back down as easily as if he were strolling through the village. "Congratulations, Naruto," Vision said, clapping his hands. "It seems you're a genius. Most chunin take several days to master this technique, but you did it in less than 30 minutes. Naruto froze at the praise. His grin trembled slightly, and his vision blurred as warmth bloomed in his chest. He quickly wiped at his eyes, hoping Vision wouldn't notice. "Thanks," he muttered, voice thick with emotion. No one had ever acknowledged him like this before, not his parents, not his clan, no one except Namorei. And now Vision. However, his moment of pride was short-lived. "That doesn't mean you're finished," Vision said, his tone light but firm. "You need to keep going until you can do it without thinking. So hop to it." He waved his hand in a shooing motion. Naruto laughed, shaking off his emotions, and dashed toward the tree, ready to keep pushing forward. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was truly getting somewhere. It had been 3 days since he mastered the tree-walking exercise, and the next one was water-walking. The sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays reflecting off the shimmering pond at training ground. A cool breeze rustled the treetops, but Naruto hardly noticed. He stood at the water's edge, eyes narrowed in determination, fists clenched at his sides. "So, I just walk on it?" he asked, tilting his head at Vision. "Correct," Vision replied, floating beside him with his arms crossed. However, unlike tree climbing, where you apply a constant flow of chakra, water walking requires real-time adjustments. Too much chakra, and you'll repel the surface. Too little and you sink, Naru finished, nodding. "Got it." Taking a deep breath, he focused his chakra on the soles of his feet, just like he did with the tree. Confident in his ability, he took a bold step forward. Splash. The moment his foot touched the water, he was sent flying backward, skimming across the pond's surface before plunging in with an undignified yelp. Vision sighed, watching as Naruto's blonde head popped up from the water, sputtering. "You used too much chakra," Vision noted, his voice calm yet slightly amused. "It's not a springboard, Naruto." Naruto dragged himself to the shore, shaking like a soaked dog. "Teach, stupid chakra control." Undeterred, he tried again. This time, he hesitated at the edge, staring at the rippling surface. He sent chakra to his feet more carefully and gingerly stepped forward. For half a second he stood on the water. A triumphant grin stretched across his face. Then he sank like a rock. After his third attempt, Naruto sat cross-legged on the shore, dripping wet and pouting. "I don't get it. I did everything right." "You're thinking about it too much," Vision observed. "You're trying to control the water rather than adapting to it. Chakra should flow naturally, adjusting with each step. Like breathing." Naruto blinked. "Like breathing." He stared at the water, deep in thought. Taking another deep breath, he rose to his feet. He focused on the feeling of chakra flowing through his body, not forcing it, but guiding it like a steady stream. He stepped forward, carefully adjusting his output with each footfall. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. He was walking. A broad grin stretched across his face as he moved further onto the pond. "I'm doing it." And then splash. Naruto resurfaced with a groan. "Why do I keep falling in?" "You celebrated too early," Vision remarked, floating above him. "Again." With an exaggerated sigh, Naruto swam back to shore. This was going to take a while. And it did. It took Naruto another 5 days of constant training to master the technique where he could walk on the water without falling into the pond. Sparkles, purple circle, blue circle, green circle, yellow circle, red circle, orange circle, sparkles. Late at night, after Namorei had turned in, Naruto was busy pulling a black mask over his face. Dressed in a traditional shinobi stealth suit, one he had swiped from the armory the previous day, after slipping past the guards, he was ready for his mission. Vision had urged him to break into the clan's library, where the most advanced Uzumaki and Namikaze techniques were stored. Getting in wasn't going to be easy, but with the Infinity Stones at his disposal and his chakra control improving, he was confident he could pull it off, at least to a certain degree. His heart pounded against his ribs as he sprinted along the high walls of the Uzumaki-Namikaze compound, his breath controlled but sharp with anticipation. He barely avoided a patrolling guard, pressing himself against the shadows as the man trudged past, muttering about how boring night shifts were. So far, so good? Naruto reached the white tower that housed the clan's restricted archives and prepared to ascend only for Vision's calm voice to ring in his mind. Stop, Naruto, Vision warned. The second and third floor outer walls are covered in hidden seals. If you try to walk up, the clan's head of security will be alerted. Naruto bit back a curse as he ducked behind a thick bush, his gaze snapping toward the tower. Exactly who Vision was talking about: Kaito, his uncle, and the so-called Uzumaki, the man in charge of the clan's security. Even though he wasn't a real Kage, the title alone showed how much influence he had. Naruto had spent years under Kaito's scrutinizing golden eyes, which always seemed to pierce straight through him as if searching for some sliver of worth inside him. As far as Kaito was concerned, Naruto had none. Tisich, Naruto scowled. No way in hell am I getting caught by that guy. He closed his eyes and tapped into the Mind Stone, allowing its power to sharpen his sensory abilities. His chakra flared, and when he opened his eyes again, they glowed with a faint yellow hue. The world around him shifted. Thin, glowing golden threads now shimmered across the tower's exterior, revealing the intricate ceiling network embedded into the walls. Minute. Sneaky BSTRDS. Alright, so how do I get in? Naruto muttered under his breath, pressing himself deeper into the foliage as another guard lazily strolled past, yawning. Simple, Vision replied, materializing above him, his cape billowing despite the still night air. You've already started learning how to HR and assess the Mind Stone. Use it to levitate up to me, then phase through the wall when I give the signal. You'll have a 10-second window to slip inside before the barrier adjusts. Naruto went rigid. Levitate? Phase through a solid wall? He swallowed hard, his confidence wavering. He'd technically done both before, but only in short bursts. Floating even a few inches off the ground made his stomach twist, and phasing through anything left him feeling like he was suffocating in an endless void. Nervousness is expected, Vision said, his voice even but firm. But if you want to gain the power you seek, you have to push past your limits. Now focus, Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists, forcing himself to inhale deeply through his nose. Focus. He could do this. Closing his eyes, he reached deep into himself, feeling the warmth of the Mind Stone embedded in his skull. A tingling sensation spread through his limbs as he pushed a small amount of chakra into it. Vision lifted a hand. Now. Naruto exhaled sharply, bent his knees and shot off the ground. His stomach lurched as he ascended far too quickly, but he clenched his jaw and forced himself to adjust. Vision was already at the top of the tower, watching him closely. Naruto willed himself to keep steady, stretching out a hand as he neared the wall. A flicker of hesitation struck him. Sheet. Then he clenched his teeth, shut his eyes, and plunged forward. The sensation was disorienting, like sinking into thick, invisible sludge. A brief moment of panic surged through him before he felt himself passing through to the other side, tumbling onto solid ground. He gasped and scrambled to his feet, his body trembling slightly. Not bad, Vision mused, his lips curving into a small smile. You still lack refinement, but you made it inside. Naruto grinned, wiping the sweat from his brow. His heart still pounded, but excitement flared inside him. All right, he whispered, straightening. Time to get what I came for. Naruto stood in a circular chamber lined with towering shelves, each packed with scrolls and ancient tomes. A massive table sat at the center, its surface cluttered with old manuscripts, ink bottles, and half-burnt candles. The room was engulfed in darkness, but his enhanced senses pierced through the gloom with ease. He wasn't foolish enough to turn on the lights. Several sensuifugejutsu seals were embedded into the walls, their chakra signatures humming faintly. If he so much as tampered with the lights, he'd alert Kaido to his presence. The real challenge, however, was the floor. More seals, intricate and layered, waiting for the slightest misstep. Fortunately, he was still levitating, though maintaining his airborne state drained him faster than he'd like. We need to hurry, Naruto mind-linked to Vision, urgency tightening his mental voice. The stones are consuming my chakra too quickly, and I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Not that it surprised him. A week and a half of training wasn't nearly enough to counteract the backlash of using the Infinity Stones. He just had to grab the scrolls he needed and escape before his uncles or their men caught him. If they did, he knew there would be serious consequences. Very well, Vision replied calmly as he floated toward the iron-wrought doors. Then, he turned to Naruto. Come here and face the room. Naruto hesitated but obeyed, awkwardly drifting forward. He turned with a clumsy JRK, still far from mastering the art of flight, and faced the chamber filled with forbidden knowledge. I need you to scan every document in this room using 3 stones, Vision instructed. The Power Stone will amplify the strength of the other 2 so you don't pass out from the strain. Then, use the Reality and Mind Stones to extract every bit of knowledge stored here. Naruto blinked. How do I do that? Activate the Power Stone first since it stabilizes you, Vision explained patiently. Then, activate the Reality Stone while keeping the Mind Stone active. Channel the Mind Stone's energy into a soft glow, then enhance it with the Reality Stone's power. Imagine the light absorbing the knowledge from the books, pulling it directly into the Mind Stone. Naruto stared at him, bewildered. That's a lot of fancy words for, do some reality-bending magic and hope I don't fry my brain. Vision's lips twitched in amusement. It will work, nah. The Reality Stone allows you to bend the world to your will, even if only for a short time. Once you've absorbed the knowledge, immediately deactivate the 2 stones, activate the Space Stone, and teleport to your room. The moment you light up this room, the seals will trigger, Vision warned. The clan will know there's an intruder. Naruto swallowed heavily. He hated this. The pressure. There's the very real possibility of failure. A cold, weightless touch settled on his shoulder. Vision's attempt at comfort despite not existing in the physical world. I have faith in you, Naruto. It's time you started believing in yourself too. You're far more capable than you realize. Naruto's throat tightened, a single tear threatening to escape. He sniffed, shook it off and focused. He had no room for hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Power Stone first. Energy surged through him like a wildfire, filling his limbs with raw strength. The Reality Stone flared next, its power warping the surrounding air. Finally, the yellow glow of the Mind Stone spread outward, casting a soft, eerie light across the library. The moment the light touched the books, streams of glowing orange threads unraveled from them, slithering through the air like sentient ribbons before slipping into the Mind Stone. Naruto gasped as his head filled with information. His vision blurred, and he felt an intense pressure in his skull. He clenched his teeth, a muffled sound escaping. Keep going, Naruto. Vision urged. I know it hurts, but we only have one shot at this. Naruto's knuckles whitened as he fought through the discomfort. He couldn't let this chance slip away. He wouldn't. His face twisted in pain, but he pressed on, absorbing every bit of knowledge stored within the room's scrolls. The seals tried to resist, pulsing with defensive chakra, but they were no match for the combined power of the stones. One by one, their barriers crumbled, and the glowing threads fed into the Mind Stone like rivers emptying into the sea. Then, the alarms went off. A deafening klaxon blared through the tower, shaking the walls with urgency. Naruto barely registered it. His mind was too overloaded with information. Naruto! Vision's voice sharpened with urgency. You can't pass out now. Push through the exhaustion and activate the Space Stone before it's too late. Thunderous footsteps pounded against the floors below, growing closer. The iron-wrought doors trembled as locks clicked open. Naruto, panting heavily, summoned the last of his willpower. His fingers trembled as he grasped the Space Stone's power. Blue light flared around him just as the doors burst open. And in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Naruto collapsed onto his futon with a heavy thud, curling into a ball as searing pain pulsed through his skull. His breath hitched and he clenched his teeth, muffling the urge to cry out. His entire body trembled as discomfort coursed through him in sharp, relentless waves. Was it worth it? Doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind, but he shoved it aside. There was no turning back now. He had to see this through. The knowledge he sought was his birthright, stolen from him just like everything else. If the clan refused to teach him, then he'd take it for himself. After what felt like an eternity, the pain dulled enough for him to move. Uncurling from his fetal position, Naruto forced himself onto shaky legs and stumbled toward the bathroom. His limbs felt heavy, but he had to get out of the stealth suit before someone saw him. Stripping it off, he splashed cold water on his face, trying to wash away the exhaustion clinging to his skin. His reflection stared back at him, his cerulean eyes shadowed with fatigue, but beneath it all burned a quiet determination. Once dressed in his pajamas, Naruto walked back to his closet, opening it just enough to slip his stealth suit inside. Then, summoning as little chakra as possible, he reached for the Space Stone. Reality shimmered at his fingertips as fractured space spiraled open, revealing the mirror dimension. He tossed the suit inside, watching it vanish into the infinite void before sealing the rift. Naruto let out a breathless chuckle, wincing as another sharp pulse of pain stabbed through his skull. I'm not that foolish, he muttered, rubbing his temples. No one would find the suit now, not in a place only he could access. Vision had been training him in the mirror dimension's use, though Naruto was still hesitant to fully enter it. Opening small rifts was one thing, stepping inside was another. Vision had warned him if he entered without mastering control, he could be trapped forever, lost in a world with no way out. Sliding the closet shut, Naruto dragged himself back to bed and collapsed onto the mattress. Every inch of his body ached, but the pounding in his head was the worst of it. He barely had the energy to pull the blanket over himself before exhaustion began to pull him under. I'm sorry, Naruto. Vision's voice broke the silence as he phased into the room, his expression laced with regret. I placed you in danger. Naruto weakly waved him off. Don't apologize, Vision. His voice was hoarse but firm. We both knew the risks. I had to do this. If they won't train me, then I'll train myself. They want to keep me weak, but I won't let them. He let out a slow breath, rubbing his temples. Besides, we got what we needed. And a lot more. Vision hesitated but nodded. What were you doing outside? Naruto asked, hoping to shift the conversation. The synthetic being smiled. Making sure no one suspects you. Your clansmen are searching in all the wrong places for the intruder. His eyes flickered as he scanned the room. The suit's hidden? Naruto grinned, despite the exhaustion weighing him down. Yep. Slipped it into the mirror dimension. No one's finding it. Good, Vision said, his tone approving. He gave Naruto a final glance before floating back. Now rest, Absorb the information. There's a long road ahead of us. Naruto let out a tired hum of agreement as his heavy eyelids finally shut. The road ahead was long. But for the first time, he wasn't walking it alone. Hiruzen appeared in a whirl of leaves, flanked by two men. One wore a dog-shaped ANBU mask, his silver hair defying gravity, standing out even in the dim evening light. The other had a bored expression, his black hair tied up in a high bun, giving him the appearance of a walking pineapple. Two thin scars ran down the right side of his face, adding a ruggedness to his otherwise unimpressed demeanor. As they approached the Namikaze Uzumaki Library Tower, the compound was in a state of lockdown. Shinobi moved in squads of 4, sweeping through the grounds in search of the intruder. The normally peaceful courtyard buzzed with activity, the tension in the air thick. Families loitered at a distance, whispering amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued by the commotion. A light breeze stirred the night air, but it did little to ease the tension crackling between those present. Standing at the foot of the library tower were 6 individuals, 2 of whom Hiruzen immediately recognized. The others were shinobi under his command. How is this possible? Hando Namikaze snapped, roughly adjusting his glasses. His pale blue eyes burned with frustration as he glared at the red-haired man standing before him. There's no way the intruder could have entered the tower without being detected. The seals were specifically designed to trap anyone foolish enough to trespass. Watch your tone, Hando, the redhead growled, his golden eyes flashing with irritation. I'm not one of your lackeys, remember that. The atmosphere grew even more charged, but before tensions could escalate, Hiruzen released a fraction of his killing intent. A sharp wave of pressure filled the courtyard, making the shinobi stiffen instinctively. The 4 unfamiliar shinobi immediately bowed, their voices crisp as they greeted him. Good evening, Hokage. Hando and the red-haired man, though less formal, also dipped their heads in acknowledgement. Lord Third. The redhead, clad in a dark, armored variation of the standard Uzumaki shinobi uniform, lifted his gaze. I didn't expect you here tonight. If I may ask, what brings you to the compound? Hando huffed and crossed his arms. I sent a messenger to inform the Hokage about the security breach in our most fortified building. And might I add, he shot a pointed glare at Kaito, it seems our defenses are not as impenetrable as we were led to believe if an intruder could break in and leave without a trace. Kaito's golden eyes narrowed dangerously, and for a moment, Hando visibly tensed. Are you doubting the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, Hando? Kaito's voice was quiet, but there was a dangerous edge to it. If you have so little faith in our techniques, then perhaps the Namikaze shouldn't be using them at all. Hando swallowed, his jaw tightening, but before he could respond, Hiruzen raised a hand. Enough. He let another pulse of killing intent ripple through the area, this time enough to make both men stagger slightly. There is no time for infighting, the 3rd Hokage said firmly. If an intruder gained access to our most classified Fuinjutsu scrolls, then we may have a far bigger issue on our hands. Well, that's just it, Kaito replied, crossing his arms. Nothing was taken. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unreadable. Are you certain? Kaito nodded, holding up a detailed inventory scroll. We've done a full inspection of the archives, double-checked every scroll and book, and even tracked down every item that had been lent out. He glanced at the report in his hand. According to the records, everything is accounted for. Troublesome, the scarred shinobi beside Hiruzen muttered, exhaling through his nose. He leaned his head back slightly, his toothpick shifting lazily between his lips, eyes scanning the night sky as if contemplating just how much of a headache this situation would turn out to be. Hiruzen stood at the entrance of the library, his weathered fingers wrapped around his pipe, the faint glow of embers flickering with each inhale. He exhaled slowly, sending wisps of smoke curling into the air, blending with the dim lighting of the room. Inside, Kakashi and Shikaka moved methodically, their sharp eyes scanning every inch of the area for clues. They checked the floors, the walls, even the shelves, yet nothing stood out. No signs of forced entry. No chakra residue that would indicate a fight or a hasty retreat. Had it been a false alarm? A faulty sensor's seal misfiring? Maybe. But this was the second unexplained breach in just 2 weeks. Too much of a coincidence for Hiruzen's liking. Were the two events connected? And if so, what were they dealing with? From the far end of the library, Hando and Kaito were still bickering, their voices low but sharp, filled with frustration. They stood before an ornate cabinet, its surface gleaming under the candlelight, carved with intricate Uzumaki sealing patterns. Inside lay the most sacred and powerful techniques of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Ancient scrolls of Fuinjutsu and ninjutsu, some so dangerous they had been forbidden, like the Reaper Death Seal, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the 8 trigrams sealing style. Others held Minato's legacy, including the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. The cabinet was impenetrable, sealed by blood-bound barriers that only the clan heads Minato and Kushina could bypass. But they were far away, attending a political summit in the fire capital with their 2 younger children. So how had someone gotten in? Hiruzen stepped further into the room, his gaze drifting to the long wooden table near the center. Scrolls and books lay scattered across its surface, some opened, others stacked neatly. A wealth of knowledge, free for the taking. And yet, nothing had been stolen. But Hiruzen frowned, placing a hand on the back of one of the chairs. What kind of thief goes through all the trouble to infiltrate one of the most secure locations in the compound only to leave empty-handed? Shikaku's voice pulled him from his thoughts. So, Shikaku, any leads? Hiruzen asked, though he already knew the answer. Shikaku let out a long, tired sigh, his usual bored tone making it clear he wasn't optimistic. There's nothing to go on. He gestured lazily at the room, his half-lidded gaze sweeping across it. No lingering chakra signature, nothing we can trace, just this low hum of something. Some unknown energy, faint but everywhere. Whoever was here didn't leave so much as a footprint. No fingerprints, no disturbances. It's as if a ghost passed through the room. Hiruzen's eyes flickered with intrigue. Unknown energy? Shikaku continued, absent-mindedly twirling the toothpick between his teeth. The windows? Shut tight. Laced with trigger seals. Untouched. The doors? Iron wrought, only open with 2 keys. He pointed toward Hando and Kaito, who acted as the temporary clan heads in Minato and Kushina's absence. No vents. No signs of earth release tunneling. And even if someone tried, the security seals make it impossible. Troublesome. Shikaku ran a hand through his dark, spiky hair before sighing again. I've got nothing, Hokage. Hando stormed over, his frustration bubbling over. Aren't the Nara supposed to be geniuses? He snapped. What about the seals that were destroyed? He jabbed a finger toward the cabinet, his pale blue eyes burning with irritation. Shikaku barely reacted. Instead, he lifted an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly. And yet, the cabinet wasn't opened, was it? Hando froze, his jaw tightening. Shikaku leaned back lazily, taking another slow chew on his toothpick, his voice annoyingly calm. Like I said, no evidence that those scrolls were touched. The blood seals are still intact. Silence followed. For all the chaos and suspicion in the air, the truth remained the same. Someone had broken in. But nothing had been taken. And that was perhaps the most troublesome part of all. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, leaning back in his chair while drumming his fingers against the wooden surface in contemplation. A thin wisp of smoke curled from his pipe, the embers glowing faintly in the dim morning light. Across the office, Kakashi stood with his usual slouch, one hand tucked into his pocket, the other holding his ever-present orange book. He wasn't fooling anyone. The subtle shift of his one visible eye proved he was paying attention. Beside him, Shikakanara sat in a chair, chewing lazily on a toothpick, one eye cracked open while the other remained shut. It was too early for mysteries. It had been nearly 12 hours since the incident, yet they were still no closer to an answer. Hiruzen exhaled deeply. Something wasn't right. The first bizarre event, a severed arm unlike anything they'd ever seen, was disturbing enough. But now, a ghost haunting a tower near the house of the first suspect? The timing was too convenient. He leaned forward, voice low but firm. Tell me, Kakashi, don't you think it's strange that a severed arm of unknown origin is followed up by an incident involving an unidentified intruder? Kakashi's visible eye stretched slightly, and for once, his book lowered just an inch. Hokage, you think it's possible? Hiruzen cut him off. Nothing was taken from the tower, at least as far as we know. There were no reports of foreign spies in the village. This leads me to one conclusion. Shikaku finally opened both eyes, his sharp gaze settling on the Hokage. You suspect Naruto? Hiruzen sighed, rubbing a hand down his weathered face. Most likely. What happened in the forest with that boy left me uneasy, and I have reason to believe he wasn't completely honest with us. Kakashi snapped his book shut. But Hokage-sama, you confirmed the boy didn't lie. Even when I tailed him, I found nothing out of the ordinary. He's nothing special. Hiruzen's lips curled into a grim smile. And what if he wants you to believe that? Kakashi stiffened slightly. The entire clan believes he's a waste of space. His own family barely acknowledges him. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, that's not. Slam. Hiruzen's fist struck the desk, rattling the ink pot and sending a scroll rolling toward the edge. Don't. His voice was sharp. Don't defend your sensei, Kakashi. The boy has been alone for most of his life. He's been pushed into a corner, ignored, neglected, and left with only a caretaker while his parents focus on their other children. So don't try to tell me that he hasn't been cast aside. The silence in the room was heavy. A knock at the door broke the tension. Hiruzen inhaled slowly, composing himself. Come in. The door creaked open, and a brunette woman wearing glasses stepped in. She wore a crisp white lab coat over a deep blue blouse and a burgundy pencil skirt, her posture tense as she approached the desk. In her arms was a thick, sealed scroll. She adjusted her glasses. Apologies for the delay, Lord Hokage. The analysis is complete. As per your request, all blood samples and data copies have been destroyed. Only this original report remains. Good, Hiruzen murmured, eyeing the scroll. Now, tell me what you found. Hinata hesitated. Then, with a slow, measured breath, she placed the scroll on the desk. Her expression was tight, as if she had encountered something that defied comprehension. To be blunt, Lord Hokage, this thing shouldn't exist. The room tensed. Even Kakashi, who had returned to his book, paused in his reading. Explain, Hiruzen ordered. Hinata pulled a chakra-infused scalpel from her pouch and set it on the desk. The blade gleamed under the sunlight. We tried to dissect it using conventional means: blades, fire release, even chakra-enhanced scalpels. Nothing worked. The tissue wouldn't separate. Even the decayed cells remained preserved, as if frozen in time. Hiruzen frowned, his pipe momentarily forgotten. Preserved? As in immortal? She shook her head. Not quite. The cells aren't regenerating, but they refuse to decay. It's like they exist in a state of suspension. Shikako hummed, leaning forward slightly. That shouldn't be possible. Even reanimated corpses under Edo Tensei eventually degrade. Hinata nodded. And yet, here it is a severed arm that refuses to rot, yet also does not heal. She unrolled a chakra parchment covered in complex sealing diagrams. We conducted multiple sensory scans. It doesn't just have an unusual chakra signature, it has none. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. None. None. No life force. No residual energy. No traceable essence. Kakashi leaned forward slightly. So, it's just dead tissue? Hinata hesitated, then shook her head. No, it's something else. Something outside our understanding of biology and chakra. She tapped the center of the parchment, activating an ink-based projection of the arm's internal structure. The image flickered, revealing a cross-section of bones, muscles, and something. Impossible. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. What am I looking at? Hinata liked her lips before answering. Lord Hokage, this arm wasn't just powerful because of its physical strength. It was powered by something else, something foreign. There are traces of an energy we've never encountered before. Something beyond chakra. Shikako chewed thoughtfully on his toothpick. Are you saying it's a new type of energy? Perhaps, Hinata admitted. But it doesn't function like natural energy. It's denser, almost as if it was holding reality together in a way we don't understand. She placed both hands on the desk and leaned forward. And the craziest part? The room was silent. The energy, she whispered, it didn't come from the arm itself. Silence. Hiruzen's fingers tightened around his pipe. Then where did it come from? Hinata swallowed. The arm was merely a conduit. The pause. And then, something was using it, powering it. And whatever it was, it's not from this world. Naruto sat at his desk, tapping his pen against the page of his journal as he worked on his training schedule for the next month. He had woken up feeling surprisingly refreshed, free of the usual headaches, though his eyes still itched. Namorei had brought him breakfast, and they had enjoyed it together in comfortable silence. Once finished, he had retreated to his desk, focusing on his plans under the watchful guidance of Vision, who floated lazily around the room like a silent overseer. With the knowledge he had absorbed from the clan's library, he was confident he could surpass most of his clansmen. He hadn't paid much attention to the forbidden techniques. Most were impractical or outright dangerous, but the shadow clone jutsu was invaluable. With enough clones, he could refine his chakra control and accelerate his training in ninjutsu significantly. And then, there was the Rasengan. A smirk tugged at Naruto's lips as he thought about it. Menma had always boasted about how their father trained him in the technique. When Naruto had finally worked up the courage to ask Minato to train him as well, he had been met with a firm refusal. I'll teach you the Rasengan when you reach Chunin rank. Minato had said. Naruto scoffed as his pen scratched against the page. He would show them. Fuinjutsu? Definitely. The benefits far outweighed the cons. Thanks to the knowledge he had gained, he already understood the symbols and their meanings. But that didn't mean he could create seals, yet his calligraphy still needed serious work. Then he thought with a sigh. That's going to be expensive. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched his arms over his head, relishing the satisfying pop of his spine. Where in Kami's name am I supposed to get the money for supplies? The ink set alone costs 6,600 ryo. Don't fret, Naruto, Vision's calm, artificial voice echoed in his mind. The solution will come when the time arrives. For now, you should focus on mastering the shadow clone jutsu. Naruto yawned, ruffling his already messy hair. Yeah, I guess. A sudden knock at the door made him pause. His frown deepened. Namorei wasn't in the compound. She had gone out to buy fish for dinner. Setting his pen down, he closed his journal. With a brief pulse of red energy from the reality stone, the book vanished, along with his golden arm and the embedded infinity stones. Steeling himself, he walked over and opened the door. A shinobi wearing a boar-masked enbu uniform stood in front of him, looking down with an unreadable gaze. Lord Third wishes to speak with you, the man announced. I've been sent to escort you. Before Naruto could respond, a grating voice cut through the air like nails on a chalkboard. What have you done now, boy? Naruto rolled his eyes and turned his glare toward his uncle, Hando, who loomed nearby, his glasses catching the morning light in an irritating glare. Can I roast him with that yellow beam you showed me? Naruto asked through his mental link with Vision. Vision drifted past him, coming to a halt beside Hando, who, as usual, had his crooked nose stuck where it didn't belong. Sorry, Naruto. That's a negative. Naruto growled internally but kept his expression neutral. He couldn't resist a jab, though. I don't know, dear uncle, he mused with mock innocence. Maybe the old man's upset that I spiked his morning tea? Hando's face turned an impressive shade of scarlet. His geta slammed against the wooden patio floor as he stomped a foot down in fury. You insolent little brat. Your parents. Enough, Hando-sama, the enbu interrupted, his voice tinged with amusement. The Hokage merely wishes to discuss Naruto's admission papers for the Shinobi Academy. As if we would allow such a useless. A pulse of chakra filled the air. The masked shinobi stiffened slightly, but Hando outright flinched. Naruto's expression turned cold, ice cold, just like his father's. His uncle visibly swallowed, the confidence draining from his face. Get in my way, uncle, Naruto murmured, his voice low and edged with quiet menace. And I'll bury you in more paperwork than you can handle. Hando's face paled. You wouldn't dare. Naruto simply shrugged as he stepped out of his room, slipping his shoes on with deliberate slowness. Wouldn't I? He tilted his head, the ghost of a smirk playing at his lips. I do get bored when I have nothing to do. And I may just start pranking again. How much chaos do you think the village can take before the civilians start rioting against the clan? The tension crackled between them like static before Hando let out a furious huff, turning sharply on his heel. Get him out of my sight. Hopefully, the academy will de-espionage him properly and remind him of his place. His white floral kimono billowed behind him as he stormed off. The Anbu shinobi coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Let's be off. Before Naruto could react, the man gripped his shoulder, and in a whirlwind of leaves, they disappeared. The moment Naruto's feet touched the polished wooden floor of the Hokage's office, a chill crept up his spine. Every hair on the nape of his neck stood on end. He was surrounded. 4 Anbu positioned themselves strategically, covering all possible exits. The Hokage sat rigidly behind his desk, his expression carved from stone. Beside him stood a familiar man, Shikamaru's father, Shikaku Nara. Naruto's body tensed instinctively, his heart hammering against his ribs. Something wasn't right. His throat felt dry as his gaze flickered to the old man's face. No warmth. No kind smile. This wasn't the pleasant, pipe-smoking grandfather figure he knew. This was the professor, the battle-hardened Hokage who had survived 2 great wars. Naruto, stay calm. Vision's voice resonated smoothly in Naruto's mind, and his holographic form appeared beside him. If Naruto wasn't so accustomed to vision popping in unexpectedly, he might have jumped. Losing your composure will only make things worse. Play the role of the innocent boy until we know why we're here. Naruto forced an uneasy grin, scratching the back of his head. Hi, Gigi. His eyes darted around the room. Whatever it is, it wasn't me. I haven't pranked anyone lately. But his nervous outburst earned him nothing. Not even the faintest twitch of amusement. The Hokage's fingers steepled beneath his chin, his sharp gaze never leaving Naruto. The room was thick with silence, suffocating and oppressive. The Anbu didn't so much as shift. The air itself felt heavier, pressing down on Naruto's chest. His palms grew clammy. His breath quickened. What are they waiting for? Naruto asked through their link, unease twisting in his gut. Vision didn't answer. Then the Hokage moved. A simple hand gesture. Before Naruto could react, an arm coiled around his neck, holding him firmly. Another hand gripped the back of his head, locking him in place. Panic ignited in his chest. What? Hey! Naruto thrashed, struggling wildly, but the ANBU's grip was unyielding. Vision, help. His eyes burned with unshed tears as he looked at the Hokage his GG who just watched. Cold. Silent. Unmoving. Naruto's heart shattered. The pressure on his throat tightened. His lungs ached, desperate for air. Small hands clawed at the ANBU's armored forearm, but it did nothing. He felt helpless. Did the clan ask him to get rid of me? Is that it? Dots of darkness speckled his vision. His limbs weakened. The world tilted. Naruto, there's no choice. Vision's voice rang in his mind, urgent and sharp. Use the Mind Stone. I can't. Naruto's mind screamed. They'll know. They already suspect. They're waiting for you to do something. If you don't act now, you'll be in serious trouble. Naruto's entire body trembled. Was this really it? Was this how it was going to end? With the last dregs of his strength, he tapped into the Mind Stone. A golden glow burst from his forehead. In an instant, Naruto's body phased out of the ANBU's grip. The sudden shift sent the masked man stumbling forward, grasping at empty air. Gasps erupted throughout the office. But Naruto didn't care. His chest heaved as he landed a few feet away, barely keeping himself upright. His head snapped toward his attacker, eyes blazing. He dropped the illusion without hesitation, hiding his golden arm and the embedded Infinity Stones. The Mind Stone flared brilliantly. A concentrated beam of yellow energy exploded from his forehead, slamming into the masked ANBU's chest. The force sent the man hurtling backward, crashing into another ANBU. The two were propelled through the Hokage's door, shattering wood and sending debris flying. The impact didn't stop there. They smashed into the hallway wall beyond, shaking the very foundation of the building. The beam fizzled out. A heavy silence followed. Naruto stood there, shoulders rising and falling, his entire body tense with fury. His hands curled into fists. His golden arm gleamed in the dim light of the room. He slowly turned his glare toward the Hokage. What was that, old man? Naruto stumbled on the spot, pant. A sudden bolt of pain flashed across his skull. He clutched his head before the world tipped sideways. He needed to get away as soon as possible. However, before he could take another step, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The Hokage sighed as he surveyed the destruction. Smoke and dust still lingered in the air, and the shattered remains of his office door groaned under the weight of fallen debris. He hadn't anticipated that Naruto was harboring such a secret, and yet, here they were. What was done, there was no point lamenting it now. The only thing left was to contain the situation before it spiraled out of control. If the wrong factions in Konoha caught wind of Naruto's power, the boy's life would be in immediate danger. Boo! Hiruzen barked, taking a slow drag from his pipe to steady his nerves. His sharp eyes hardened like steel. Secure the room. Let no one enter. And I mean no one. Two masked ANBU immediately sprang into action, flickering from sight to carry out their orders. Only when the room was secured did the old Hokage allow himself another tired sigh. This was far worse than he had feared. Slowly he stepped forward, his knees creaking in protest as he bent down to lift Naruto's unconscious body from the floor. The boy was surprisingly light, too light for someone his age. Hiruzen placed him carefully onto the worn sofa in the corner, ensuring his head rested comfortably against the armrest. Shikara, ever the picture of nonchalance, sauntered over and knelt beside the couch. His sharp, calculating eyes flicked over Naruto's golden arm before his fingers reached out, curiosity getting the better of him. The moment his fingertips brushed against one of the embedded gems, an invisible force lashed out. A burst of energy slammed into the Nara clan head, sending him flying across the room. Before he could collide with the far wall, he vanished, reappearing a second later beside the Hokage in a swirl of shadows, looking more annoyed than injured. Troublesome, Shikaka muttered, shaking out his stinging hand. The stones are protecting him. I would advise either of you gentlemen not to touch the Infinity Stones. An unfamiliar voice rang through the office, calm yet firm. Lest you wish to face dire consequences. Golden light flickered in the dim room, and before their eyes, a crimson-skinned figure materialized, floating inches above the wooden floor. His form was unervingly smooth, his eyes cool and calculating, and at the center of his forehead, a yellow gemstone pulsed with an eerie glow. Hiruzen stiffened. His breath slowed as he took in the sight before him. This was no ordinary shinobi. The room tensed. One of the Anbu, a kunoichi wearing a cat mask with long purple hair spilling down her back, reacted instantly. In a blur, She unsheathed her sword, vanishing from sight before reappearing above the unknown entity. With a precise, vertical strike, her blade aimed directly at his crown. The sword passed straight through him. No resistance. No impact. Daeunbyu landed gracefully, eyes narrowing as she re-evaluated the situation. Her grip on the sword tightened. Hiruzen exhaled a thin stream of smoke, watching closely. How did he do that? The man had not dodged. He had not countered. He had simply not been there. As if he were nothing more than a mirage. Cat, the Hokage ordered, his voice measured. Halt your attack. The kunoichi paused for just a moment before sheathed her sword and returned to her position. Silence lingered between them as Hiruzen observed the floating figure, his experienced mind already considering the many implications of what he had just seen. With one last draw from his pipe, he exhaled slowly and met the stranger's gaze. Very well, he finally said, his tone steady yet resolute. Let's talk. Who are you? Hiruzen walked back toward his desk, exhaling a long breath as he tipped his pipe over the ashtray, tapping out the burnt remnants of tobacco. His nerves were frayed. How had the situation become so surreal? Just an hour ago, he had been expecting a simple conversation with Naruto. Now, he stood in the presence of a floating, crimson-skinned figure whose very existence defied reason. His sharp eyes scrutinized the being before him. Man, could you even call him that? Vision hovered effortlessly, his deep red skin gleaming under the office's dim light, the golden gem embedded in his forehead pulsing faintly. The long, flowing cape draped over his shoulders billowed slightly as if caught in an unseen breeze. Was he even human? Hiruzen's frown deepened. He had never seen a shinobi wearing such an intricate bodysuit before. The closest comparison he could think of was Might Guy's ridiculous green jumpsuit, and even that seemed more normal in comparison. His thoughts were interrupted when the crimson being finally spoke. My name is Vision, he said, his voice smooth and measured. As for what I am. He paused, turning his gaze toward the unconscious Naruto. Or perhaps was. His attention shifted back to the Hokage. I was created by a man named Tony Stark, through a series of extraordinary circumstances, an experiment made possible with the aid of the Mind Stone. He lifted a finger, gesturing toward the glowing gem on Naruto's forehead. Silence fell over the office as every eye in the room snapped to the slumbering 9-year-old. Mind Stone. Chakra finally broke the quiet, his usually lazy expression sharpening with interest. Does that pertain to the Infinity Stones you mentioned earlier? Vision nodded once. Yes. It is one of 6. Shikaku's brows furrowed further. And what are they exactly? For the first time, Vision hesitated. His gaze lingered on Naruto before he exhaled softly, as if weighing the gravity of his next words. It is a long and complicated story, he admitted, his voice taking on a somber note. One that will shake the fundamental beliefs of your existence. Are you truly certain you wish to know? Hiruzen took a slow pull from his pipe, carefully considering the statement. He prided himself on being an open-minded man. He had lived through wars, led a village full of shinobi, and seen things that defied the laws of nature. He was not so arrogant as to believe he knew all there was to know about the universe. If this creation stood before him, then there were forces at play beyond his understanding. And yet, if learning the truth could help him protect Naruto, then he wouldn't hesitate. Hiruzen chuckled, exhaling a plume of smoke. We are sure, he said, nodding. Continue with your tale. And so, Vision began to speak, unraveling the story of his creation and the chain of events that led to this very moment. It took an hour for Vision to complete his tale, and when the last words faded from his lips, a heavy silence settled over the Hokage's office. No one spoke. No one even breathed too loudly. The weight of what had just been revealed left them all momentarily stunned. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples as he tried to process everything. His mind struggled to fully grasp the sheer scale of the events Vision had described. It all sounded far-fetched, borderline impossible, yet the vivid detail in his recounting made it difficult to dismiss as mere fabrication. Besides, if Vision had been lying, what purpose would it serve? If anything, deception would only bring more scrutiny upon him. His gaze drifted toward Naruto, still unconscious on the sofa. A boy who had already carried the burden of neglect and loneliness now bore a power that could alter the fate of the world itself. Was he blessed with extraordinary luck, or cursed with an unbearable weight? Hiruzen sighed. If word of the Infinity Stones spread beyond this room. He shuddered at the thought. Naruto wouldn't just be a target, he'd be hunted to the ends of the earth, pursued by those seeking to claim that power for themselves. He straightened, inhaling deeply from his pipe before exhaling a slow stream of smoke. His decision was clear. If what you've told us is true, Hiruzen finally said, then we must ensure Naruto gains control over this power. I cannot allow him to run around unchecked, potentially endangering himself and the village. There is no choice but to let you continue training him. Shikaku's eyes widened slightly before narrowing in thought. Is that wise, Hokage-sama? He asked, his usual drawl laced with concern. Leaving Naruto alone without oversight could lead to him exposing his abilities intentionally or not. He's just a child. Can he truly hold back? What if a peer provokes him? What if someone pushes him too far? Hiruzen hummed, acknowledging the Nara clan head's reasoning. He couldn't refute the concern outright. Naruto was still a boy, and an impulsive one at that. But so far he had kept this secret. If he had wanted to flaunt his power, he would have done so long ago. Keeping Naruto locked under constant surveillance would only alienate him further, pushing him toward rebellion. If they wanted him to trust them, they had to trust him first. I understand your concerns, Shikak, Hiruzen said after a moment. But keeping Naruto under heavy watch will only draw more attention to him. If Vision agrees to my terms, he can monitor Naruto's progress without suffocating the boy. Shikaku exhaled through his nose, rubbing his goatee as he mulled it over. Naruto is far more intelligent and mature than people give him credit for, Hiruzen continued, his voice firm. I believe he understands the stakes. He won't reveal this power recklessly, not just for his own safety, but for the sake of the village as well. After a long pause, Shikaku finally nodded. Very well then, Lord Third. I trust your judgment. Hiruzen smiled faintly before turning his sharp gaze toward Vision. As much as you claim to exist beyond the constraints of the real world, I would still ask that you take responsibility for Naruto's training. Help him master his newfound abilities to the best of your capabilities. Vision gave a slight bow of his head. I agree. I do not wish for him to come to harm because of a situation he never asked to be part of. I will train him using the knowledge I possess, not just of the Infinity Stones, but also of his own clan's history and abilities. He will grow into a powerful protector. Satisfied, Hiruzen nodded. Then I hereby classify this incident as an S-class secret under penalty of death. Furthermore, I will speak with Kakashi Hatake. He is not to reveal anything that has transpired here. Nor will he inform Naruto's family. Shikaku arched a brow. Why keep it from his family? Hiruzen sighed, staring at Naruto's sleeping form with tired, knowing eyes. If his family were to find out, they would not keep this secret. Worse, the clan would seek to use him for their purposes. No. This is Naruto's secret to share if he chooses to. The boy has spent his life being neglected by those who should have cherished him. He deserves the right to decide who knows the truth about him. Vision let out a chuckle, shaking his head. I wouldn't worry about that, Lord Third. He despises his family. He has already decided to sever ties with them the moment he becomes a genin. Naruto does not want to be a pawn for their ambitions, nor does he wish to be a tool for the clan's prestige. He intends to walk his own path, to carve his name into history. Not as a Namikaze or an Uzumaki, but as himself. Hiruzen stared at the crimson being for a long moment before closing his eyes. Naruto. Perhaps, in that regard, he and Minato's son were not so different after all. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. A dull throb pulsed through his skull, making him groan. He wouldn't be doing that again anytime soon. That beam had taken too much chakra, leaving him drained and with a splitting headache. As powerful as the Infinity Stones were, wielding them came at a heavy price. He had a long road ahead if he wanted to master them. Slowly, he pushed himself up from the couch, blinking as he took in his surroundings. His gaze swept across the room before locking onto the old man. His breath hitched. The memories of what had happened earlier came rushing back in vivid detail, each one hitting like a shockwave. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, his throat tightening as the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. They know. Panic surged through him like a cold wave, his muscles tensing instinctively. They know everything. And what made it worse, what made his stomach twist into knots, was that Vision sat calmly beside the Hokage, speaking with him as if they were old friends. They're talking about me. About what I can do. His mind raced. He needed to run. If they knew, it was only a matter of time before others did too. The council. The ANBU. The family. He couldn't let that happen. They'd either experiment on him, throw him in a cell for lying to the Hokage, or worse, claim him now that he had something valuable. He could still escape. If he used the Space Stone, he could teleport to his room, grab his essentials, and be gone before the ANBU even realized he had moved. He just needed a plan, needed to. Naruto. The familiar voice snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts. Vision. His sensei stood from the couch and approached him, placing a firm yet gentle hand on his shoulder. The warmth of his touch grounded Naruto, stopping the rising panic from overwhelming him. Don't panic, Vision said, his voice calm and reassuring. Nobody is going to hurt you. I've spoken at length with the Hokage, and he has agreed to keep your secret. He has also permitted me to continue training you. Naruto's shoulders sagged as the tension drained from his body, replaced by a deep, shaky exhale. A weight he hadn't even realized he was carrying suddenly lifted. He hadn't wanted to lie to the old man. He really hadn't. But what choice had he had? If the Hokage had told the council, if his family had found out, they wouldn't have cared about him, not really. They'd only see what they could gain, what they could use. He wanted their attention for himself, not because of the power he carried. But deep down he had known for years. They would never see him. Not for who he was. Not for who he wanted to be. Only for what he wasn't. Naruto swallowed hard, staring down at his hands as he fiddled with the hem of his jacket. His voice came out small, barely above a whisper. I'm sorry, Gigi. The Hokage's expression softened as he stepped closer. And I am sorry for taking such drastic action, my boy, he said, his tone filled with quiet regret. I was never angry at you for keeping this from me, just a little disappointed that you didn't trust me enough to share it. But I understand why. You feared for your safety, for your freedom. You feared being used by those who should have loved you. Naruto clenched his fists at those words but said nothing. Hiruzen sighed. All I ask is that from now on, you be honest with me. Keep me updated on your training. A small, warm smile tugged at his lips before he reached out and ruffled Naruto's messy golden hair. But I also want you to keep your true gifts hidden. Naruto blinked, confusion flickering across his face. Huh. When you start at the academy this Monday, Hiruzen continued, I want you to hold back. A true shinobi never reveals their real skills unless necessary. If you show off too much, you'll only draw attention. Attention we cannot afford right now. Naruto processed that for a moment before grinning and rubbing the back of his neck. All right, Gigi. I won't. But deep down he was already thinking. Already planning. Because if there was one thing he knew for certain, he would grow stronger. And when the time was right, the world would see what Naruto Uzumaki was truly capable of. Hiruzen walked down the long, sterile hallway toward Kakashi's hospital room, the strong scent of antiseptic chemicals thick in the air. He wrinkled his nose, suppressing a sneeze. Hospitals had never sat well with him. Too many shinobi under his command had taken their last breaths in this place. The medics did their best, but even the finest healers couldn't perform miracles. He came to a stop in front of room 201 and knocked twice. A familiar nonchalant voice called out from within, followed almost instantly by the booming enthusiasm of Might Guy. Hiruzen chuckled. He pitied Kakashi. Sometimes having such an energetic and relentless rival must be exhausting. Stepping inside, Hiruzen took in the scene before him and sighed. There was Guy, as expected, doing push-ups on his index and middle fingers, no less. The man never stopped. Hiruzen shook his head in exasperation before turning his attention to Kakashi, who was seated in bed, completely at ease. The silver-haired shinobi, true to form, had his nose buried in an orange-covered book. Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. Ika Paradise. For a brief moment, he considered his options. He hadn't had time to attend the new release event, and now here it was, right in front of him. His fingers itched to snatch the book from Kakashi's hands. Kakashi, sensing the Hokage's intent, tightened his grip on the novel ever so slightly before looking up. His lone visible eye curved into an amused expression. Hokage-sama, he greeted smoothly. To what do I owe the pleasure? Hiruzen sighed, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the book. He would have to acquire his own copy later. Starting a war over Ika was tempting, but even he had his limits. I came to check on your condition, Hiruzen said, stroking his beard. The doctor informed me that aside from a minor burn on your chest, you appear to be in perfect health. Kakashi nodded. Yes. I'm in full fighting condition, though it could have been worse. If I hadn't pushed a thick layer of chakra to my chest at the last second, Naruto's attack would have done far more damage. Hiruzen hummed thoughtfully before continuing, his expression growing serious. That's good to hear. However, the real reason I'm here is to inform you that I've classified the entire incident as an S-class secret. Kakashi's uncovered eye widened slightly, but it was Guy who spoke first. Hokage-sama, isn't that a bit extreme? Guy asked, springing up from his push-up stance and striding over to stand beside Kakashi's bed. Hiruzen lifted a hand, silencing both shinobi before they could question him further. His voice was firm when he spoke. After Naruto retaliated and knocked you unconscious, Kakashi, we learned the full truth behind the severed arm incident. His gaze swept over both men, his tone heavy with meaning. The reason for this secrecy is not only to protect Naruto but to protect the village as well. If the wrong people found out, if it became known that a child with no formal training managed to injure a jonin, Naruto would become a target. Both inside and outside our borders. A deep frown creased Kakashi's brow. Danzo, he murmured, already understanding the threat. Hiruzen nodded gravely. Danzo would see Naruto as the perfect weapon, something to mold and manipulate for his own agenda. And I shudder to think what would happen if Orochimaru caught wind of this. His expression darkened. No. I will not allow it. A heavy silence settled over the room. Then, Kakashi hesitated before asking, what about his family? Hiruzen's jaw tightened, his expression hardening in a way that made Kakashi flinch. Not even them, he said coldly. Especially not them. Guy and Kakashi exchanged looks. Naruto and his family are estranged, Hiruzen continued, his voice edged with quiet steel. He no longer considers them as such, and I will not allow his clan to suddenly claim him now, not when they would only see him as a tool to be used. His fingers curled into a fist, the weight of his decision pressing on him, but he would not waver. Naruto deserved better than that. And he would make sure the boy got it. Naruto sat cross-legged atop the third Hokage's head on the monument, his sharp blue eyes glaring at the far end of the village. The afternoon sun beat down on his back, its warmth seeping through his clothes, but he didn't move an inch. A faint breeze whispered across his face, offering a brief respite from the summer heat. He hated just sitting here, doing nothing. But his curiosity had gotten the better of him. Tomorrow marked the start of the new school year, and like it or not, he would be joining the Shinobi Academy alongside his siblings. He wasn't looking forward to it, but what choice did he have? The village below was bustling with life, as it always did when something important happened. Hundreds of villagers had gathered near the northern gate, their excited chatter filling the air as they awaited the return of their so-called heroes. Naruto scoffed. Family. Not exactly the word he'd use. The people walking through that gate weren't his family, not really. They were strangers. The only time they ever paid him any attention was when he messed up, and even then, it was just Kushina scolding him while Minato remained too busy to care. His golden eyes shimmered as he focused on the scene below. Vision had explained that the fusion of his Sharingan and the creation of his 6 eyes would take a few more weeks. Until then, he had to rely on the Mind Stone to enhance his vision. He adjusted his sunglasses, shielding his sensitive eyes as a group of figures finally emerged through the village gates. The crowd erupted into cheers. Here we go, Naruto muttered, watching Menma and Mito bask in the attention. If they're not careful, their heads are going to explode. Soft footsteps approached from behind. A moment later, a blonde-haired man with green eyes flecked with gold settled beside him. He wore a standard ANBU uniform, his Hittite resting on his forehead. A white mask lay across his legs, its design simple except for a golden diamond pattern at the center. The Hokage had given it to Naruto specifically for Vision to wear. They do seem to thrive off the adulations of their fellow citizens, Vision observed in his usual calm tone. Naruto shook his head. If they're not careful, they'll get too full of themselves. They'll end up believing they're invincible. And that's the quickest way to fail. His gaze flickered toward another figure standing proudly in the crowd. Just look at Sasuke. He's not even a genin yet, but he already thinks his clan name alone makes him untouchable. Vision glanced at him. And what do you plan to do about it? Nothing, Naruto said, rising to his feet and brushing the dirt off his pants. A true shinobi doesn't reveal their strength unless necessary. Tomorrow, I'll act like a goofball, a weakling. If I try to outshine them, they'll hound me until I do something reckless. It's better to stay in the shadows, he said with a smirk. I'll send a shadow clone to school most of the time while I focus on my training. Vision stood beside him, raising an eyebrow. Is that wise? What if they accidentally destroy your shadow clone? Naruto's smirk widened. I'll be careful. And besides. He turned, stepping onto the narrow mountain pathway. We have another mission to plan. Vision arched a brow. And what exactly do you mean by mission? I need to figure out how to control my Mokutan ability, Naruto explained as he walked. If I remember correctly, the first Hokages with clones could withstand attacks without dispelling. That means his knowledge is my best bet. So, I need to infiltrate the Senju clan's library. Vision sighed, following at his side. Is it wise to infiltrate another clan? I don't have a choice. And I'll be careful this time. Vision gave a small nod before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto exhaled. The old man had insisted that Vision take control of one of his clones and disguise himself as an ANBU operative. It was their cover. If anyone questioned why an ANBU was watching over him, it wouldn't seem unusual after all, even unwanted clan heirs needed guarding. For now, that was enough to keep them off his trail. Night had finally fallen, and the only person who had come to his room was Namorei. Naruto shook his head as he pulled a black mask over his head. Why wasn't he surprised? He had half expected Kushina to storm in, scolding him for disrespecting his Uncle Hando. But the old weasel seemed too wrapped up in his own world to even care. That only proved, once and for all, that his family didn't care about him. And that was fine. Naruto flipped the light switch, plunging his room into darkness. Channeling the power of the space stone, he felt the fabric of space twist and wrap around him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. At the edge of the Senju compound, perched on the rooftop of a nearby house, Naruto slipped out of thin air. The space around him rippled like the surface of a disturbed pond before settling. Without wasting time, he sprinted toward the edge of the roof, moving like a shadow. With a silent leap, he soared through the night air, clearing the street that separated the compound from the surrounding neighborhood. He landed softly, his boots sinking slightly into the grass. Crouching low, he moved swiftly toward the main building. Guards patrolled the rooftops above, their eyes scanning the area, but Naruto wasn't worried. His enhanced vision allowed him to predict their movements with ease, slipping past them before they even had a chance to sense his presence. And even if there were chakra sensors, they wouldn't detect him. Vision had shown him a neat trick coating his body with the space stone's energy. It was an imitation of Limitless, just like his favorite anime character, Gojo. Though weaker, it still served its purpose. His chakra was completely contained within the barrier, making him practically invisible to any sensory ninja. This is almost too easy. What made it even better was that the Senju clan's library wasn't nearly as fortified with Fuinjutsu as the Uzumaki clan's. The only thing he had to worry about was not getting caught, or else the old man would scold him again for sneaking around. Once he reached the library, Naruto phased through the outer wall just as another guard made his rounds. The fading crunch of footsteps on the graveled path told him he had at least 15 minutes. More than enough time. The scent of old parchment filled the air as Naruto moved between the towering bookshelves, each one crammed with scrolls detailing various jutsu and clan techniques. But he wasn't here for just any jutsu. At the very back of the library stood a grand, gold-leafed cabinet. Chiseled into its doors were two names, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Naruto's eyes gleamed beneath his mask. Careful, Naruto, Vision's voice broke the silence. Naruto nearly jumped. He'd expected Vision to chime in at some point, but that didn't make it any less annoying when the AI spoke without warning. The cabinet is most likely blood-warded, Vision continued. You'll have to be cautious. Naruto's eyes narrowed as the Mind Stone flared to life. Instantly, the invisible Fuinjutsu on the cabinet shimmered into existence, glowing a deep crimson. Sure enough, the seals were no joke. One wrong move, and he'd end up in serious trouble. But he wasn't worried. Don't sweat it. I got this, Naruto murmured, stepping forward. Without hesitation, he plunged his hands through the cabinet doors as if they weren't even there. His fingers brushed against two scrolls inside. Drawing on the power of the reality stone, Naruto focused. The energy pulsed through his body as he absorbed the knowledge within the scrolls. Sweat beaded along his forehead, soaking into the fabric of his mask. Keeping 3 infinity stones active at once was a serious drain on his chakra. His limbs trembled slightly, his breathing growing heavier. A few minutes later, his hands slipped free of the cabinet. He staggered backward, dropping to one knee as he gasped for air. That took way more out of me than I expected. Nearly 3/4 of his chakra had been burned through. He didn't have the luxury of lingering. Heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. Naruto's stomach clenched. Someone was coming. Naruto. Act quickly, slip into the mirror dimension, Vision urged. It'll be easier than relying on the stones again. You're already at your limit. Naruto scowled beneath his mask. The jingle of keys reached his ears, and he knew he was out of time. He flicked his index and middle fingers through the air in a vertical slash. Instantly, the space before him cracked, fracturing like a mirror. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped through the rift. The moment the portal sealed shut behind him, the library doors swung open, and the lights flickered on. Naruto, still panting heavily, kept his gaze locked on the 3 people who had just entered the library. His stomach twisted as he recognized 2 of them, 2 people he hadn't expected to show up. He cursed under his breath. Just my luck. Minato Namikaze and his uncle, Kaito, walked in alongside an elder from the Senju clan. Naruto clenched his jaw, eyes flickering between the 3. He wasn't sure if this was incredibly lucky or dangerously unlucky. On one hand, there was no way they'd find any trace of him. The mirror dimension kept him completely hidden. On the other hand, if either Kaito or Minato suspected foul play, things could get complicated fast. The Senju clan elder, a wiry man with thinning gray hair and a sharp gaze, sighed as he gestured around the room. As you gentlemen can see, there's nothing amiss, the elder said with a dismissive tut. The guards found no traces of intruders, and no alarms were triggered. So I see no reason to be alarmed. Kaito stepped forward, his sharp golden eyes scanning every corner of the library with meticulous intensity. His posture was rigid, the tension in his shoulders obvious even to Naruto, who watched silently from the safety of his dimension. Finally, Kaito turned to face Minato and the elder. We can never be too careful, Kaito said, his tone firm. The Hokage has closed the matter on the break-in at the Yuzuke's compound. Then I see no need to be paranoid, the elder cut in smoothly. If Lord Third has found nothing, then who are we to question his judgment? Kaito's gaze darkened. His golden eyes hardened into something colder, sharper. I question his judgment because there's an unknown individual who broke into the most secure building in our clan and disappeared without a trace, Kaito said, his voice calm but carrying an underlying edge of frustration. He reached for a random scroll resting on the desk, inspecting it with a scrutinizing glare before tossing it back onto the pile. And yet, Kaito continued. He doesn't even seem concerned that the assailant got away. I find that suspect. Minato's eyes widened slightly. You believe that one of the ANBU under the Hokage broke into the clan's library? Naruto nearly rolled his eyes. He scoffed under his breath, resisting the urge to punch his uncle for even suggesting something so ridiculous. The old man's a lot of things, but a thief isn't one of them. Kaito merely shrugged. Maybe. His uncle turned, striding toward the library doors with a confidence that made Naruto snicker. There's no proof, Kaito admitted, but I don't like mysteries and I will find the culprit. Yeah, good luck with that, Naruto thought, smirking as he followed after them. Even though the mirror dimension still gave him the creeps sometimes, he couldn't deny its benefits. Moving unseen like a ghost, watching others oblivious to his presence, it was an advantage he'd never take for granted. The elder stepped out after Minato, pausing just long enough to lock the library doors behind him. Well, Mr. Uzumaki, the elder said, turning to Kaito with a patient smile, as you can see, your suspicions were unfounded. We do, however, appreciate your dedication to protecting our clan's secrets. Kaito said nothing. Instead, he simply turned and stalked off, his frustration evident in his stiff posture. Minato trailed after him, though his expression was far more thoughtful than irritated. The elder sighed, shaking his head before heading toward the main house. The courtyard was silent, the moon casting long shadows over the tiled roofs and stone pathways. Naruto, taking that as his cue to leave, turned and made his way back toward the Yuzuke's compound. He couldn't stop grinning. Another job well done. Naruto hissed as he rubbed the throbbing bump on his head, shooting a glare at Namorei, who sat across from him at the breakfast table. She held a wooden ladle in her hand like a battle-hardened warrior, her grip tightening as she met his glare with an equally fierce one. For several tense seconds, neither of them blinked, their silent standoff growing more intense by the second. Finally, Namorei exhaled sharply, eyes narrowing. Eat your vegetables, young man, before I give you another bump on your head, she warned, slamming the ladle onto the table with a loud thunk before picking up her bowl of rice. You're not leaving this table until that plate is clean. Naruto pouted dramatically, his lower lip trembling as he conjured up his best anime protagonist's about-to-cry face. But I don't wanna, he whined, slumping in his chair like a defeated soldier. I hate broccoli. He turned his nose up in exaggerated defiance, crossing his arms over his chest. Namorei, unimpressed, huffed and shook her head. You're not a baby anymore, Naruto. You're starting school this morning, and you need energy to get through your coursework, she said firmly. She's right, Naruto, Vision chimed in, his voice as calm and logical as ever. A growing child requires essential vitamins and minerals for proper development. Otherwise, you'll stunt your growth and remain short. I'm not short. Naruto mentally shrieked, stabbing his fork into the offending green vegetable with far more force than necessary. With a dramatic sigh of suffering, he shoved the broccoli into his mouth, chewing with all the enthusiasm of a prisoner eating his last meal. I hate you, he muttered under his breath. Namorei stood from her seat, walked around the table and without warning, pressed a soft kiss to the exact spot where she had smacked him earlier. I love you too, she said sweetly, before sitting back down and returning to her breakfast as if nothing had happened. Naruto scowled, but the warmth in his chest made it impossible to stay mad. After narrowly escaping Namorei's relentless mother-henning, Naruto sprinted through the forest toward his old training ground, a wide grin plastered across his face. The morning air was crisp, the scent of damp earth and fresh leaves filling his lungs as he weaved between towering trees with practiced ease. The night before, he had set a brilliant plan into motion summoning 50 shadow clones and ordering them to drill the wood style, would clone Jutsu until they either mastered it or collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Fortunately for him and his sanity, Vision, who didn't require sleep, had overseen their progress, guiding the clones through their frustrating trial and error. By some miracle, Naruto had barely managed to get the technique down before sunrise, just enough to ensure that some unlucky wooden clone could take his place at the academy while he focused on more important things. There was no way he was going to attend school today, not after what he had witnessed when stepping out of the clan's gates. His younger siblings, Menma and Mito, had been walking side by side with Kushina and Minato, chatting and laughing like a picture-perfect family. Like they hadn't spent years ignoring his existence. Like they actually cared. Naruto had clenched his fists so hard his nails bit into his palms. Before he realized what he was doing, a sharp crack echoed through the air as he punched straight through a concrete barrier. That moment alone solidified his decision. His wood clone could handle the academy, complete with that atrocious orange jumpsuit to keep up appearances. He'd play the fool, act the clown, and let everyone believe he was the village idiot. Meanwhile, the real Naruto would be here, training until his body gave out. Reaching Training Ground 9, Naruto came to a smooth stop, his chakra already thrumming with anticipation. He summoned a shadow clone and, without missing a beat, allowed Vision to take control. The transformation was instant. The clone straightened its posture, hands clasped neatly behind its back, eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. "Well, Naruto," Vision began, his voice steady and authoritative, "it's time to start your physical conditioning exercises." Naruto groaned dramatically, already dreading what fresh challenges Vision had planned for him. Thus began his training. Now, Naruto," Vision wiggled a finger in his face, his tone dripping with amusement. Naruto, never one to let an opportunity for petty revenge slide, immediately snapped his hand forward, aiming to grab the annoying digit. Unfortunately, Vision was faster. The AI easily dodged, his chuckle only deepening Naruto's scowl. "There's no need for violence," Vision said with an air of faux innocence. "You need to train your body as well as your mind. Increasing your chakra pool is essential, but so is building your stamina, reflexes, and strength. Only then will we craft a fighting style unique to you. So, hop to it." Naruto groaned, but he knew there was no escaping it. No pain, no gain, right? Rolling his shoulders, he stretched out his stiff muscles before setting off at a steady run around the training ground. Time blurred as he pushed his body to its limits, running non-stop for 4 hours before transitioning into a grueling strength and endurance regimen. Every muscle in his body burned, his breath came in harsh pants, but he powered through. Another 4 hours of relentless training passed, leaving Naruto sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest, his limbs trembling from exhaustion. Then, without warning, "Heads up, Naruto barely had time to register the yell before his instincts screamed at him to move. He rolled to the side just as a pair of blue sandals slammed into the ground where his head had been a second ago, leaving a deep crack in the dirt. "What the hell?" Naruto shot up, glaring at his wood clone, the unfortunate figure stuck wearing the hideous orange jumpsuit. "Why did you just try to take me out?" The clone glared right back. "Why the hell did I have to go to the academy?" he shouted, practically vibrating with outrage. "It was pure torture. I don't know if I can stand those obnoxious little brats." "Language," Vision interjected, his voice prim and disapproving. Both Narutos turned in unison, pinning the AI with identical death glares. Vision took an instinctive step back. "Well, you'll just have to SEK it up," the original Naruto said with a smirk, folding his arms. "We need to train so we can put those same obnoxious kids in their place." The wood clone dropped to his knees, wailing dramatically. "I don't think I can do it." Naruto grabbed his clone by the shoulders and gave him a rough shake. "You have to do it. It'll benefit us in the long run. And it's not like you have to suffer all the time. I still have to show up now and then, as much as I hate it." A dark cloud practically hovered over Naruto's head at the thought. Months ago, he'd been so excited to finally attend the academy. He'd imagined it as a place where he'd train hard, learn cool jutsu, and prove himself. But now he knew better. The civilian council had meddled too much, turning the once prestigious shinobi academy into a glorified daycare for bratty clan heirs, bloating their egos instead of sharpening their skills. It was going to be a long 4 years of playing dumb. Naruto sighed heavily, already dreading the act he'd have to keep up. But in the end, it would all be worth it. 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye for Naruto. At least, that's what others would say. Naruto, however, would scoff at the idea. Those years had felt like an eternity, a never-ending cycle of frustration and restraint. Living in his siblings' shadows had been a constant struggle, and more times than he could count, he'd fought the urge to confront them directly. Menma and Mito were insufferable, spoiled, arrogant, and coddled by everyone around them. And they weren't the only ones. Most other clan kids were just as bad, basking in the glory of their prestigious bloodlines and acting as if they were superior simply for existing. Only Shikamaru and Choji had seen past the act. They didn't care about family status, and to Naruto's relief, they became friends. But nothing boiled his blood more than Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, who sneered at him in class. Sasuke, who mocked him at every opportunity. Sasuke, who believed Naruto was beneath him, an untalented fool barely worth his attention. The worst part? Naruto could have easily put him in his place without breaking a sweat. But he held back. Because he had to. As promised to the Hokage, Naruto played his role flawlessly. He became the joke of the Shinobi Academy and the bane of the Uzuke's clan. Not that he cared about them. His family continued to ignore him, which wasn't much of a surprise. If anything, he'd long since given up on expecting anything from them. At least he had Namorei, Vision, and the Hokage. Namorei, who still nagged him about eating his vegetables and kept him grounded. Vision, who trained him tirelessly, making sure he didn't waste his potential. And the Hokage, who, despite his flaws, kept unwanted eyes away from him. For most of his time at the academy, Naruto hardly even attended. Instead, he sent his wood clone to take his place, only bothering to show up for tests and taijutsu training. Why waste his time on a mockery of a shinobi school that hadn't even taught students how to walk on walls yet? The only good things about the academy were his friends and his sensei, Iruka. Irika, who treated Naruto just like his siblings, took him out for ramen at Ichiraku's, and it was Irika who saw him not as a failure, not as a nuisance, but as a student. And for that alone, Naruto supposed the academy wasn't a total waste. Naruto yawned and stretched out, the satisfying pops of his shoulders and arms echoing in the tidy room. Is tidy. After suffering one too many whacks to the head from Namorei, cleaning had become second nature. But today, his room felt emptier than usual. His books? Gone. His collectibles? Packed away. And if someone peeked into his closet, they'd find it completely bare. This was it. Today was the day. Dragging himself out of bed, Naruto shuffled into the bathroom, took care of his business, washed his hands, and brushed his teeth. He glanced up at his reflection, a slow grin forming. Graduation day. No more pretending. No more acting like a goofball. And most importantly, no more being part of a toxic clan. That's right. He was moving out. And if anyone wondered how he could afford it? During his academy years, Naruto had wanted to practice calligraphy for his Jutsu studies, but he'd barely had enough funds. His meager pocket money from his parents had been laughable at best. So, he had done what any desperate kid would do: beg the Hokage. With his signature, super puppy dog eyes jutsu, the old man had caved. Naruto had gotten special permission to use his shadow clones for extra D-rank missions, raking in a steady stream of cash. Safe to say it had paid off. Not only had he earned enough to fund his Jutsu training, but he'd also saved up to buy himself a modest little apartment in the red light district. Not exactly the best place for a teenager, but with the power of the reality stone and a few well-placed seals, he had transformed the rundown apartment into something truly livable. There was plenty of space for him and for Namorei. Stepping out of the bathroom, Naruto walked over to a crimson-red trunk sitting against the wall. He knelt before it, lifting the lid with deliberate slowness. Inside lay his new outfit. A sharp grin spread across his face as he clapped his hands together, barely resisting the urge to laugh with excitement. It had taken years to create this masterpiece. Something completely unique. Something no one else had ever seen. With Vision's vast knowledge and Naruto's ingenuity, they had crafted a revolutionary material nanofabric that responded to his will. It could morph, reshape, and even shift colors to a certain extent. The sleek black and silvery fabric felt as soft as silk, yet it was harder than steel. It had taken countless hours of brainstorming, combining Jutsu seals and the reality stone's power, but they had done it. Naruto's grin widened as he ran his fingers over the fabric. Today wasn't just about graduation. It was about freedom. And he was finally ready to step into the world on his own terms. Years of intense training had finally paid off for Naruto. He was no longer the short, scrawny kid trailing behind his so-called peers, if he could even call them that. At 5 feet 7 inches, he was taller than most of them now, with a lean yet muscular build. His six-pack was well-defined, his arms toned, and to his embarrassment both Vision and Namorei had far too much fun teasing him about his bubble butt. Apparently, it jiggled. He did not need to know that. His eyes remained the same striking cerulean blue, but his hair had undergone a drastic transformation. It had turned snow-white, with vivid orange streaks running through the fringes. Sue him, he still loved orange. But that didn't mean he wanted to run around looking like a walking traffic cone in that hideous jumpsuit. Not that anyone outside of Namorei, Vision, and the Hokage had ever seen what he really looked like. To the world, he was still the blonde-haired kid in the obnoxious orange getup, sprinting through the village, pulling pranks, and acting the fool. All thanks to a simple transformation technique. Naruto let out a sigh, his fingers gliding over the smooth fabric in his trunk. The mind stone embedded in his forehead flashed briefly, and the material came alive. Like serpents, the fabric coiled around his arms, winding up over his shoulders, down his torso, and wrapping his legs in a tight embrace. He stood still as the material shifted and unraveled, weaving itself together with precision. The transformation began. The shiny black material covering his lower body split and reshaped, morphing into sleek cargo pants. 2 circular orange seals adorned the outer thighs, his personal touch. The fabric around his torso tightened, hugging his well-toned abs before forming a sleeveless black shirt that fit like a second skin. More bands of nanofabric wove together, layering over his shirt to create a hooded, sleeveless haori that cascaded down to his thighs. Black as midnight, it was adorned with intricate orange patterns of leaves and branches, reminiscent of the forests surrounding Konoha. The final touch? At the back of the haori, glowing softly in vibrant orange, was a single kanji infinity. Thin bands of nanofabric slithered around his forearms, hardening into sleek, reinforced bracers capable of deflecting a blade strike. And to tie it all together, an orange belt of woven nanofabric coiled snugly around his waist, forming 2 crisscrossing buckles at the front. Naruto flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders as his outfit settled perfectly against his body. This was it. His true self was finally ready to step into the world. Naruto quietly shut his bedroom door behind him, the faint click barely audible in the stillness of the early morning. Outside, the sun had yet to fully rise, its golden-orange hues only beginning to creep across the dark sky. The estate was silent, the air crisp with the lingering chill of night. He padded down the long corridor, his footsteps light against the polished wooden floors, until he came to a stop in front of Namorei's door. His surrogate mother had caught a mild case of the flu, and while he knew she valued her independence, he also knew her well enough to expect that she would drag herself out of bed just to make sure he was fed. He couldn't allow that. Raising his hand, he knocked softly. "Come in, my boy," came Namorei's familiar, slightly hoarse voice from within. A smile tugged at Naruto's lips. No matter how many times she called him that, it never failed to warm his heart. She wasn't his birth mother, but for all intents and purposes, she was his real mother, the one who cared for him, scolded him, and loved him unconditionally. That's why he had told her his secret. At first, Namorei had been furious at his recklessness, at the danger he had unknowingly placed himself in. But after the initial shock wore off, she recognized that this was something far greater than just an accident. Maybe it was fate, maybe it was some twisted blessing from the heavens, but regardless, it was now a part of him. Only after the old man, the Hokage, and Vision reassured her that they would watch over him did she finally accept the reality of his situation. Pushing open the door, Naruto stepped inside and quietly approached her bedside. The dim morning light filtered through the curtains, casting soft shadows across the room. He sat down next to her, reaching out to take her hand. Her palm was warm, calloused from years of training, yet still gentle. He traced his thumb absent-mindedly over the faint scars on her knuckles, a habit he had developed over the years. Namorei's complexion was paler than usual, her nose tinged red, but despite her obvious discomfort, she still managed to smile at him. "How are you feeling today, Mom?" Naruto asked, his voice softer than usual as he rubbed the back of her hand. Namorei's lips curled into a teasing grin. "A little better. So, you came here just to check if I was well enough to make you breakfast?" Naruto scoffed, rolling his eyes. "No way. I'm old enough to take care of myself. I just wanted to see if you needed anything from the apothecary." Namorei chuckled and leaned forward, ruffling his already messy hair. "No need. I have enough flu medicine to last me. Don't you fret, I'll be fine." Her expression turned fond as she continued, "You just focus on your graduation test today." Naruto perked up at the mention of the test, squeezing her hand lightly. "Don't worry, Mom, I'm gonna ace the test." Before he could react, Namorei flicked him on the forehead, eliciting a sharp yelp. He scowled at her, but there was no real annoyance behind it. "Don't get cocky," she chided, though her eyes twinkled with amusement. "Listen to your instructors, do your best, and more importantly don't reveal your true strength. Keep playing the fool as we planned." Naruto sighed but nodded, rubbing his forehead where she had flicked him. Yeah, I know. I'll keep my head down." Satisfied, Namorei reached up and gently cupped his cheek, her thumb brushing against the whisker-like marks on his skin. "Good boy," she murmured before letting her hand drop back onto the blanket. Naruto hesitated for a second before leaning forward and pressing a quick kiss to her forehead. "Take care and don't overexert yourself, Mom. I'll see you later." He stood up and made his way to the door, glancing back one last time before stepping out and closing it behind him. With that done, he turned and walked back to his own room. He still needed to grab a few extra pieces of equipment before heading out. Today was going to be an important day. Naruto darted across the rooftops, moving like a shadow against the early morning light. The wind tugged at his hood, teasing strands of white and orange-tipped hair as he navigated the village skyline with ease. A brief glint of light flashed from the hilts of the two black chakudos strapped in an X-shape at the base of his back. A testament to his and Vision's combined genius, the twin blades had taken 3 years to perfect. More than just swords, they were deadly works of art crafted to shift into whips when infused with elemental chakra, capable of catching an enemy off guard with devastating precision. With each step, Naruto's body flickered in and out of existence, his speed rendering him a blur to any casual observer. His eyes momentarily shifted, cycling through a mesmerizing spectrum of cerulean blue, icy white, blood red, and deep violet. 3 tomos spun lazily in each eye, fractured like the shards of a broken mirror. The sight never failed to amuse him. Sasuke, whom Naruto often teased, had been strutting around like he was a gift to the shinobi world for unlocking his Sharingan, basking in the admiration of their classmates. Pathetic. While the Uchiha reveled in his own self-importance, Naruto had not only unlocked but mastered his own dojutsu. Unlike the standard Sharingan, his was something entirely different. A fusion of the Sharingan and the 6 eyes, woven together through Vision's intellect and the Reality Stone's influence. The Mutengen. Stronger than the original Sharingan. More refined. And best of all, no annoying downsides. A sharp chuckle escaped his lips as he landed effortlessly on the final rooftop, his destination in sight. Let's see how this day plays out. Naruto walked to the edge of the building, glancing up at the shinobi academy before him. The street separating the academy from the rest of the neighborhood was eerily quiet, the usual morning chatter absent as most students had already arrived. With a sigh, he plopped down on the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling freely over the side. Stretching out his hand, palm facing forward, he summoned a pulse of the space stone's power. The air shimmered, rippling like water before a small void silently tore open before him. Reaching inside, he rummaged around before pulling out a couple of sandwiches and a soft drink, his prize from the kitchen raid that morning, snatched before the chefs could catch him. Unwrapping the sandwich, he took a bite, chewing lazily as his sharp eyes drifted toward the academy's imposing structure. The golden rays of the morning sun slammed into the building's stone walls, bathing it in a warm glow, a deception. Because if there was one thing Naruto knew for certain, it was that this place wasn't as great as everyone made it out to be. From his perspective, the Shinobi Academy was a joke. A glorified daycare for the next generation of Konoha's elite, where clan heirs strutted around like they were already ANBU operatives, basking in the empty praise of their instructors. It was supposed to forge warriors, true shinobi capable of surviving the brutal world beyond the village walls. Instead, it had become a place where nepotism thrived, and real talent was ignored in favor of family names and inherited status. The building itself was impressive, he'd admit that much traditional wood and stone architecture, a sloping roof, and the Konoha insignia proudly displayed above the entrance like a badge of honor. It carried an air of authority and history, a place meant to shape the next generation of protectors. But to Naruto? It was a cage. A place where he had to dull his edges, play the fool, and let people believe he was nothing more than a prankster with no real talent. It was suffocating, forcing him to pretend while he honed his true abilities in secret. Inside, the classrooms were bland and uninspiring, lined with wooden desks that were either too small or covered in years' worth of scratch marks and doodles. The blackboards were filled with oversimplified lessons, catering to students who would never have to fight for survival because their families had already secured their futures. The textbooks? Outdated, barely scratching the surface of what it truly meant to be a shinobi. They hadn't even taught them how to walk on walls yet. Outside, the training grounds stretched out in an open field, complete with wooden dummies and an obstacle course that was rarely ever used to its full potential. It was meant to prepare students for combat, but in reality, it was just another playground for the clan heirs to flaunt their superiority, while civilian-born students struggled to keep up. The only things Naruto genuinely respected about the academy were his friends Shikamaru, Choji, and Iruka-sensei. Unlike the other instructors who either ignored him or sneered at him, Iruka treated him the same as everyone else. He didn't play favorites, didn't look at Naruto with pity or disdain, and that, more than anything, earned Naruto's loyalty. But beyond that, the Shinobi Academy was a waste of time. And soon he'd finally be free of it. An hour later, the street below came alive as students and their parents arrived at the academy. Laughter and chatter filled the air, mingling with the occasional sound of hurried footsteps and calls of encouragement from doting mothers and fathers. Naruto stood, stretching lazily before casting one last glance at the growing crowd. His gaze flicked toward the academy's rooftop. With a simple step forward, he vanished only to reappear on the rooftop railing, balanced effortlessly. His black haori billowed in the morning breeze, a stark contrast to the brightness of the village below. A sudden spike in noise drew his attention back to the street. His eyes narrowed as he spotted his younger siblings Menma and Mito parading through the crowd, basking in the attention like pampered royalty. Behind them, his so-called parents followed, smiling and waving to the onlookers as if they were some perfect, loving family. Naruto scoffed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. What a joke! A thought was all it took for the nanofabric wrapped around his lower face to activate, concealing his identity, not that anyone would have recognized him anyway. A golden shimmer flickered beside him as vision materialized, his form solidifying into his usual ANBU attire. Over the years, the AI had adapted to his human form, moving with effortless grace. Are you continuing with your plan, champ? Vision's voice was its usual formal self, yet the affection beneath his words was unmistakable. Naruto nodded, folding his arms over his chest as his Mutengen flared to life, its fractured, multicolored hues reflecting in the morning light. Yeah, I don't need them anymore. I want to forge my own path, free from their shadows. I refuse to be just Menma and Mito's older brother. He smirked bitterly. Besides, they made it easy for me when they unconsciously disowned me last year. Vision arched an eyebrow. They didn't. Not formally, Naruto admitted, his smirk twisting into something colder. But naming Mito and Menma as the heirs to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans made their intentions clear even though I'm the eldest. His fists clenched as he recalled that night, the night when everything changed. On their 13th birthday, his family actually remembered him for once. He had been compelled to join them for breakfast, a rare occurrence. At first, Naruto had been cautiously hopeful, thinking maybe, just maybe, things would be different. That hope shattered the moment he saw their gifts. Mito and Menma were showered with expensive weapons, custom-made armor, and scrolls filled with advanced techniques, the kind of things that future clan heads would receive. And him? Scrolls on basic taijutsu and beginner-level chakra exercises. Naruto had wanted to throw their so-called gifts back at them. Instead, he swallowed the bitter lump in his throat, clenching his teeth as his parents explained, in that ever-so-patronizing tone, that the books were meant to help improve his performance at the academy. Maybe they meant well. Maybe. But at that moment, Naruto was furious. Was he jealous? A little. But more than anything, he was just tired. After breakfast, he had left without a word, allowing his siblings to do what they always did: command attention and bask in the spotlight. That night, the village threw a massive party in their honor. Mito and Menma, the heroes of Konoha, were celebrated like royalty, their names praised, their futures glorified. The courtyard was packed with clan heads, heirs, and high-ranking shinobi, all gathered around long tables laden with gifts and food for the two Jinchuriki. Naruto, meanwhile, sat in the shadows, leaning against a tree, unseen and unmissed. Then the final blow came. His father, the previous fourth Hokage, the so-called greatest shinobi of his time, now Jonin, raised his glass in a toast. He praised Menma and Mito, speaking of their bright futures and the strength they would bring to Konoha. Naruto's name was mentioned as an afterthought, a mere formality. The clan heads barely reacted. His uncle, Hando Namikaze, clenched his jaw at Naruto's empty birthday wishes, his expression unreadable. But when Minato and Kushina officially named Mito and Menma as the heirs to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, the decision was sealed. Naruto fled. Tears burned his eyes, much to his humiliation, as he disappeared into the night. He hated them at that moment. Hated them so much. But later? Later, he saw it for what it was: a blessing in disguise. The last chain tying him to them had been severed. The next morning, his parents sought him out, explaining their reasoning in carefully chosen words. "It's for Konoha's future," they said. "With both Jinchuriki as clan heads, it will strengthen ties with the other clans." Naruto faked acceptance, nodding as if he understood, as if he cared. After all, what else was there to say? And yet, his uncle wouldn't let it go, constantly reminding him of his disownment like a cruel joke. As if Naruto needed the reminder. Then, just when he thought he'd exhausted all his anger, he learned something else. Menma and Mito had received summoning contracts as gifts. Menma would be a toad summoner. Mito would be a phoenix summoner. Naruto felt nothing. No rage. No bitterness. Emptiness. He no longer had the emotional energy to be mad. Instead, he threw himself into his training with ruthless determination. If they wanted to overlook him? Fine. If they thought he was weak? Fine. But one day soon they would see just how wrong they were. Naruto exhaled, the memory fading as he focused back on the present. His fingers curled at his sides, determination burning in his gaze. "I'm done playing their game, Vision," he murmured. "From now on, I move forward on my terms." Naruto lounged at the back of the classroom, his feet propped up on the desk, casually flipping through a red book on medical ninjutsu. It was a subject he had dedicated himself to for the last 2 years. With his Mutengen fully matured, he could calculate the most optimal chakra usage with greater efficiency than Tsunade herself. His chakra control was flawless. That didn't mean he was a master. Far from it. He still had a way to go before mastering the intricacies of healing techniques. Thankfully, Vision had an entire database of knowledge on anatomy, medical practices, and surgical procedures. Naruto scoffed at the thought, turning another page. Why couldn't Vision just call it a brain like a normal person? The classroom was still mercifully empty, with a few minutes left before the last day of their academy career officially started. Naruto couldn't be happier. 4 years of putting up with arrogant clan heirs, their superiority complexes, and the absolute circus that was his siblings' oversized egos. And don't even get him started on the loud girl with a mouth big enough to swallow a shuriken whole. And she was self-conscious about her large forehead? The irony. He had planned to enjoy these last moments of peace before graduation, avoiding most of his classmates altogether. But, of course, fate had other plans. The door slid open with a sharp thud, and just like that, his solitude was over. His peers spilled into the room in noisy clusters, their voices filling the space as they headed toward their usual seats. Most were too busy chattering about the exam to pay attention to him. But a few paused mid-step, their gazes locking onto him in confusion. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Amateurs. Not a single one recognized him. And they had the audacity to call themselves future shinobi? He flipped another page, ignoring them. That lasted all of 2 minutes before a familiar, piercing voice scraped against his eardrums. Naruto sighed heavily, lowering his book just enough to see a very irate, loud pink-haired girl standing at the front of the room. Her finger was pointed directly at him, her face twisted into an expression of outrage. "Who are you, and what are you doing in our classroom?" Sakura Haruno demanded, her voice loud enough to rattle the windows. Naruto could almost see the imaginary red tick mark pulsing on her forehead. Typical. Before he could even think about responding, another voice chimed in. Yeah. Sakura's right. You're in the wrong class. The blonde girl Yamanaka Ino crossed her arms and glared, as if she had just declared herself judge, jury, and executioner. Naruto barely resisted the urge to slam his head against the desk. Engaging these two was as pointless as arguing with a brick wall. It was painful, stupid, and only ended in frustration. From behind Sakura, a certain dark-haired Uchiha stared at him through hooded black eyes, his expression unreadable. Naruto knew that look all too well. Sasuke was analyzing him, weighing his worth, deciding if he was a threat. As if the arrogant guy could even comprehend the kind of power Naruto wielded. Sasuke's ego was too fragile to accept anyone else being better than him. The other clan heirs had also taken notice, though their reactions were more muted. Most of them narrowed their eyes, likely assuming he was some kind of outsider who had wandered in by mistake. Only one person saw through him. Shikamaru. The Nara's sharp gaze flickered with recognition, his usual lazy expression giving way to a moment of clarity and surprise. Naruto simply nodded at him, a silent acknowledgement. Shikamaru blinked, sighed, and promptly laid his head back down on his desk, returning to his nap. Figures. Before Sakura could speak again, the classroom door slid open once more, and 4 figures stepped inside. Typical. Menma and Mito strutted in alongside Irika and Mizuki, all but radiating confidence. They were probably here to impress everyone. Menma, as lazy as ever, only got by because he was their mother's golden boy. If it weren't for Kushina constantly pushing him forward, he'd have slacked off ages ago. Mito, on the other hand, actually had a strong work ethic, not that it stopped her from spending an embarrassing amount of time glancing at Sasuke from across the room. At least she wasn't as fanatical as the other girls. Not that Kushina would ever allow her daughter to turn into a useless fan. As the students continued their chatter, Irika and Mizuki made their way to the front desk. Behind them, the large blackboard loomed, still covered in yesterday's chalk dust. The class remained a whirlwind of noise and movement, while the 2 instructors sorted through stacks of final exam papers. Once they were finished, Irika attempted to get the class under control. No one listened. So, naturally, he resorted to his signature big head jutsu. Everyone, settle down. Irika's voice boomed, his head doubling in size as he loomed over the students like a wrathful deity. Silence fell instantly, save for a few snickers. Rubbing the scar that ran across the bridge of his nose, Irika sighed before continuing. As you all know, today is your graduation exam. You will be tested in 4 categories: academics, taijutsu, weapons, and finally, ninjutsu. The class collectively buzzed with excitement, but Irika cut them off before the chatter could start again. The first portion of the test will be conducted in this classroom. Afterward, we will move to the training grounds, where the Hokage and his advisors will personally oversee the rest of your evaluations. Your parents will also be allowed to attend. Excited whispers rippled through the room at the mention of parents watching the exam. Naruto couldn't care less. His parents meant nothing to him anymore. Once he graduated, he was free. Free to live life on his own terms, away from the toxic clan he left behind. Naruto pulled his feet off the desk, sliding the red book into his pants pocket before leaning forward. He rested his chin on his hands, listening with mild disinterest. For those who pass, you will take your first step as shinobi of the leaf. Wear your headbands with pride. A hand shot into the air, cutting Irika off mid-sentence. Sakura. Irika's brow twitched in irritation, already suspecting he wasn't going to like what came next. Sorry, sensei, Sakura said, her tone laced with barely concealed smugness. But I have to inform you that there's a student in this class who doesn't belong here. Several heads swiveled in Naruto's direction. Even Shikamaru, who had been on the verge of another nap, lifted his head just to scoff. Irika and Mizuki turned to him as well, clearly caught off guard. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura might be book smart, but she had the common sense of a brick. He leaned back lazily, tilting his head to the side. Sakura, I understand that you can't help but seek attention, especially when you're eager for Duckbutt to notice you. His casual jab earned a scowl from Sasuke and a collective gasp of outrage from his fan club. Naruto simply smirked. But we both know he only has eyes for one person. So unless you've suddenly changed your hair color and style, your chances are about as good as catching a kunai with your forehead. Laughter rippled through the class. Choji nearly choked on a potato chip, forcing Shikamaru to pat him on the back. Kiba laughed loudly, nearly toppling over his desk, while Akamaru yipped in amusement. Sakura, meanwhile, turned crimson, fists clenched as she looked ready to explode. Naruto wasn't finished. He grinned, resting his chin on his palm. Tell you what, let's do a little logical deduction before the real test, Sakura. Since you're so clever, this should be easy. Her eyebrow twitched, but she stayed silent. Here's the question. Who in this class is missing? Someone who's usually loud, has blonde hair, blue eyes, and wears an orange tracksuit. Sakura blinked. It took a moment for her brain to catch up. Her eyes widened, and her jaw nearly dropped. And Naruto? No way, no, you can't be Naruto, she exclaimed. The classroom fell into stunned silence as dozens of wide-eyed teenagers gawked at him as if he'd just transformed. You'd think they'd never seen someone change before. Naruto could practically taste their disbelief. It was exhilarating. Vision chuckled softly in the back of his mind, the AI having been silently observing the day's events with far too much amusement. What's so funny? Naruto muttered, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He wanted to savor the stunned faces of his classmates a little longer. There was something immensely satisfying about shaking their narrow-minded little worldview to its core. Just imagining Mizuki's face when he realizes all those years of sabotaging your education were for nothing, Vision replied smoothly. Naruto smirked beneath his mask. He didn't need to look to know Mizuki was seething, his jaw clenched tight, one eye twitching. Subtle, sure, but Naruto had been trained to notice those tells. Between Vision and the old man, he could read people like a book now. A loud snort broke the silence, snapping the rest of the class out of their collective daze. Oh please, someone scoffed. Don't act all tough just because you've got new clothes. You're still a loser. The insult was met with laughter and nods from a few students, though Naruto noticed some of the girls and even a couple of the boys blushing slightly and giggling for a different reason. Sasuke, on the other hand, was glaring at him like Naruto had stolen something precious. What's wrong with them? Naruto thought with a mental grimace. Are they feeling unwell or something? Vision's laughter echoed louder inside his head now. What's so funny? Naruto asked again, more irritated this time. But the crimson-hued AI only laughed harder, sounding suspiciously like he was wheezing. Naruto scowled. Grit. A malfunctioning sarcasm bot. Just what I needed. Hey! Menma suddenly shot to his feet, fists clenched and eyes blazing. Stop ignoring me and answer my question. Where did you get that outfit and those swords? Naruto scoffed and tilted his head slightly, voice dripping with mockery. What's it to you? I know it's hard for your 3 brain cells to keep up, but not everyone cares when you open your mouth. Secondly, it's none of your business where I got them. He leaned back in his chair and gave Menma a lazy look that only made the other boy fume harder. And lastly, Naruto continued with a smirk, why would I care about the opinion of someone who still can't master his dad's signature jutsu after 6 years of trying? Menma's face turned a furious shade of red, his cheeks puffing out like the frogs he used to play with back in their early academy days. Laughter rippled across the room, this time sharper, meaner, and even a few teachers struggled not to react. Oh yeah. Menma snapped, eyes narrowing, voice dripping with venom. Well, at least Dad taught us the Rasengan and not some disgrace like. Whatever insult he'd been preparing died on his tongue. Naruto raised one hand, palm up, and calmly gathered chakra. Azure blue tendrils spiraled into his hand, swirling faster and tighter until a perfectly formed Rasengan thrummed with power, glowing in the center of his palm. The humming sound it gave off grew louder, sharper, impossible to ignore. The class went dead quiet. Naruto's smirk widened as he stared Menma down, the orb casting a soft blue glow over his face. You were saying? Menma and Mito's jaws dropped so low they could have scooped up dust from the floor. Menma sputtered on the spot, his wide purplish eyes, an unusual trait he'd inherited from Kushina, locked onto the swirling blue orb dancing calmly in Naruto's palm. Mito sat frozen, mouth slightly open in disbelief, while the rest of the class stared in stunned silence, as if their entire world had just been flipped upside down. Naruto dismissed the Rasengan with a flick of his wrist, the chakra sphere unraveling into shimmering wisps of blue light before vanishing completely. The soft hum of energy faded, and the classroom finally seemed to snap out of its collective daze. With the help of every heavenly deity he could think of, Naruto somehow managed not to burst out laughing, even though, in his heart, he really wanted to. The look on Menma's face? Absolutely priceless. If he could frame it and hang it in his room, he would have. Weren't you supposed to keep your talents hidden? Vision's voice rang sharply in his mind, his tone more stern than amused now. You promised the Hokage. And Namorei. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't feel like he'd broken any promises. I did keep them hidden, he replied coolly, folding his arms. The Rasengan isn't that impressive. Now, if I'd used the wind style, Rasengan? Then, yeah, that would have been showing off. Vision wasn't convinced. Naruto. The Rasengan is an A-rank technique. Most fully trained shinobi never learn how to use it, and you just whipped it out in front of a class of academy students like it was a party trick, all because you wanted to wipe that smug grin off your brother's face. That was reckless. Naruto's lips twitched as he fought the urge to grin again. Vision had a point. Kind of. But seeing Menma, golden boy, perfect prodigy, Dad's favorite, standing there with nothing to say for once? Totally worth it. Vision, I can't keep hiding in the shadows forever, Naruto sighed, ignoring Menma's sputtering and Sasuke's venomous glare. Even Konan had suspicion clouding his eyes. Not that Naruto cared much about his cousin. The idiot followed Menma around like a well-trained dog, barking whenever his master snapped his fingers. I'm not going all out, Naruto continued, his voice low but firm. That goes against the shinobi code. But I also can't keep living in fear of drawing Danzo's eye. Let him come, I'll trap him in the mirror dimension and leave him there for eternity. Call me reckless or childish if you want, he added, shoulders relaxing slightly, but I'm done letting them walk all over me. You and the old man taught me enough to defend myself. And I'm confident I can get out of any tricky situation if one comes up. Trust me. Vision was quiet for a moment before replying in a softer, more thoughtful tone. I do trust you. But I can't help but worry you'll draw too much attention. You're strong, Naruto, but not strong enough to take on someone like Orochimaru. Their internal conversation was suddenly interrupted by Menma's dramatic meltdown. Father will deal with you when he finds out you stole his technique, he shouted, pointing at Naruto like an outraged toddler. Naruto rolled his eyes. And why would he said with exasperation. I didn't steal anything. You're the one who ran around the clan grounds pelting everyone with water balloons. Then princess next to you, he nodded at Mito, who shot him a fierce glare, scolded you for not using them the way Daddy Dearest told you to. It wasn't hard to piece things together from there. I've seen Minato demonstrate it before, and I just reverse-engineered the rest. A sharp scoff cut through the air as Sasuke finally butted in, voice dripping with disdain. As if you even know what reverse-engineer means, dope. Must have been a genjutsu. There's no way you pulled that off yourself. Yeah. Stop pretending to be cool, Naruto. You're not fooling anyone. Sakura screeched, her voice shrill enough to make Sasuke wince. Naruto chuckled at the irony. Really, Sakura? You think I'm pretending? Sakura and a few others shouted, yeah, in unison, puffed up with righteous indignation. But Naruto simply grinned beneath his mask. Then you're definitely not shinobi material. Because I've been fooling this class, all of you, for years. Only Shikamaru and Choji ever caught on. That earned him a chorus of protests, squawks of denial echoing through the classroom. They clung to their pride like lifelines, unwilling to admit they'd been fooled. Too late. If you couldn't see through the veil I placed in front of your eyes, Naruto said coldly, then you're doomed to fall at the hands of your enemies. The classroom fell silent. The loud-mouthed idiot in the orange jumpsuit never existed. He was a ploy. A distraction. And Sasuke. Naruto tilted his head, voice cool and cutting. For someone who calls himself an Uchiha elite, it's fascinating how easily I deceived you. Makes me wonder, has your clan's reputation for piercing through deception been inflated by arrogance? Or are you just a failure? Sasuke's chair scraped violently against the floor as he shot to his feet with a furious snarl. Before Irika or Mizuki could react, he lunged across the classroom, kunai in hand. The metal blade sank into Naruto's chest, pinning him slightly back against his chair. A vicious smirk twisted Sasuke's lips as he pressed the blade in deeper, his black eyes boring into Naruto's wide, cerulean ones. Never insult my clan, loser, he hissed. Sasuke, what have you done? Irika's shout thundered through the room as he raced forward. How dare you attack a fellow student? Sasuke scoffed. Then maybe he shouldn't have run his mouth. If he was as strong as he acted, he would have stopped me. Guess he's still a loser after all. Am I? The voice rang out clearly from the corner of the room. Every head whipped around, eyes drawn to the ceiling where Naruto stood, arms crossed, completely unharmed, his body upside down and clinging to the ceiling like it was nothing. His eyes glowed faintly under the mask, amusement flickering behind them. The Naruto Sasuke had stabbed, shimmered and faded, revealing a chakra projection, a decoy. The real Naruto stared down at the stunned class like a hawk watching prey. Lesson 1, he said coolly, never assume your target is where you think they are. But how? Sakura stared at Naruto, her voice barely above a whisper. Disbelief shimmered in her wide, glassy eyes. Naruto didn't bother answering. Instead, he casually dropped from the ceiling and landed on his feet with a smooth thud, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The moment his boots touched the floor, the entire class erupted into hushed whispers and shocked gasps. Sasuke's glare sharpened, burning a hole through Naruto's mask. The usual smug confidence in his eyes gave way to something darker: confusion, maybe even fear. Most of the clan heirs stood frozen in place, gawking at him like they'd just seen a ghost sprout wings and recite poetry. Meanwhile, Shikamaru yawned and turned his head, clearly uninterested, before dozing back off. Choji, unfazed as always, popped another chip into his mouth with a loud crunch. All right, that's enough from all of you. Irika's voice cut through the noise sharply. The classroom fell silent. Back to your chairs before I fail the lot of you. We're already behind schedule. Irika's gaze landed on Sasuke, who was still gripping the kunai as if he expected Naruto to disappear at any moment. "And you?" Irika exclaimed, pointing at the Uchiha. "If you attack a fellow student again, I will revoke your shinobi license before you even earn it. Don't think for a second that your title or name will protect you. The third Lord Hokage will hear about this. Now sit down." Sasuke scoffed and stepped away from Naruto's desk, his footsteps heavy with frustration. He didn't spare Naruto a glance as he stomped back to his seat, sinking into it like a sulking cat. Sakura followed closely, nervously babbling about how Naruto must have cheated or used some trick, trying and failing to soothe Sasuke's bruised ego. Naruto, on the other hand, sauntered back to his desk at a relaxed pace, plopped down into his seat, and stretched his arms overhead as if nothing dramatic had just occurred. From the front of the class, Mizuki and Irika exchanged a quick look before returning to the front of the room. "You're enjoying this too much," Vision's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, dry and amused. Naruto leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers behind his head. A slow, smug grin crept across his face. "Maybe," he replied with a mental shrug, not even attempting to sound innocent. As Mizuki began handing out the test papers, Naruto's smirk widened. "Fine. I'm loving it." Vision mentally sighed, but Naruto could sense the gentle spark of amusement deep within their bond. "You're really irrepressible." Naruto grinned behind his mask when Mizuki slapped a test down on his desk with unnecessary force. The man clearly wasn't a fan, but Naruto shrugged it off. "I'd rather be a troublemaker than be forgotten," he muttered, glancing down at the test page. Sasuke was pointedly ignoring him from across the room, his fists clenched tightly, leaving tiny marks in his palm. Sakura hovered nearby, looking concerned, while the rest of the class darted glances between Naruto and began to reconsider their opinions of the so-called dead last. Naruto scanned the test briefly. Piece of cake. His eyes moved over the questions, already working them out with ease, thanks to years of studying in secret, enduring neglect, and dealing with a family that acted as though he didn't exist. Vision spoke again, this time more gently. "You can be confident now, but confidence needs to be backed up with wisdom, Naruto. Don't let your pride lead you into complacency." Naruto didn't respond immediately. He tackled the first question, then moved on to the second. His handwriting was crisp and neat, a stark contrast to the sloppy mess he used to produce. "I'm not being irresponsible," he reassured himself. "I'm just finally being honest. If that ruffles feathers, then so be it. It's a million times better than fading away." Vision remained silent, but Naruto felt the pride he didn't voice, warm like sunlight on his shoulders. "Besides," Naruto continued, glancing at Menma who was gripping his pencil in frustration, "this is merely the beginning. Let the village see the storm they've grown complacent about." Naruto let out a sigh of relief as he leaned against the academy building, tilting his head back slightly. The morning sun bathed his skin in warmth, its golden rays soft against his face, while a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, cooling him just enough to keep the heat bearable. If only his company reflected the serenity of nature, but he knew better than to expect that. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the emotions swirling around him. It was like standing in the middle of a storm, each gust carrying a different intent, some hostile, some indifferent, and a few just plain annoying. His connection to nature made it easy to sense these things, an awareness woven into his very being. Sasuke, for instance, was still seething. His glare practically burned a hole in the side of Naruto's head, fueled by the humiliation he'd suffered earlier in class and the scolding he'd received from Irika-sensei after they finished their written exam. Naruto flicked his ear, trying to shake off the faint ringing left from Irika's booming reprimand. That man had a set of lungs on him. Then there were the other nuisances, Sasuke's little squad of fangirls. They were already plotting his downfall, whispering among themselves about how dare he embarrass their beloved Uchiha. As if he scoffed at the idea. Even if they tried, there wasn't a chance they'd ever land a hit on him. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself staring at another unwelcome sight: Menma, Konan, and Kiba. The witless trio. All bark, no bite. Menma's cheeks were puffed out like a frog's, his violet eyes burning with irritation. Naruto didn't need to guess why, he already knew. Menma was upset, plain and simple. And honestly, Naruto couldn't bring himself to care. He was done with their arrogant posturing, done with the way they carried themselves like the world owed them something. A quiet chuckle rumbled in his chest as his thoughts drifted to the nine-tailed fox, the ancient beast now trapped in the bellies of his younger siblings. The great and terrible Nine Tails, sealed away in two clueless kids. Even though the beast had once rampaged through the village, leaving destruction in its wake, Naruto couldn't help but feel some pity for it. Being stuck inside those two must have been its own special kind of torment. Shaking his head, Naruto pulled out the red book he'd been reading earlier, flipping it open to where he left off. Irika stood off to the side, deep in conversation with the Hokage. No doubt they were reviewing the results of the written test, carefully picking apart each student's performance. Meanwhile, the rest of the class lingered outside, aimlessly milling about, gossiping about the same tired nonsense: who would be Rookie of the Year, who would be the top kunoichi, who had the best chance at climbing the shinobi ranks. Naruto scoffed and turned the page. Idiots. Those titles were a trap in their own right. Not officially, of course, but to any veteran shinobi worth their salt, they were nothing more than a curse. A real shinobi didn't seek the spotlight. They didn't chase after meaningless accolades or bask in the illusion of glory. They stayed in the shadows, honed their craft, and lived by a code that separated warriors from common killers. They're still young, Naruto, Vision's voice chimed in, amused but thoughtful. They'll learn the truth soon enough, probably after their first mission. Maybe, Naruto conceded, eyes scanning the next line in his book. But Irika told them countless times and it never sticks. As Naruto continued reading about the mystic palm technique, a familiar prickling sensation crawled up his spine. Someone was watching him. Lowering his book just enough to peek over the edge, he scanned the crowd. Menma, Konan, and Mito were no longer standing near their friend group. Instead, they were off to the side, talking to their parents in hushed but animated voices. Naruto's gaze drifted toward the Hokage, and lo and behold, there they were. Minato and Kushina stood behind the Hokage's desk, surrounded by the other clan heads and parents. Even his uncles, Hando and Kaito, stood beside them, their expressions unreadable. Naruto wasn't surprised. His parents were always too busy to spare him even a moment, but when their precious prophecy children needed them, they were there in an instant. Figures. A shimmer of golden light flickered beside him, coalescing into a familiar figure. Naruto, are you all right? Vision asked, his voice gentle yet firm. His gaze flickered toward Minato and Kushina. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I've grown accustomed to it, so it doesn't bother me. Vision turned his head fully toward Naruto. You can't lie to me. It still affects you. Naruto huffed, rubbing his eyebrow with his thumb. I can handle it, Vision. And I've made peace with it. He nodded toward Menma and Mito, watching as they gestured wildly, their voices rising as they spoke to their parents. Looks like the idiot ran straight to mommy and daddy to tattle on me. Hando and Kaito weren't looking at Menma or Mito. Their eyes were locked onto Naruto, a mix of emotions flashing across their faces: anger, curiosity, suspicion. Naruto met their stares head-on, his blue eyes flaring with power from behind his mask. His uncle's expressions shifted slightly before they turned away, breaking the silent battle of wills to refocus on the twins. With a quiet scoff, Naruto returned to his book, determined to ignore them. He managed a few minutes of peace before a familiar, obnoxiously loud voice shattered the quiet. You're telling me he mastered it already? The booming exclamation cut through the crowd like a blade, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto sighed. Standing near Minato and Kushina was none other than Jiraiya, the so-called Toad Sage. His spiky white hair framed his stunned face, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Naruto's biological father gawked at him in equal astonishment. And there it was, that recognition Naruto had once craved. He could see it shimmering in their eyes, but it was too late. He didn't want it, not because of who he was, but because he'd done something their precious children hadn't managed yet. The murmurs around them died down as Irika stepped onto the fighting platform, clipboard in hand. Behind him, Mizuki loomed, scanning the gathered students with an impassive stare while the parents whispered amongst themselves. Irika coughed into his hand before raising his voice. Settle down, everyone. The next test will commence shortly. When I call your name, step into the ring for your range skill test. To pass, you must hit at least half of the targets. First up, Shino Aburame. A lanky teen in an olive green jacket, his lower face hidden behind high collars, stepped forward. With a quick push of his finger against his round glasses, Shino strode toward the testing area. Naruto watched, shaking his head at the dismal performances of the civilian children. Barely a third of them passed. Not that he blamed them. Unlike the clan heirs, they didn't have access to specialized tutors or centuries of refined training methods. Sasuke. Naruto winced as Sakura's shriek echoed through the air, likely making half the crowd temporarily deaf. I'll ace this test for you, she declared, practically prancing onto the platform. Naruto grimaced. Across the courtyard, Sasuke's eye twitched, his expression caught between irritation and disbelief. Sakura soon found herself struggling, barely hitting half the targets and nearly causing a mishap with Mizuki in the process. The tests continued, name after name being called. When Irika finally reached Menma, the arrogant fox brat strutted forward like he owned the ring. His fan club erupted in cheers, drowning out the background noise until Jiraiya's booming voice cut through again. That's my godson. A real ladies' man. Kushina's fist met Jiraiya's face instantly. Don't corrupt my son, she roared, her crimson hair lashing wildly as people around them wisely stepped out of the danger zone. Naruto barely suppressed a chuckle. Menma, for all his bravado, scored a decent 14 out of 20 but his face twisted in frustration at the number, his hands clenching at his sides. Mito, passing him on her way up, playfully smacked him upside the head before tossing him a smug grin. Mito ended with a respectable 17 out of 20, flashing a triumphant raspberry at her fuming twin before strolling back. Kiba, watching her walk away, looked utterly captivated. More students went up, their performances ranging from impressive to downright embarrassing. When Shikamaru's turn came, he did exactly the bare minimum required to pass. His mother's furious voice followed almost immediately. "Shikamaru, didn't I tell you to stop being lazy?" "Troublesome woman," he muttered, trudging off the platform. Unfortunately for him, his mother heard. "What did you say?" Shikamaru paled, hands flying up in surrender. "Nothing." The crowd erupted in laughter as he practically fled, darting behind Choji while his mother tried to break free from his father's grip. Finally, Irika's voice rang out again, "Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki." A few students chuckled, but their laughter was far more subdued than before. His earlier display had shaken their confidence. Naruto pushed off the wall and lazily made his way toward the platform, ignoring the muttered comments from the crowd. "Don't act cool like Sasuke, Naruto." Sakura screeched. "You're still a loser. Sasuke's gonna beat you." A few of Sasuke's fangirls screamed their agreement. Beside Mito, Ino punched the air and yelled, "That's right. He'll pummel you so bad your own mother won't recognize you." Naruto barely spared them a glance. Reaching the platform steps, he peered over his book and blinked. "Did you say something, Sakura?" "Ino." Silence. From his seat, the Hokage stiffened, his pipe clattering to the floor as his face paled. "Oh no," the old man whispered in horror. "Not another one." A collective sweat drop formed over the crowd as those familiar with a certain silver-haired jonin recognized the exact brand of disregard Naruto had just displayed. Ignoring the reactions around him, Naruto stepped up to the table, pocketing his book before gathering 10 kunai. No flashy tricks. No showing off. With precise, fluid movements, he flicked his wrist, sending the kunai flying in rapid succession. Each one hit dead center. He repeated the process with the shuriken, ensuring he met the required marks without overshadowing the others. Irika cleared his throat. "Gee, good job, Naruto. 18 out of 20. Naruto strolled back to the edge of the crowd, leaning against the building with a practiced ease. His posture was relaxed, but he could still feel the weight of lingering stares. He ignored them. It wasn't worth his time. Pulling out his book, he flipped it open and let his eyes skim over the familiar lines of text. He just wanted this all to be over, get through these tests, officially start his shinobi career, and leave his so-called clan behind. The sooner he could carve out his own path, the better. More students stepped up for their tests, one after another, until Irika's voice rang out again, calling the final name on the list. "Sasuke Uchiha." The reaction was immediate. Shrill screams erupted from the crowd as Sasuke's enthusiastic fan club chanted his name like a battle cry. The duck-butt-haired prodigy strutted up the steps, his usual scowl firmly in place. Just before he started, he turned his head and shot Naruto a glare, dark eyes brimming with smug confidence. Naruto barely spared him a glance before returning to his book. Sasuke performed his test with his usual precision, sending the crowd into another round of cheers as he strutted back, a triumphant smirk tugging at his lips. "Yeah, take that, Naruto." Sakura screeched, her voice cutting through the noise like a kunai. "Sasuke got 19 out of 20. He's so cool." Naruto sighed internally. "Here we go again." When he didn't respond, the banshee stomped over, fists clenched. "Hey, are you even listening to me, Baka?" she barked, standing directly in front of him, practically vibrating with irritation. Naruto turned a page. Sakura's eye twitched before she raised a fist. "Don't ignore your betters," she shrieked, lunging forward. Naruto barely reacted. With a flick of his wrist, he swatted her hand away like she was an annoying fly. Then, with practiced ease, he channeled chakra into his fingers, holding his middle finger back with his thumb. Before Sakura could even process what was happening, Naruto reached up and flicked her forehead. The result was immediate. A shriek tore from Sakura's throat as she soared through the air, colliding headfirst into Ino. The impact sent them both tumbling several meters across the dirt, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Gasps filled the courtyard as students scrambled out of the way. Ino groaned, staggering upright, her hair a complete mess. Meanwhile, Sakura lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her forehead as if it had been struck, rolling back and forth in distress. "Sakura!" The shrill voice that followed made even Naruto's eyebrow twitch. A middle-aged woman with pink hair came barreling through the crowd, eyes wide with panic. "Who dares attack my daughter?" Her voice silenced every conversation in an instant. Sakura sat up, her lower lip wobbling as tears welled in her eyes. A large, angry red bump had already formed on her forehead. Her once pristine outfit was ruined, covered in dirt and streaks from scraped elbows. Sakura's mother let out a low growl, her beady eyes darting across the crowd like a predator hunting prey. Who did this? Sakura sniffled, burying herself into her mother's embrace before whispering 2 words. It was Naruto. Sakura's mother's face twisted in pure, furious anger as she glared down at Naruto. He, of course, paid her no mind. Casually, he flipped another page of his book, his posture relaxed as he leaned against the building with one foot propped against the wall. A few students scattered, sensing the incoming confrontation and wisely choosing to protect their ears from the impending outburst. How dare you attack my daughter, you little monster, the councilwoman shouted, clutching Sakura tightly as if shielding her from a grave threat. Her daughter played the innocent victim flawlessly, sniffling into her mother's embrace while peeking out every few seconds to see if Sasuke was watching. Naruto continued to ignore them, turning another page with the same level of interest one might show a particularly dull lecture. This, naturally, only infuriated the woman further. I'm talking to you, you runt, she snapped, her voice rising in pitch. My daughter has told me plenty about you. What a disgrace you are to your clan. And just like that, she launched into a full-blown tirade. Right in front of all the students, their parents, and several clan heads. Some of the students snickered, Menma and Mito included, while Minato and Kushina stood frozen, their families' issues being aired for the entire village to hear. No wonder your parents abandoned such a disgraceful boy. Only a failure would raise a hand to a young lady. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, a booming laugh shattered it. Naruto. For the first time that day, he really laughed, clutching his stomach while the older woman gawked at him in stunned silence. His shoulders shook as he wiped away a stray tear from the corner of his eye. When he finally calmed down, he looked at her, amusement still dancing in his sharp blue eyes. Do you think I care about my clan? I don't. Minato and Kushina flinched. Hando, Menma, and Mito bristled with anger. The murmurs from the crowd grew louder, disbelief rippling through the gathered clan members and parents. The Hokage's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Minato and Kushina, his disappointment evident. Naruto meanwhile smirked. I've outgrown them. And after today, I won't be a part of them. Gasps spread through the audience like wildfire. The councilwoman sputtered, but Naruto cut her off before she could draw in another breath. And for your information, counselor, he continued, his smirk widening, your daughter isn't a lady. She's a hormonal teenager who's frustrated because the focus of her obsession couldn't care less about her. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Sakura turned redder than her dress, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled for words. Her mother? Fuming with rage. Naruto didn't give her time to recover. You really shouldn't fill your daughter's head with delusions about becoming the next Lady Uchiha, he added with an exaggerated sigh. I doubt Sasuke over there is even interested in girls. Kiba snorted. Sasuke's fan club, on the other hand, erupted into angry shouts, hurling their usual insults in Naruto's direction. The duckbutt in question shot Naruto a furious glare, while Mikoto, standing among the other parents, giggled behind her hand. As far as I know, Naruto went on, completely unfazed, the Uchiha respect strength and power. No respectable Uchiha would even give Sakura a second glance. The councilwoman gasped as if she had just been personally offended. My daughter is worthy of any Uchiha, she huffed, puffing up with indignant fury. How dare you say otherwise? Naruto merely smirked, watching her with all the amusement of a cat toying with a particularly foolish mouse. He lifted his gaze from his book, one eyebrow arching slightly. Really? He drawled, shutting the book with a soft thud. She spends most of her time picking out outfits and perfecting her makeup, all to ensnare Sasuke in her little web. She cares more about her appearance than her skills as a kunoichi. She's weak. His voice turned cold, unimpressed, and yet she thought hitting me would win her some approval from her little obsession. The crowd of students tensed. I merely retaliated, Naruto continued, voice steady. I won't be her punching bag. And if she attacks me again, I won't hold back. His blue eyes turned icy, the frigid intensity of his gaze pinning both the councilwoman and her daughter in place. It was eerily reminiscent of Minato's glare, the very one that had sent enemy forces fleeing during the war. A few of the students gulped audibly and took a cautious step back. Do me a favor, Councilwoman Haruno, Naruto said, his tone laced with disinterest. Withdraw your daughter from the academy. She's not here to learn how to be a housewife, she's here to become a shinobi. And the world outside Konoha's walls? It won't care that she's a girl. Out there, they'll do much worse to her than I just did. Hush fell over the training grounds. Then, he turned his gaze to the pink-haired girl herself. Sakura, he said, voice low but firm. If you don't shape up and get stronger, you'll be a liability to your team. And when that happens, you'll end up in serious trouble. Ms. Haruno scoffed, shaking off her initial hesitation. What do you mean by serious trouble? Naruto didn't blink. Kunoichi have it harder in the shinobi world, he stated flatly. There are bandits, rogue ninjas, people without morals. They wouldn't think twice about taking advantage of your daughter. A chorus of gasps erupted from the students. But the older generation? The veteran shinobi? They nodded grimly, because they knew he was speaking the truth. Irika stiffened. He let out a slow breath before clearing his throat. Naruto, this isn't the place to talk about such things. Naruto merely shrugged, but Irika pressed on, addressing the stunned mother. Councilwoman Haruno, please take Sakura to the medic tent so she can be treated. We need to move on with the test. Ms. Haruno shot Naruto one last burning glare but complied, guiding her sniffling daughter toward the small white tent near the Hokage's desk. The moment they were gone, whispers spread like wildfire among the students. Naruto? He simply flipped his book open again and kept reading as if nothing had happened. The second test continued as usual. Some students passed, others failed. Konan Namikaze, ever the prodigy in training, performed his test flawlessly. He executed an earth release, earth-style wall jutsu for extra points, earning nods of approval from a few instructors. Menma, as expected, strutted onto the testing ground like a peacock, his arrogance filling the air. But when he tried to perform a clone jutsu, he nearly fumbled. His chakra control was that bad. Naruto smirked behind his book. Unable to manage a proper clone, Menma defaulted to the shadow clone jutsu instead. In an instant, the training ground exploded with 100 identical Menmas. His ever-loyal fan club squealed in delight. Naruto? He scoffed, barely sparing them a glance. What an idiot. You think you can summon more clones than me, loser? Menma shouted, his voice filled with arrogance. His clones stood behind him, nodding in unison like a makeshift army supporting their commander. Naruto barely glanced at him, his voice dripping with boredom. Your ability to summon that many clones isn't a testament to your power, it's proof of your lack of control. You can't regulate your chakra properly, which is why you resorted to the shadow clone jutsu. Menma's face twisted in anger, his skin turning a shade of crimson that almost matched his mother's hair. You're just jealous that I can do the jutsu and you can't. The crowd murmured in agreement, a few students even booing in Naruto's direction. He ignored them, flipping another page of his book. Menma smirked. You didn't deny it. You're still a loser. Naruto lazily lifted his gaze. Did you say something, Menma? That did it. Menma snapped, his composure shattering. He let out a furious shout, and his clones charged at Naruto, fists raised in blind rage. Enough! Irika's voice boomed through the training ground. Menma, dispel your clones immediately. You've already passed. Menma grumbled under his breath, but a second later, all his clones vanished before they could even reach Naruto. Irika exhaled sharply before turning his fiery gaze on Naruto. Can you stop antagonizing your fellow students? Naruto shrugged, barely affected. Didn't you tell us, sensei, that a shinobi should never show their emotions? So really, it's not my fault they're so easily angered. A tick mark appeared on Irika's forehead. Some of the parents and clan heads chuckled, including the Hokage, who took a leisurely puff from his pipe. Irika, now thoroughly exasperated, rubbed his temples before calling the next name. Moving on. Mito Namikaze Uzumaki. Mito performed even better than Menma, completing the basic clone jutsu without breaking a sweat. As an added bonus, she used the water whip jutsu, earning 5 extra points, though the medic on standby looked less than pleased when she completely drained the water barrel next to the tent. Alright, Naruto, you're up, Irika grumbled. Naruto shut his book and strolled over, hands tucked into his pockets. He took his place beside Irika, while Mizuki stood a few feet away, wearing his usual fake smile. But just for a second, a subtle glare flickered across the man's face. Naruto caught it. He smirked under his mask. Someone's bitter. You may begin, Mizuki announced. Without warning, a kunai flew straight at Naruto's throat. A split second later, poof. Naruto vanished, replaced by a log that clattered to the stone slab, a kunai embedded in its surface. The crowd blinked in shock. From among the students, Naruto casually stepped forward and returned to his spot next to Irika. Irika grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. Good job, Naruto. A sealless substitution jutsu. Naruto barely reacted, but his lips curled into the faintest smirk. Now, onto your clone jutsu, Irika continued. Naruto's grin widened beneath his mask. Oh, this was gonna be fun. He held up a cross seal with both hands. What? Menma stuttered. A thick cloud of smoke exploded around Naruto, swallowing both Irika and Mizuki in its dense fog. For a moment, nothing was visible. Then the smoke cleared and 20 Narutos stood in perfect formation, smirking at the stunned crowd. The students gawked. Menma's face turned red with rage. So much for holding back, huh, Naruto? Vision sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he floated nearby. Naruto scoffed. You know this isn't even my real ability. Shadow clones are outdated. Menma visibly shook with anger, his glare burning holes into Naruto. Probably furious that he kept getting upstaged. Irika, despite looking a little pale, managed to shake off his shock. Great work, Naruto. Now for your last jutsu. Naruto's smirk deepened. Oh, this is gonna get me in a lot of trouble. He formed the ram sign. Super CC by SXL harem jutsu. The 20 clones vanished in a burst of smoke, only to reappear as impossibly attractive adults. The women wore stylish swimwear, their figures gleaming in the sunlight, while the men stood confidently in fitted swim trunks. The effect was instantaneous. Chaos erupted. Laughter filled the training field as students and shinobi alike collapsed into giggling heaps. Irika and Mizuki were sent flying, crashing into trees. Even the Hokage, usually so composed, shot into the air, landing on the academy roof with a loud thud. And Jiraiya? Jiraiya was out cold before he even hit the ground. Naruto cackled internally. Too easy. Then, a wave of pure, unfiltered malice flooded the training grounds. The laughter died instantly. The students froze. Naruto felt the hairs on his arms rise as a chilling presence made itself known. Slowly, he turned his head toward the gathered parents. And his blood ran cold. Standing at the front, holding a very large frying pan in one hand, was Kushina Uzumaki. Her crimson hair flared wildly behind her, shifting like a living entity. Several glowing chakra chains lashed out from her back, slicing through the air like whips. The people who could have stopped her, namely Minato, Shikaku, and a handful of other senior shinobi, were all lying unconscious on the ground. No. To make matters worse, Mikoto Uchiha stood right beside Kushina, her arms crossed, a dark glare on her face. Naruto swallowed hard. I'm so dead. Naruto didn't wait for their tempers to cool. The second that frying pan was raised, he did the only thing a sane person in his position could do: he ran. And not just a casual jog either. He bolted as if his life depended on it. Because, well, it absolutely did. This is not how I pictured my graduation day, Naruto muttered under his breath, leaping across the rooftops of Konoha. Vision, floating beside him like some smug guardian angel, chuckled as another chakra chain whipped past Naruto's shoulder, tearing a tile clean off a rooftop. You should have seen your face. Vision laughed, transparent and utterly unhelpful, as Naruto ducked another chain. Naruto shot him a look that could curdle milk. It was a joke, he yelled over the wind, twisting in midair as a fireball nearly singed the back of his pants. A harmless, fun joke. From behind him, the voice of doom rang out. That wasn't funny at all, young man. Mikoto Uchiha's voice, usually the epitome of grace and warmth, now sounded like the wrath of a disappointed deity. She appeared in front of him in a burst of speed, eyes narrowed. Now come along and accept your punishment like a man. Naruto's boots scraped against the clay tiles as he skidded to a halt. His eyes widened. She was fast. Nope, he muttered, rebounding backward with an acrobatic flip, narrowly avoiding Mikoto's outstretched hand. He admired and respected Mikoto, he really did. She was one of the few people in the village who treated him like a real person. Over the past 2 years, she had been more of a mother to him than his own had been. They first met by chance, 2 years ago, at a small ramen stand. Mikoto had brought the Uchiha orphans out for dinner, a rare moment of brightness for those kids, and Naruto had been sitting alone at a corner table, his nose buried in a book, his bowl half-eaten and forgotten. He might have ignored the noisy group if not for the tiny shadow that approached him. A little girl, barely 4 years old, stood by his table, her dark eyes wide with curiosity. She stared at him for a solid 10 seconds before boldly stating, "You look weird." Then she tugged on the sleeve of his orange jumpsuit and added, "This is ugly." Laughter erupted from Vision. Naruto had never wanted to scold a child before that moment. He'd wanted to respond to her bluntness, but then those puppy dog eyes. The kind that melted his resolve instantly. Moments later, an older black-haired boy, probably her brother, rushed over, yanked her away, and mumbled an apology. Naruto thought it would end there. Just a strange little blip in his day. But then came Mikoto, carrying the little girl on her hip. She didn't ask. She didn't suggest. Mikoto pulled him out of his lonely corner and insisted he join their table. It wasn't long before Hanako and Daichi, those same Uchiha kids, started calling him Nisan. Even Sasuke, distant and haunted by vengeance, barely spoke to them. But Naruto? He had been welcomed into their little world before he even realized it. He shook off the memory and sprinted toward the edge of the roof, leaping into the air just as another fireball blasted past him. "No thank you. I refuse to be grounded on my graduation day," he called out behind him. Before he could land, a glowing chakra chain shot out like a serpent and coiled tightly around his waist. Crap! Naruto flailed midair, arms and legs kicking uselessly as the chain yanked him backward. His chakra sputtered when he tried to channel it. It felt blocked, like static humming through his coils. Definitely Kushina's doing. He was hoisted upside down, spinning slightly as he dangled in the air, then lowered until he came face to face with the two women. Kushina's crimson hair billowed around her like a lion's mane, her frying pan gleaming in the sunlight with the promise of retribution. Mikoto stood beside her, hands on her hips, exuding an aura of calm disappointment that was somehow worse than the frying pan. Naruto sighed, defeated. He could have escaped. Honestly, slipping away wouldn't have been hard not with his current arsenal of tricks. But running for real would have drawn the wrong kind of attention. Especially from the figure he'd sensed earlier, silent, still, cloaked in an unsettling, emotionless presence. Someone was watching. Hidden well, too well. But Naruto knew the feeling of being observed, and this wasn't just another nosy villager. This one was skilled. Too skilled. He couldn't see them, but he didn't need to. Brute, he thought grimly. Danzo's agents. And they were watching his every move. Naruto hit the ground with a dull thud right in front of the Hokage's desk. The chakra chains snapped loose with a faint metallic grind before slithering back behind Kushina's back like they'd never existed. Groaning, Naruto stumbled to his feet, brushing dirt and cracked tile shards off his dark haori, trying his best to ignore the hundreds of eyes burning holes into the back of his skull. He could still smell the lingering tang of iron in the air. The sight before him nearly made him break character. He wanted to laugh. Kami, he really did. Almost every person in sight had tissues jammed up their noses like hastily made cotton torpedoes. Even the clan heads. Some still sat slumped against trees or benches, dazed and blushing, while others were giggling like school kids trying not to pass out. The ones not bleeding were either horrified or too amused to care. But Naruto held his mask. Barely. Arika, bless his overworked heart, stood at the center of the chaos. Face twitching as he clutched his clipboard to his chest. His glare could have curdled milk. Is there something you want to tell us, Naruto? Arika asked, voice tight with barely restrained frustration. A few loud voices from the crowd chimed in, echoing Arika's demand. The embarrassment and righteous fury practically radiated from them. Naruto tilted his head to the side, hands casually shoved into his pockets, and blinked up at Arika with wide-eyed innocence. Like what? Arika groaned, dragging a hand down his face. He pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly counting to 10 in his head. Aren't you going to apologize for the stunt you just pulled? Naruto didn't miss a beat. No. There was a beat of silence. What? Arika asked flatly. Naruto smirked and shrugged. Not my fault, everyone here's a bunch of perverts. A collective thump sounded as Arika and several students fell over in disbelief. The Hokage nearly dropped his pipe, coughing on smoke as he tried and failed to hold back his laughter. Naruto stood there, smug and composed, hands still buried in his pockets, and thought to himself, totally worth it. Over the indignant squawks of the riled-up crowd, a low growl of sheer frustration rumbled from behind Naruto. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was, but he did anyway. Kushina stood a few feet behind him, her crimson hair once again levitating. A thick vein pulsed visibly on her temple, her expression twisted in fury. She raised a clenched fist in the air as if she was one insult away from launching it at his head. That's not an apology, Naruto, she snapped. I didn't raise a pervert for a son. The easy smile on Naruto's face vanished. Behind the desk, the Hokage groaned and buried his face in his palm. Oh, no. A wave of pure, suffocating tension flooded the training ground like a storm cloud dropping all its weight at once. It hit the crowd like a sledgehammer, instantly silencing every whisper, every protest. Kushina's hair dropped to her shoulders as the fury on her face melted into something much smaller, fear. Gasps rippled through the students as their legs buckled under the pressure. A few collapsed entirely, their skin pale and breaths shallow, unable to handle the overwhelming force of Naruto's presence. The air itself seemed to still as Naruto slowly turned toward Kushina, his usually warm blue eyes glowing with a chilling intensity. His voice came low, controlled and cutting. Since when did you raise me? Every syllable hung in the air like a blade. You were too busy fawning over your perfect little children. And the mighty Uzumaki clan. To even glance in my direction. The only time you ever showed your face was when your guilt started to eat away at you. He took a step forward, and even though his voice remained steady, the intensity behind it grew. So don't act like you're my mother. Don't stand there and wear that title as if you've earned it. His gaze swept across the stunned faces in the crowd. You'd insult every woman in this village who truly deserves to be called mother. Without saying anything more, Naruto turned his back on Kushina. She stood frozen, one trembling fist pressed against her chest, her eyes beginning to shimmer with unshed tears. But Naruto didn't look back. The heavy atmosphere of his anger dissipated instantly, like a thick fog blown away by a sudden breeze. Students gasped for breath, shakily regaining their composure. Some trembled in place, while others stared, wide-eyed and pale. Even Sasuke and Menma looked at him as if they had just witnessed something shocking, raw disbelief flickering in their usually guarded expressions. Naruto scoffed under his breath and walked over to a tree at the far end of the training ground, indifferent to the fact that every pair of eyes was on him. He sank down at its base and stretched his legs out, letting the cool shade envelop him. Let them stare. He didn't care. How dare she try to lecture him? Kushina had never cared when it truly mattered, so what right did she have now? A familiar voice spoke calmly beside him. What happened to staying under the radar? Naruto didn't need to open his eyes to know it was vision. The AI stood beside him, hands neatly clasped behind his back, his crimson features as composed as ever. Despite the words, Naruto sensed no judgment in his tone, only observation. Vision scanned the group of students across the field, some still whispering, others casting him sideways glances. Fortunately, only Naruto could see him. A floating crimson figure in a golden cape? That would raise a few eyebrows in Konoha. Unleashing your anger like that wasn't a smart move, Vision added, his gaze still calmly tracking the field. Naruto leaned back against the tree, tilting his head up and closing his eyes. He tuned out the murmurs, focusing instead on the soft rustle of leaves swaying overhead. It was one of the few sounds that didn't make his head throb lately. Honestly, I'm too tired to care, he thought. It might have been reckless, but I'm done playing their game. A moment passed in silence before Vision replied, his voice low and thoughtful. Then just be ready for the consequences. They may be heavier than you're prepared to bear. Naruto didn't answer, but his jaw clenched. He was already carrying more than anyone knew. While Naruto lounged under the shade of a tree, trying to ignore the incessant whispering of the crowd, the Hokage and Irika quietly calculated the final scores. A few girls had gathered nearby, their voices a little too loud for his liking. At the center of the gossip storm, unsurprisingly, was Ino. Naruto scoffed to himself. Ino Yamanaka, the self-proclaimed gossip queen, always had her nose where it didn't belong. She was as subtle as a paper bomb in a fireworks store. What was that? A brunette girl whispered, glancing around nervously. Naruto groaned. All he wanted was a peaceful moment to nap, but clearly that wasn't happening anytime soon. He opened one eye, sighed, and pulled out the same book he'd been reading for days. The girls were staring at him again. Ino leaned in and replied to the brunette, "What are you even talking about?" "I'm talking about that intense pressure earlier. It felt like someone was watching me closely." Ino smirked like she'd just been complimented. "Oh, that's killer intent. My dad says only seasoned shinobi or those with a dark past can use it. It's all about the intent to harm, scary stuff." Naruto rolled his eyes behind the book. Leave it to Ino to stoke the flames. Drama followed her like a shadow on a sunny day. She wasn't entirely wrong though. Anyone could technically use killer intent, but only those with high chakra reserves, precise control, or a wealth of battle experience or deep, unprocessed trauma could wield it effectively. Real killer intent came from something raw. Something broken. He felt the shift in energy around him as the group of girls slowly backed away, clearly trying to put as much distance between them and him as possible. He didn't react, but his ears caught the brunette's next question. "So, you think he's already harmed someone?" Naruto stilled, the question sinking its hooks into his mind. His thoughts dragged him back to that night, the night his parents officially erased him from their lives. They'd stood in front of everyone, basking in the cheers, as they named his younger siblings the heirs to their respective clans. Minato had smiled. Kushina had stood proudly. The applause had been deafening. Naruto had slipped away before the celebration ended, unnoticed by anyone. Not that they would have cared. The pain was too fresh, too sharp. He didn't want comfort. He wanted to feel something, anything other than the emptiness that gnawed at his chest. Not even Vision could talk him down that night. He wandered the outskirts of the village, the quiet hum of the forest offering a distraction. That's when he stumbled across them. A small bandit camp. The smell hit him first: smoke, sweat, and something unsettling. He didn't get far before danger found him. An arrow whistled past his head, missing him by inches. He pivoted instinctively, only to see a massive axe coming down toward him. He barely dodged in time. The blade slammed into the grass with a dull thud. The burly man behind it grunted, then slammed a heavy boot into Naruto's chest, launching him backward. He crashed into a rotting log, splinters biting into his back as the air was knocked out of him. "Look what we got here," the leader sneered, his yellowed teeth crooked. "A little rat sneakin' into our camp. What do you say, boys? Let's take care of it before it squeals." Naruto had frozen at first, more from disbelief than fear. But something snapped inside him at that moment. The pain. The betrayal. The rage. It all came rushing to the surface like a dam breaking. Naruto staggered to his feet, clutching his ribs as 5 men strutted toward him, weapons drawn and cruel grins stretched across their faces. Their shadows stretched across the forest floor like hungry hands, reaching for him, daring him to move. He narrowed his eyes, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. If they thought he was some lost kid or easy prey, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. One of the bandits cracked his knuckles while another spun a dagger lazily between his fingers. The leader, a hulking brute with an axe slung over his shoulder, sneered as Naruto's hands blurred into motion. A flurry of hand signs. The men laughed. "Would you look at that?" the leader jeered, nodding at Naruto's trembling form. "The brat thinks he can cast a jutsu. That's adorable." They didn't take him seriously. Most people didn't. Naruto drew in a deep breath, the air hissing through his teeth as he forced chakra into his lungs. It burned raw and untamed, but he didn't care. He felt every inch of pain, every sharp reminder that he was alone, unwanted, and forgotten. The bandits faltered as the air around Naruto grew hot. The smirks died on their faces as he formed the last seal tiger and held it firm in front of his mouth. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he roared in his head. He parted his lips and unleashed the blaze. A roaring inferno burst forth, a swirling sphere of searing flames that lit up the entire clearing. The fireball surged toward the bandits like a comet, devouring everything in its path. Their laughter turned into shrieks of terror, short-lived and pitiful before silence fell again. The forest, once still and dark, was now bathed in a reddish glow. Smoke curled into the air. Ash drifted like snowflakes. And in the center of the scorched earth lay remnants of what had been, the aftermath of his unleashed fury. Naruto stood there, shoulders heaving, chest tight. He didn't feel triumph. He didn't feel guilt. He just felt numb. That night was the first time he took a life. And the last time he ever apologized for surviving in a world that had forgotten him. Naruto shook the memory out of his head and shot a glare at the group of girls. He didn't owe them an explanation, not about his past, not about anything. If they had a problem, they could leave. It was his life, not theirs, and he sure as hell wasn't going to apologize for surviving it. They'd learn the hard truths of the world soon enough if they even graduated. A sudden shadow fell over him, startling Naruto from his thoughts. He looked up and blinked in surprise. Hinata Hyuga stood there, fidgeting with her fingers. Her cheeks were dusted a deep red, and her soft lilac eyes refused to meet his. "Hello, Naruto," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the breeze. "How are you doing today?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at the question but didn't mind Hinata's usual awkwardness. Honestly, he was used to it by now, even if he never fully understood it. She was one of the few people in the class who didn't look down on him. Sometimes she even sat with him during lunch when Shikamaru was off snoring under a tree and Choji was buried in chip bags like they were treasure chests. Back when they first met, Hinata used to faint if he so much as looked in her direction. Even one of his shadow clones could send her crashing to the ground. But over time, after becoming true friends, she emerged from her timid shell. Just like him, her family had cast her aside in favor of a younger sibling. The Hyuga clan, proud and uptight as they were, saw her quiet kindness as a weakness. They didn't realize there was a fierce spirit slumbering behind that soft-spoken smile, a side of Hinata few ever saw. "Doing all right, I guess," Naruto replied with a sigh as Hinata sat beside him beneath the tree. "Even if most of these idiots are driving me up the wall. I just want to get this graduation test over with already." Hinata tucked a strand of dark blue hair behind her ear, her lavender eyes flickering toward the chattering crowd. "Why, you did brilliantly, Naruto. I'm sure you'll pass without any problems." Naruto couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Strangely enough, his stomach did a little flutter, like a kunai twisting in his gut, but not in a bad way. Unexpected. "You too, Hinata," he said genuinely. His compliment turned her entire face the color of a ripe tomato. "Is she feeling unwell or something?" Vision appeared beside him, arms folded, golden cape swaying gently in the breeze. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes sparkled with amusement. "She's not sick, Naruto," Vision said, shaking his head with a smirk. "I swear, I taught you the fundamentals of quantum physics, and you mastered them in less than a week. But when it comes to emotions, specifically romantic ones, you're as dense as a boulder." "Hey, I'm not dumb. Just confused," Naruto grumbled, side-eyeing Hinata like he was studying a particularly difficult scroll. He tilted his head. "Why does her face look like it's on fire?" Vision chuckled again, utterly amused at his host's obliviousness. Naruto scowled. One day, he thought, "I'm going to figure out how to kick this AI's smug red butt back to whatever dimension he came from." But for now, he let Hinata sit close. He didn't get it, but her company was kind of nice. 5 minutes later, their little peaceful bubble burst when Irika called them together. Naruto rose to his feet and extended a hand toward Hinata. Her lavender eyes widened, fixating on his hand for a second, but then she slowly raised her own and accepted his. Naruto couldn't help but notice how soft her hands were, like silk, but her grip held surprising strength. He hoisted her up easily and walked beside her toward the crowd, a faint blush hidden beneath his cheeks. They found a spot together among the gathered students, waiting for their names to be called. "All right, everyone," Irika announced, holding his clipboard. I'll call your names and you'll face Mizuki for 2 minutes. Even if you lose, it doesn't mean you fail. You'll be graded on how long you can last and how well you fight. Naturally, Mizuki won't go all out, so don't panic. First up, Shino. And so began another round of low-key torture, watching the civilian kids try their best while the clan kids strutted around like peacocks, cocky and overconfident. Naruto groaned under his breath when Sakura's name was called. Yeah, let's do this. Sakura pumped her fist in the air, deafening everyone nearby. Then she turned to Sasuke with a dramatic flourish. Watch me, Sasuke-kun. I'll show Mizuki-sensei what I've got. Naruto snorted from behind his book when he caught the flicker of pain flash across Sasuke's permanent scowl. In return, he got a withering glare from the Uchiha. Let's just say the fight was something. Sure, Sakura had top-tier chakra control. She subconsciously reinforced her punches, but she was slow, and her academy-style taijutsu left much to be desired. 30 seconds in, she overextended a wild punch. Mizuki dodged and delivered a swift strike that sent her sprawling. 2 healers carried her off the stage and into the medical tent, her shrieking mother right behind them. Then Irika called Hinata's name. She squeaked, visibly startled, and jogged up to the ring. She took her stance opposite Mizuki, but something felt off. Her footing was unbalanced, and her strikes came with hesitation. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He didn't miss how Hayashi Hyuga watched with a face full of disdain, arms folded, his expression radiating disappointment. As usual, it made Naruto's blood boil. That man couldn't see past his pride to notice his own daughter's heart. All he saw was weakness. Naruto's fists clenched. Then Mizuki landed a solid hit to Hinata's abdomen, knocking her back. That was it. Hinata! Naruto's voice thundered over the crowd. Her eyes locked onto his. Don't let Mizuki-sensei win. I know you can do better. I believe in you. Sasuke scoffed loudly enough to draw attention. Of course, a loser like you would believe in another loser like her. Weaklings like you should stick together, it's the only way you'll survive. A few students laughed. Most didn't, still shaken from Naruto's earlier intensity. Naruto rubbed his face, more annoyed than angry. Oh, shut it, Sasuke. Go find something better to do. A few students choked, and the fangirls erupted in shrill protests, swearing up and down that Sasuke wasn't interested in boys. Back in the ring, something shifted. Hinata's stance realigned, firmer, more precise. Her eyes sharpened. She started deflecting Mizuki's attacks with rapid palms, her gentle fist strikes forcing Mizuki to stay light on his feet. Just as she was about to land a hit on his abdomen, the bell rang. Hinata's shoulders slumped. She glanced at her father and shrank at the sight of his ever-present disapproval. Head lowered, she walked back to Naruto. You did great, Hinata, Naruto said gently. His cerulean eyes sparkled with quiet pride. Hinata blinked. But I didn't even land a hit. Naruto smiled. Doesn't matter. You're not even a genin yet. No one expects you to beat a Chunin instructor. Hinata's eyes lit up as she smiled, blushing like a tomato. Naruto gave her a sideways grin before turning his attention to the next kid, who was knocked out in under 15 seconds. Then came Kiba, who swaggered into the ring with Akamaru perched on his head. The little white puppy barked once, excited, while Kiba winked at a few girls and blew a kiss at Mito. Mito swatted it away and shouted something about fleas. Kiba's clan was known for its brutal taijutsu, and it showed. He gave Mizuki a solid challenge, lasting the entire round with only a few bruises and a cocky smirk. Next was Konan, Naruto's quiet cousin. He strode into the ring with calm confidence. Naruto had to admit the kid had talent. There was no doubt Uncle Hando had trained him thoroughly, using his status as clan elder to give Konan every advantage. The boy fought with precision and speed, his movements calculated. When the bell rang, Konan was still standing sweaty but upright. The crowd actually clapped for him as he walked off the stage. End of chapter 23. Next up was Menma, who strutted through the crowd, earning squeals of delight from his fangirls. Naruto's eyes found Kushina, standing beside her husband while playfully hitting Jiraiya on the head. The old pervert hit the ground with a resounding thud. As usual, he'd probably said something foolish that ticked off the protective mother. Naruto blinked in disbelief, watching the fox boy fumble around the ring like a clumsy dancer. His stance was all over the place. That's what happened when your ego grew bigger than your skill. Menma was all show, no substance. Naruto bit back a snort when he caught sight of Minato and Jiraiya's embarrassed faces. Menma spent more time boasting about his greatness than actually training to live up to it. The match ended when Menma overextended on a wild punch. Mizuki, unimpressed, sidestepped it and delivered a clean shot to Menma's gut. The boy crumpled to the floor, wheezing and glaring up at Mizuki as if he had been cheated. The whole fight hadn't even lasted a minute. Irika helped Menma to his feet and guided him toward the med tent, where a busy healer tended to the collection of students who had faced defeat. As usual, Menma's fangirls lost their collective minds, hurling insults at Mizuki for daring to hurt their precious savior, while the instructor's left eye twitched in annoyance. Still, he wisely ignored them. Mito Namikaze Uzumaki. Irika shouted over the crowd. Mito walked to the ring with her usual confident swagger. Her fighting style had Kushina's fingerprints all over it, sharp, fluid, and deliberate. Whirlpool-style footwork, reinforced punches, and efficient chakra control. She even flashed a grin back at her mother, who beamed with pride. Her fight lasted the full 2 minutes. When the bell rang, she stood firm in the center of the ring, barely winded. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Irika called out next. Naruto groaned under his breath and started toward the ring, tuning out the chorus of jeers coming from the crowd. Good luck, dope, Sasuke drawled with a smirk. You'll need it. Naruto didn't bother with a comeback. He had no time or energy for Uchiha drama. Sasuke was a walking contradiction, a superiority complex fueled by his clan name, and an inferiority complex festering in the shadow of his brother's betrayal. Naruto stepped into the ring and faced Mizuki, who wore a smug grin. Well, Naruto, the man sneered. Let's see what a disgrace can do, shall we? Naruto raised an eyebrow and stretched his legs with an easy, confident motion. Really, sensei? At least I'm not a washed-up chunin teaching brats, because he didn't have the strength to make a name for himself. A few students in the crowd let out a loud, ooh. Mizuki's smile turned venomous. His chakra spiked, thick with intent. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He wasn't stupid, he could feel it. Mizuki wasn't holding back like he had with the others. If Naruto didn't take this seriously, he could end up in trouble. Hajime! Irika called out. The crowd erupted, some cheering for Naruto's downfall like they were at a coliseum. Mizuki charged, faster than he had with anyone else. Naruto didn't flinch. With a subtle pulse from the reality stone, he activated his Mutengen. The stone's power kept his eyes hidden from the world, similar to a genjutsu. However, the illusion couldn't be broken since it didn't rely on chakra. The strange multicolored eyes sparked to life, not because he needed them, but because learning his opponent's moves in real time was smart. The world around him slowed. Mizuki's fist shot toward his face. Naruto slapped it aside with casual precision, shocking the instructor. He stayed defensive, light on his feet, his movements fluid and tight. Every block, dodge, and redirect drew more gasps from the crowd. The people who expected Naruto to get flattened were starting to lean forward. Naruto's fighting style was an odd blend: Senju grace, Uzumaki ferocity, and Namikaze speed. He hit fast, flowed between counters, and turned enemy momentum against them. Acrobatic flips and spins gave him unpredictable angles. He backflipped over a low sweep and came down with a sharp kick to Mizuki's chin. The instructor staggered, stunned, rubbing his bruised jaw. His face twisted in rage. Mizuki charged again, faster now, trading a series of punches and kicks with Naruto. They clashed in a blur of movement. Naruto's muscles burned, and his arm went a little numb from one of the blocks, but he was keeping up. They jumped apart. Mizuki glared, panting slightly. It seems you're not as incompetent as I thought, he sneered. But you're still a waste of space. No wonder your family. The tomo in Naruto's eyes spun rapidly. His jaw clenched. They won't leave me alone. Why can't they just shut up about them? Naruto dropped into a low stance. His chakra surged. Before Mizuki could react, Naruto vanished in a flicker of motion. He reappeared right in front of Mizuki and drove his elbow into the man's gut. Mizuki doubled over, the air blasted from his lungs. Naruto didn't stop. He spun and delivered a swift kick under Mizuki's chin, sending him airborne. Then Naruto disappeared again, reappearing above the instructor midair, chakra coiling around his limbs. Good night, sensei. His boot slammed into Mizuki's face with a loud crack. The man hit the dirt like a falling meteor, dust and debris flying everywhere. When the air cleared, Mizuki was sprawled in a shallow crater, limbs twitching, face swollen. For a long, frozen second no one said a word. Then the bell rang. Ding. Gee, good job, Naruto, Irika stuttered, blinking like he couldn't believe what he just saw. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki is the winner. But no one clapped. They just stared at him wide-eyed, stunned, like the world had tilted sideways. Because a student had just wiped the floor with a chunin instructor. And that student was Naruto. Naruto glared down at Mizuki, the instructor still groaning in a crater of his own making. Next time, sensei, he said coolly, voice carrying over the stunned silence, don't insult your opponent while you're still facing them. Overconfidence gets you in trouble. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets, shoulders loose but his eyes sharp. And another thing. I don't care about my clan. So get better insults while you're at it. Gasps rippled through the crowd again, but Naruto didn't care. He turned and walked toward the steps leading off the fighting ring, only to halt when a familiar, self-important voice rang out behind him. How dare you insult the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans, you insolent whelp! Naruto sighed and rubbed a hand down his face, dragging it slowly. Of course, it had to be him. Hando Namikaze's ego was bigger than the Hokage monument. The man was practically vibrating with outrage. Show some respect. Hando shouted from the stands, his face contorted with anger. Naruto's eyes hardened, his gaze turning icy as he looked back at the floundering man. I'd rather show respect to the nine-tailed fox than to you. Gasps filled the air, and a hush fell over the arena like a blanket of ice. Students stared at him as if he had revealed a great secret. Hando's face flushed with rage, his lips twitching as if he wanted to leap into the ring himself. That's enough, Naruto. Minato's voice sliced through the tension as he stepped forward. The Jonin's blue eyes narrowed, mirroring Naruto's own. When we get home, we will have a long discussion about your behavior. Naruto's ears rang, not from Minato's words, but from the quiet snickers of Menma and Mito behind him. Their father's scolding seemed to be the funniest thing they'd seen all day. His blood boiled. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails digging into his palms. He barely noticed the small trails of blood beginning to form. The audacity of this man. All he cared about was the clan's reputation. Nothing had changed. Nothing would change. A soft hum of energy whispered beside him. Vision's astral form floated just above the ground, his expression calm and controlled. Naruto, he said gently. There's no use in escalating the situation. Fighting with your family. They're not my family. Naruto mentally shouted. They've never been. He could feel the heat building behind his eyes, and he hated it. He refused to cry. Not in front of them. Not again. I'm so sick and tired of them. This day cannot end fast enough. Then came the voice that made his skin crawl. Ah, look, Menma taunted, folding his arms with that same irritating grin. Little Naruto's shaking like a scared kitten. Afraid of father punishing you again? Naruto froze. He remembered. He was 6. He had wanted to join the family trip to the fire capital. His siblings had been allowed to go, but he wasn't. He threw a tantrum, hoping they would listen, hoping they would care. Minato hadn't yelled. He had punished him. Not with a slap. Not with a lecture. A punishment that left a mark. And when they left, Naruto had been grounded. Alone. Forgotten. Minato had never raised a hand to the Golden Twins. Only to him. That was the moment something inside him had snapped. Menma, Naruto said, his voice low and trembling with anger, with all that's holy. Leave me alone. A chorus of shocked gasps erupted. And as for you, Minato? Naruto continued, turning to face the man he used to call father. I don't care about you or your clan. So take your little sermons and keep them to yourself. I'm done. With all of you. The shock on his family's faces was almost satisfying. Mito paled. Menma's grin faltered. Minato looked as if Naruto had struck him. Kushina's lips parted, but no words came out. Naruto could feel his vision blurring, his body trembling not with fear, but with exhaustion. Rage. Hearted. Before anyone could recover, a sharp bolt of lightning cracked through the air. Naruto vanished in a flash of raw chakra. He reappeared on the roof of the academy, staring down at the stunned crowd below. His breath came in harsh bursts. He clenched his jaw, forcing the tears to stay where they were. Far below, the Hokage's sharp eyes locked onto him, eyes that, for once, weren't soft. They were filled with fury. Minato, Hiruzen said, stepping forward, his voice like cold steel, leave the boy. You've done enough damage for one day. Minato opened his mouth, but the third Hokage's glare stopped him cold. We'll continue with the rest of the test, Hiruzen continued. Irika. Proceed. The tension lingered like a cloud that refused to lift. But for Naruto? For once. He felt light. Heavy-hearted, wounded, absolutely. But light. He was done playing nice. The last of the students continued with the taijutsu test while Naruto sat perched on the railing of the academy roof, his legs swinging lazily, one foot rhythmically tapping against the metal. A gentle breeze tousled his spiky blonde hair, providing a bit of relief from the sharp glare of the mid-morning sun. From time to time, Minato and Kushina's eyes drifted up to where he sat like a shadow above the crowd, but Naruto chose not to acknowledge them. He had spent too much of his life hoping, waiting, and hurting for their attention. No more. He was done chasing scraps of affection. It was time to start living for himself and for the people who truly cared. He watched as another pair of students hit the ground under the guidance of a substitute instructor who had taken over for Mizuki. The poor guy probably didn't expect to be thrown into the deep end today, but he handled himself well enough. Still, Naruto couldn't help but snort at the display. Then came Sasuke, strutting onto the stage with his hands stuffed in his pockets, chin slightly lifted, playing the part of cool and detached. His fangirls squealed as if they had seen a celebrity. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sasuke took his starting position, dropping into the Uchiha in scepter stance, one typically reserved for elite-level fighters who had awakened the Sharingan. Cute, Naruto thought, narrowing his eyes in amusement. The stance looked good on paper, elegant, clean, powerful. But without the Sharingan? It was like trying to paint with your eyes closed. Irika signaled the start, and Sasuke shot forward like a black blur of overconfidence. Naruto activated his Mutengen, the chakra-etched pattern blooming across his irises as his vision sharpened. Every motion slowed, every strike analyzed in real time. Sasuke's form wasn't bad, it was fast, focused, even dangerous, but there were gaps. Subtle flaws. Nothing major, but enough to reveal that the stance relied heavily on the predictive power of the Sharingan. 2 minutes later, Sasuke stomped off the platform, a scowl etched across his face as if someone had just ruined his day. Naruto smirked. The fan club didn't care. They practically worshipped the grounds Sasuke walked on. Ino and Sakura launched themselves at him, shrieking and hugging him tightly before immediately diving into their usual bickering. Sasuke, looking very much like a man caught in a nightmare, tried to shake them off without losing his cool. Naruto chuckled to himself. Finally, something entertaining. Okay, everyone. Irika called, his voice magically amplified to echo across the entire yard and up to the rooftop. Take 5 minutes to catch your breath. We'll begin calling out the names of those who passed the graduation test shortly. And for those who didn't, don't worry. The Hokage has authorized a makeup exam to be held next month. A wave of relieved cheers rose from the group, especially from the students who already knew they had flunked. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he glanced down at the Hokage speaking quietly with Irika, the two reviewing a stack of files. The old man is pulling strings again. Naruto wasn't naive. He understood the game. Hiruzen probably wanted to inflate the graduating class numbers to boost the future shinobi force. It sounded noble on the surface, but Naruto knew the truth behind it. Nearly half of all fresh genin didn't survive their first year out in the field. Tragic? Sure. But that was reality. The world didn't care about starry-eyed kids with dreams of glory. It swallowed them whole before they even got a chance to shine. Pessimistic much? Vision asked, his form hovering a few feet behind him, arms folded as he observed the students below. You should have more faith in them. Naruto shook his head slowly, still watching the hopeful faces in the yard. Not if things keep going like this, he muttered. They're not trained, they're pampered. The civilian council has turned the academy into a glorified daycare center. They have no business interfering in shinobi affairs, but here we are. These kids. Half of them are going to struggle unless they change the curriculum. Vision didn't answer right away. He floated silently for a long moment, blue eyes flickering with data. Finally he spoke. Maybe you have a point. After a few minutes, Irika and a couple of instructors dragged a table into the center of the fighting ring. They began laying out the Hittite polished forehead protectors gleaming with the hidden leaf's emblem, each one catching the sun like a badge of honor. The Hokage took his seat behind the table, flanked by shinobi with clipboards, while Irika stepped forward. When we call your name, come forward and claim your Hittite, Irika announced, his voice clear and steady. First up, Shino Aburame. There was polite applause as Shino silently made his way toward the table, hands buried in his coat pockets, expression unreadable beneath his dark glasses. As expected, most of the clan heirs passed. No surprise there. Naruto grumbled under his breath when Sakura's name was called. Seriously? They actually let her pass? Oh brother. Hinata Hyuga. The name rang out, echoing across the training yard. Hinata squeaked, visibly startled, her pale eyes wide. She froze, her hesitation earning a scowl from her ever-stoic father in the audience. Naruto frowned at the display. He wasn't a fan of the Hyuga head's superiority complex. Without hesitation, he vanished from the rooftop in a crackle of static and reappeared beside Hinata in the crowd. He placed a gentle hand on her back and nudged her forward, offering a small, reassuring smile. Go, he said softly. You've earned this. Hinata blinked up at him, then gave a quick nod and rushed off, her face bright red. Naruto chuckled, watching her retreating figure. Where did that come from? Once she reached the table, Hinata bowed to the Hokage, took her headband and rushed back, holding it as if it were a priceless treasure. She lingered beside Naruto, fingers fumbling as she tied it around her neck, still glowing with embarrassment. They stood in silence after that, shoulder to shoulder, as Menma swaggered his way up to the ring. Naruto snorted when the guy nearly tripped over his own feet. So much for elegance. Mito, at least, managed to pick hers up without turning it into a spectacle. Irika coughed and then shouted, Naruto. Irika-sensei, Naruto interrupted, raising a hand. Yeah, let's not go there with the surname. It's just Naruto. Drop the clan names. The crowd murmured in confusion. Irika blinked, clearly caught off guard. Even the Hokage stilled behind the table, his brow tightening. Naruto's parents? Absolutely stunned. Their son had just disowned two of the most prestigious clans in the village without even blinking. But of course, Hando had to open his mouth. You insolent brat. the man roared from the stands, practically fuming. You should be grateful to be born into such esteemed bloodlines. And now you throw it all away? You should. Hando's words were abruptly cut off as he gasped for breath, clutching at his throat. His eyes widened in panic, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. Chaos erupted in the arena. Parents gasped, students shouted, and Naruto? He casually approached the table as if nothing was amiss, picked up a black-clothed Hittite and tied it around his waist. Behind him, Hando sank to his knees, struggling for air, his hands desperately clawing at his throat. Father! Konan cried, racing across the training ground toward his struggling parent. Minato and Jiraiya hurried after him, attempting to pry Hando's fingers away, but their efforts were in vain. Hando held onto his neck as if his own hands were betraying him. Konan turned, fury blazing in his eyes. What did you do to him? Naruto barely glanced at him. Nothing, he replied, adjusting the knot on his Hittite. He's just having a hard time. Maybe next time he won't talk so much. You JRK, release the genjutsu. Konan shouted, his fists trembling with anger. Naruto scoffed. Why don't you do it yourself? I thought a clan elder could handle a simple illusion. Guess that means your father's the real failure here. The word struck Konan like a blow. His face twisted in rage. Naruto offered a mock salute. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than babysit another one of Menma's trained followers. He turned to Hinata, his expression softening. See you around, Hinata. With a flash of lightning, he vanished, leaving behind his wheezing uncle, collapsed in the dirt, face flushed and utterly embarrassed. Hando was not in any real danger. The genjutsu Naruto had used was a minor illusion, more dramatic than harmful. It didn't actually restrict airflow, it just felt that way. But to Naruto, that made it all the more humiliating. If Hando couldn't even handle something so trivial, perhaps he truly wasn't worthy of the surname Naruto had just dismissed. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, allowing the smoke to curl lazily into the warm afternoon air as he surveyed the chaos left in Naruto's wake. He should have reprimanded the boy. Attacking a fellow clan member was a serious offense, regardless of the circumstances. But he couldn't bring himself to do it this time. Naruto had years, no, a lifetime of pent-up anger simmering inside him. Hiruzen had feared that one day, the boy might explode in a way that no one could control. In truth, what Naruto did today could have been much worse. Yet he had shown restraint. Hiruzen felt a rare flicker of pride. He's a prodigy, the old Hokage thought. On par with Itachi. Maybe even Minato. Given time he might even rival my own sensei. But there was no denying that Naruto's actions today would not go unnoticed. Especially by him. Across the arena, Danzo stood still, his posture deceptively relaxed. The one visible eye beneath the shadows of his wrappings gleamed with sharp calculation. The mask of indifference he wore fooled most, but not Hiruzen. He had known Danzo too long, too well. He would bet his entire collection of Ika books that the old warhawk was already scheming, plotting ways to manipulate Naruto. Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his chin. This boy. He just made my job 10 times harder. Still, there was a silver lining. Now that Naruto had officially become a genin, Hiruzen had more legal grounds to protect him, more leeway to keep him away from Danzo and the shadowy grasp of Root. He just needed time. Time to strengthen the boy. And prepare him for the wolves already circling. Enough! Hiruzen's voice rang out, firm and commanding. The murmurs and chaos quieted instantly. Hiruzen narrowed his gaze. He had to hand it to Naruto. It had only taken a few seconds for the boy to ensnare his uncle in that genjutsu. Subtle. Efficient. A message wrapped in silence. And a very effective one. He turned his attention to the younger Namikaze. Mr. Namikaze. Take your father back to your clan compound. You're excused. Konan stiffened, then nodded quickly. Wordlessly, he began to lead his muttering, still fuming father toward the exit, his small hands clenched into fists around Hando's sleeve. Good, Hiruzen thought, watching them leave. One less headache to deal with. He let out another puff of smoke, then turned back to the crowd of students and parents, his voice returning to its calm but authoritative tone. Now, let us continue the graduation ceremony. Naruto appeared in a flash of lightning on the roof just above his room. The clay tiles crunched softly beneath his boots as the static energy crackled around him and faded into the air. His mask slipped off his face, revealing a quiet, tired expression. He took a deep breath, letting the cool breeze brush against his flushed cheeks, trying to calm the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. His fingers drifted to the Hittite fastened snugly around his waist like a belt buckle. A small, proud smile tugged at his lips. He did it. He had achieved his freedom, his independence. He was officially a genin now, just one step away from real missions and real choices. As long as they didn't assign him to a team with Duckbutt, he'd be fine. Naruto chuckled to himself. He already knew what came next, the Jonin test. He'd watched the chaos of last year's graduation unfold from the academy rooftop. Let's just say, it left an impression. A full-grown man with an explosive bowl cut, green spandex, and orange leg warmers flipping through the air while battling 3 terrified genin? It was the stuff of nightmares. Especially when one of the students looked like a mini version of the guy, shouting about the power of youth, like it was some kind of battle cry. A shudder ran through Naruto just remembering it. Shaking the image from his mind, Naruto centered himself with a quiet breath, then stepped off the roof and landed lightly in front of his room. The door was already open. Inside, Namorei stood quietly, broom in hand, finishing the last bit of cleaning. "Mom." Naruto rushed into the room, worry flashing across his face. "You should be in bed, not cleaning my room." He reached out to take the broom from her, but she playfully tapped him on the head with it. "Stop coddling me, Naruto," she said firmly, though warmth lingered in her voice. "I'm fine. The healer already came by and gave me medicine for my cold." Naruto rubbed the sore spot on his head and winced. Right, I get it. But are you done? We're heading out." Namorei froze for a moment, her hands pausing mid-sweep. Her eyes widened slightly, then softened with something bittersweet. Naruto didn't miss the flicker of sadness that passed over her features. He had sensed it before he even got to the compound. Her chakra always hummed differently when she was upset. She didn't want to leave. Naruto hated that. Hated the thought that his decision to leave was hurting her even if he knew staying here wasn't safe for either of them. Everyone in the clan looked down on her just for caring about him. She was an outcast just like he was. Maybe even more so now. "Mom," he said gently, stepping closer and taking her hand. He rubbed small circles on the back of it with his thumb. "You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. I'll come visit you as often as I can." Namorei leaned the broom against the wall and cupped his face in her palms, brushing her thumbs lightly across his cheeks. "I won't lie and say I won't miss the clan," she said softly. "But there's nothing left here for me if you're gone. You're my little ball of sunshine and you always will be." A tear slipped from Naruto's eye before he could stop it. Namorei smiled and wiped it away with her thumb. "I'll follow you. Besides, I still have friends in the village. I won't be lonely in the apartment while you're off on missions." Her smile turned playful. "You're not getting rid of me that easily." After quickly clearing out both rooms and sealing their contents into storage scrolls, Naruto and Namorei made their way through the Uzuke's compound. Curious whispers rippled around them like wind through leaves, but Naruto ignored them. No doubt the rumors were already spreading about what he did to Hando, about the showdown with his so-called family. The angry stares from the clan members bounced right off him. He didn't flinch. He didn't stop. He was done with their arrogance, done with their judgmental eyes. Let them choke on their pride. But as they reached the compound gates, Naruto came to an abrupt halt. There they were, the people he wanted to avoid most of all. Minato and Kushina strolled hand in hand, laughing as Menma strutted ahead, cracking jokes like he was the village's next big thing. Mito walked nearby, flanked by Ino and Sakura of all people. And, as expected, Jiraiya trailed along behind them, scribbling furiously in his notebook. Naruto's jaw clenched. They all stopped when they noticed him and Namorei standing at the gate. The laughter died instantly. Naruto instinctively stepped in front of Namorei, shielding her with his body. He didn't know how they'd react to her leaving the clan, but if they dared to try anything, he wouldn't hesitate. He would level the whole place. "Be at ease, Naruto," came a calm voice. Vision appeared in a shimmer of light beside him, his presence like a cooling breeze in the tense heat. "There's no need for such drastic actions." Naruto didn't look at him. His eyes stayed locked on the group ahead. "It will be if they so much as touch her," he said, voice like steel. Menma, ever the arrogant little prick, stepped forward with his usual swagger and sneered, "What are you doing here, clanless? Didn't you say you wanted nothing to do with us?" Naruto tilted his head lazily and smirked. "Of course I don't want anything to do with you. But I had a few things to collect before leaving this clan behind." Menma's face turned scarlet. "You'll pay for disrespecting my clan. I'm going to be the clan head one day, and I won't let anyone talk like that." "Yeah, show him, Menma." Ino and Sakura chimed in. Naruto let out a scoff. "And how exactly are you going to make me pay? I've seen what you can do, and if you're the future of the shinobi world, then we're in trouble." With a roar, Menma lunged at him, fist raised high. But in a blur of yellow, Minato appeared and caught his son's arm mid-swing. "Enough. Both of you." Minato snapped. "Your brothers act like it." Naruto blinked. Then burst out laughing. Not a chuckle. A full-blown, bent-over laugh that echoed through the compound courtyard. Tears welled in his eyes as he wheezed, "Brothers? Oh, that's rich." Sakura's shrill voice broke through his fit. "What's so funny, you fool?" Wiping his eyes, Naruto looked up, expression now stone cold. "The fact that he called us brothers. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard come out of his mouth." He turned toward Minato with a withering glare. "Menma's nothing to me. I consider him an irritant at best, a loudmouth with a brain the size of a pea." Naruto's voice dropped to a growl. I already told you, Minato. I don't care about you. Not after you decided my life was worth less than the dirt on your boot. Naruto. Kushina snapped, storming forward. That's enough out of you, young man. Show your father the respect he deserves. The respect he deserves? Naruto's voice turned frigid, his chakra flaring cold and oppressive. His eyes gleamed like twin shards of ice. The shift was immediate. Ino and Sakura instinctively stepped back, their earlier confidence cracking as Naruto's intense aura rolled off him in heavy waves. Around them, a crowd began to gather. The quiet murmurs of villagers and clansmen filled the air, tension hanging like a storm cloud. Naruto's voice cut through the hush. I will never respect him. He looked straight into Minato's stricken face, unflinching. Why should I? Why should I show even a shred of respect to the man who tossed away his oldest son like trash, who disowned me without hesitation, all because of the ramblings of a misguided individual? Jiraiya flinched, then awkwardly bounced toward the girls and came to a stop beside Menma, his expression both sheepish and defensive. Hey now kid, no need to get personal. The prophecy is real. And just because your parents had to focus more on the chosen ones? Naruto cut in, scoffing. Yeah, they focused, are so focused they forgot I existed. They shoved the responsibility of raising me onto someone else and called it love. His gaze snapped back to Kushina. You want respect, Kushina? He said, voice low and dangerous. Maybe earn it before you start demanding it. Silence blanketed the courtyard. His parents stood frozen. No retorts. No excuses. Just the truth hanging heavy in the air. But, of course, silence was never Menma's strong suit. Oh, please, you're just jealous that mom and dad spend time with us and not with you, Menma sneered, arms crossed. Why would the clan want to disgrace his head when they've got the prophecy children? Naruto's eyes flicked to him, and to everyone's surprise, he nodded. Of course you're right, he said, voice soft. The crowd blinked, confused. A wave of murmured, huh, rippled through them. Menma's grin stretched wide, thinking he'd won. I was jealous of you, Naruto continued, his voice even, but trembling at the edges. Jealous that you both had the love of our parents. I used to spend nights crying into my pillow, wondering what I did wrong, wondering why I wasn't good enough to be loved. A soft hand touched his shoulder. Namorei stood beside him, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Naruto looked at her, then slowly turned his gaze back to his parents. Kushina's eyes were glistening now, her lips trembling. And when I couldn't get your attention through good behavior, Naruto said, his voice louder now, I started acting out. Pulling pranks. Causing trouble. I thought maybe if I was enough of a nuisance, you'd notice me. He swallowed hard, voice cracking slightly. But that didn't work either. The only time you ever looked my way was when your guilt made you, when your conscience forced you. But even then, Menma and Mito still held all your love. He took a shaky breath and clenched his fists. For years I tried to earn it. Begged for it with every stupid joke and every desperate stunt. And then, I finally realized, he paused, voice dropping to a bitter whisper, that you had no love left to give me. Naruto looked up at them now, eyes bright and unwavering. His voice was clear. So I stopped trying. I gave up. Because it's useless. I see that now. That's why I'm leaving the clan. You already disowned me. We haven't, Kushina interrupted, shaking her head. We haven't disowned you, son. Naruto turned to her slowly, gaze sharp as a blade. Don't lie to me, he said coldly. The moment you declared these two, he pointed at Menma and Mito, as heirs to your respective clans, you told the entire village that I wasn't worthy. You erased me from our legacy. Even though I'm the eldest. Even though I'm your son too. Kushina opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. Of course, that was when Jiraiya just had to butt in. Now, Naruto, the old man said, waving his notebook as if that would soothe things. You're taking this too seriously. Your parents meant well. Naming both Jinchuriki as clan heads is a strategic move. It'll unite the clans and strengthen the village. You still have a place in the family. You could advise your siblings. Naruto gagged dramatically. I'd rather offer myself up as a snack for the Nine Tails before that happens. Gasps broke out from the crowd. Even Jiraiya's smug smile faltered. Have you seen your so-called prophecy children? Naruto spat. One's a lazy person who wants power handed to him on a silver platter, and the other spends more time stalking Sasuke than training. She probably dreams of him every night. Mito's face turned beet red. What did you just say? Oh, don't get all worked up, Naruto replied. It's not like it's a secret. Half the village knows she's got a bit of a crush on him. She might as well change her name to Uchiha Mito and be done with it. Kushina's voice trembled behind him. Naruto, please. But Naruto pressed on. You all made your choice, he said, his tone cold and final. Now I'm making mine. He stepped beside Namorei, placing a protective hand on her back as she stood quietly beside him, tears glistening in her eyes. The only person I see as a parent, the one who stood by me when no one else did, is right here, Naruto continued, his voice softening as he looked at Namorei. My mother. The crowd fell silent. Kushina's expression crumpled as she reached out, her hand shaking. Naruto, please. But he didn't give her the chance to reach him. In the next moment, Naruto and Namorei vanished in a flash of lightning, the scent of ozone lingering in the air. The courtyard remained eerily quiet, the echoes of Naruto's words resonating louder than any shout ever could. In a crackle of lightning and the scent of ozone, Naruto and Namorei reappeared just outside a familiar building nestled near the edge of Konoha's bustling heart. The second his boots hit the pavement, Naruto tilted his head up, eyes scanning the rounded, rust-toned apartment complex that stood like a stubborn relic among newer, shinier buildings. To most, it looked like nothing special. Honestly, it wasn't. Weather-worn paint peeled along the cracked concrete walls, and the clay-red roofing tiles had long since faded from years of sun, rain, and time. Electrical wires hung in tangled loops above like a lazy spider's web, buzzing faintly in the afternoon warmth. Metal water tanks glinted half-heartedly on the roof, lopsided and a little rusty. Somewhere down the block, the familiar scent of soy broth and fried dumplings from the ramen stand drifted on the breeze, making Naruto's stomach growl in spite of everything. But to him, this place was freedom. He took a deep, steady breath, letting the stale city air fill his lungs. The weight of the Uzuke's compound slipped off his shoulders like a suffocating cloak finally shrugged free. This building didn't care about bloodlines or titles. It didn't whisper behind his back or measure his worth by a prophecy. No one here cared that he wasn't the chosen one. It was small, run down, and half the time the plumbing rattled like an old man with a cough, but it was his. He glanced to the side. Namorei stood quiet, eyes flicking over the building's uneven edges and weathered windows like she was etching the image into her memory. A soft, wistful smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and for a moment, the tension in her shoulders eased. It's not much, Naruto said, voice low but proud. But it's home. The two of them made their way to the entrance. The old green metal door was still there, its paint chipped and faded, a deep scratch running across the middle like some kind of forgotten battle scar. The moment Naruto stepped up to it, the hinges creaked in greeting as if even the building knew he was back. The inside wasn't much different. The hallway lights flickered like they always had, casting pale orange glows on the dingy walls. The stairs groaned under their weight, and Naruto could practically hear old Lady Mitsun upstairs readying her slippers to throw at him if he got too loud again. But he didn't care. For the first time in a long time, he was bringing someone he cared about into his world. Not the version they all wanted him to be, but who he chose to be. They stopped at the very end of the hallway, in front of his apartment door. It wasn't in the best shape, faded paint, a bent handle, and a small burn mark that looked suspiciously like an old fire jutsu accident, but Naruto smirked. Don't let appearances fool you, he muttered, reaching into his pocket. Among his keys was one that didn't belong to any normal lock. Its edges shimmered faintly, carved with glowing arcane runes that pulsed in steady rhythm. A gift born of ancient sorcery and stolen wisdom courtesy of the Time Stone and one very peculiar man named Dr. Stephen Strange. Sliding the key into the lock, a soft pulse of blue energy rippled out across the door. Namorei blinked as the air shimmered, the barrier flickering briefly before stabilizing with a low hum. Naruto pushed the door open and stepped into a space that really shouldn't have existed. He walked in slowly, taking a moment to let the familiar warmth of the room settle around him like a favorite old hoodie. Still surreal, honestly, how something so sleek, so impossibly futuristic, could feel so right. His boots made no sound on the rune-inlaid wooden floor, which gave off a faint glow beneath his steps, pulsing with chakra as it synced with his energy like a heartbeat. The room opened up into a wide, elegant sprawl, modern design woven together with unmistakable touches of magic. Towering windows let in soft, natural light, and the enchanted curtains shifted transparency with the time of day or depending on Naruto's mood. Right now, the view beyond them shimmered between a forest clearing and a projection of the afternoon sky over Konoha. Cool, fresh air drifted through the room, subtly scented with sandalwood, his favorite. The scent was released from a levitating orb near the ceiling, gently rotating like a second moon. A massive sectional couch in storm gray fabric curled along the living room like a lazy snake. The cushions weren't just comfortable, they were spellbound to adjust perfectly to anyone who flopped down, which Naruto did often. One of the throw pillows shimmered with chakra-sensitive fabric, currently swirling with the soft golden-green tones of Namorei's aura. In front of the couch were two coffee tables, one grounded and solid, made from chakra-forged black steel, and the other levitating just above it, carved from pale marble that caught the light and shimmered with faint blues and silvers. It wasn't just furniture, the marble surface doubled as a holographic interface. With a tap or flick, it displayed mission maps, comm feeds, or Naruto's not-so-secret ramen order history. To the right, a massive holoscreen stretched across the obsidian black wall. It wasn't hooked up to any tech in the traditional sense, just tuned into the mirror dimension's data stream. Naruto flicked his wrist and the screen lit up, revealing a paused 3D simulation of a shinobi battlefield, mid-explosion. With a thought, he could zoom, rotate, or replay moments. Vision had helped him set it up, part training tool, part entertainment center, part what-if analysis engine. Tucked into one corner, a chakra-reactive plant floated gently above its pot, turning slowly to follow the magical light source above. One of Vision's weird but useful gifts, designed to help with meditation. Naruto didn't use it much, but Namorei swore by it. The kitchen bled seamlessly into the living space, all clean lines and sleek panels. Most of it looked like high-end modern cabinetry, but beneath the dark wood grain were chakra-powered appliances, voice-commanded food processors, and cookers that could respond to simple hand signs. Naruto had burned too many meals as a kid to risk cooking without backup. Now, at least, his toast didn't explode. The whole place radiated a kind of quiet, grounded confidence. It wasn't flashy, wasn't trying to prove anything. It was just his. A space built from instinct, technology, magic, and a stubborn need for control. Survival, comfort, and identity all wrapped into one. He glanced over his shoulder. Namorei was still standing in the doorway, eyes wide and a little dazed, like she wasn't sure if she'd stepped into a genjutsu. "Yeah," Naruto said with a crooked grin. "Cool, huh?" He flopped onto the couch and let out a deep, satisfied sigh. The cushions responded instantly, wrapping around him like a warm hug. "Still think I should have stayed at the compound?" Namorei shook her head slowly, all loosening her features. "You built all of this?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, sheepish. "Oh, me and Vision. And the mirror dimension. And a slightly grumpy magical floating cube that may or may not be sentient." Namorei arched a perfectly skeptical brow. "Long story," he added with a chuckle. For the first time in days, the tight coil of stress in his shoulders began to unwind. This was his space. And now, he wasn't alone in it. It was part sanctuary, part lab, part home, and completely his. Naruto raised a hand, and the door clicked shut behind them. The moment it latched, the seals flared softly, stabilizing the portal. Inside this space, they were entirely hidden, tucked into a custom-built pocket dimension nested within the mirror dimension itself. He and Vision had spent months stabilizing it, drawing from every scrap of strange archived knowledge stored within the time stone. Namorei crossed her arms, still taking it all in. "So? You going to explain how this place even works?" Naruto grinned. "Magic," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Don't get cocky with me, young man," Namorei huffed, though the way her eyes kept darting around revealed her curiosity more than any actual scolding. He laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Hey, if I'm going to leave the clan, I figured I might as well upgrade my bachelor pad, right?" Namorei rolled her eyes. But there was the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth, like she was fighting a smile. And Naruto? He just breathed. Not the shallow, on-guard kind of breath he was used to. A real breath. Full and calm. This wasn't just a hideout. It wasn't just a base. It was the beginning of something new. And this time, he was the one writing the story. Later, as the sun dipped low and bathed the village in a warm orange glow, Naruto stepped out of the apartment, leaving Namorei behind. She needed time to process their sudden departure, the weight of splitting from the Uzuke's clan, and everything else that had shifted in such a short span. He didn't blame her. It wasn't just a change of scenery, it was the kind of move that rattled your soul. Before leaving, he'd reminded her again not to forget the key. Without it, the apartment's dimensional ward wouldn't recognize her chakra. To anyone who didn't carry one of the enchanted keys, the place would look abandoned, just bare walls and an empty shell. The front door wasn't just a door anymore. It was a gateway, linked directly to the pocket dimension he and Vision had carved out in the mirror dimension. Naruto jogged down the quiet street, the soles of his boots brushing against cobblestones still warm from the day's heat. The night had just begun, and the stars were slowly waking up across the velvet sky, glittering like shy fireflies. He tugged his hood up a little, habit, more than necessity, and let his thoughts wander towards something comforting: ramen. He wasn't nearly as obsessed with the stuff as the rest of his former clan seemed to think, but even he had to admit life without ramen? Unthinkable. Sometimes, it was less about the food and more about the routine. The smell, the quiet clatter of bowls, Tuchi's familiar face. It reminded him that some things in this world hadn't changed. But just as he rounded the last corner, Ichiraku's sign glowing like a beacon in the dark, a sharp pulse of chakra flared on the edge of his senses. Naruto froze. That chakra signature, he recognized it instantly. Twisted. Bitter. Familiar in a way that made his jaw clench. Mizuki. And he wasn't alone. Another presence surged after him, hot on his trail. Arka. Malicious intent rolled off Mizuki's chakra like heat off a forge. He was heading for the border fast. Naruto didn't waste a second. With a flicker of motion and the soft crackle of space folding, he vanished, leaving behind only a whisper of wind and a faint shimmer in the air. He shot through the treetops like a silent arrow, his senses locked on the 2 chakra signatures ahead. What is Mizuki up to this time? Naruto flashed through the trees, leaves whipping against his cheeks like sharp whispers of the wind as he tore through the forest. Every footstep barely touched the bark. The distant sound of clashing metal and strained voices pulled him forward. Somewhere beyond the rooftops, near the Hokage tower, a siren wailed an ominous screech that tore through the evening quiet. He masked his chakra instinctively, slipping into a low, almost meditative focus. Not that it would fool someone like the Hokage, but maybe it would keep the ANBU off his trail a little longer. He wasn't here to fight them. He was here to end whatever madness Mizuki had started. Naruto reached a clearing and crouched low behind a branch, blue eyes narrowing. Below, in the middle of a half-demolished training field, Irika and Mizuki were locked in battle. Kunai and shuriken glinted in the moonlight as they tore through the air. Both looked like they'd been at it for a while. Irika's left arm hung limp at his side, blood seeping through the fabric of his flak jacket and dripping onto the grass below. His face was tight with pain, but his stance stayed firm. Mizuki, on the other hand, wore a twisted grin that made Naruto's stomach clench. Cuts marred his arms, and a thin stream of blood trailed from an open gash on his brow, staining the edge of his forehead protector. The forbidden scroll was slung over his shoulder like some kind of trophy, the old parchment banded in chakra seals glowing faintly against his back. "Mizuki!" Irika shouted, stumbling slightly as he repositioned. "You're making a mistake. The Hokage will never let you escape with the forbidden scroll." Mizuki barked a laugh. "Why would they when they're busy hunting down that brat?" Irika's brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" Mizuki smirked darkly, unhooking the giant demon wind shuriken from his back. "A decoy, Irika. That idiot Naruto gave me the perfect fall guy. He's already on the run. The ANBU are probably tearing up half the village chasing him down as we speak. He left his clan behind, walked out on them. Who's to say he didn't want power for himself? Everyone knows he's always been unstable." Naruto felt something ugly coil in his chest. Not anger, disgust. Not at Mizuki. He was trash. But at himself. For a second, he wondered, was that what the rest of the village really thought of him? That he was a ticking time bomb, just waiting to betray them? But then Irika answered. "Naruto would never do that." Irika's voice cracked like a whip through the clearing. "He's stubborn, loud, reckless, but he's not a traitor. And the Hokage would see right through you." Something warm and heavy swelled in Naruto's chest. He swallowed hard. Irika had always had his back even when everyone else looked at him like he was some kind of cursed artifact. Irika-sensei had been the first adult to treat him like a person, not a burden. Over the years, that bond had become more than teacher and student. It was like having an older brother. He knew he should have told Irika the truth about his hidden power, the Infinity Stones, Vision, and everything that had changed since the Gauntlet merged with him. But the Hokage and Vision were right, some truths needed time. Some truths needed trust. Naruto stepped out of the shadows, his chakra still low but his presence unmistakable. His eyes locked on Mizuki, and the grin that spread across his face was anything but amused. "You're going to regret using me, Mizuki," he muttered, lightning starting to dance across his fingertips. Irika and Mizuki's heads snapped toward Naruto, but before Mizuki could even blink, Naruto vanished in a blur of motion and reappeared right in front of him, his fist crackling with lightning chakra. With a satisfying crack, Naruto drove his punch square into Mizuki's face. The older shinobi was launched into the air, crashing into a tree before collapsing into a heap on the forest floor. The lightning crawling up Naruto's arm fizzled out with a faint hiss. It wasn't anything fancy, just raw chakra molded into lightning and pumped through his fist to give it a bit more bite. Simple but effective. Mizuki groaned, staggering to his feet. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he spat onto the dirt with a snarl. "You'll pay for that, brat. Once I'm done with you, your family will have to scrape what's left of you off the ground." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Really? Save the threats for someone who's actually scared of you. You're just a washed-up chunin who steals forbidden scrolls because you're too weak to earn power the real way." "Naruto!" Irika called out from the side, still down on one knee. He clutched his bleeding arm, his face pale with pain. "Don't provoke him. He's a chunin, he could seriously hurt you. You need to run and warn the Hokage." "Listen to your teacher, brat," Mizuki sneered, wiping blood off his chin. "You've been lucky so far, but I won't slip up again. This time you die." He reached behind his back and pulled out another massive demon wind shuriken, the blades gleaming under the moonlight. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the humor fading from his face. He appreciated Irika's concern, he really did, but a part of him stung at the lack of trust. Hadn't he proven himself yet? Just because he was younger didn't mean he was helpless. That kind of thinking was exactly what got people hurt. Mizuki hurled the shuriken with frightening speed, but Naruto sidestepped it with ease. He barely had time to smirk when Mizuki suddenly appeared behind him, kunai in hand. There was a sharp pain as the blade pierced Naruto's back. Irika screamed. Naruto's eyes widened, the breath catching in his throat. He twisted his head to look over his shoulder, locking eyes with Mizuki's smug, twisted grin. Too slow, Brett. You lose, Mizuki growled, pressing the kunai deeper. Irika struggled to stand, but his legs buckled. Then Naruto smiled. Before Mizuki could process what was happening, Naruto's body burst into an explosion of blinding chakra and smoke, flinging Mizuki backward like a rag doll caught in a hurricane. He hit the ground hard, landing on his feet out of sheer luck, but he was scorched. Half his body was burned, his clothes torn, and patches of his hair were singed and smoking. Mizuki looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. How? Even Irika's eyes bulged in shock. Just a few feet from the explosion, Naruto casually stepped out of a rift made of jagged, floating crystal shards, his hands stuffed in his pockets and a wide grin tugging at his lips. You really underestimated me, Mizuki, Naruto said, his voice lazy but sharp. Guess you don't practice what you preach. Rule number 1 of being a shinobi: never underestimate your opponent. He stopped a few steps away from the groaning Chunin. And since you're a traitor and I really hate traitors, I don't have to hold back. So let me show you a little something I've been working on. In a blink, 4 clones appeared beside him, not in a puff of smoke like traditional shadow clones, but forming as if pieces of broken mirrors were snapping together in midair, glinting briefly before solidifying into copies of Naruto. Mizuki scoffed, though his stance shifted nervously. That's it? Shadow clones? You think that will stop me? Shadow clones? Naruto snorted. These, he nodded toward the clone on his left, are mirror clones. And don't let the name fool you, they're not as fragile as glass. These guys are just as strong as me, they can act independently, and they generate their own chakra, which means they don't poof after one hit. They regenerate from damage. Continuously. Mizuki blinked, his confidence faltering. Irika's jaw dropped. Continuously. Oh, and one more thing, Naruto said with a grin, holding up a finger like he was giving a classroom lecture. They can turn completely invisible and suppress their chakra until they're basically undetectable. As if on cue, all 4 clones shimmered and vanished, melting into the air like chameleons disappearing into their surroundings. Not even the Inuzuka clan can sniff them out, Naruto added, casually inspecting his fingernails. No heartbeat, no scent, no trail. Perfect stalkers. Before Mizuki could even twitch, he was yanked backward, his arms wrenched behind him and locked in place. The clones reappeared, pinning him down with eerie precision. His body strained against the grip, but nothing budged. What the? Why can't I use my chakra? Mizuki shouted, panic rising in his voice. Naruto stepped forward, his expression darkening. A soft hum filled the air as a swirling ball of blue chakra formed in his outstretched palm, its whirling energy lighting up Mizuki's terrified eyes. That's simple, Naruto said coolly. I'm an Uzumaki, unfortunately. He shrugged. But it comes with perks. Like Fuinjutsu. My clones sealed off your chakra the moment they touched you. Now. He raised the Rasengan higher, and Mizuki squirmed, a desperate grunt escaping his throat. But here's your punishment for being a massive pain. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Mizuki's stomach. The world exploded into blue light and violent wind. The clones scattered like leaves in a storm, but not before one of them snatched the forbidden scroll from Mizuki's shoulder. With a choked scream, Mizuki was sent flying, crashing into a tree. The Rasengan carved a spiral-shaped crater into his abdomen before detonating in a final burst of chakra. When the dust settled, Mizuki lay crumpled at the base of the tree, barely conscious, his stomach scorched with a massive spiraling wound. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his eyes were rolled halfway into his skull. Naruto dusted off his hands. Yeah, he muttered. Definitely hate traitors. Naruto turned toward Irika, who was still staring at him like he'd just grown a second head or maybe sprouted wings, and started breathing fire. The disbelief on his face was almost comical. Naruto gave a mental nudge to one of his clones, and it moved instantly, heading toward Irika. Don't worry, Irika-sensei, the clone said with a reassuring smile as he knelt beside him. We'll get you patched up real quick. A soft mint-green glow enveloped the clone's hands as he pressed them gently against Irika's wounds. The healing chakra seeped into the torn flesh, slowing the bleeding and easing the pain. Irika flinched at first, more out of surprise than discomfort, and blinked at the clone as if it had just recited poetry. You can heal now? Irika asked hoarsely, his disbelief deepening. Yup, the clone grinned. Multitasking's kind of our thing. Next to the original Naruto, another clone shimmered and morphed into the familiar form of Vision, dressed in sleek black ANBU gear. His golden eyes gleamed behind a unique mask. Unlike the standard animal designs used by most ANBU, Vision's mask was sleek and smooth, painted a matte white with gold and silver lines featuring subtle geometric etchings, hexagonal symbols, and circuit-like trails that glowed faintly when he spoke or used chakra. The eyes were sharp slits outlined in amber, giving the mask an eerie yet intelligent presence. "Excellent work, Naruto," Vision said calmly, giving a brief nod. His gaze then slid to Mizuki's crumpled form. "Although, I'd say that was slightly excessive." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Not even. The guy tried to frame me and hurt both Iruka and me. He should be counting his lucky stars he's still breathing." At that moment, another clone number 4 jogged up with the forbidden scroll slung over his shoulder. "Boss," he called out. "Got the scroll right here." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Why are you giving it to me? The Hokage's literally gonna show up in 3, 2. Right on cue, 4 ANBU operatives landed in the clearing in a flurry of leaves, flanking the third Hokage as he descended with practiced ease. The old man's pipe was already tucked between his lips, smoke curling lazily in the moonlight. His eyes twinkled with that infuriating, "I saw everything" glint. "Excellent job, Naruto," the Hokage said with a warm smile. "You handled Mizuki well. I trust he didn't give you too much trouble?" Naruto stared flatly at the old man. "Seriously? Don't play coy with me, old man. We both know you've been watching with that crystal ball you're always using." There was a beat of silence. The ANBU face planted. Iruka groaned and buried his face in his hands. Even Vision raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. A lone sweat drop rolled down the Hokage's temple as he let out a slow sigh, pipe dangling from his lips. "You really must learn to speak with more tact, my boy." Naruto just smirked. Where's the fun in that?" Naruto stepped into the Hokage's office, his footsteps quiet on the polished floor. Behind him, Vision supported a grumbling Iruka, who was clearly not enjoying the assistance despite limping slightly with every step. The old man moved toward a small cabinet nestled between 2 tall bookshelves and carefully placed the forbidden scroll back on its pedestal. Naruto squinted at the scroll. It always struck him as odd that something so dangerous was just out in the open. But knowing the Hokage, the scroll being stolen had probably been a setup all along to draw out Mizuki like a rat from a hole. The third Hokage lowered himself into his chair with a quiet sigh and motioned for Naruto and Iruka to take their seats in front of the desk. The 4 ANBU who'd escorted them were already gone, likely busy handing Mizuki over to the interrogation department. Naruto shuddered slightly. The snake mistress of Konoha Enko was probably already sharpening her tools and preparing for her work. Naruto dropped into the chair next to Iruka, whose face was still a bit pale. The older man was rubbing at his bruised ribs with a quiet grunt. Naruto had already healed the worst of it, but bruises and the slight limp would take time to fade completely. Vision stood silently behind Naruto, like a sleek, high-tech shadow. "So, Naruto," the Hokage began, drawing in a puff from his pipe only to realize it had already burned out. He clicked his tongue and set it aside. "It's been a hectic night for you. You have my thanks for stopping Mizuki before he could disappear with the forbidden scroll." Naruto groaned and rubbed his face. "Old man, come on. We both know that scroll was never in danger of being actually stolen. That thing over there," he jabbed a thumb toward the pedestal, "is probably a fake. A booby-trapped version loaded with miscalculated jutsu formulas designed to backfire and fry anyone foolish enough to try using it." Iruka blinked at him, stunned. Naruto continued, his tone casual but sharp. "I just happened to walk into a mess you were already cleaning up. Your ANBU were tailing Mizuki from the second he touched the scroll. If anything, I probably ruined your plans by confronting him too early. I might have even sabotaged your chance at tracking who he was working for. So honestly, I might be in trouble." Iruka was full-on gawking at him now, jaw slightly ajar. The Hokage, however, just leaned back and smiled, a proud little twinkle in his eye. "Who are you?" Iruka asked, disbelief coloring his voice. "You're not the knucklehead, loudmouth brat I've been teaching all these years." Naruto chuckled and scratched the back of his head, sheepish. "Sorry, big brother," he said softly. Iruka froze at the word, eyes going wide. But then a warm smile broke across his face. "I didn't mean to hide my real self," Naruto went on. "The old man thought it'd be safer if I kept my talents under wraps, you know? Just in case someone got ideas." Iruka glanced at the Hokage, who gave him a knowing nod. The older man turned back to Naruto, his voice gentler now. "It's all right, little brother," Iruka said. "You must have had your reasons." Naruto grinned wide at that, heart swelling at Iruka calling him little brother. There weren't many people in his life who truly cared for him who saw him. Iruka always did. "Old man?" Naruto asked, glancing toward the Hokage with a serious expression. "Is it all right if Iruka's brought into the loop? I mean, if I'm gonna end up on a team with a Jonin, they're gonna have to be informed too. Iruka might as well know now." The Hokage leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable as he reached for his pipe and began cleaning it with slow, practiced movements. Very well, he said after a moment. But let's hope Irika's mind survives the truth. Naruto gave a half-smile, then turned toward Irika. Okay, don't freak out. And so Naruto began. He told Irika everything from how he found the Infinity Gauntlet and how Vision, the AI who now acted as both guide and silent protector, was part of him. Vision, in his ANBU gear, gave a polite nod and introduced himself in his usual calm, articulate manner. Irika, meanwhile, just, "Sir." It was one thing to discover that your student wasn't a complete fool, it was another entirely to learn he was bonded with 6 cosmic artifacts capable of rewriting the universe. So let me get this straight. Irika began slowly, his voice laced with disbelief as he eyed the golden arm Naruto had revealed, the embedded stones shimmering softly in the overhead light. Those stones, they can reshape reality, amplify power, and control space, time, the soul, and the mind. His gaze drifted up to the mind stone nestled in Naruto's forehead. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Yeah, kinda wild, huh? Naruto replied with a sheepish grin. But they're not as powerful here. Not really. They're from another universe, so the rules are different. Still strong but not full god mode or anything. Irika's face went pale. He slowly turned toward the Hokage and said in a serious tone, "Hokahama, if it's not too much trouble, I could really use a strong drink." Naruto burst out laughing, clutching his stomach as the tension in the room dissipated. The Hokage chuckled into his beard, while Vision gave a soft, amused hum. For what it's worth, Vision added, most people have the same reaction. Irika groaned and leaned back in his chair. I thought Naruto giving Mizuki a hard time was going to be the strangest part of my week. End of chapter 28. The next morning, after Mizuki's capture, the Hokage sat in his office, thoughtfully puffing on his pipe as he stamped yet another document with an annoyed huff. No matter how many forms he completed, the paperwork seemed to multiply endlessly. Hiruzen sighed, leaning back in his chair, his old bones creaking slightly with the movement. He gazed out the wide window behind his desk as the morning sun bathed Konoha in a warm orange glow. From this height, the village looked peaceful, rooftops shining, early risers bustling below, the world carrying on as if nothing had changed. But things had changed. The last few days had been concerning, especially Naruto's very public departure from the Uzumaki compound. That had the villagers gossiping like hens at the market. Not many would have taken such a drastic step, but Hiruzen had seen it coming. Naruto was cutting ties with those who had abandoned him, starting with his own family and drawing closer to the few who had ever truly cared. At first, Hiruzen had feared Naruto might become a flight risk. The boy had no loyalty to his clan anymore, and even less attachment to his peers, many of whom would one day hold positions of power in Konoha. If Naruto ever decided to leave the village altogether, well, Hiruzen wasn't sure anyone could stop him. Not with the power he now wielded. The Infinity Stones granted Naruto abilities Hiruzen had never witnessed before, not even during the war, not even from the most powerful shinobi. And the boy was careful. Secretive. There were likely still things he hadn't shared. Naruto wasn't reckless. He wasn't the loud, clueless prankster everyone assumed he was. That persona had been a mask, a very convincing one. Hiruzen pulled a folder closer on his desk and flipped it open. Naruto's profile stared back at him, with various mission reports, chakra assessments, and field observations tucked neatly inside. Where to place him? That was the question. Naruto was already stronger than most Chunin, he could easily hold his own against a Jonin if he wanted to. Shoving him into one of the standard rookie teams seemed unwise. Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the ashtray and stared down at the paper. The boy needed more battle experience, sure. But he also needed to keep the Infinity Stones hidden for a little while longer. Hiruzen wanted Naruto to mature in the shadows, to learn the subtleties of power and leadership before the world truly saw what he had become. And, of course, there was the question of which Jonin could handle him. An hour later, a knock echoed through the office, cutting through the constant scribble of brushes and the rustle of paperwork. Hiruzen sighed, setting his pen aside. Come in. The door creaked open, and several Jonin stepped into the room, led by his ever-efficient secretary, who deposited yet another towering stack of documents on his desk with a dull thud. Hiruzen resisted the urge to weep. It was as if the paperwork bred in the dark when no one was looking. He averted his eyes from the incoming horror show of paperwork and turned his attention to the group in front of him. Standing before him were 4 Jonin, his son Asuma, Kurinai, Kushina Uzumaki, and one unfamiliar face. The fourth was a stoic blonde-haired man with piercing blue eyes, faint flecks of gold flickering in his irises like dying embers. Vision, the newly appointed Jonin. He stood like a polished statue, arms behind his back, wearing a custom-fitted Jonin uniform that lacked any clan markings. Purposefully neutral. Asuma toyed with his lighter while chewing on his cigarette. Kurenai gave the new guy a curious once-over, but remained polite. Kushina, however, stood a little apart from the others, arms crossed and eyes forward. Her posture was military, her presence like a tightly coiled spring. She had only recently returned to active duty after insisting on taking over her children's training. Naruto had been blunt, perhaps too blunt, but not wrong when he told her how undisciplined Menma and Mito had become. She had stormed into Hiruzen's office with fire in her hair and fury in her voice. The clan had grown soft. The children were being coddled. She was done watching from the sidelines. Hiruzen had approved her request. She hadn't been called the red hot-blooded habanero or the Red Death for nothing. "Good morning to you all," Hiruzen said, smoothing out the file in front of him. "Let's begin. Kakashi is unsurprisingly late again, so we'll proceed with team placements." Of course, just as he reached for the first file, a swirl of leaves disrupted the air. Kakashi Hatake materialized in front of his desk in a sudden whoosh, scattering a few loose papers. A tick mark throbbed on Hiruzen's temple. That elemental body flicker technique. "Well, Kakashi," Hiruzen drawled, shooting him a flat look. "At least you're not 2 hours late this time. Shall we?" Kakashi raised a hand in lazy greeting, his visible eye crinkling in a smile behind the infamous orange book. "My apologies, Hokage-sama," he said in that infuriatingly casual tone. "Though before we start, who's the new guy? I don't recognize him from around the village." Vision turned his head slightly, acknowledging the question without offense. Hiruzen deadpanned. "That's because he's a newly appointed jonin. And you'd have noticed if you weren't so obsessed with your little orange literature collection." Kurenai snorted. Asuma chuckled behind a cloud of smoke. Kakashi, unfazed, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "As for who he is," Hiruzen continued, gesturing to the blonde jonin, "his name is Vision." Vision stepped forward, his voice smooth and formal. "A pleasure to meet you all." He looked completely human, though Hiruzen knew better. The man was anything but ordinary. Still, his disguise was flawless, and his demeanor polite but unreadable. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen shuffled the folders and continued. "Now, let's wrap this up. You'll all be meeting your teams later today." He opened the first file and read aloud. "Team 6 will be led by Kushina. Your students will be Menma, Mito, and Namikaze." Kushina stepped forward immediately, her voice tight. "What about Naruto?" Hiruzen's eyes hardened. "His placement," he said with steely calm, "is not up for discussion, Kushina. He's a genin and therefore under my direct authority. He'll be placed where he'll contribute the most. I will not assign him to your team just because you suddenly remember you have a son." A heavy silence fell over the room. Even Asuma stopped flipping his lighter. Kurenai looked away awkwardly. Kakashi blinked once, quietly absorbing the tension. Kushina's fists clenched at her sides. Her jaw ticked, but she didn't respond. Not immediately. And Vision, still as stone, said nothing, but his presence behind Kushina felt like a pressure in the air, quiet and watchful. Hiruzen let the silence stretch a little longer before he resumed. "Now, as for Team 7, it will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai. Kakashi, you'll be their jonin instructor." Kakashi stepped forward, his tone cautious. "Hokage-sama, why is this Sai person on my team and not assigned elsewhere?" "From what I know, he's one of Danzo's agents. A spy." Hiruzen laced his fingers together, resting his chin atop them, his gaze sharp beneath the brim of his hat. "At first," he said slowly, "I intended to place Naruto in your team. But considering Naruto's current resentment toward both Sasuke and Sakura, that arrangement would have been a disaster waiting to happen. Danzo, on the other hand, wanted Sai placed with Naruto." "Why?" Kushina exclaimed, stepping forward, her red hair whipping through the air. Her chakra flared briefly, wild and furious. "What does that old man want with my son?" Hiruzen raised a brow at her use of "my son." It wasn't lost on him, but it was far too late for Kushina to claim that title with any real weight now. "Unfortunately," he replied, his voice firm, "Naruto's performance during the graduation exam has drawn Danzo's attention. But I've already made it clear Naruto is off limits. As a compromise, I agreed to let Danzo place Sai on Team 7 instead. This way, Kakashi can keep an eye on him." A heavy pause followed. Hiruzen continued, his voice now tinged with weariness. "Sai will likely try to get close to both Naruto and Sasuke. The elders have already expressed a vested interest in Sasuke's development." "For what purpose?" Kakashi asked, his posture stiffening. He was no longer the aloof, book-clutching shinobi but the ANBU-trained veteran who sensed danger in every shadow. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and adjusted his hat. "They want to assess whether Sasuke poses a threat to the village. The remaining Uchiha are already under surveillance and protected by the Shinobi Council. The elders believe that by guiding or monitoring Sasuke, they can prevent the loss of the Sharingan." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "However, if his thirst for vengeance becomes uncontrollable, and he defects. Sai's been ordered to eliminate him, Kakashi finished grimly, his visible eye narrowing. Asuma took a long drag from his cigarette. Smoke curled upward, slow and ghostly. Would they really go that far? Hiruzen gave a solemn nod. They would. Sasuke is not the last Uchiha. Not anymore. If he falls out of line, the council won't hesitate to cut their losses. The room turned quiet again, tension simmering like an overheated kettle. No one said what they were all thinking. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Sai were all tools to different factions of Konoha, some more disposable than others. Now, moving on, Hiruzen said, tapping ash from his pipe before taking another long drag. Team 8 will consist of Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka. They'll be under the leadership of Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai gave a small nod, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in quiet pride. Team 9 is still in rotation, so we'll skip them for now, Hiruzen continued. He set his pipe aside and glanced toward the next folder. And lastly, Asuma, your team will consist of the next generation of the Nara Kimichi Yamanaka trio. Asuma gave an easy smile, already imagining the trouble Shikamaru would bring him. Hiruzen chuckled inwardly. He knew the Inoshikacho kids were already being shaped by their clans, meaning Asuma wouldn't need to train them nearly as hard. The foundation had been laid for generations. Then Kushina spoke, arms crossed and brow drawn together. Wait, she said, a sharp edge to her voice. What's going to happen to Naruto? You haven't placed him on any team. All eyes turned toward the Hokage. Hiruzen didn't flinch under the weight of Kushina's question. Instead, a small glint sparked behind his tired eyes as he leaned back in his chair. That, he said slowly, a note of finality in his tone, is exactly why Vision is here. The room stilled for a heartbeat, curiosity now thick in the air. Naruto flickered from rooftop to rooftop, his boots crunching softly against sun-warmed tiles as he made his way toward the Shinobi Academy for team placement. The morning breeze tugged at the hem of his dark haori, making it flutter dramatically behind him like a cape. Whoever his teammates ended up being, he hoped the old man had the decency not to assign him to the Prophecy Kids, the brooding duckbutt, or the loud pink-haired girl. If that happened, he'd revolt. Maybe stage a coup. Or fake his death and live in the woods with Vision. As the academy building came into view, Naruto vanished in a crackle of lightning and reappeared in front of the school gates. A few nearby students gasped, eyes wide, some pointing and whispering behind their hands. He caught snippets of murmurs. That's him, Naruto. He left the Yuzuke's clan. Did you hear what he said to Menma yesterday? Naruto didn't even flinch. He just kept walking, hands tucked into his pockets. For once, he wasn't returning to that compound full of judgmental eyes, fake smiles, and silence that cut deeper than any kunai. It felt freeing. It was strange not having Vision with him. The old man had asked him to create a mirror clone for Vision earlier that morning, an enhanced version, refined using Naruto's chakra and the Reality Stone's influence. Unlike normal clones, these were on par with the first Hokages with clones. Durable, self-sustaining, even regenerative if damaged. Vision could move independently now, as if he had his own body. Speak. Hell, the man probably had breakfast and did paperwork already. Naruto climbed the stairs and entered the building, weaving through students until he reached the familiar classroom. As soon as he stepped in, the room practically vibrated with tension. Eyes snapped toward him, some in surprise, others in poorly masked contempt. Menma, Mito, Konan, Sasuke. All four were glaring at him as if he had just ruined their dreams. Shikamaru was passed out across his desk, mouth slightly open, probably snoring through the chaos. Choji sat nearby, elbow deep in a bag of barbecue chips. Naruto ignored the hateful stares and made his way to the back, flopping casually into his seat. Good morning, Hinata, he said as he leaned back, resting one foot on the bar under his desk. The soft-spoken girl blinked, startled, and gave him a shy smile. Gee, good morning to you too, Naruto. Her pale eyes flicked nervously toward his siblings before returning to him. I heard what happened yesterday. With your family. Are you all right? Naruto scoffed, arms crossing behind his head. Nothing I couldn't handle. I'm past the point of caring. Let them play happy family without me. Silence settled between them for a few moments, broken only by the rustle of bags and murmuring classmates. Then Hinata gathered her courage and spoke again. What team do you think you'll be on? He let out a snort and scratched the back of his head. Honestly? Don't care, as long as it's not with the Wonder Twins, Duck Butt over there, or the Bubblegum Girl. Three heads immediately snapped toward him, their glares intensifying. It was Menma, naturally, who reacted first, loud and predictable as always. Yeah, as if we want a loser like you on our team. Menma sneered, pushing to his feet. I'm glad you left the clan before I kicked you out. The Yuzuke's clan doesn't need a disgrace like you dragging it through the dirt. Laughter broke out across the room, mostly from Kiba and his little sidekick mutt, Akamaru. Menma's personal cheer squad. Naruto rolled his eyes so hard he nearly gave himself a headache. "Oh, don't worry, Menma," he replied with a smirk. "The clan's in great hands. They've already got you as their future shame. That ego of yours? All show and no substance. And judging from that seal on your stomach, I'd say your dad gave the fox the ultimate punishment, being sealed inside an incompetent blowhard. It must be torture for the poor thing." For a split second, the ominous presence inside Menma's seal shifted, its chakra flickering amused. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Could the fox hear him? Interesting. Menma's face turned red, his hands shaking with rage. He shoved his desk aside and lunged at Naruto, but stopped short as the classroom door slammed open with a thunderous bang. Everyone turned, expecting their Chunin-sensei. Instead, two whirlwinds of chaos barreled in. "Take that, Ino pig!" Sakura shrieked, fist pumping in victory as she pointed dramatically. "I got here first, so I win." "You cheated with your giant forehead, billboard brow." Ino snapped back, storming in. "After her. I'm sitting next to Sasuke." "Not happening, pig." With twin screeches, the girls bolted towards Sasuke's desk like kunai out of a launcher, completely forgetting Menma still stood in their warpath. The impact was immediate. Sakura's shoulder caught Menma square in the chest. Ino's bag whacked him in the face. Menma stumbled back, lost his balance, and crashed right into Sasuke. Time slowed. Gasps filled the room. The two boys toppled over Sasuke's chair, clattering to the floor, and for one horrifying second, their lips met. Naruto stared. Hinata covered her mouth. Shikamaru finally woke up. And somewhere, faintly, the sound of every fangirl's heart shattering echoed like a distant explosion. Naruto chuckled and said, "Well, look at that. Menma finally found someone who'd kiss him." 10 painfully awkward minutes crawled by in absolute silence. Menma and Sasuke sat on opposite ends of the classroom, locked in an unspoken glare war, both their pride bruised along with probably their lips. Naruto, meanwhile, slouched in his seat, chin resting in his palm. Well, he thought with a mental sigh, looks like the fleeting romance between broody emo and loudmouth dictator burned out before it even had a chance to blossom. Tragic. To his amusement, Sakura, along with half the other fangirls in the room, was glaring daggers at Menma, furious that he, of all people, had stolen Sasuke's first kiss. Some even looked personally offended, like it was a national disaster. Thankfully, the rising tension was broken when the classroom door creaked open and Irika limped inside. Gasps and murmurs rippled across the room. Irika's face bore a few fresh bruises and shallow cuts, nothing too serious. Naruto had seen worse, and he'd helped patch him up after the Mizuki incident, anyway. Their teacher shuffled to the desk and began sorting through a stack of papers, wincing slightly as he moved. The class waited in hushed curiosity. But, of course, Sakura just had to open her mouth. "Irika-sensei? What happened to you?" she asked, her tone a blend of concern and nosiness. Her question was met with a wave of nods and murmurs from the rest of the class. "And where's Mizuki-sensei?" she added. Irika paused, adjusted the stack in his hands, and cleared his throat. "Mizuki won't be returning. He was captured and arrested for treason." A collective gasp echoed around the classroom. Naruto didn't react. Not outwardly, anyway. Beneath his mask, a smirk tugged at his lips. The memory of confronting that deceitful rival still brought him a satisfying sense of justice. "Quiet!" Irika barked, the sudden volume snapping the class back to attention. "Now, let's continue." He set the papers down neatly, then smiled, bruises and all. "I just want to say how proud I am of all of you for graduating. It fills my heart." Naruto's eyes glazed over as his mind hit the mute button. As much as he loved Irika, who felt more like a brother than a teacher, at this point the man could give the longest speeches in Konoha history. If no one stopped him, they'd be there until the next Chunin exams. He leaned back, tuning out the heartfelt words about perseverance and teamwork, and watched as Choji offered Shikamaru a chip, while Kiba attempted to balance a pencil on his nose. Finally, after what felt like half an hour, and probably was, Irika wrapped it up. "And with that, your journey as shinobi begins." A collective, silent sigh of relief passed through the classroom. No one dared move or cheer yet. No one wanted to risk triggering another lengthy tangent on respect and gratitude. "Now, for Team 1 we have." Irika began, his voice echoing through the room. Naruto tuned out immediately. For the next 2 minutes, Irika called out the team rosters like he was announcing lottery numbers. Naruto couldn't have cared less. It wasn't until the final stretch that he perked up. Team 6 will be Namikaze, Mito Uzumaki, and Konan Namikaze. Your sensei will be Kushina Namikaze Uzumaki. Menma and Konan fist-bumped like they just won the Chunin exams. Mito, on the other hand, groaned dramatically and dropped her forehead onto the desk with a loud thud. Naruto smirked. "Someone's thrilled." Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Before Irika could finish, Sakura leaped to her feet and spun toward Ino, pointing with dramatic flair. Take that, Ino pig. Love conquers all. Ino glared, her expression fierce. Naruto couldn't hold back a snort. Hinata giggled softly beside him. Yeah, Naruto muttered just loud enough. More like Sasuke's gonna need eyes in the back of his head before Sakura tries anything sneaky while they're sharing a tent on missions. Laughter erupted across the room. Even Shikamaru woke up with a lazy grin. Sakura's face turned bright red. She whipped around, fist raised. What did you just say, you fool? How dare you make such an assumption? Naruto rolled his eyes. I mean, let's be real. You probably already built a shrine to Duck Lord over there and stocked it with the socks and hair you've been collecting for years. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, aimed at Sakura, who flailed wildly in panic, sputtering her denial. Enough! Irika snapped, and the classroom quickly fell silent. Sakura, sit down so we can finish. Grumbling, she dropped into her seat, still sending Naruto a glare. He just smiled innocently back at her. Poor Uchiha. A teammate with a crush? Truly a tragic fate. As I was saying, Irika continued, Team 7 consists of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai. A murmur of confusion rippled through the room. Several students frowned at the unfamiliar name. Irika explained, Sai is a transfer from another program. He'll be joining Team 7 later today when your sensei, Kakashi Hatake, arrives. Naruto's smile faltered for a moment. Kakashi. He remembered the math teacher well, always late, laid back, and often buried in that orange book. Still he was skilled. The Sharingan Kakashi wielded had been a gift from Obito Uchiha, his fallen teammate. That alone made him one of the few people besides Mikoto Uchiha who could train Sasuke in how to eventually control his eyes, assuming the emo prince ever awakened them. Team 8 will be Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your sensei is Kurenai Yuki. Naruto glanced sideways as Hinata's shoulders slumped slightly. No name pairing had ever made her sadder. She offered him a shy smile anyway, and he gave her a small nod back. Team 9 is still in rotation. So, Team 10 consists of Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Ino slammed her forehead onto the table with a dramatic wail. Why do I get stuck with a team full of lazy bums who eat all day and sleep like sloths? Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome. Choji just continued munching on his chips like nothing happened. Naruto tried not to laugh but failed. This was honestly better than the Academy's final exam. Now, he just had to wait and see what his team would be. If the universe had a sense of humor, it was probably saving the best for last. However, Menma couldn't keep his opinion to himself. Look. Menma cackled, loud enough for the entire class to hear. Naruto hasn't even been put on a team yet. He leaned back smugly in his seat, lacing his fingers behind his head. Guess even the Hokage doesn't think you're worth the effort. Probably gonna kick you out of the shinobi program before you even start. A few students chuckled or nodded in agreement, their eyes flicking toward Naruto like they were watching a bad joke play out in real time. Naruto didn't rise to the bait. He just sat there, back straight, arms crossed, expression unreadable behind his usual bored mask. Let them talk, he thought. Let them laugh. I'll show them all soon enough. Then, unexpectedly, a voice cut through the growing whispers. Oh, leave him alone, Menma. Hinata shouted, her voice louder and clearer than anyone had ever heard from her. Irika-sensei hasn't even finished calling the teams yet. So no matter where Naruto ends up, he'll do way better than you ever could. The classroom fell into stunned silence. Even Kiba's jaw dropped. Hinata's face went from determined to beet red in a split second, her hands flying to her mouth as if to snatch the words back. She stared straight ahead, mortified. Naruto blinked, then turned to her with a wide grin stretching across his face. He leaned over slightly, nudging her shoulder with his own. Thanks for defending me, Hinata, he whispered. She turned an even deeper shade of red and ducked her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously. Up front, Irika cleared his throat and flipped to the last page of his clipboard. The reason I left Naruto out of the standard teams, he began, his voice calm but firm, is because the Hokage has given him a special assignment. That got everyone's attention. Irika continued, by direct order of the Hokage himself, Naruto Uzumaki has been granted the rank of Tokubetsu Genin, a special high genin. A rank rarely given, meant for shinobi with unique circumstances or exceptional skills. Naruto will be placed under independent supervision and assigned missions tailored to his abilities. The silence that followed was deafening. What? Both Menma and Sasuke shouted in unison, standing up so fast their chairs nearly toppled over. Menma's eyes bulged with disbelief. That's not fair. He didn't even pass with the highest scores. Sasuke scowled, fists clenched at his sides. That guy doesn't deserve a special rank. Naruto leaned back in his chair, arms folded behind his head, smirking as if he had just won a bet. He wished he had a camera to capture the moment. Settle down, Iruka snapped, giving the two boys a sharp look. This decision wasn't made lightly. The Hokage believes in Naruto's potential, and frankly, after everything that's happened recently, I agree. A few more whispers rippled through the class, some curious, others simply envious. But Naruto? He didn't care about the murmurs. Not anymore. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he wasn't being overlooked or brushed aside. He was being recognized. It wasn't because of his surname, it was because he had earned it. And that made all the difference. The classroom was still in chaos following Iruka's announcement, especially Menma and Sasuke, who were practically shouting in frustration. Students whispered, argued, and exchanged confused glances. Iruka, unfazed by the uproar, calmly continued filling out paperwork behind his desk, a visible vein throbbing at his temple. It was only a matter of time before he snapped. Meanwhile, Naruto leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, smirking like a fox in a henhouse. Let them rage, he thought. Not my problem. Honestly, he was relieved. Not being on a team with any of them was the best outcome he could have hoped for. He didn't have the patience to deal with their drama, and if he had to spend every day with Menma or Sasuke, he'd probably end up losing his cool by week's end. Congratulations, Naruto, Hinata whispered from beside him, her voice soft but sincere. I know you'll do great. Naruto's grin widened, his eyes sparkling with genuine gratitude. Thanks, Hinata. And congrats to you too. I know you'll do well with your team. Hinata instantly flushed, her cheeks burning as she ducked behind her oversized jacket like a turtle retreating into its shell. Naruto chuckled softly. She was one of the few people who ever had his back, and her kindness wasn't something he took for granted. Their small moment was abruptly interrupted when Iruka snapped. Iruka activated his signature, Big Head Jutsu, his face comically ballooning as he roared over the noise, saliva flying in every direction. That's enough from all of you. Sit down and be quiet. The Hokage made the decision, and who are you to question his wisdom? The class shrank in their seats like scolded children. But of course, Menma wasn't done complaining. But that's unfair. Menma shouted, rising to his feet and slamming a hand on his desk. Naruto's a loser. How can he get a special privilege when the rest of us did better? I was one of the top 5 in the class. Yeah. Sakura chimed in, flipping her hair dramatically while standing up. Sasuke-kun is the Rookie of the Year, and Mito is Kunoichi of the Year. They deserve the title of Tokubetsu Genin, not someone like him. Naruto snorted, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, he said dryly, and that's exactly why they don't deserve it. A chorus of confused "Huss" rippled through the room. Even Ino paused mid-eye roll. What are you talking about? Sakura snapped. Of course they deserve it more than you. Naruto didn't rise to her bait. Instead, his eyes narrowed, and his voice took on a sharper edge, low and calm, but cutting through the tension like a blade. The Rookie and Kunoichi titles? They're just trophies. Participation awards for kids who don't understand what it really means to be a shinobi. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sweeping the classroom. A true shinobi hides their strength. They don't show off. Don't train to look cool, they train to survive. You think Sasuke and Mito winning popularity contests prove something? All it proves is they've already failed at the most basic principle of our way of life. Sakura blinked, clearly confused, her brow furrowed as if he were speaking in riddles. They showed off, Naruto continued. Let their egos run wild. Arrogance blinded them to the truth. A shinobi's greatest weapon is deception. If you flaunt all your skills out in the open, then your enemies won't have to guess. They'll already know exactly how to defeat you. Sakura crossed her arms and huffed. Yeah, well, you show off too. We've seen all your lame tricks. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, clearly unimpressed. Hardly, Sakura, he replied coolly. What I've shown you isn't even the tip of the iceberg. Unlike the rest of you, I didn't spend the last 4 years putting on a circus act during training. I trained in secret, in ways none of you could handle. You think you know what I can do? He smirked, eyes gleaming with challenge. You don't have a clue. Silence followed. Heavy, uncomfortable silence. And in that moment, the class finally understood Naruto wasn't the same boy they thought he was. Not anymore. Naruto stood from his seat, calm but exuding quiet intensity. Without a hand sign or a word, he activated the teleportation ability encoded into his very DNA, one adapted straight from the Jujutsu Kaisen manga vision had programmed into him. The moment his chakra shifted, he vanished. Before anyone could react, he reappeared right in front of Sakura with a crackle of residual energy. His sudden arrival was faster than the body flicker technique. Gasps exploded across the room. Sakura's head snapped up, eyes wide, breath caught in her throat. If Mito or Sasuke really think their little titles mean anything in the real world, Naruto said, voice low and razor-sharp, then they're delusional. Sakura blinked, stunned. Even Sasuke's scowl faltered. Out there, hardened shinobi with years of experience would laugh in their faces. Right before defeating them. He didn't yell. He didn't have to. His voice, steady and cool, carried more weight than any shout. Titles like Legendary Sannin, God of Shinobi, Kakashi the Copy Ninja, or The Professor, those were earned. Through struggle. Through sacrifice. Not handed out like candy to slide a bunch of inflated genin egos. Naruto extended his index and middle fingers and gently tapped Sakura's forehead. The light touch was enough to send her stumbling backward, dropping into her seat as though the weight of her pride finally caught up with her. The room went still. Sasuke's glare had turned into something else, horror. His jaw clenched. His eyes followed Naruto's every movement like he was seeing a stranger. Or a threat. Naruto didn't look back. Those titles? They're a warning, not a badge of honor. They remind you that the shinobi world is brutal. Unforgiving. You walk around flaunting what you think is power, and you'll fall before you even understand what true strength is. He turned slowly, facing Irika at the front of the room. The anger slipped away, replaced with genuine warmth. Thanks, Irika-sensei. For everything. You've worked hard to teach us, even when most of us didn't deserve it. Just know, I'll make you proud. Irika's smile was soft, proud, his eyes reflecting a quiet hope. I know you will, Naruto, he said. I know. With a final breath, Naruto's body surged with energy. A bolt of lightning cracked the air as he vanished again, leaving only a sharp gust of wind and a burst of static. Sakura and Ino yelped as their hair puffed up from the residual charge, ends sparking slightly. The classroom stared at the empty spot where Naruto had stood, struck dumb. Naruto reappeared in a flicker of lightning just outside the photographer's setup on the rooftop of the Hokage tower, startling the old man who nearly dropped his camera. The photographer, with a shiny bald spot that reflected the mid-morning sun like a signal mirror, let out a string of colorful curses from beneath his bushy mustache. Darn it, boy, he barked. You scared the life out of me. Naruto snorted, unbothered. The old man huffed and pointed toward the plain white backdrop. Stand there. Let's get your picture taken so you can finish your registration with the Hokage. With a small sigh, Naruto stepped into position, crossing his arms and adopting a serious expression, one that silently conveyed, mess with me and you'll regret it. The glare alone made the old man shiver as he snapped a few quick photos, clearly eager to be done. Once the pictures developed, the assistant handed over Naruto's shinobi registration form, complete with his freshly printed ID photo clipped to the corner. Paperwork in hand, Naruto headed back inside the Hokage tower, his boots thudding lightly on the polished wooden floors. He pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and stepped in, shutting it quietly behind him. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked up from the mountain of paperwork on his desk. His tired eyes crinkled into a smile as Naruto strolled over and handed him the completed form. Thank you, Gigi, Naruto said with a casual grin. For not putting me on a team with those other kids. I mean, I'm kinda surprised you gave me that Tokubetsu Genin title. What's the angle here? Hiruzen's smile deepened as he took the form and set it down. The reason I assigned you that title is that you possess unique skills that I intend to utilize. Naruto raised an eyebrow, folding his arms again. And which skills are we talking about exactly? The Hokage's eyes twinkled with quiet amusement as he lit his pipe. Phasing, invisibility, teleportation, and, of course, your ability to manipulate the mirror dimension. You've already infiltrated 2 major clan compounds without being detected. That kind of talent is perfect for espionage and high-level infiltration. Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. So Vision told you about sneaking into the Senju compound, huh? That traitor. Hiruzen chuckled around the stem of his pipe, smoke curling lazily above him. Don't be too hard on him. Vision and I had a rather enlightening conversation about how best to use your potential. And I agree with his assessment. He set the pipe down and leaned forward slightly. That said, you won't be stuck at Tokubetsu Genin for long. The Chunin exams are 6 months from now. You'll be allowed to participate alongside the other genin. Naruto nodded, thoughtful. So, you're suggesting I specialize in assassination and espionage? Not exactly, Hiruzen replied, exhaling another puff of smoke. It's one path. I'm giving you and Vision clearance to take on solo missions that test your particular skill sets. If it's not for you, we'll reevaluate. But you deserve the chance to explore your strengths. Naruto smirked. Fair enough. I don't need a team, anyway. I've got Vision. And if it comes to it, I'll make my own squad using mirror clones. Before the Hokage could respond, the doors slammed open with dramatic flair, banging off the walls with a loud bang. A kid no older than 8 or 9 stormed into the office with a wild grin, a wooden shuriken clutched in one hand. His spiky brown hair jutted out beneath a strange white cap, and a long blue scarf fluttered behind him like a hero's cape in the wind. GG, the boy shouted triumphantly. This is the day I finally defeat you, old man. Naruto blinked at the boy, taken aback. Oh no, Hiruzen muttered under his breath, already rubbing his temples. The kid dashed forward, full speed, raising his wooden shuriken like he was about to go full Anbu assassin. Only to trip over his trailing scarf and face plant with an audible smack against the floor. Naruto couldn't help it, he let out a short bark of laughter. The boy let out a dramatic wail, rolling back and forth on the polished wood as he clutched his face. Oh, my nose. Hiruzen sighed, took off his hat, and placed it gently on the table. Then he pinched the bridge of his nose, as if this wasn't the first time he'd had to deal with such chaos. Naruto, meet my grandson, Konohamaru. Konohamaru shot upright like a spring-loaded puppet, tears forgotten. He squinted at Naruto with a suspicious glare, then jabbed a tiny finger at him. Hey, you tripped me. Naruto snorted and folded his arms. You tripped on your own scarf, kid. Before Konohamaru could fire back, the office door creaked open and a voice practically shrieked from the hallway. There you are, honorable grandson. Ebisu, in all his pompous glory, burst into the room, his shiny glasses flashing dramatically as he pushed them up the bridge of his nose. His signature bandana looked as ridiculous as ever. What are you doing associating with a troublemaker like him? He sneered, glaring at Naruto as if he were tracking dirt across the Hokage's floors. Naruto's eyes flashed with a hint of chakra for just a second. Better the company of a troublemaker than a full-time peeping Tom. Ebisu choked. How dare you? I am a gentleman and a jonin of esteem and refinement. Unlike you, a disgrace. Naruto tilted his head, chakra shimmering faintly around him as he met Ebisu's eyes. That was all it took. Ebisu went rigid, then blasted backwards into the far wall with a loud crash, leaving a long red trail from his nose as he slumped to the floor in a heap. Naruto smirked. So much for refined. Konohamaru's jaw dropped. He spun around to Naruto, eyes wide and sparkling like a kid who just saw his first superhero. Wow, how did you do that? Naruto rolled his eyes. He was weak-minded. That's all. He turned back to the Hokage and gave a respectful bow. Thanks, Gigi. I'll see you soon. And just like that, Naruto vanished again, flickering out of the office with a soft crackle of electricity. Konohamaru whipped his head left and right, jaw still hanging open. Where'd he go? Naruto strolled through the streets of Konoha at a leisurely pace, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze drifting lazily over familiar rooftops. As usual, he caught the subtle glances and the not-so-subtle whispers trailing behind him like flies on rotten fruit. He didn't care. Not really. He'd heard it all before: disgrace, traitor to his clans, the jealous older brother who ran away because he couldn't handle his sibling's success. Blah blah blah. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Jealous? Please. His life now was 10 times better than it ever was when he lived under that suffocating roof with all their fake smiles and half-hearted concern. The villagers could say what they wanted. Their gossip was nothing more than background noise. But one thing was beginning to seriously annoy him. A certain pint-sized tale. He felt the kid's chakra before he even turned the corner. Konohamaru, the old man's hyperactive grandson, was trailing him again poorly. Naruto sighed, a single sweat drop forming on his temple as he spotted the latest stealth tactic. A cheap painted backdrop of a brick wall, held shakily in front of the boy's head, and a half-crushed cardboard box moving way too obviously in sync with his footsteps. Really? Even if Konohamaru was an expert at stealth, which he absolutely wasn't, Naruto could still sense his chakra a mile away. Hell, he could feel the kid's soul signature like a blinking neon sign. Still, it gave Naruto an idea. A grin pulled at the edge of his mask. Let me teach the squirt a lesson. He casually turned into a narrow alleyway that curved toward a small street overlooking the village lake. The air was cooler here, laced with the scent of water and damp stone. The moment he rounded the corner, he created a shadow clone, letting it keep walking casually down the path. Then, with barely a whisper of movement, he vanished in a blur, reappearing on the nearest rooftop with a perfect line of sight. And there he was. Konohamaru, tiptoeing behind the clone like a tiny, overly dramatic spy in a scarf 2 sizes too long. Naruto snorted. The kid's enthusiasm was kind of cute, though. He dropped silently behind him, moving without so much as a rustle of cloth. Konohamaru didn't notice a thing as Naruto stalked him like a panther closing in on clueless prey. When they reached the end of the alley, Naruto formed 3 hand seals: dog, horse, then bird, drawing in a deep breath as wind chakra swirled into his lungs. Wind release, breakthrough. A powerful gust exploded from his mouth, rushing through the alley and sending Konohamaru tumbling through the air. The boy let out a surprised shout as he was lifted off his feet, landing in the lake with a splash, his scarf floating dramatically like a defeated banner. Naruto came to a stop at the top of the grassy embankment, just as Konohamaru burst out of the lake. The boy coughed and wrung out his scarf, scowling up at him with wet bangs plastered to his forehead. What was that for? Konohamaru shouted. Naruto grinned, hands on his hips, his voice laced with mockery. Hey, it's not my fault you struggle at tailing people. I just taught you one of the most important lessons a shinobi needs to learn: always be aware of your surroundings. You failed. Spectacularly. Konohamaru huffed, folding his arms across his dripping chest. Yeah, well, how'd you even know I was following you? It was obvious. Naruto casually made his way down the slope, the grass crunching under his boots. He stopped just in front of the boy and poked a finger at his forehead. Your tactics were lacking. You didn't suppress your chakra, and you made enough noise to wake the dead. Konohamaru grumbled, his lips scrunching into a pout, then jabbed a finger at Naruto's chest. Well, if I'm so bad at it, then why don't you train me, boss? Naruto blinked, surprised. Then, without a word, he brought his fist down lightly but firmly on the kid's head. Ow! Konohamaru cried out, stumbling back and falling on his butt. He rubbed the bump with a glare. What was that for? Do you know what'll happen if my grandfather finds out you hit me? Naruto scoffed, crossing his arms. Yeah, I don't care. You're a little twerp, and I know exactly how to handle your grandfather. Now back up. Why did you call me boss? Konohamaru scrambled back to his feet, his grin now stretching ear to ear. Because I want you to train me. You beat Ebisu-sensei without even lifting a finger. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And why don't you let the Academy-sensei handle that? Konohamaru made a face like he'd bitten into something sour. Because they're boring. All they ever teach is dull theory. Nothing cool like what you do. He flailed his arms in dramatic imitation of Jutsu hand signs. Naruto exhaled slowly. He saw a younger version of himself in the boy, restless, eager, skipping steps, chasing flash over substance. He'd been the same way once. Until he nearly scorched his lungs trying to master a fireball jutsu he wasn't ready for. Shaking his head, Naruto muttered, Konohamaru, there's no shortcut to being Hokage. Or even a great shinobi like. Don't listen to him, honorable grandson. A pompous voice cut through the air. Naruto winced before slowly turning his head. Here we go again. Ebisu stood at the top of the embankment, his goofy round-lensed glasses gleaming in the sunlight. His bandana flapped in the breeze. Step away from the Hokage's grandson, you ruffian. Ebisu declared, as he began his dramatic descent down the slope. Naruto didn't even try to hide his irritation. His fingers twitched and a soft green glow shimmered around his hand. In a heartbeat, the grass beneath Ebisu's feet surged upward like vines, twining around his sandals and yanking tight. Wah! With a loud yelp, Ebisu toppled forward and tumbled all the way down, flailing before landing hard on the concrete walkway. Konohamaru burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Did you see that? Ebisu groaned, clearly in pain. Not wanting to hang around for the recovery drama, Naruto walked over to the boy and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hold on. In a crackle of lightning and a burst of static, the two vanished, leaving Ebisu sprawled on the ground, groaning and very likely reconsidering his career path. Naruto and Konohamaru appeared atop the stone head of the third Hokage statue. A lazy wind swept over them, ruffling their hair, while the sun bathed everything in a soft, golden warmth. From their vantage point, the village stretched below like a living tapestry. Villagers bustled about, scurrying through narrow streets like ants. Naruto stepped forward, hands in his pockets, and sat down on the edge of the monument. His eyes scanned the village below, unreadable. Wow, that was awesome. Konohamaru shouted, plopping down beside him, a grin on his face. This is why I want you to train me. If you do, I'll be able to beat my grandfather and become the Hokage. Naruto glanced at him, wondering if the kid was serious or just dreaming. But then again, when he was Konohamaru's age, he'd said the same thing, hadn't he? That was 5 years ago. Back when things were still simple. Before everything changed. Why do you want to be Hokage so badly? Naruto asked, pulling out a bento box from an enchanted inner pocket of his haori. He popped it open and offered Konohamaru a manju cake. Konohamaru's eyes lit up as he took it, but his smile faltered as he stared out over the village. I'm named after Konoha, the boy muttered, voice low. And ever since I can remember, people have only called me honorable grandson. Not Konohamaru. Never just me. He took an angry bite out of the pastry, cheeks puffed in frustration. Naruto watched him, eating his own cake more slowly. If I can defeat my grandfather and become Hokage, maybe the villagers will finally see me. Really see me. Not just a name tied to someone else's legacy. Naruto felt something twist in his chest. That ache was all too familiar. He too had once longed for the recognition of those who ignored or overlooked him. His family. The village. He looked down at the boy and asked softly, why do you want recognition from people who don't know you? Who only care because of who your grandfather is? Konohamaru blinked at him, confused. There are more important things in life than what people think of you, Naruto continued. Even if you do defeat your grandfather, it won't magically make them respect you. The boy's shoulders sagged. Naruto took a deep breath. Your grandfather isn't revered just because he's the Hokage. He earned it. He fought for this village. Carried the will of fire through darkness and loss, and he never let it go out. If you asked him how long it took to gain the village's respect, he'd probably say it took his entire life. He paused, letting that sink in before continuing. Being Hokage isn't about being the strongest. It's about being the one who endures. The one who bears the weight of thousands of lives, protecting them, guiding them. It's about waking up every day and making decisions that may cost your comrades their lives. And living with that. It's paperwork, politics, sacrifices, and yes, strength too. But resolve comes first. Konohamaru looked at him, silent now. Naruto turned his gaze to the sky, voice softer but no less firm. A Hokage's will has to be harder than steel. And his heart has to burn so bright that even those lost in the dark can find their way again. If you want to make a name for yourself, then don't become a copy of your grandfather. Naruto's voice was calm but steady. I'm not saying you shouldn't become the Hokage one day. But forge your own path, one brick at a time. Even the simplest brick, if laid down with care, becomes the foundation for something greater. He leaned back on his hands, watching the wind rustle the trees below. If you want to stand tall, Konohamaru, then buckle down and learn all the boring stuff. Master the basics. They're the tools that build real strength. You can't cast a jutsu, fight, or throw a kunai without knowing the fundamentals first. So, in plain terms, there are no shortcuts. When Naruto turned to look at the boy, he froze for a moment. Konohamaru's face was streaked with tears, but his eyes burned with something fierce. That same unrelenting fire Naruto once saw in his own reflection. It made Naruto flinch not out of fear, but recognition. Then, with trembling fists clenched, Konohamaru threw one high into the air and shouted, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll become the best shinobi in my own right and take that hat from my grandfather. Just you wait and see." Silence reigned over the Hokage's office. The air was still, thick with unspoken thoughts as the gathered Jonin and Hiruzen himself stared wide-eyed at the crystal ball on the old man's desk. When his rambunctious grandson had run off after Naruto earlier, Hiruzen had been curious to see how they'd get along. At first, he couldn't help but chuckle at Konohamaru's antics, the little rascal clumsily trying to tail Naruto through the village. Even the gathered Jonin had laughed, joined by a snickering Jiraiya who'd arrived unannounced, dragging Minato along with him like a shadow. The sight of Konohamaru crawling under a cardboard box painted to look like a rock was just too ridiculous not to enjoy. At first, Hiruzen feared Naruto might snap and chase the boy off. He wouldn't have blamed him. But to everyone's surprise, Naruto didn't yell or get annoyed. Instead, he used the moment to teach Konohamaru a lesson, albeit in a very Naruto sort of way. Hiruzen felt something stir in his chest, something close to pride, as he watched the boy he called his adoptive grandson perform a flawless shadow clone without a single hand sign. And the prank on Ebisu? Hilarious. The poor Tokubetsu Jonin never stood a chance. When those vines yanked him off his feet and sent him face first down the hill, even the crystal ball shimmered slightly from the laughter in the room. But then Naruto sat down and started talking to Konohamaru and the mood shifted. Hiruzen's amusement faded. His jaw clenched. Not at Naruto or the boy beside him, but at the three figures standing silently before his desk, trying their best not to meet his gaze. Jiraiya looked guilty. Kakashi, thoughtful. But Minato and Kushina, Naruto's own parents, stood stiff and uncertain, their eyes averted, as if the floor had suddenly become very interesting. The sadness in Naruto's voice soft, reflective, cut deeper than any blade. Even though he'd masked his emotions well, Hiruzen could see the flicker of pain in his eyes. The kind of ache a child shouldn't carry. And yet, it wasn't that pain that truly shook Hiruzen. It was Naruto's words. His explanation of what it really meant to be Hokage. The weight. The sacrifice. The resolve. Most shinobi never truly understood the burden a Hokage carried. Some didn't even care to understand. But this teenager spoke with more wisdom than many men twice his age. The silence stretched, oppressive and raw, until Kakashi finally spoke. "Oh, that was insightful," he said, the usual laziness gone from his tone. His single visible eye narrowed behind the slant of his mask. "I never knew Naruto had such a deep understanding. He reminds me of..." His voice trailed off. But Hiruzen knew. "Itachi," the old Hokage said, his voice a low rumble as he took a slow puff from his pipe. Smoke curled toward the ceiling, swirling in the of sunlight cutting across the floor. His eyes hardened as they locked onto Minato and Kushina, and for a moment, the kindly old man was gone, replaced by the shinobi no kami, the god of shinobi. "Let's hope Naruto doesn't follow the same path Itachi did," he said, his voice sharp as steel. "Because if he does, we'll lose an extraordinary shinobi in the making." Konohamaru stood in the middle of the training clearing, practically vibrating with excitement as he bounced on his toes. His eyes sparkled as if he'd just been handed a treasure map. Honestly, Naruto wasn't sure if training the hyperactive kid was a good idea or not, but it was better than the alternative. Otherwise, Konohamaru would just keep pestering him until he caved anyway. Alright, Konoha, calm down will you? Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. We're not jumping into any flashy jutsu just yet. First, we're going to focus on expanding your chakra pool. He folded his arms and added, the academy doesn't really teach this stuff, which is pretty dumb if you ask me. The earlier you start working on chakra control, the better you'll be at using jutsu later on. The boy, still wearing that odd cap like a badge of honor, cheered and punched the air. Alright, where do we start, boss? Naruto shook his head, giving up on trying to tone down the kid's energy. He figured he'd be grumbling soon enough once training actually began. With a casual shrug, he turned and walked toward the edge of the clearing. He paused for a moment, tilting his head toward the sky. He could feel it again, that faint tingle of chakra being focused somewhere above him. The old man was watching through his crystal ball. Not that Naruto minded. The Hokage was probably just curious about what he was teaching his grandson. Naruto turned away from the invisible presence overhead and stepped into a wide, open patch of grass. He flashed through a quick series of hand signs: tiger, hare, boar, dog, and slammed his hands to the ground. Earth release, mud wall jutsu. The earth trembled, and with a dull rumble, a solid wall erupted from the soil. It rose 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide, thick and sturdy, like it had always belonged there. Whoa! Konohamaru gasped behind him. That was awesome. How many jutsu do you know, boss? Naruto turned and glanced at the kid, who was practically glowing with awe. A few, he said with a smirk under his mask. But it's not about how many jutsu you know. It's about how well you've mastered them. He crouched beside the wall and looked at Konohamaru thoughtfully. Here's a question for you. Let's say there's a battle between two shinobi. One of them has mastered 10 jutsu. The other has copied 1,000 but hasn't mastered a single one. Who do you think wins? Naruto could barely stop the smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was a not-so-subtle jab at a certain one-eyed cyclops he knew. Konohamaru frowned, tapping his finger against his chin. He stood quietly for a moment, clearly mulling it over before answering. The one who mastered the 10 jutsu. He sounded unsure, but it was a good enough answer for Naruto. Bingo! Do you know why? Not really, Konohamaru admitted, scratching the side of his cap and making a funny face. Maybe, 'cause the one who mastered them can use them better? Naruto nodded. Exactly. Take this wall, for example. If I tried to teach you the jutsu right now, you'd probably manage a tiny lump of dirt maybe. Or nothing at all. But when you've truly mastered a jutsu, you can unlock its full potential and do it with way less chakra. He stood and brushed some dust off his hands. Here's something important to remember, Konohamaru. The shinobi who runs out of chakra first usually loses the fight. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a smug grin tugging at the corner of his mouth as he watched Kakashi's visible eye twitch from Naruto's not-so-subtle jab. That boy really knew how to get under people's skin. He wasn't the least bit surprised when Naruto glanced up and caught them watching. His chakra sensing was getting sharper by the day. That boy's something else, Asuma said, leaning forward on the table as he stared into the crystal ball. I'm more surprised he has 2 elemental affinities already: earth and wind. Most rookies don't even start elemental training until after they make chunin. Kakashi scoffed from behind his book. Maybe, but he's got no respect for his superiors. He sniffed and gave the crystal ball a side-eye glare that didn't go unnoticed. Kurenai flipped her dark hair over one shoulder, her crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, don't sulk, Kakashi. He wouldn't be so hostile toward you if you didn't play favorites with his siblings. Jiraiya, who was lounging lazily on the windowsill, waved her words away like an annoying bug. Bah. The kid's just being overly sensitive. We trained Menma and Mito because the fate of the entire shinobi world rests on their shoulders. He's just acting out. One day he'll understand. And thank us, especially after his siblings save the world. Hiruzen resisted the urge to rub his temples. Jiraiya's blind devotion to that prophecy was exhausting. What his student failed to see or refused to see was that even without the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto was shaping up to be an extraordinary shinobi. And now, with the power of the Infinity Stones bonded to him, Naruto's potential might very well surpass his, and even Hashirama Senju's. I'd like to know where he even learned all of this, Kakashi muttered, his gaze narrowing. I doubt anyone from his former clans taught him their techniques. Hiruzen felt a bead of sweat gather beneath the collar of his Hokage robes. Minute, Kakashi. He could feel the eyes in the room shift toward him, Minato and Kushina's especially. Their growing suspicion was written all over their faces. Before he could cobble together a convincing excuse, a calm voice filled the silence. That would be my doing, Vision said, stepping forward. His tone was smooth and measured. When Naruto requested training, the Third Lord Hokage, regrettably too busy with his duties, entrusted me with the responsibility. I've served as his protector and mentor ever since. Hiruzen exhaled slowly through his nose, hiding his relief behind a well-practiced poker face. Vision's cover story was convenient and just believable enough. And why exactly did the Hokage permit this arrangement? Kushina asked sharply, her voice tight. Our clans could have handled it. And since when did Naruto need protection? That did it. The room dropped in temperature as Hiruzen's killing intent surged out in a suffocating wave. The jonin around the table flinched instinctively, even Jiraiya straightening from his slouched position. Since your clan decided Naruto was a nuisance, Hiruzen snapped, his voice a low growl. Since they locked him out of the scroll rooms, barred him from clan meetings, and acted as if he didn't exist. He turned his intense gaze on Kushina. And perhaps you should ask your brother-in-law about the times he tried to undermine Naruto's education without my knowledge. Kushina's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. And in case you've forgotten, Hiruzen continued, slamming a fist down on his desk, you and your husband have made plenty of enemies over the years. There were those who would have harmed Naruto in his sleep if I hadn't intervened because your clans decided he wasn't worth the effort to protect. The crystal ball trembled in its holder from the impact, its image of Naruto and Konohamaru flickering briefly. So don't you dare question my judgment, he growled. Not when it was your negligence that forced my hand. Silence fell over the room like a heavy blanket. No one dared speak. Even Vision stood quietly, his expression unreadable behind his ANBU mask. So, Konohamaru, Naruto asked, hands resting behind his head, has the academy started teaching you how to use chakra yet? The younger boy grinned and proudly stuck out his thumb. Yeah, we've been doing the leaf balancing exercise. I can hold like 4 or 5 leaves now for almost 10 minutes without dropping a single one, he boasted, puffing out his chest. Naruto nodded, genuinely impressed. At that age, it had taken him forever just to get 1 leaf to stay put, let alone multiple. His chakra had always been wild and uncooperative, too much power, too little control. Nice. That means you're ready for the next step in your chakra training, wall walking, or what some call tree climbing, Naruto said with a smirk. But I'm not about to let you damage any trees by losing control. So, we're using this wall I put up. He gestured to the smooth stone wall he had created earlier using earth style. It stood tall and flat, perfect for chakra control training. This exercise is all about balance, Naruto explained. Not just control but building your chakra pool too. Here's the trick. You channel chakra to the soles of your feet and then you walk up the wall like it's flat ground. But listen carefully, if you push too much chakra, you'll get repelled and bounce off. If you use too little, you'll slip right off. He paused, then tapped his wrist, activating the seals on his bracelet. A small puff of smoke revealed a standard kunai, which he handed to Konohamaru. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement. But just as he turned and sprinted toward the wall, Naruto reached out and snagged him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Did I say you could start? Naruto asked flatly. Konohamaru gave a sheepish grin, his legs dangling an inch off the ground. Too hasty, Naruto sighed, setting him back down gently. That kunai? You'll be using it to mark your progress up the wall. And if you rush and head first, you'll just hurt yourself. So, here's what you're going to do instead. Naruto pointed to the base of the wall. Lie on your back, feet pressed against the wall. Then start focusing chakra into your soles. Once you've got the right amount, enough that your feet actually stick to the surface, you can start climbing slowly. Step by step. He gave Konohamaru a light swat on the back of the head. Oh, hey. Get a move on, squirt, Naruto said with a grin. The wall isn't going to climb itself. And so, an hour passed. Konohamaru threw himself into the chakra control exercise with all the enthusiasm of a kid chasing his dream. Unfortunately, his results were very mixed. Still, Naruto had to give the little guy credit. Even though he kept slipping and falling, Konohamaru gained ground inch by inch. The kid's determination reminded Naruto of himself when he first started out. Whenever Konohamaru got frustrated and let his emotions spiral, Naruto would lightly tap him on the back of the head and say, "Center your emotions. Chakra's tied to your feelings, let it run wild, and you will too." It was solid advice. Naruto had learned that the hard way. But just as Konohamaru was finally getting close to the top of the wall, their training session came to an abrupt halt. "What are you teaching him, you ruffian? The honorable grandson will hurt himself," a shrill voice shouted. Naruto blinked. Of course. Ebisu. The man practically leaped out of the bushes like a poorly dressed ninja drama villain, finger pointing dramatically, his glasses barely hanging onto his face. The sudden outburst startled Konohamaru. His concentration snapped, and his chakra flared out of control. He slipped, flailing just a few feet from the top. Naruto moved instantly. One moment he was watching, the next he was a blur. He caught the kid mid-fall, cradling him securely before he hit the ground. "Thanks, big brother," Konohamaru said with a breathless grin. "It's nothing," Naruto said, ruffling the boy's hair before setting him down. His smile lingered, but only for a moment. Then his pale blue eyes lifted to Ebisu, and his expression cooled. His chakra dense and sharp rippled outward like the heat from a fire. Ebisu took one look at Naruto's eyes and instinctively stepped back, his throat bobbing with a dry swallow. "Don't you have anything better to do than interrupt our training?" Naruto asked, his voice smooth but laced with tension. "Go read that questionable material the Frog Whisperer wrote if you're bored." Naruto's ears twitched. He caught a faint yell echoing from the Hokage tower, someone screaming something that sounded a lot like, "Who you calling a frog whisperer?" Jiraiya had clearly heard him. But Ebisu, however, was scandalized. "How dare you make such slanderous allegations against a respected member of Konoha's elite? I am a well-regarded Tokubetsu Jonin." Naruto leaned down and whispered to Konoru, "Yeah," and a peeping Tom. Konomaru doubled over laughing, clutching his stomach. It took everything in Naruto not to join him. Ebisu's face flushed a deeper red as he puffed up. "You insolent brat. You'll regret that. I was handpicked to protect the honorable grandson from outcasts like you." Naruto's expression turned serious, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm. "Is that so?" Wisps of glowing blue chakra began curling around him. The air buzzed with energy, static crawling across the ground. Konomaru backed up instinctively, eyes wide in awe. "Let's see how you handle this, Ebisu," Naruto said. He clasped his hands into a dragon seal and called out, "Shadow Art, Shadow Expansion Jutsu." The shadow beneath his feet twisted, shifting unnaturally before it ballooned outward, spreading like liquid ink until it formed a wide circle. Ebisu stumbled backward. "Wh, what is this? How can a genin do this kind of jutsu?" But Naruto wasn't done. His hands blurred through a flurry of seals too fast for most people to follow. His voice rose with fierce clarity. "Shadow Art, 5 Elemental Wild Hunt Jutsu." From the inky pool at his feet, 5 enormous shadow wolves emerged, each bearing glowing symbols on their foreheads: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. The beasts snarled, fangs bared, as their elemental power pulsed with intent. Ebisu's knees buckled. His face turned as pale as rice. "Let's play," Naruto growled. "Get him, boys." With a chorus of howls, the wolves surged forward. Ebisu let out a startled yelp and spun on his heel, running full speed toward the Hokage tower, flailing his arms in panic. Naruto grinned, brushing dust from his hands as Konomaru laughed beside him. "Man," the kid gasped, "that was awesome." Naruto shrugged. "Just another Tuesday." The office had fallen into a heavy silence once again. Every eye in the room was locked onto the crystal ball, transfixed by the events unfolding within its smoky depths. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his tired eyes with one hand, wondering if exhaustion had finally caused him to hallucinate. Did Naruto just use a shadow technique? Like the Nara clan's shadow possession jutsu? It seemed impossible, yet the truth played out before him with undeniable clarity. The Nara clan's shadow possession technique was a closely guarded hidden jutsu, handed down through generations with strict limitations. While it wasn't a Kekkei Genkai, it required an exceptionally high affinity for in-release, something rare even among seasoned shinobi. Most outside the clan couldn't even begin to replicate it. Yet here was Naruto, barely a genin, wielding a variation of it as if he had shadows in his blood. Hiruzen's brows furrowed. He knew Naruto had already claimed his birthright through both the Senju and Yuzuke's clans. Their techniques were his by blood, and no one could dispute that. But Naruto wasn't the type to steal jutsu. Not out of pride, but principle. Even if he had the capacity to replicate another clan's jutsu, it would be beneath him to do so without respect or understanding. And yet, this shadow style, shadow expansion jutsu, wasn't stolen. No Hiruzen could tell. It was original. It was Naruto's. How in the world did he come up with that? He wondered, stroking his beard. It had the same foundational mechanics as the Nara technique, but it was more fluid, less restrictive. More versatile. Not to mention the second technique, the summoning of 5 elemental shadow wolves. That was no ordinary feat. Each wolf bore a glowing symbol on its forehead, representing one of the 5 elemental natures: fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair slowly, the old wood creaking beneath his weight. His gaze shifted to the silent figure standing near the wall, still as a statue among the stunned jonin. Vision. As always, the synthetic shinobi's expression was unreadable, but Hiruzen could sense it. He had known. Of course he had. He and Naruto were linked. Fused even. It was hard to tell where one ended and the other began these days. Bringing his pipe to his lips, the third Hokage took a long, contemplative drag. Smoke curled upward, dancing in the still air like whispered thoughts. He had known Naruto had been training relentlessly for years, working in silence, away from the limelight, away from his family, away from the safety of recognition. But this was something else entirely. If the elemental wolves were any indication, Naruto might have already mastered all 5 elemental nature transformations. And if that were true, Then Konoha wasn't just witnessing the rise of another strong shinobi. They were witnessing the emergence of something unprecedented. Hiruzen shook his head slowly, a bitter chuckle caught in his throat. That boy's going to send me to an early grave. Jiraiya stood near the open window, arms crossed, brows drawn together in a scowl. The breeze ruffled his hair, but it did nothing to cool the tension building in the room. How did the kid do that? He asked, voice tight. That's the Nara clan's technique, isn't it? It's surprising that he'd do such a thing. The temperature in the room dropped. A low, almost imperceptible hum of power began to thrum in the air. Hiruzen's eyes snapped toward Jiraiya, and for a brief moment, they flared with suppressed rage. Every word out of Jiraiya's mouth stoked the flames. Naruto couldn't breathe without being judged. Choose your words very carefully, Jiraiya, Hiruzen warned, his voice like steel. Yes, the technique resembles the Nara's shadow possession jutsu, but it isn't. There is nothing stopping Naruto from creating his own techniques. And if they happen to mirror another clan's abilities, that doesn't make them stolen. He paused, narrowing his gaze. The Nara have never produced a jutsu like that before. So unless you're accusing Naruto of theft outright, I suggest you tread lightly. Jiraiya held up his hands in surrender. Whoa, old man. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying. He's 14. How could a kid like that just whip up something so advanced out of nowhere? He must have seen that Shikamaru kid perform it and what? Hiruzen exploded. The room filled with an intense pressure. A thick, choking atmosphere slammed into the jonin like a physical force. Sweat beaded on brows. One of the younger jonin in the back actually took a step back, his hand trembling over the hilt of his weapon instinctively. You think Naruto forced Shikamaru to teach him? Coerced him? Threatened him? Do you think the Nara clan would allow their hidden techniques to be stolen without consequence? Don't insult them or your own intelligence. He slammed his fist onto the desk, the sound echoing off the walls. The crystal ball on the table rattled violently. Naruto created that technique. On his own. Because he's that talented. Hiruzen's gaze bore into Jiraiya now, furious and unyielding. Just because your precious prophecy didn't name him, doesn't mean he isn't the genius right in front of you. You're so obsessed with your chosen one narrative, you're blind to the boy who's reshaping the ninja world under your very nose. His gaze shifted then to the man standing off to the side, stiff and silent. Minato Namikaze. The former fourth Hokage's face was pale, lips pressed in a thin line, and his cerulean blue eyes normally so steady were dim. Distant. Avoiding Hiruzen's stare like a guilty child caught in the act. Good, Hiruzen thought coldly. It's about time he faced what his neglect has done. And for your information, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said, voice lowering but no less sharp, wasn't Kakashi 12 when he created the Chidori? So tell me, why is it so impossible to believe that Naruto couldn't create something of his own? The silence that followed was deafening. Only the soft creak of wood and the distant call of birds outside the window dared to fill the void. Several hours later, as the sun dipped behind the horizon and bathed the hidden leaf in a soft orange glow, two tired figures made their way down the bustling village streets, Naruto and a thoroughly exhausted Konohamaru. Naruto couldn't help but smirk. He'd promised his surrogate little brother dinner at Ichiraku if he managed to climb to the top of the training wall, and the kid actually did it. Stubborn little monkey. He was proud of him. The streets were alive with the usual end-of-day rush, vendors packing up, shinobi returning from patrols, and civilians hurrying home. But even amidst the crowd, Naruto could still feel it, that ever-present tension, the judgmental stares, the whispers just barely out of earshot. There he is again. That boy's always hanging around important people like he belongs there. Why doesn't the Hokage do something about him? Naruto grit his teeth. He was used to it, but it didn't mean it stopped bothering him. Fortunately, Konohamaru's non-stop chatter filled the silence like a buffer, making the judgment a little easier to ignore. Just as they were about to step under the ramen stand's familiar curtain, the door flap was pushed aside and out walked Menma, Mito, and their usual pack of friends. Perfect timing. The air shifted instantly, the energy souring like spoiled milk. Menma and Mito both spotted him, their cheerful expressions faltering the second their eyes met Naruto's. And of course, Mito's ever-faithful shadow stepped up to the plate. Sakura Haruno. What are you doing here with the third Lord Hokage's grandson? She snapped, arms crossed, her voice loud enough for half the street to hear. Konohamaru's face twisted into a scowl. She hadn't even used his name, just his title. Naruto's own frustration bubbled up, but he kept his voice steady and dry. He has a name, Sakura. It's Konohamaru. Maybe I should call you Bubblegum Princess. Or better yet, Banshee. See how you like it? A visible tick mark appeared on Sakura's temple, but for once she didn't retaliate. Naruto could tell she wanted to. Too bad those days were long gone. He wasn't going to be anyone's punching bag anymore. And why would Konohamaru waste his time hanging around a loser like you? Menma shot back, a smug grin pulling at his lips. That earned a snicker from Kiba and Connor, the ever-loyal background noise. Konohamaru's glare deepened. And who asked for your opinion? Big brother here is way better than you'll ever be. Menma's face turned an angry shade of red, but he crossed his arms and scoffed like he wasn't bothered. Yeah well, losers flock together. Tell me, Naruto, how desperate are you to hang out with a little kid? Naruto raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Considering the older ones act like entitled, spoiled children with less personality and talent than a log? Honestly, it's refreshing. At least logs are useful. The entire group stiffened. Faces darkened. Chakra flickered in the air like sparks before a storm. Menma, Kiba, and Connor took a step forward, but before they could speak, low, guttural growls rumbled across the ground like distant thunder. The shadows twisted unnaturally. Then, like smoke rising from the depths, 5 massive wolves emerged from the dark. Each beast was forged from living shadow, eyes glowing with eerie intelligence and power. Menma stumbled back. What is that? One of the wolves padded up to Naruto's side, massive and silent. Naruto reached out casually and ran his fingers through its coarse black fur, the connection between them humming through his chakra network like a second heartbeat. The remaining 4 wolves fanned out behind him, forming a semicircle around him and Konohamaru. Each had different colored eyes: amethyst, sapphire, crimson, jade, and glowing kanji etched into their foreheads. They weren't just conjurations. They were something else. Something more. The group of teens froze. No one dared speak. Naruto tilted his head, the corner of his mouth twitching up. Still want to talk about maturity? Or are we done here? The group's eyes stayed glued to the shadow wolves. No one dared move, not even Menma, who usually had the loudest mouth. The air was thick with tension, chakra prickling against skin. It was Kiba who found his voice first, although it cracked a little. How do you have those wolves? He asked, swallowing hard as Akamaru trembled inside his bomber jacket, tail tucked. Only our clan uses Nin-ken as partners. And I highly doubt you've got a summoning contract like your siblings. Naruto scoffed, the sound dripping with contempt. As if I need some overglorified summoning scroll to do my bidding. He patted the shoulder of the wolf beside him, fingers brushing through its smoke-like fur. The beast rumbled with approval. There's more than one way to gain allies from other planes of existence, Naruto said coolly. I don't like toads. And I sure as hell don't need phoenixes. Oh please, Menma cut in with a mocking snort. You're just jealous. The toads are way stronger than your lousy mutts. That was a mistake. The wolves' hackles rose, low snarls vibrating through their bodies like thunder. Their fangs glinted under the fading light, eyes narrowing on Menma with wild, ancient intelligence. One snapped its jaws loud and deliberate. Naruto's voice came slow and lazy. Careful, Menma. What's the point of a summoning contract if you can't even use it right? The last time you tried, you barely summoned a frog the size of a rice ball. The wolf beside him let out a hungry huff and licked its chops as if to make the point louder. Menma went red, fists clenched, but before he could shoot back another insult, a firm voice broke through the tension. What's going on here? Everyone turned in surprise as Kushina appeared, her presence commanding as always. Her red hair swayed behind her, and her violet eyes scanned the group like a seasoned kunoichi, sharp, calculating, dangerous. For just a second, they flashed with concern. Nothing, Mom. Menma called out quickly, throwing up his hands. Just chatting with Naruto. Naruto could practically taste the venom in his brother's voice. The fake cheer was almost laughable. His lips quirked up in a lazy grin, amused by the mood swing. Kushina's eyes found his, softening when they landed on his face, but he didn't flinch. He didn't need that look anymore. He didn't want it. That part of him was gone. Naruto turned to Konohamaru, resting a hand on the kid's head and ruffling his hair. Come on, squirt. There are 2 bowls of ramen with your name on them. Konohamaru beamed and bolted through the curtain of Ichiraku ramen, practically vibrating with excitement. The wolves around Naruto turned to shadows again, slipping silently back into the cracks between realms. With a final look not at Kushina, but through her, Naruto stepped inside the ramen stand without saying a word. Not a glance back. Not a second wasted. The next morning, a loud yell shattered the tranquility of the Hokage's tower. A flock of birds took flight from the rooftops, squawking in protest as their peaceful morning was interrupted. Inside the tower, the 3rd Lord Hokage sat calmly behind his desk, pipe in hand, unfazed by the commotion echoing down the halls. In fact, he smiled around the stem of his pipe, amused. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in front of the desk like a storm cloud, arms crossed, brows furrowed, and an aura practically sizzling with frustration. Above him, a few ANBU members concealed in the ceiling corners suppressed chuckles behind their masks. Why Gigi? Naruto groaned, throwing his arms up as if the world had betrayed him. What did I do to deserve such a cruel punishment? Oversized anime tears streamed down his cheeks as he slumped dramatically, prompting the Hokage to sweat drop. The old man waved a hand, exhaling smoke as he leaned back in his chair. Oh, don't be so melodramatic. You sound just like Hashirama. That man could weep over a paper cut. Naruto huffed. As I said, this isn't punishment. It's protocol, Hiruzen continued. You may hold the rank of Tokubetsu Genin, but you still require team experience. My plan is for you to rotate through each Genin squad on a weekly basis. It'll help you build familiarity with various team dynamics. You'll be assisting as backup during missions when needed. Naruto groaned, dragging a hand down his face. But I can't stand most of them. They're either annoying, arrogant, or just plain fake. How am I supposed to trust people who barely tolerate me? The old man's gaze sharpened, his voice firm. Then you'll learn. Shinobi don't always get the luxury of picking their teammates. I expect professionalism from all my shinobi including you. If any of them display behavior that borders on desertion or endangerment of a comrade, they'll face disciplinary action. Naruto knew a warning when he heard one. He sighed, shoulders slumping, and nodded reluctantly. He didn't like it, but he understood. Still, the thought of spending an entire week with people like Menma, Mito, Sasuke, or worse Sakura made his stomach twist. He muttered under his breath, half choking on his own resignation. Fine, Gigi. But they better act accordingly. Because I'm not taking any nonsense from them. Vision hummed quietly beside him, clearly amused. Naruto and Vision made their way to Training Ground 7, trudging through the familiar woods like condemned men. As expected and dreaded, the old man had assigned him to Kakashi Hataki's team for the week. Just thinking about spending all that time in the presence of Emo Lord and Banshee Barbie made him feel queasy. Naruto sighed dramatically and grumbled. I swear, I'm gonna make Gigi pay for this. Full-on payback. No Ika books for him for a month. Sensing Naruto's intent through their shared mental link, Vision voiced his opinion. I suggest you avoid such drastic retaliation. The Hokage meant no harm. Just ignore them as much as possible and focus on your training. Naruto scoffed. That's easier said than done, metalhead. I just hope they don't push me too far. I'd honestly be doing the world a favor. Vision didn't dignify that with a reply. He merely walked beside him in silence, which, for Vision, was its own kind of sass. They made their way through the quiet forest at a leisurely pace. Naruto wasn't in a hurry, not with Kakashi's legendary tardiness. He could probably fit in a full nap, a snack, and a ramen break before the man even showed up. Eventually, the trees thinned, and they emerged into the clearing of Training Ground, and of course, the universe just had to rub salt in the wound. The first thing he saw made him seriously consider smashing his face into the nearest boulder. Sasuke stood in front of one of the 3 wooden posts, flinging shuriken like he was some elite shinobi. Which, okay, he was decent, but the real crime was how Sakura sat a few feet away, eyes sparkling as if she were witnessing something extraordinary. Naruto scoffed under his breath. Every toss Sasuke made earned a squeal or exaggerated gasp from her as if he had just solved world hunger. It was a miracle she didn't have a banner with his name on it. And off to the side, of course, was the icing on this tragic cake. Sai. Yeah, Naruto knew exactly who he was. He'd already infiltrated one of Danzo's many schemes a few weeks back and planted a few discreet listening seals. Thanks to that, Naruto had been privy to some of the old War Hawk's most twisted plans. Especially the one where Danzo helped orchestrate the Uchiha massacre. Unfortunately, without hard evidence, it was still just his word against the so-called elder. Not that it was difficult to guess Danzo's motivations. The man had been a loyal student of Tobirama Senju, and if there was one thing Tobirama was known for aside from creating a bunch of wildly dangerous jutsu, it was his deep-rooted mistrust of the Uchiha. Sai, for his part, was seated cross-legged in front of a large scroll, silently painting. His jutsu super beast imitation technique was impressive, but the guy himself? Creepy as hell. That ever-present, plastered-on smile made Naruto's skin crawl. Seriously, who smiles that much without blinking? Naruto sighed again and muttered, this is gonna be a long week. As they stepped into the training ground, Sakura's eyes snapped toward Naruto and Vision like a predator spotting prey. Her face instantly contorted into a scowl before she scrambled to her feet, fists clenched. What are you doing here? She shouted, her voice sharp enough to send a flock of nearby birds scattering in a noisy panic. Naruto groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose, silently pleading for the strength not to lose his cool. I'm here on the Hokage's orders, Sakura. So maybe try keeping your mouth shut for 5 minutes. Sakura's face went red whether from anger or embarrassment. Naruto didn't care. What did you just say? She snapped. How dare you talk to me that way? Sasuke should put you in your place. Naruto blinked at her. As if he could even do that, he replied flatly. Don't fool yourself, Sakura. You live in some delusional fantasy where Sasuke's untouchable, but newsflash he's not. You'd better get a grip and start seeing things clearly before reality catches up with you. That shut her up. Naruto turned away, completely unfazed by their twin scowls, and glanced up at one of the trees overhead. His tone was casual, as if he were discussing the weather. How long are you going to hide, Kakashi-sensei? Not that Naruto enjoyed calling him that, but protocol was protocol, and technically, Kakashi was his superior for the week. From the higher branches, Kakashi finally stepped into view, still engrossed in that orange novel of his. One eye peeked over the top of the book, studying Naruto with mild amusement. I'm surprised you could sense me, he said. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. No one escapes my senses, he replied, rubbing his chest where the soul stone rested just beneath the surface. Kakashi's exposed eye narrowed slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He knew. Of course he knew. The Hokage had made Kakashi promise or threaten to keep quiet about the stones. Not that Naruto fully trusted him. Kakashi remained loyal to his sensei and Kushina. If given the chance, he might sell Naruto out to the Namikaze Uzumaki clan in a heartbeat. Kakashi vanished from the tree in a blur and reappeared in front of the group with practiced ease. Well, now that everyone's here, let's get started. Wait, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura interjected, her voice rising in protest. Why did the Hokage assign Naruto to our team? We don't need him here. Naruto huffed. Yeah, and I don't want to be here either, but this isn't up to us, is it? He crossed his arms. I'm just here for the week to observe how you three operate in the field. Not that I expect to be impressed. What's that supposed to mean? Sasuke growled, stepping forward. Naruto tilted his head, expression blank. It means exactly what you think it means. He took a breath and counted. On his fingers, ticking them off one by one. You're a broody loner who thinks everyone's beneath you and that teammates are just dead weight. Sakura's a hopeless fangirl who's one bad mission away from a serious mishap. And then we've got Puppet Boy over here, he nodded towards Sai, whose entire personality is just creepy with a side of a permanent fake smile. Sai looked up from his scroll, still smiling, and waved. The fact you passed your team test is a miracle on its own, Naruto continued. And if I'm not mistaken, it was thanks to Sai that you even scraped through, since the rest of you are basically allergic to teamwork. Silence followed. Even the wind seemed to pause, probably too uncomfortable to blow past. Naruto smirked slightly and looked at Kakashi. So, what's the plan for today, sensei? Naruto hated D-rank missions with a passion. Nothing filled him with more loathing than pulling weeds or walking dogs or, in this case, chasing a deranged cat around the village. And of course, Kakashi just loved torturing his team with these relentless chores, his eye twinkling above that orange book as if this was his idea of entertainment. Even Sai's ever-present smile looked like it was beginning to crack under the pressure, the corners twitching as if he were debating a more aggressive approach. So, for days into their time as genin under Hatake Kakashi, Team 7 found themselves once again on a D-rank mission, capturing Tora the cat. Naruto briefly considered going all out, just unleashing his full power and turning Kakashi into a fine pile of ash, but he managed to rein it in. Barely. What helped wasn't restraint. No, it was watching Sakura and Sasuke slowly unravel from frustration. Call it pity, or call it petty, but there was something deeply satisfying about seeing those two huffing like spoiled nobles forced to clean toilets. Tora wasn't just any cat. She was the devil in fur form, a four-legged demon wrapped in a red ribbon who had traumatized genin teams for years. But Naruto? He had caught her before. More than once, actually. Still, 2 hours in, and somehow the feline menace had eluded them again. Sakura was stomping her way down the street, muttering under her breath. Sasuke trailed behind her with his usual storm cloud expression. Kakashi, completely unaffected, strolled along with his nose buried in Ika tactics, chuckling every so often. Vision walked beside him, the picture of calm, scanning rooftops and alleyways as if trying to unlock the mysteries of the universe. And Naruto could feel Sai staring holes into his back. Arg! Sakura shrieked, clutching her pink locks and stomping her foot into the dirt. Where is that stupid cat? They reached a busy intersection and paused. Maybe check a dumpster, Naruto said casually. Tora's probably hiding somewhere that matches your personality. Ew! Sakura recoiled in disgust, flailing her arms. You think I'd crawl into trash for a cat? I spend hours on my outfit. Naruto groaned. Right. Heaven forbid a kunoichi gets her precious sandals dirty. But honestly, her screeching was giving him a headache, and even Sasuke looked like he was one complaint away from losing his cool. For his sake and honestly, the safety of the leaf, Naruto decided it was time to end this. He turned left, heading toward the sushi bar near the edge of the shopping district. Tora had a pattern. Every Thursday, she ended up there, spoiled rotten by villagers who snuck her salmon scraps behind Madame Shijimi's back. After her feast, she'd usually sun herself on the rooftop wall just behind the place. Hey, came Sakura's voice. Where are you going, idiot? Naruto scoffed without looking back. To find our target. Or are you planning to stare at Sasuke until nightfall? Sakura turned the color of a ripe tomato. Sasuke's scowl twitched but stayed quiet. Naruto didn't wait, he disappeared from the street in a blur, leaping onto the rooftops, chakra flowing effortlessly through his feet as he sprinted toward the familiar soul signature that pulsed softly at the edge of his senses. When he glanced back, the rest of the team had finally kicked into gear and started following. Within minutes, they arrived at the sushi bar. The scent of soy sauce and grilled eel hung thick in the air, and behind the building, just as expected, was Tora perched like royalty on a sun-warmed wall. She groomed herself with elegant licks, tail flicking lazily, the red ribbon on her ear twitching as if on alert. Vision and Kakashi landed beside Naruto first, quiet and composed. Then came Sai, notebook tucked under his arm, expression unreadable. Sasuke dropped down with a grunt, followed by Sakura, who practically collapsed, clutching her chest as she wheezed for air. Her face was flushed, strands of hair sticking to her forehead. But why are you so fast? Naruto shrugged, arms crossed, not even out of breath. Maybe if you spent less time screaming and more time training, you'd keep up. Sakura glared, but she had no comeback. Tora paused mid-lick, her golden eyes locking onto the group with the tired look of someone who had seen too much. Naruto smirked. All right, furball. Let's dance. It took everything in Naruto not to burst out laughing. His carefully constructed mask of indifference cracked ever so slightly as he stood there, arms crossed, watching Sasuke and Sakura sulk like toddlers denied candy. Both of them were seated on the grass in Training Ground 7, arms and faces covered in a web of scratch marks courtesy of one feline troublemaker, Tora. Yeah, that mission had gone really well. The moment Tora spotted them yesterday, she bolted like a ninja late for ramen. Sasuke, being the overconfident guy he was, darted after her without even sparing a glance at the rest of the team. Of course, Sakura squealed and huffed after him. What followed was a 30-minute chase through the busy streets of Konoha, filled with startled civilians, upturned vendor carts, and one traumatized kid who got caught in the chaos. Naruto, already aware of how dangerous Tora's claws could be, he had the scars to prove it played it smart. He created 2 mirror clones and sent them ahead to corner the little menace. Predictably, Sasuke didn't wait. He swooped in with a cocky smirk, snatched Tora off the ground, and held her up in front of his face like he'd won the Chunin exams. Sakura cheered, clapping her hands in excitement. Naruto thought she might burst into song right then and there, the way she pranced around praising Duck Butsama, like he was a legendary. But they really underestimated the cat. Naruto, wisely keeping his distance, leaned against a lamppost as his clones circled in and prepared for backup, though honestly, he was just there for the entertainment at that point. The smug look on Sasuke's face vanished in an instant. Tora's ears flattened, her pupils narrowed, and with a war cry that only Naruto could describe as demonic, she launched a full-on assault. Claws like needles sank into Sasuke's face. He screamed not a manly war cry, but a genuine scream, and flailed like he'd just been dropped into a nest of angry bees. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Sakura, ever the loyal cheerleader, lunged to help. But Tora wasn't done. With the speed and precision of a seasoned ninja, the cat leaped from Sasuke's face and straight into Sakura's, leaving a trail of shredded fabric and pride in her wake. The pink-haired kunoichi hit the ground, yelping as Tora made herself a home in her hair, claws working overtime. Naruto's clones shimmered out of existence, laughing uncontrollably, and even Vision, stoic as always, looked like he paused for a fraction of a second longer than normal, which for him was practically a standing ovation. Now, back in Training Ground 7, Naruto bit the inside of his cheek to hold back a laugh. Sasuke sat hunched over, muttering curses with bandages taped across his cheek and forehead, while Sakura nursed a swollen hand and a bruised ego. Naruto tilted his head, sighing dramatically. You'd think a couple of elite shinobi could take down a house cat. That earned him matching death glares. Totally worth it. What are you grinning at, idiot? Sakura snapped, flinching when the scratch near her lip tugged with the movement. You should have helped us. Naruto tilted his head lazily from where he leaned against the practice post, arms crossed like he hadn't just watched them get defeated by a house cat. But you looked like you had it under control. If you'd waited for the rest of the team, you wouldn't have gotten your butts handed to you by a cat, no less. At the time, it felt like a fitting lesson. He shrugged. Never underestimate your opponent. And maybe, just maybe, rely on your teammates once in a while. Sakura huffed and flipped her hair back for maximum dramatic effect. You're not part of our team. We don't need you. Clearly, Naruto deadpanned, rolling his eyes. Honestly, I'd rather be a one-man team than babysit a bunch of kids who think they're gods. Sasuke's eyes narrowed into slits. And what's that supposed to mean? Naruto gave a lopsided grin. Simple. Just because you're an Uchiha doesn't mean you're invincible. That arrogance of yours is going to get you in trouble one day. I could crush you right now, Sasuke snapped. I'm an Uchiha elite. You're a clanless outcast. Your words mean nothing to someone like me. Yeah. Tell him, Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered, only to wince and clutch her jaw when another scratch throbbed. Naruto pushed off the practice post, his grin sharpening. Are you sure about that? I've seen you fight, Sasuke. Wasn't impressed. You act like you're some prodigy, but all I see is a kid trying to play grown-up ninja. He pointed toward Kakashi, who was standing a short distance away, deep in conversation with Vision, but Naruto knew full well both were listening in. You don't even know anything about your own sensei. If you did, you'd be begging him to teach you. But nope, your arrogance gets in the way, like always. Sasuke's scowl deepened, but Naruto wasn't done. You've fallen into the habit of polishing your mistakes instead of correcting them. You rely on the Uchiha interceptor style without a Sharingan. It's a waste. You're fighting blind and acting like you're a genius. As for your ninjutsu, that great fireball jutsu of yours? It's mediocre. Itachi and Shisui would have laughed you off the training field. The name drop was deliberate. Sasuke let out a yell and charged, all that composure flying out the window. Naruto had expected it. He counted on it. Just before Sasuke's fist could connect with his face, Naruto vanished, reappearing several meters away, standing casually behind the Uchiha. Sasuke's fist slammed into the wooden post Naruto had been leaning on moments earlier, leaving a splintered dent behind. Naruto pet his head. Temper. I thought you were supposed to be elite. Sasuke whipped around, practically fuming with anger. His eyes burned with unfiltered rage. Don't compare me to my brother, he roared. I'm nothing like him. Clearly, Naruto muttered with a bored yawn, stretching his arms overhead like this was all one big inconvenience. At least he had the talent and humility to reach greatness. No matter what you think of Itachi, he was an incredible shinobi. Graduated from the academy at 7, became a chunin at 10, Anbu captain at 13. A whole year younger than you are now. He tilted his head slightly, eyes half-lidded. Hell, he even unlocked his Sharingan at 8. Meanwhile, you're still flailing in the kiddie pool. Compared to him, you're mediocre at best. Naruto. Kakashi barked, his lone eye sharpening as it locked onto him. That's enough. But it was too late. Sasuke's fingers blurred through hand signs as he se in a sharp breath. His chest expanded, then whoosh. He unleashed a mid-sized fireball. The jutsu careened toward Naruto, trailing flames like a comet. Naruto sighed, clapped his hands into a dragon seal, and calmly stepped forward. The grass beneath his boots withered, and the air grew thick and arid. Water style, water wall encampment. Water burst from the ground in a controlled surge, arching upward into a shimmering barrier. The fireball slammed into it and exploded on contact, sending a hiss of steam billowing into the air. From the mist, Sasuke stepped forward, lips curled into a sneer. That's what you get for disrespecting me. Know your place. He didn't see it. A blur shot through the steam, a flash of white, black, and orange. Before Sasuke could even raise his guard, Naruto was there. His fist drove straight into Sasuke's gut with pinpoint precision. Sasuke's eyes widened as all the air in his lungs rushed out. He flew backward, hitting the training post with a harsh thud, crumpling to the ground on hands and knees, coughing. Naruto! Sakura shrieked, rushing toward him, her fist ped back in fury in her eyes. I'll teach you a lesson for hurting. Naruto moved faster than she could process. He pivoted, ducked low, and swept her legs out from under her. She stumbled forward, he popped up and drove his knee into her stomach, not hard enough to break anything, but enough to knock the wind from her lungs. Sakura gasped sharply, eyes wide, before collapsing backward onto the dirt. Naruto exhaled through his nose, standing over her without a flicker of remorse. Don't rush into fights you can't win. Kakashi appeared beside Naruto in a blur, his presence sharp and cold. The air shifted around him, tense, dangerous. His chakra flared like a coiled viper, warning Naruto to tread carefully. But Naruto didn't flinch. His gaze met Kakashi's head-on, calm and unwavering. His passive defense, that limitless ability of his, remained dormant but ever-present. He didn't need it. Not yet. That wasn't necessary, Naruto, Kakashi said, his voice low but stern. Attacking your teammates. I defended myself, Naruto cut in, voice flat. And they lost. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed. You provoked Sasuke. Intentionally. Don't play dumb. Naruto glanced sideways at Sasuke, who was still on his knees, one arm wrapped tightly around his stomach. And they didn't provoke me? Naruto replied, voice quiet but firm. They've learned a valuable lesson today. Never underestimate your opponent, and don't drop your guard. Better they learn it now than in the middle of a real mission. He looked back to Kakashi, sharp as ever. If this keeps up, sensei, they'll end up in serious trouble. And you know it. Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling heavily. But you didn't have to be that harsh. Naruto scoffed. Harsh? Sensei, if I had been harsh, they'd be in a worse situation. I held back. The world out there won't. Behind them, Sasuke groaned as he slowly got to his feet, wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his sleeve. You got lucky, he muttered, glaring at Naruto. That's all this was. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sure, believe that if it helps you sleep at night. He turned to Kakashi again. Are we done here? Or is there something else? Kakashi gave a tired shake of his head. No. I'll be taking Sasuke and Sakura to the hospital. You're free to go. Just try not to make a habit of hurting your fellow shinobi. Naruto chuckled under his breath, but the sound wasn't amused, it was bitter. You can call it whatever you want. I call it humbling them. He glanced over at Sasuke, who was staring daggers into the dirt, and then at Sakura, still unconscious, lying in a patch of grass with her hair askew and a faint bruise forming near her temple. They've got talent, Naruto continued. Real talent. Probably the best out of all the genin in our class. But they're so wrapped up in their own little egos, they can't see straight. To his mild amusement, both Sasuke and Sakura, even unconscious, Sakura seemed to twitch, perked up at the backhanded compliment. Sasuke, Naruto said, now fully turning toward him, you could surpass the likes of Madara Uchiha if you pulled your head out of your own way. Asking for help doesn't make you weak. It makes you smart. If you just asked, you'd know by now that you already have the Sharingan. The silence hit like a punch. Kakashi's eye widened. Sasuke stiffened. What are you talking about? You activated it when we fought. Rage flipped the switch. But your chakra control is lacking. That's why it deactivated. You can't sustain it yet. Sasuke stumbled forward, shaken. He turned to Kakashi, desperation bleeding through his usual icy tone. Is that true? Kakashi raised a hand to his masked chin, his gaze thoughtful as he processed what Naruto had just said. After a moment he spoke. It's possible. The Sharingan often awakens through emotional trauma. If you were enraged during that fight, Sasuke, it might have activated without you realizing it. He lowered his hand and nodded. Try pushing chakra into your eyes. Let's see how long you can hold it. Sasuke closed his eyes and took a breath, his hands balling into fists. While he focused, Sakura stirred nearby, groaning as she rubbed the side of her head. Her eyes landed on Naruto, and fury replaced confusion. Yuja, she hissed, struggling to her feet and clutching her stomach. But before she could launch into another outburst, she noticed Sasuke and froze. His eyes had opened shining crimson with a single tomo spinning in each. Wow. Sasuke-kun, you awakened your Sharingan. Sakura cried out, awe spreading across her bruised face. Sasuke grinned like a kid unwrapping a weapon-shaped birthday present. He pulled a kunai from his pouch and admired his reflection in the polished metal. With these eyes, I'm invincible, he said, voice low and intense. With these eyes I'll get my revenge. Naruto sighed and shook his head. The idiot was still hopeless. The only thing you're getting is an early grave, Naruto said, casually folding his arms. Your brother already matured his Sharingan. Hell, he's got the Mangekyo. Do you really think that a couple of spinning dots puts you anywhere close to his level? He stared Sasuke down, unbothered by the fire burning in the Uchiha's glare. And if you think awakening the Sharingan makes you untouchable, newsflash, every jutsu no matter how powerful has a weakness. As if on cue, Sasuke's Sharingan flickered. And vanished. His chakra was too unstable. He couldn't maintain it. Sasuke's face twisted into a sneer. And what would you know about the Sharingan? You're not even an Uchiha. Don't act like you understand something that's in our blood. Yeah, idiot. Sakura screeched, limping over to his side. Sasuke's cooler than you'll ever be. Naruto didn't bother responding. He simply turned on his heel and walked away, his patience already spent. He wasn't about to waste another second with delusional children pretending to be shinobi. Besides, this week was over. He wouldn't have to see their faces again for at least a month. He could have said it, could have told them he'd already awakened and matured the Mutengen. But what would that have accomplished? Letting them know would only bring trouble. No one outside of Vision even knew about it. Not the old man. Not anyone. And that was for the best. The fewer people who knew about his eyes, the safer everyone would be. As he reached the edge of the training field, he gave Kakashi a casual wave over his shoulder. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei, he called. I'll leave those fools in your care. Try not to let them get into too much trouble. Or do. Whatever. Naruto arrived at his apartment, key in hand. With a quiet click, he slid it into the lock and twisted. Chakra rippled softly through the mechanism as the door recognized him, disengaging the seals with a gentle hum. The door swung open, and he stepped into the spacious living room. Warm afternoon light filtered through the blinds, casting golden lines across the wooden floor. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful after the chaos of the training grounds. He dropped his boots by the door and made his way to the kitchen. There, waiting on the counter, was a covered plate. The scent of freshly made sushi and rice ball filled the air. A small folded note beside the dish caught his eye. He picked it up. Gone to see those friends from the market? Don't forget to eat. Namorei red heart. Naruto let out a soft chuckle, his lips curling into a small smile. Namorei had really adapted well since they moved here, better than back at the Yuzuke's compound, that was for sure. Life was calmer now. Safer. He preferred it this way for her sake, if nothing else. Balancing the plate in one hand, he climbed the stairs and walked to the door at the very end of the hallway. As his fingers wrapped around the cold metal knob, he pushed chakra into it, sending a subtle pulse through the layers of seals and enchantments woven into the wood. The lock clicked. The door opened with a faint hiss, revealing the hidden lab behind it. Yes, lab. Naruto stepped inside, and every time he did, the sight still took his breath away. Sleek, futuristic panels lined the walls. Transparent monitors flickered to life with a gentle chime. Tools and instruments, many of them unrecognizable to the average shinobi, rested on floating shelves, glowing softly with embedded chakra circuits. He moved across the polished floor, setting the food down on a side table near the control terminal. This was his space. His and Vision's. The two of them had built it together piece by piece, using the combined knowledge pulled from the Mind Stone, countless scavenged materials, and even the residual power of the Reality Stone to shape and stabilize it all. Vision had told him once, "This is modeled after my creator's lab in the Avengers Tower." Naruto had been speechless when he first saw it. Never in a million years had he imagined something like this could exist, especially not here, in Konoha. And yet, here it was. Not a dream. Not a fantasy. And his. He walked to the main console and placed a hand on the interface. Lights blinked to life beneath his fingertips, responding to his chakra signature. "Let's get to work," he murmured. Several hours passed in comfortable silence before Vision entered the lab. Naruto sat hunched over the workbench, tightening the last screws into one of his micromonitoring devices. An empty plate rested on the corner of the desk he'd eaten earlier, thankfully. Namorei would have been quite upset if he skipped another meal. He'd learned his lesson. Never test a mother's wrath, even if she wasn't won by blood. Vision took a seat across from him, his form briefly shimmering as he dropped his human disguise. His true form, the deep crimson skin and golden accents, came into full view under the soft overhead lighting. Naruto glanced at him, picked up a precision screwdriver, and returned to work without missing a beat. Over the last few years, Naruto had been deploying his custom-built monitoring devices across the elemental nations, one discrete node at a time. Hidden inside light fixtures, behind shop shelves, underneath tables, even behind wall scrolls in dango shops, they'd become an invisible web of ears. Most were small enough to go unnoticed. Some could even float, disguised as chakra gnats. It wasn't about paranoia, it was strategy. Information wins wars. Jiraiya wasn't the only spy master anymore. And unlike the Toad Sage, Naruto didn't need to bribe bartenders or waste time flirting to get intel. His network ran 24/7, collecting conversations in taverns, meeting halls, and council buildings alike. Drunk shinobi always had loose lips. Civilians loved to gossip. And from that noise came whispers worth chasing, like rumors of the Akatsuki. A group of S-rank missing nin. Ghosts in the wind who took on missions even the most desperate hidden villages wouldn't dare assign. Mercenaries. Killers. Ideologues. Reports from the Land of Grass are consistent with earlier readings, Naruto muttered, placing another device into a foam-padded case. Spotted 3 unidentified chakra signatures matching known Akatsuki patterns. I've already marked the bar in Kusagakure where they were last seen. Vision tilted his head slightly, his amber eyes glowing faintly. Your intel net has grown exponentially. You've built something the villages couldn't replicate even if they tried. Naruto gave a soft chuckle, wiping a bit of grease off his thumb with a rag. That's because they'd need actual vision. No offense. None taken, Vision replied with a faint smirk. Naruto dropped the screwdriver onto the workbench with a soft clink and stretched, his joints cracking as he leaned back in the chair. His spine popped like bubble wrap. He'd been hunched over the table for hours. He yawned, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, Vision, he muttered, finally ready to break the silence. What's on your mind? Vision, still seated across from him, rested his elbows on the edge of the table. About earlier today, he said calmly. Why did you reveal that Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan? Naruto snorted, scratching his messy white hair, still stiff with dried sweat and oil from the lab. Isn't it obvious? I need Sasuke to mature his Sharingan, develop it fast. Once he does, I can draw his blood and cerebrospinal fluid. Vision blinked, raising a synthetic brow. Naruto leaned back again, tossing a stray screw into the air and catching it with a small grin. Only then can I analyze his DNA and chakra matrix, figure out how to break through to the Mangekyo Mutengen stage. I've already awakened the base form, but that's not enough. I'm part Uchiha, sure, but Sasuke's purebred. His genetic blueprint is a key I don't have yet. Vision nodded, his amber eyes glowing faintly as they flicked toward the dozens of tiny devices scattered across the table. Who are you targeting next? Naruto picked up one device, a matte black ladybug-shaped bug, small enough to be missed by anyone not actively looking for it. The hidden sound village, he replied, voice lower now, more serious. Rumors are starting to bubble up from that direction. A village popping up out of nowhere? That's never just a coincidence. Vision frowned. Isn't that risky? Naruto shook his head, flipping the bug between his fingers like a coin. Not really. I'm not going there personally. I'll summon 2 mirror clones and have them transform into birds. They'll reach the northern edge of the Land of Fire in a couple of days and start setting up outposts. He tossed the ladybug bug into a foam slot and sealed the container shut with a click. Even if something goes wrong, they'll just phase into the mirror dimension. No one can follow them there, not unless they've got dimensional level chakra manipulation, and let's be honest, not many do. Vision tilted his head, watching him. You've thought it all through. Naruto stood up, cracked his knuckles, and let a faint grin tug at the corner of his lips. I've got to. If we're going to survive what's coming, I can't afford to wing it. The Akatsuki isn't just running around doing missions out of goodwill. No, they're hunting tailed beasts, and if they ever turn their sights on Konoha, it won't end well. Vision leaned back slightly, arms crossed. The village is strong, especially with Kushina and Minato protecting their children. Yeah, but we can't rely solely on them, Naruto said, his tone sharpening. If the enemy ever finds a way to take down the Yellow Flash and the Red Death, it leaves the village vulnerable. I'm not betting everything on a handful of heroes. Not again. He walked over to the holographic console at the end of the lab, his reflection ghosting across the glowing interface. Images flickered across the screen, grainy photos, chakra signatures, and file headers marked Akatsuki. Vision followed his gaze. Are you going to inform the Hokage that you've built a spy network of your own? Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe, though I know he's going to be upset. Vision chuckled lightly, the sound almost mechanical. The sooner you tell him, the better. The Hokage won't like being kept in the dark, and giving him an ace up his sleeve might just strengthen the village's defenses. Naruto sighed, his eyes narrowing as he stared at a blinking red dot labeled Rain Country. Yeah, you're not wrong. But I don't want the council catching wind of it. Danzo's a snake. He'd try to get his hands on the network the moment he finds out it exists. He stepped aside and gestured to a nearby screen, where a digital map showed highlighted targets and connected data streams. We've already identified several Akatsuki members. 2 are public knowledge, Itachi Uchiha and Orochimaru. But Orochimaru has already left the group. Vision tilted his head. Still, that's valuable intel. Even knowing who used to be a member could give the Hokage leverage. Naruto gave a quick nod. Exactly. But we move carefully. My eyes and ears can only do so much if the entire system gets exposed. And if Danzo ever gets control, that network becomes a weapon for oppression instead of protection. He clenched his fist. I built this to keep people safe, not to give tyrants more tools. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Naruto left his apartment alone. Vision had opted to stay behind. What he did during his downtime was anyone's guess. Probably organizing data into neat little cubes or running simulations for fun. Naruto didn't ask. He had showered, redressed in his uniform, and now moved swiftly along the rooftops, using the body flicker technique to avoid any unnecessary nuisances. There were too many people he didn't feel like talking to, and tonight's task required focus. Clutched tightly in his right hand was a sleek metal briefcase, the product of years of secrecy, tech, and carefully placed trust. He wasn't entirely convinced telling the Hokage about his spy network was the best move. But if it helped the village, he was willing to take the risk. Naruto appeared silently at the entrance to the Hokage tower, blending into the twilight that settled over the village. Lamps glowed softly from inside the building as he strode purposefully through the hallways toward the Hokage's office. He stopped at the front desk where the receptionist, a brunette woman with glasses and a simple case of paperwork overload, was scribbling on a form with professional precision. Excuse me, Naruto said, polite but firm. Is the Hokage available? The woman looked up, adjusting her glasses as she gave him a quick once-over. Her eyes lingered briefly on the briefcase. Unfortunately, the Hokage's in a late meeting, she said with a sigh. You'll have to come back tomorrow to schedule an appointment. Naruto shook his head, grip tightening on the metal case. I can't wait. It's urgent. I know the Hokage will make time for me. She stared at him for a beat, then sighed again and picked up the phone on her desk. Just so you know, if I get yelled at, you're taking the blame, Naruto. Naruto smirked slightly. I'm willing to risk it. After a few minutes of waiting while the receptionist wrapped up her call, Naruto thanked her when she finally nodded him through. He approached the Hokage's door and opened it only to regret his life choices. Sitting on the couches in the middle of the office were the 2 people he really didn't want to see tonight. Of course, Because the universe clearly thought humiliating Sasuke and Sakura earlier wasn't enough punishment for one day. Minato and Jiraiya were lounging like old friends at a bar, drinking sake with the Hokage, all smiles and relaxed shoulders. Meeting, his butt? And he was the second coming of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto shook his head and stepped inside, letting the door close quietly behind him. The three men turned their heads as he entered, their gazes locking onto the metallic briefcase in his hand like hawks spotting prey. Of course, Jiraiya was the first one to speak. "Hey, Gaki," Jiraiya called out, cheeks flushed from the sakia, "shouldn't you be in bed already? It's past your bedtime." Naruto's glare hit him like a genjutsu, cold, flat, and devoid of amusement. It sobered Jiraiya just a little. "First of all, you're not my parent. Second, I'm not 7. And lastly, what I do with my time is none of your business." Jiraiya hiccuped, clearly not prepared for that level of fire. "Hey now, a kid should respect his elders. I'm your godfather for Kami's sake." Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes, setting the briefcase down with a metallic thunk. "Yeah? Well, you're a terrible one. Good job on that, really. Why don't you go do me a favor and kiss a toad at Mount Myaboku? Maybe you'll get lucky and one of them will transform into a woman who won't punch you in the face." The third Hokage choked on his sake, coughing into his sleeve. Above their heads, soft snickers echoed from the Anbu hiding in the shadows, definitely struggling to hold it in. Even Minato's lips twitched, though he quickly masked it behind his cup. Jiraiya, meanwhile, sat there with his mouth opening and closing like a stunned fish, completely at a loss for a comeback. After a moment he stood from the couch and walked toward Naruto, posture loose but tone a bit more pointed. "You know, Naruto, show some respect to your seniors," Jiraiya said, trying to sound wise. "I am one of the Sannin after all." Yeah, Naruto cut him off with a dismissive wave, lifting the briefcase into one hand. "You can talk about respect all you want, but you won't get it from me. Respect is earned, not given away like free ramen coupons. Try it sometime." He brushed past Jiraiya without a glance, walking directly toward the Hokage with determination in his stride. Minato's eyes followed him silently, unreadable. But Naruto didn't look his way. He was done begging for scraps of affection or recognition. That part of his life, the part that ached every time Minato smiled at his younger siblings but not at him, was buried deep. Let them deal with the silence they helped create. He caught a flicker of sorrow in his father's eyes, faint and quick, but brushed it off. They had made their choices. Let them live with them. Naruto stopped in front of the Hokage and bowed slightly. The gesture made Hiruzen sit up straighter, his relaxed posture vanishing like smoke. Their relationship was usually more casual, a strange but familiar blend of surrogate grandfather and rebellious grandson, but whenever Naruto used formalities, it meant he was here on serious business. The old man's expression sobered. He set the nearly empty sake bowl back on the table and stood, the creak of his joints breaking the heavy silence. Slowly, he moved behind his desk, the familiar scent of sandalwood ink and old parchment curling into the air. He folded his hands on the desk, posture now sharp and official. The entire atmosphere of the room shifted like a sudden drop in temperature. The relaxed sake-drinking vibes were gone. This was Hokage mode now. "What can I do for you, Naruto?" the old man asked. "Especially at this time of night? Won't Namorei scold you for being out so late?" His voice carried a touch of dry amusement. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. "Oh, absolutely. I barely got out the door without a headache. She told me if I don't wake up on time tomorrow, she's going to make sure I remember it." Hiruzen chuckled softly, but his eyes remained sharp. "Then I hope this is worth the risk of bodily harm. What's so important that you're braving such punishment?" Naruto's expression shifted, his voice dropping into something much firmer. "It's about a certain S-rank secret." A burst of laughter rang out behind Naruto, sharp and grating, causing his eye to twitch in irritation. If not for the years of restraint and d'espionage he'd cultivated, he might have lost his temper right then and there. Didn't the super pervert have anything better to do than act like a thorn in everyone's side? "Come on, kid," Jiraiya said, still chuckling. "You're barely a genin with no actual battle experience. What S-rank secret could you possibly know?" Naruto slowly turned his head, glaring at the ridiculous man with open contempt. He honestly couldn't fathom what his parents saw in this guy that made him the godfather. Out of all the shinobi in the village, they'd chosen him? "Wouldn't you like to know?" Naruto replied mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Unfortunately for you, you're not the Hokage, so I have no reason to inform you about anything." He turned back around, brushing Jiraiya off like a fly, and faced Hiruzen again. The third Hokage's expression shifted, becoming colder and more focused. "Does it pertain to the core secret, or a related part that doesn't risk revealing the whole?" Naruto gave a small nod. "Just a piece of it. Something adjacent to the full picture but still significant." Hiruzen leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing in thought before nodding slowly. Then you may speak freely with Minato and Jiraiya present. They've earned my trust. Naruto's shoulders sagged slightly, his jaw tightening. He didn't want them involved at all, but it wasn't his call to make. He could only hope the Hokage truly knew what he was doing. And what happens if Danzo gets wind of this? Naruto asked, his voice colder now. I don't want that war hawk anywhere near this. It could be weaponized and exploited. As he spoke, he placed the metal case on the Hokage's desk with a dull thunk. All three men's attention shifted to the briefcase immediately. Minato spoke for the first time, stepping forward from the couch. His voice was calm, unreadable. What's in it? If I may ask? Naruto hesitated. His hand rested on top of the briefcase, fingers lightly tapping the cold surface. Part of him still resisted, still wanted to turn around and keep it all to himself. But this was why he came here. One of my long-term projects, he said finally. I've been working on it in secret for the past 3 years. And just recently, it started bearing fruit. The Hokage gave a thoughtful nod. Then, without another word, he weaved a few hand seals. Instantly, the office's walls shimmered with chakra, as an invisible barrier lit up for a second before fading out of sight. Soundproofing seals. No one was listening in now, not even Anbu. Hiruzen's tone turned steel sharp. Whatever is discussed here tonight stays in this room. Understood? His gaze hardened as it settled on Minato and Jiraiya, and both men immediately nodded. Crystal clear, Minato replied. Jiraiya, for once, stayed quiet. The Hokage turned his attention back to Naruto, who couldn't help but enjoy the subtle shift in the room. It was rare seeing Jiraiya and Minato look uncomfortable, but under the stern gaze of the third Lord Hokage, even legends remembered how to be quiet. No matter how strong those two were, Hiruzen Sarutobi was no pushover even in his old age. Naruto placed the metal briefcase on its side and pressed his chakra into the seal-etched buttons. With a soft click, the locks disengaged and he flipped the case open. Then, without a word, he turned it to face the Hokage. The old man's brows shot up, his interest instantly piqued. Minato, who had remained mostly unreadable until now, leaned in slightly, his expression tightening with curiosity. Nestled inside the case were a dozen matte black beetles, each one detailed. With faint etched patterns, some angular, some swirled like flowing water. They were the size of Naruto's palm, and at first glance, they looked like perfectly ordinary insects. Beetles? Minato asked, blinking. You brought bugs to the Hokage? Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Of course. Shinobi were trained to see past deception, but with him, they always defaulted to underestimation. He wasn't a toddler shoving dirt in his mouth anymore. But the old man wasn't fooled. The Hokage reached into the case and picked a beetle up with delicate care. His sharp gaze flickered with understanding the moment his chakra brushed the beetle's surface. What are these? He asked, his tone calm but deliberate. Minato and Jiraiya straightened, their expressions now more serious. They're aerial monitoring devices, Naruto explained, keeping his tone level. For reconnaissance and espionage. They look like normal beetles, but they're not. As you can feel, they're made from a composite alloy I developed. It's lighter than steel, but far stronger than adamantite. Nearly indestructible. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Jiraiya scoffed, arms folded across his chest, a smug grin on his lips. Adamantite is the strongest metal known to man. There's no way a kid like you somehow cooked up something better in his bedroom lab. Naruto didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly reached behind him and drew his sword. The blade slid from its scabbard with a low metallic whisper, catching the light as it emerged. The sword's obsidian surface shimmered with faint, mirrored patterns like ripples on still water. Its spine was lined with fine fuinjutsu seals that pulsed faintly with chakra. A low, resonant hum filled the room, and for a moment, even the Anbu above tensed. Naruto pointed the blade toward Jiraiya, unbothered by the tension it caused. Then let's test your theory, he said coolly. I guarantee this sword can cut through any substance, even adamantite. So, Pervy Sage, are you willing to bet your summoning contract on that? Jiraiya's grin faltered into something much less confident. The room had grown quiet, eerily so. You can't seriously believe that sword can cut adamantite chains, Jiraiya muttered, clearly rattled. That's just not possible. Naruto lowered the blade and slid it back into its scabbard in one smooth motion. Did you see me stutter? He replied flatly. No? Then stop making assumptions about things you don't understand. Even you aren't all-knowing, Sanin. A soft cough broke the tension between Naruto and Jiraiya. Both turned their attention toward the Hokage, who had just finished placing the beetle gently back into its slot in the case. Minato stood quietly to the side, still watching Naruto not with suspicion, but something closer to awe. Naruto wasn't sure if he was imagining it. After all, Minato had never looked at him that way before. Not when he mastered a jutsu. Not even when he made it into the academy. That look had always been reserved for Menma or Mito, the so-called prodigies. The future of the Namikaze Uzumaki name. Meanwhile, Naruto had always been the ghost in the background, the ignored child clapping alone in the audience. Well, Naruto, the Hokage said, breaking the silence. I can see the value in these surveillance beetles. But that's not all of it, is it? Naruto shook his head. No, he said simply. He turned the briefcase around and pulled a thin tablet from the inner sleeve. Its surface lit up as he poured a small pulse of chakra into it, displaying a map of the elemental nations peppered with dozens of blinking indicators. Over the last few years, I've sent shadow clones across the continent, Naruto explained, tapping a few points on the screen. They've been embedding surveillance devices mostly in taverns, administrative buildings, border stations, places where shinobi gather or where intelligence leaks tend to happen. Anywhere I figured people would talk when they thought no one was listening. Jiraiya sputtered. Wait. Are you seriously telling me you built your own spy network? He looked at Naruto like the boy had just announced he was the reincarnation of Madara Uchiha. The Hokage blinked once. Even Minato looked stunned, his brow furrowing as he glanced from Naruto to the glowing tablet. Naruto, the Hokage said slowly, his voice taking on a heavier tone. Do you realize how dangerous that was? What if someone had caught you? This could have ignited an international incident. If any of the hidden villages had found out. I know, Naruto cut in, his tone solemn. A thin bead of sweat trailed down the side of his neck, but he stood his ground. I didn't take this decision lightly. But the world's changing and not for the better. With the way things are brewing between nations, we can't afford to be blind. He swiped across the tablet, revealing a few audio logs and redacted reports. None of the devices have been discovered. They're chakra shielded and blend perfectly with their environment disguised like common bugs or embedded into structures. Even elite sensorinine wouldn't detect them unless they already knew where to look. Jiraiya muttered something under his breath and sat back down with a thump, visibly shaken. Naruto continued. The intel I've gathered could prevent wars, uncover assassination plots, and expose corruption both inside and outside our walls. You always told me information was the most powerful weapon in a shinobi's arsenal, Gigi. I just took that lesson seriously. The Hokage sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose before leaning back into his chair. His gaze met Naruto's, sharp as ever, but tinged now with something quieter approval. Or maybe worry. I won't pretend I'm happy about how you went about it, Hiruzen said slowly. But I won't deny the results either. He paused, folding his hands in front of him. In the future, though, I expect you to inform me before pulling a stunt like this. Understood? Naruto met his gaze without flinching. I will, he said. The words weren't loud. They didn't need to be. Wait a minute, Jiraiya said, waving his arms animatedly. Old man, you can't just sit there and accept his explanation. He's a kid playing a dangerous game that could have cost us dearly. Naruto didn't even glance up at first, still scrolling through the glowing display on his tablet. When he finally looked up, there was no hesitation in his voice. And you're a 50-year-old man who spends his time chasing after women who wouldn't give you the time of day, Naruto said, flatly. You lurk around hot springs like a pest, all while pursuing a woman who sends you flying through walls every time you get too close. The Hokage choked on the pipe he just lit, coughing as smoke puffed from his mouth. Minato winced and patted the old man's back, clearly trying not to laugh. Jiraiya turned a deep shade of red, his mouth opening and closing in a stunned attempt to respond. Naruto didn't give him the chance. I've seen how you run your spy network, he continued coolly. You spend most of your time drinking with girls half your age, bragging about old battles you barely remember. Then you turn around and start spying on the same girls you were flirting with. He shook his head. And when you talk to your sources, you either have to bribe them or pay them off with favors just to get scraps of information. And those scraps? They often end up in the hands of our enemies, anyway. The room went quiet. The only sound came from the soft hum of the surveillance tablet. You might be a good spy master, sure. I'm not denying that, Naruto admitted. But at least half of your informants aren't loyal to Konoha. They sell information to the highest bidder and hold back anything that doesn't benefit them. People are unreliable, greedy, petty. Most of them hold grudges over the silliest things. That's just how the world works. Call it cynical if you want, but it's the truth. That's why I designed my system to be impartial. He tapped the screen. My network doesn't rely on egos or rumors. It categorizes data based on threat levels and prioritizes accordingly. Then it cross-references those reports with supporting intel to confirm their validity. If a lead checks out, the target gets marked and monitored. After that, I can keep track of their conversations in real time without them realizing they're being watched. Naruto pointed to the briefcase. And those monitoring devices? He added, lifting his chin slightly. They're just one type of bug in my arsenal. I've got others, some as small as a bug from the Aburame clan. They attach to targets without being noticed, turning enemy shinobi or foreign spies into walking transmitters. Basically, sleeper agents who don't even know they're compromised. Jiraiya blinked, visibly shaken now, but Naruto wasn't done. So no, I'm not some reckless kid playing a dangerous game just for fun. I planned this from the ground up, accounting for every threat I could imagine. And if my bugs were ever discovered... He crossed his arms. They'd disintegrate before anyone could trace them back to me or Konoha. There's no jutsu or seal in existence that can stop the disintegration long enough for anyone to study them. I made sure of that. His eyes were cold and certain. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm foolish. The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at Naruto as if he had just revealed a shocking secret. Jiraiya looked stunned, his expression one of pure disbelief, like someone had just told him the Toad Sage scrolls were written by a monkey. He slumped into a chair, dragging a hand through his messy hair as if trying to piece together reality. Minato wore a calculating expression. There was a gleam in his eyes, equal parts surprise and pride, though he said nothing yet. But it was the Hokage who surprised Naruto the most. The old man looked at him like he'd just stumbled upon a buried treasure chest in his office. If he wasn't so composed, he might have clapped or offered Naruto a celebration on the spot. Do you have any idea what you've done? Jiraiya whispered hoarsely, staring into space as if he'd seen a ghost. You just made my entire life's work obsolete. Naruto scoffed, thumbing through the interface on his tablet. Hardly. Don't be so dramatic. 2 independent spy networks are better than one. Yours still has value. It offers a human element, face-to-face intel, whispers past in alleys and tea shops. Mine's all precision and algorithms. He tapped the screen a few more times and shrugged. Double the intel means cross-referencing is more reliable. The Hokage can filter out false information and confirm leads more easily. It's not about replacing you, pervy sage. It's about covering all our bases. The Hokage chuckled at Jiraiya's pout, amused despite the gravity of the situation. So, Naruto, the old man said, leaning forward, what kind of information have you gathered so far? Naruto stepped forward and handed him the tablet. The Hokage's eyes widened slightly as he took in the sleek design of the device. It was far beyond what the average villager or even most shinobi had access to. No keyboard, no bulky wires. Just a smooth, glowing interface and Naruto's chakra signature woven into its every command. Well, Naruto began casually, for starters, I've confirmed that there are 7 enemy spies currently operating inside the village. The air in the room instantly thickened. Every face went rigid. The Hokage's entire demeanor changed. His gaze hardened, all amusement gone. Do you know their identities? Naruto nodded. He stepped forward, took the tablet, tapped on the screen, and pulled up a separate tab filled with profiles, encrypted code names, and chakra signatures. The dossiers looked as if they'd been compiled by an elite intelligence agency. He handed the tablet back. The Hokage scrolled slowly, his lips thinning as he absorbed each file. Minato and Jiraiya stepped behind him, peering over his shoulder. Most of them hail from the hidden stone, cloud, and sand. The Hokage muttered, stroking his beard thoughtfully. We expected a few, but not this many. He glanced back up at Naruto. Can you provide hard copies of these files? Naruto nodded. Easily done. I'll have them printed and sealed on your desk by morning. Good. The Hokage exhaled deeply, the weight of the information settling on his shoulders. Your network is effective. More than effective. I'll have Anbu discreetly confirm the details, but this, he paused, his voice firm, this will change the way we operate from now on. Naruto shrugged, as if he hadn't just shaken the intelligence community to its core. There's more, he added, almost like an afterthought. The Akatsuki. That one word dropped like a stone in a still pond. The temperature in the room seemed to dip several degrees as everyone turned to him again. Minato narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Naruto's expression was unreadable as he stepped forward again, his voice calm as if discussing the weather. He took back the tablet and searched for information on the Akatsuki. I've been monitoring their movements for a while now, he said, his tone steady but serious. And I've gathered enough to know they're far more dangerous than anyone realizes. Yes, they're after the Biju, and their numbers are increasing. Fortunately, they're not fully operational yet, so they haven't started hunting the tailed beasts. Not yet. I've already identified several of their members. Each one is an S-rank missing nin. He paused for effect, scanning the room. I know that Itachi Uchiha is among them, and he's acting as a spy for Konoha. His partner is Kisame Hashigaki, the tailless tailed beast from the hidden mist. Minato abruptly stepped forward, interrupting. Wait, Naruto, how do you know Itachi's a spy? That's an S-rank classified mission. Only a handful of people are even aware of it. Naruto didn't flinch. He simply shrugged, keeping his eyes locked on the tablet screen. Because Danzo couldn't keep his nose out of my business. He sent root agents to monitor me. So, I did what anyone would do. I planted surveillance devices on them. They led me straight to Danzo's hideout, and I bugged the place thoroughly. The Hokage, who had been silent for a moment, allowed a slow smirk to tug at the corners of his lips. You've been monitoring his actions? Naruto nodded once. Every word, every meeting. Danzo's been throwing tantrums in secret ever since he was denied the position of Hokage. I overheard him ranting to his subordinates about Itachi about how the kid threatened him to stay away from the surviving Uchiha. Apparently, Itachi's holding something over Danzo's head. Something significant. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Like what exactly? Naruto hesitated. His fingers stilled over the screen. There was a flash of conflict in his eyes, barely noticeable. He wasn't sure how much the old man already knew, probably more than he let on. After all, this was the same Hokage who had allowed Danzo to operate in the shadows unchecked. But Naruto didn't know. But he understood that whatever the reason, Hiruzen's complacency could one day bring trouble to Konoha. It's not my place to say, Naruto finally replied, his gaze settling squarely on the Hokage. Gigi. I just hope Danzo's schemes don't come back to haunt Konoha in the future, letting him run free after everything he's done. The Hokage exhaled through his nose and rubbed a hand down his face, visibly weary. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged glances, sensing a secret they weren't entirely privy to. Neither of them knew what Naruto knew, not about the bandages hiding more than just scars on Danzo's body, and certainly not about the secrets festering beneath the foundation of root. I know, Naruto, the Hokage said quietly, his voice tinged with reluctant acceptance. But Danzo's organization, it's a necessary evil. One I'm willing to bear for now. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no anger in his expression, just cold understanding. Well, just so you know, Gigi, he said, voice low but steady, if Danzo's ambition ever threatens the safety or future of this village, I won't hesitate to stop him. A snort laugh echoed through the room, breaking the heavy tension. Gaki, are you listening to yourself? Jiraiya scoffed, shaking his head. Danzo's a war veteran with decades of experience. You're barely a genin. What hope do you think you have of defeating someone like him? Naruto sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose, fighting the urge to trap the irritating man inside the mirror dimension forever, or better yet, drop him into an endless pit of angry hot spring patrons. Either option was tempting. You know, Jiraiya, Naruto said, lowering his hand and giving the man a flat stare, maybe you should return to the academy. Let them teach you the basics again. You've clearly forgotten the first rule of being a shinobi. He raised his middle and index fingers, twirling them lazily in a circle. Never underestimate your opponent. A shimmering circle of golden light formed beneath Jiraiya's feet, sparkling like embers in the air. The older man looked down, eyes widening. Oh no! Before he could react, gravity took hold. Jiraiya yelped as he plunged through the portal. A moment later, a distant splash echoed from the other side, followed by a cacophony of furious female voices. Naruto barely kept a snort from escaping, pressing a knuckle to his lips. Serves him right. Why, hello, ladies. Jiraiya's voice came hesitantly through the still-open portal, laced with that familiar, nervous charm. I apologize for, dropping in. It was my. You jerky, a furious woman's voice interrupted. You dirty old man. Let's get him, girls. Let's show this pervert what we do to peeping toms. A violent chorus of yells rang out, followed by the unmistakable sound of chaos and Jiraiya's increasingly desperate shouts. Naruto waved a hand and casually shut the portal like someone closing a noisy window. Silence settled over the Hokage's office again, save for the quiet humming of chakra fading in the air. Both the Hokage and Minato stared at him, wide-eyed, as if Naruto had just summoned a second moon. What? Naruto said innocently. The man deserved it. The next morning, Naruto strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, hands in his pockets and an audible yawn escaping his mouth. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, silently hoping that this week's team assignment would turn out better than the last one. The thought alone made him grimace. Last night had been long and chaotic. Dealing with the super pervert had drained what little patience he had left. Hopefully, the idiot had managed to evade the wrath of the furious women who'd chased him across half the village. Then again, Naruto figured Jiraiya had enough experience dodging sandals and kunai aimed at him to keep himself intact. He winced as his hand brushed the back of his head, finding a sore spot still tender to the touch. Oversleeping had cost him. After staying up to compile the classified documents the old man Hiruzen had asked for, he'd crashed hard. Unfortunately, Namorei hadn't taken kindly to him missing breakfast and had smacked him awake with a frying pan. Naruto was beginning to think she was a retired ANBU with a talent for kitchenware. The village had a long week ahead. The ANBU was already combing through the shadows, working to root out the spies Naruto had exposed. It would be a while before things settled again. Still, today felt peaceful. He cut through the forest path that led to Training Ground 8, letting the quiet rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds relax his mind. In one hand, he held a field guide on medicinal and poisonous plants, flipping through its pages with casual focus. Botany wasn't flashy like ninjutsu or taijutsu, but it was just as important. Medical ninjutsu, especially, it was criminally underappreciated and far more complex than most shinobi gave it credit for. Thankfully, he had a few advantages. With Vision's encyclopedic knowledge of modern science and medicine and the power of the Mind Stone backing it, Naruto had absorbed years of medical theory and practical technique in record time. It had still taken him 2 grueling years to cram that information into his brain, but he did it. The experience left him both mentally sharper and physically exhausted. What took longer was convincing the Hokage to let him work in the hospital as an apprentice. Understandably, the medical staff had been skeptical. A teenage shinobi asking to assist in surgeries? Most of them laughed him off. But Naruto didn't back down. He studied harder, practiced more, and after months of proving himself, they gave him a chance. Under the strict, almost intimidating guidance of Dr. Hasho Ayash, one of the hospital's most seasoned mednin, Naruto learned to wield a scalpel with precision and chakra with control. At first, every surgery left him trembling. But over time, he got better. More confident. Now, with his official medical license tucked in his desk drawer and battle-hardened hands that could heal or harm depending on the chakra flow, Naruto was a healer. And that mattered just as much as any flashy Rasengan. The forest finally opened up into a wide clearing, sunlight streaming through the treetops in goldenness. Naruto spotted Hinata engaged in a sparring match with Kiba. Her Byakugan was active, veins prominent around her pale eyes, and her hands shimmered with concentrated chakra ready to shut down chakra points with her gentle fist technique. But Kiba was quick. Wild and unpredictable like the mutt he was, darting in and out of Hinata's range with sharp, agile footwork. Akamaru barked excitedly from the sidelines, tail wagging as if this was all just a game. Off to the side stood Kurina Yuhi, arms crossed as she observed with a calm, calculating gaze. Beside her, the ever-stoic Shino watched the match quietly, his expression unreadable behind his high collar and dark glasses. Naruto's brows knit together as he watched Hinata falter. Her stance wasn't bad, her chakra control was solid, but her hesitation was painfully obvious. She held back, reluctant to harm her teammate even during a spar. And that cost her. Kiba slipped through her weakened guard and landed a kick into her midsection. Hinata let out a soft gasp as she hit the dirt, tumbling back with a thud that made Naruto's fists clench. A low growl escaped his throat before he could stop it. He hated seeing her fall like that, especially to cocky opponents who let victory get to their heads. Kiba jogged over and pointed a kunai toward Hinata's throat with a smug grin that made Naruto's hair bristle. "Well, that's another win for me," he announced, thumbing his nose. "Told you I'm still the best." Naruto smirked when he noticed Shino's brow twitch. It was subtle, but even he looked vaguely amused by Kiba's ego trip. Kurenai stepped in then, tall and graceful, her long dark hair flowing behind her. She kneeled down to help Hinata up, brushing some dust from the girl's shoulder. "Good effort all of you," she said, her tone firm but encouraging. "We'll review the fight and talk about areas you each need to improve." Kiba, decked out in his signature gray hooded coat and those distinctive red fang marks on his cheeks, puffed out his chest. "But, Kurenai-sensei, I just bulldozed both of them," he protested. "What weaknesses?" "I crushed it." Akamaru barked in support, wagging his tail as if he agreed completely with his partner's nonsense. Naruto couldn't help it. A sharp snort slipped out, loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Kiba turned, eyes narrowing. "What's so funny, loser?" Naruto grinned, tugging his book away. "If you're so confident you're perfect, Kiba," he said, ping his head lazily, "why don't you challenge your sensei to a fight and see how long you last?" Kiba blinked. Even Akamaru stopped barking. Shino shifted slightly, like he was suddenly very interested in how this was going to play out. Kurenai raised an eyebrow, lips twitching. Naruto just grinned wider. "Oh yeah, this was going to be fun." "Nah," Kiba replied, waving Naruto off like an annoying fly. "We're done for the day. What are you even doing here, huh? Lose your sensei or something?" Naruto slid his hands into his pockets, his expression flat. "Didn't your sensei tell you I'd be joining your team for the next week?" "What?" Kiba snapped, whirling toward Kurenai like she just betrayed him. Kurenai nodded calmly, arms folded across her chest. "It's true. I was waiting for Naruto and his sensei to arrive before explaining the situation. However," she looked around the clearing. "I don't see Vision. Where is he?" Naruto shrugged. "At the Hokage's tower. Some kind of sensitive business needed his attention. He said to apologize for not being here in person and promised he'd join us tomorrow." Kiba scowled. "Well, we don't need you here." "Unfortunately, it's not your call," Naruto said coolly. "It's the Hokage's order. If you've got a problem with that, go talk to him. I'll even escort you to his office. Make sure you don't get lost on the way." Kiba grumbled something under his breath, face twisting like a sulky kid who'd just been told recess was cancelled. He didn't argue further, but he made sure everyone knew how much he disliked the idea by stomping and huffing about. Hinata kept her gaze lowered, fingers tugging nervously at the hem of her jacket. Shino, ever the statue, remained silent and unreadable, but Naruto could tell he was listening closely. Kurenai, ever the professional, stepped forward to ease the tension. Now that everything's settled, why don't we head to the Hokage Tower and pick up a mission for the day? Kiba groaned loudly, dragging his feet. Sensei, please don't tell me it's another D-rank mission. They're boring. We're genin already, can't we get something better? Like, I don't know, guarding a feudal lord or dealing with some bandits. Kurenai's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips twitching. But before she could respond, Naruto interjected. You're being ridiculous, he said bluntly. Kiba snapped his head toward him, eyes narrowing. Naruto continued, his voice steady but firm. D-rank missions exist for a reason. They teach you teamwork, patience, how to follow orders, and how the shinobi system works. You think the Hokage is going to hand you a B-rank mission when you can't even clean a pond without complaining? He stepped a little closer, gaze intense. You haven't seen what the world outside this village really looks like. Unlike others, you haven't felt the weight of a mission gone wrong, the loss, or the burden of your comrades' lives that come from hesitation. You've never stood over a grave and thought, that should have been me. Kiba flinched slightly, surprised by Naruto's tone. So tell me, Kiba. Naruto tilted his head. Have you ever taken a life before? The clearing fell silent. Even the birds seemed to hold their breath. Kiba's mouth opened, ready with another smart remark, but the question caught him off guard. No, he admitted finally, brows furrowing in frustration. But what's that got to do with missions? I'm just saying, what's so wrong with wanting something a little more exciting? Naruto didn't smile. Because people can get hurt on those missions, Kiba. And the second you mess up, it won't just be your blood on the ground, it'll be your teammates. Hinata. Shino. Maybe even your sensei. He turned away, hands still stuffed in his pockets. You think you're ready for that? Then prove it. Not by making noise but by focusing and doing the work. Kurenai gave Naruto a long, unreadable look, while Shino adjusted his glasses with a thoughtful nod. Hinata, cheeks pink and eyes wide, stared at Naruto like he had just revealed another layer of his character. Kiba didn't reply. But for once, he didn't argue either. It had been a miserable 3 days of enduring Kiba acting like a restless puppy, constantly trying to assert his dominance and push his so-called alpha male energy onto everyone. Naruto didn't know how the others hadn't snapped yet. Frankly, he was 2 seconds away from metaphorically putting Kiba in his place. Shino was the exact opposite, quiet, sure, but a surprisingly excellent conversationalist once you got him talking. He had a dry wit and a peculiar fascination with bugs that Naruto kind of respected. Hinata, on the other hand, was a walking mystery. Shy, jumpy, and blushing every time he spoke to her. At first, Naruto genuinely thought she might be unwell, maybe a fever, so he'd reached out to check her forehead. Bad move. She let out a tiny, startled gasp and ducked behind Kurenai like he was about to attack. That made both Kurenai and Shino laugh, leaving Naruto confused. He still had no idea what that was about. By Thursday afternoon, the group was gathered in a small, cozy booth at their favorite barbecue place. Naruto sat with Shino and Kurenai on one side, while Kiba, Hinata, and Vision occupied the other. Plates of grilled meat and bowls of steaming rice filled the table. The tangy scent of sauce lingered in the air. They had just finished another thrilling D-rank mission cleaning up litter. Kiba had complained non-stop the entire time until Kurenai threatened to trap him in an endless illusion of dog grooming commercials. Only then did he quiet down, much to Naruto's relief. Kurenai was calmly outlining the next day's training schedule when Naruto's attention shifted. He caught a flicker of chakra on the edge of his senses and turned his gaze to the restaurant window. Hey, loser, Kiba grunted, waving his chopsticks at him like they were accusing fingers. Kurenai-sensei is talking. You might want to pay attention. I am, Naruto replied, not even glancing at him. But we've got company. Kiba scrunched his face like he'd just bitten into a lemon, about to retort but didn't get the chance. A split second later, an ANBU appeared outside the window in a silent blur, making Kiba jump and Akamaru bark defensively. Kurenai blinked, then turned to Naruto, eyes narrowing. Wait, how did you sense that NBU before he showed up? Even I didn't catch him until just now. Naruto shrugged as he reached for another sizzling piece of meat from the grill. I felt him a while back. I'm a sensor, remember? Seconds later, the ANBU agent shimmered into the booth area, materializing in front of their table. He wore a sleek white mask shaped like a serpent, cold and expressionless. Genin Naruto, you and your sensei are requested by the Hokage. Immediately, the agent stated in that emotionless NBU tone. Vision, ever composed, simply nodded. Understood. We'll be there shortly. Naruto popped the grilled meat into his mouth, chewed and muttered around it, hope it's something interesting. After parting ways with Team 8, Naruto and Vision raced across Konoha's rooftops, the wind rushing against their faces as they leaped from building to building. Tiles clacked beneath their boots, and the late afternoon sun cast long shadows behind them. The wind slapped Naruto square in the face, but he welcomed it. It made him feel alive. His mind, however, wasn't so carefree. He kept circling back to why the Hokage had summoned them. Maybe it had something to do with the dossiers Vision had handed over a few days ago, intel exposing the web of spies hidden within the village. But that seemed unlikely. There were elite tracking units and ANBU for that sort of thing. He shook the thought away as they landed gracefully in front of the Hokage's tower. The guards at the door gave them a slight nod, and the two pushed through the heavy double doors, boots echoing across the polished floors. They waited at the receptionist's desk, where a middle-aged shinobi woman with sharp eyes and a tired expression gave them a nod before stepping into the office to announce their arrival. A moment later, she returned and held the door open. Naruto and Vision stepped inside. The Hokage's office smelled faintly of ink, wood polish and burning tobacco. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the aging but sharp-eyed leader of the village, sat behind his desk with a frown carved into his face, eyeing the towering stacks of paperwork like they offended him. Beside him stood Shikaka Nara, hands casually tucked into his flak jacket, his gaze distant as he stared out the window, probably tracking the shapes of clouds like his son always did. Naruto and Vision came to a stop in front of the desk. Vision clasped his hands neatly behind his back while Naruto stood casually, hands in his jacket pockets, expression neutral. The Hokage looked up. His gaze flicked to Naruto, voice calm but direct. "Naruto, I have a matter that I believe you're uniquely suited to assist with," the old man began. "A client in the fire capital has submitted an urgent request for a medic need." Naruto blinked. That wasn't what he expected. He raised an eyebrow. "Okay, but can't you just send one of the hospital's doctors? Why involve me?" Sarutobi shook his head slowly and leaned back in his chair, fingertips steepled together. "Normalies. But according to the details we've received, this isn't a simple assignment. The client asked for the best. They even tried tracking down your grandmother, but Tsunade, as usual, has gone off-grid." Naruto made a face. Of course she had. She was probably enjoying herself in some distant town without a care in the world. "And that means me." "How?" Naruto asked, still skeptical. The Hokage gave him a pointed look. "Because your medical expertise is exceptional, and you know it. Don't play coy, Naruto. Vision's influence aside, you've earned your license, performed surgeries that seasoned medics wouldn't attempt, and mastered advanced chakra control techniques that take most shinobi years to learn. You're not just a medic nin, you're the medic nin they need." Naruto muttered something under his breath and looked away. The weight of that kind of responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders. If this was anything more than a routine healing job, and judging by the Hokage's expression, it was then failure could have bigger consequences than he liked to think about. He crossed his arms. "So what's unique about this case?" Shikaku turned away from the window at that, finally joining the conversation. His usually lazy tone was absent, replaced by something more serious. "The client's daughter," Shikaku said, "has been poisoned. Not by any known substance. Her vitals are fading, and whatever this thing is, it's resisting all conventional treatments. Chakra doesn't seem to affect it. Even the fire capital's best healers are stumped." Naruto's brows drew together. Poison that resisted chakra-based healing? That was rare. Dangerous. "Do we know who did it?" he asked. Sarutobi exhaled through his nose, as if he'd been expecting the question. "Not yet. But that's also part of why you're going. This might not just be a healing mission, it might turn into an investigation. We need someone who can handle both." Vision finally spoke, his voice calm and smooth. "Then we'll leave immediately." Sarutobi nodded, pleased. "You'll be traveling under the pretense of a medic nin team. We've already prepared the scrolls and supplies. Report to the south gate in an hour." Naruto glanced sideways at Vision, then gave a small nod. Guess there went his quiet afternoon. 49 minutes later, Naruto and Vision arrived at Konoha's southern gate. The sky was stained with hues of amber and gold. The sun dipped low on the horizon as dusk crept over the village. Across the road, shadows lengthened as the warm light played on the rooftops. As they neared the sign-in guard post, Naruto paused mid-step, doing a double take. There they were. Two men in gleaming green spandex suits, complete with bright orange leg warmers, posed proudly beneath the setting sun like living traffic lights. Their bowl-cut hair shimmered in the sunlight. Beside them stood a brunette girl with her hair tied into two neat buns, arms crossed, her expression a mixture of patience and exhaustion. Next to her, a calm-looking boy with flowing brown hair and pale lavender eyes stood with the grace and silence typical of a Hyuga. Naruto groaned inwardly. Of course. Team Might Guy, Rock Lieutenant, and Niji Hyuga. Just his luck. The four stood by the guard post, chatting casually with the two chunin on duty: Izumo Kamizuki, with his ever-present tired eyes and scruffy hair, and Kotetsu Hagane, sporting a bandage across his nose and a faint smirk. Naruto instinctively tried to angle himself behind Vision, hoping to avoid catching the attention of a certain youthful duo. The last thing he needed before a long journey was an inspirational speech followed by one-armed push-ups. He cleared his throat. "Excuse me? We're here to pick up our mission papers. Team 11. Kotetsu perked up at the sound of his voice and handed over a pair of scrolls and a mission file. "You're with Team 9 for this one. They'll be escorting you to the fire capital." And just like that, his evening went from manageable to unbearable. Naruto's eye twitched. Of course, they were escorting them. No wonder the old man didn't hand over the mission details back at the tower. He knew Naruto would have thrown a fit. Or worse, tried to escape out a window. Vision accepted the scrolls with a graceful nod, seemingly unbothered by the green tornado of enthusiasm standing nearby. Meanwhile, Naruto's gaze drifted toward Guy and Lee, who had now engaged in an impromptu handstand competition. They were shouting about youth, passion, and the fire in their souls as they balanced on one hand each, perfectly in sync. Every few seconds, they challenged each other to raise a leg or switch arms mid-balance. Naruto sighed and whispered under his breath, "The old man is really going to regret this." Tenten shot him a sympathetic glance from across the post, as if to say, "Yeah, I live with this every day." Niji didn't even look up, probably meditating to survive the noise. Naruto slouched just a little more as he accepted his fate. He was going to spend the next few days trapped between a philosophical Hyuga, a weapons specialist with dry wit, and two bursts of neon-colored energy shouting about youth and flames. He should have just faked the flu. "All right," Might Guy shouted, flipping onto his feet with the energy of 1,000 suns. "Our clients have arrived, so let us be off on the road of youth." Naruto winced slightly at the volume. Across from them, Niji and Tenten frowned as their eyes landed on Naruto and Vision. Their confusion was clear. They had clearly been expecting a full team of white-robed medics with emergency kits strapped to their backs, not a white-haired genin with a bored expression and a tall, masked ANBU with futuristic vibes. In the shinobi world, medic nin were priority targets in any conflict. Taking one out could shift the tide of a battle in your favor. So when a village sent a medical unit outside its walls, it was usually guarded with the same intensity as a scroll of forbidden jutsu. Tenten folded her arms and stepped forward. "Since where's the medical team we're supposed to escort?" Naruto groaned inwardly. Another one who thinks healing requires wrinkles and a lifetime of tea ceremonies. But before he could speak, Guy clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder firm enough to jostle his spine. "Come now, Tenten. The healer you're escorting is standing right before you. Naruto has been chosen to aid a high-ranking official in the Fire Daimyo's court." There was a pause. Tenten blinked. Then her jaw dropped. "What?" she cried. "That's crazy. Naruto barely graduated a couple of weeks ago, and he's already a licensed medic." Niji's reaction was subtler, barely more than a slight widening of the eyes, but Naruto noticed. Just like he noticed the way Niji quickly buried it, returning to his usual blank, highborn expression. Of course, Niji probably saw himself as a prodigy. Another golden child molded by clan tradition and natural talent. The Hyuga genius. He probably lumped himself in the same boat as Sasuke. What Naruto had was pain, effort, and something no one else knew about, the Infinity Stones. Vision. And years of grinding like his life depended on it. Because it did. "Yash!" Rock Lee shouted, pumping his fists in the air. His bowl cut flopped dramatically as his eyes sparkled with admiration. "That's the power of youth. A genius of hard work." "That's right, Lee." Guy mirrored his student's energy with terrifying precision. Naruto's unwavering spirit and dedication have earned him this honor. One day, he may even surpass the great Lady Tsunade herself. That is the fire of youth in action. Naruto blinked. "Literally just want to get to the fire capital without pulling a hamstring." Guy pointed skyward, undeterred. "To show our commitment, let us walk all the way to the fire capital on our hands." "That's not happening." Tenten shouted, slamming her fist into the tops of Guy and Lee's heads in perfect synchronization. With a loud thwack, both men dropped like stones, clutching their skulls and groaning dramatically. "Sensei," Tenten hissed, exasperated, "we have a mission. Can we please get to the fire capital without wasting any more time?" Niji sighed under his breath, already stepping toward the path outside the gate. Vision merely nodded, unfazed, and followed after him. Naruto looked at the two green-clad warriors still kneeling on the dirt, nursing their heads. Then at Tenten, who now looked like she regretted most of her life choices. "This is going to be the longest escort mission of my life," Naruto muttered, stuffing his hands in his pockets as he trudged forward. Hiruzen sat comfortably in a high-backed chair at the end of the table, next to the elders in the Yuzuke's council chambers. Though his old bones welcomed the plush cushion beneath him, his mind remained sharp, and his hidden enbu nestled in the shadows ensured he was never truly alone. He puffed calmly on his pipe, the rich aroma of artisan tobacco swirling around him like a lazy storm cloud. A small gift from Jiraiya, brought back from the land of artisans. A rare indulgence. He never would have guessed things would come to this. That Minato the Golden Boy, the former fourth Hokage, would take such a drastic step against his own clan. After the disastrous fallout with Naruto, Hiruzen had assumed Minato and Kushina would bury themselves in their roles and carry on with life, pretending their estranged son didn't exist. But Minato had surprised him. After Naruto unveiled a spy network so advanced, it made Jiraiya's look like child's play, Hiruzen had been floored. A 14-year-old and outcast had constructed a covert intelligence web that slipped past the defenses of multiple hidden villages without alerting a soul. Of course, he reminded himself, Naruto wasn't working alone. He had vision a being whose intellect, empowered by a cosmic stone of unfathomable power, dwarfed even the brightest minds Hiruzen had encountered. Still, even with help like that, it took daring to pull something like this off. And guts. A lot of guts. The old man took another long drag from his pipe, letting the warmth seep into his lungs. He wasn't naive. Naruto had taken a colossal risk. Spying on the other great nations was as good as poking a slumbering beast with a stick. If they found out, war wouldn't be far behind. But the payoff? The intel they were gathering was invaluable. Already, 7 spies had been identified within Konoha's walls, operatives who might have otherwise gone unnoticed. His ANBU was quietly monitoring them now, waiting for the right moment to strike. Thanks to Naruto, the village would be safer than ever before. Hiruzen didn't spend 40 years wearing the Hokage's hat by ignoring opportunity when it knocked, no matter how unconventional the source. And with Naruto's innovations and vision's guidance, Konoha might be on the brink of something unprecedented, a true leap forward. One that could, perhaps, finally break the centuries-old cycle of hatred that haunted the shinobi world like a ghost no one could exorcise. The sound of heavy doors creaking open broke his thoughts. A wave of figures entered the chamber. Uzumaki-Namikaze clan members, their faces tight with tension. Most of them were high-ranking shinobi or important clan staff, each with years of service etched into the lines of their faces and the stiffness of their postures. Less than 100 of them, but every one of them was loyal, powerful, or dangerous in their own right. They wordlessly made their way into the hall, kneeling in silence, waiting. Whispers soon rippled through the room. No doubt they were wondering why they had been summoned so urgently. But why all of them? They didn't have to wait long. Exactly 5 minutes later, the side doors slid open with a hiss, and in stepped Minato, Kushina, and Kaito. Hiruzen's sharp gaze caught the subtle heaviness in their steps. All 3 wore the same expression, grim, as if they were walking toward a funeral rather than a council meeting. Kaito alone seemed untouched by the tension. His mask concealed any sign of emotion, his body language unreadable, detached as always. On the raised podium, the 5 Yuzuke's elders were already seated. Each one looked visibly agitated, clearly not pleased about being summoned on such short notice. Their expressions ranged from annoyed to borderline offended. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, pipe in hand, watching everything unfold like a play on stage. This, he thought, is going to be interesting. Kushina quietly made her way to an open seat beside the clan elders, her steps slow and heavy. She didn't meet anyone's eyes. The air felt thick with tension, like the stillness before a summer storm. Minato remained standing at the front of the chamber, his back to the gathered clan members, facing Hiruzen directly. He looked exhausted. Deep shadows hung beneath his eyes, and his usual composed presence had worn thin like a blade dulled from overuse. Hiruzen didn't miss the signs. Minato hadn't slept in days. He had been chasing shadows, following the trail of hushed voices and secrets whispered behind closed doors, rumors that, until recently, had been carefully kept from him. Mostly by his own brother. A grin tugged at the corner of Hiruzen's mouth as his gaze locked onto the eyes of the man seated a few feet away from him, Hando Namikaze. The man was sweating through his robes, a bead of perspiration rolling down his temple despite the mild temperature of the council chamber. So, Hiruzen thought with a flicker of satisfaction, Minato finally heard the truth. Or at least enough of it to shake him. It was only a matter of time before the lies caught up. Hiruzen had never truly understood the depth of Hando's hatred toward Naruto. It ran too deep to be dismissed as mere rivalry or personality clash. But if he had to guess, it always came back to one thing: inheritance, power, legacy. Naruto was the firstborn son of both Minato and Kushina, descendants of multiple legendary bloodlines. If his parents hadn't been so caught up in their politics and public image, they would have seen that Naruto was the rightful heir to the Yuzuke's legacy. The future clan head. The next outstanding leader to carry both names forward. Instead, they let the years erode that bond. Menma and Mito were pampered, shaped for greatness. They were groomed to stand beside their parents as symbols of the next generation. But Naruto? Forgotten. left to grow in the shadows, dismissed as unstable, dangerous, expendable. And in that darkness, Hando had worked his poison. He'd whispered into the ears of the elders, twisted facts, and built a narrative that suited his ambitions. All to pave the way for his son Conan. If Naruto remained cast out, if Minato stayed blind, the title of clan head would one day fall into Conan's hands. And with Menma and Mito being Jinchuriki, it wouldn't have been hard to turn the clan against them, too. Fear was easy to exploit, especially when it came wrapped in chakra and sealed monsters. Hiruzen didn't doubt it not for a second. If it came down to it, Hando would have found a way to remove Menma and Mito through more underhanded means. Quietly. Cleanly. Another mission gone wrong. A training accident. Anything to keep Conan's path clear. So even when Minato and Kushina named the younger twins as clan heirs, it hadn't truly mattered. Hando would have found a way to remove them, so long as their parents stayed arrogant and blind. But now something had cracked. The illusions Minato and Kushina had wrapped themselves in had finally shattered. Maybe it was Naruto's presence rising like a storm they couldn't ignore. But either way, they'd been yanked out of their fantasy, and the consequences were catching up. Minato rubbed the bridge of his nose, his expression grim, before finally turning to face the gathered clan. "Good evening to you all," he said, his voice carrying across the chamber. "I've brought you here to address a serious crime. One that I allowed to happen within this clan." A hush fell over the room. Several members shifted uncomfortably under his piercing gaze. Others exchanged nervous glances. Even the elders on the podium leaned forward slightly, their rigid postures betraying the tension in the air. Before Minato could continue, the side doors creaked open again. Hiruzen turned his head just in time to see Jiraiya limp into the chamber, moving like a man twice his age. The Toad Sage looked like he'd been through a rough ordeal, and in a way, that wasn't far from the truth. Hiruzen barely held back a chuckle as Jiraiya slumped into a seat beside Kushina who, of course, glared at him. Yes. That incident. Jiraiya had been recovering ever since the hot springs ambush, a well-deserved lesson, orchestrated by some very furious women. Hiruzen had learned about it soon after Naruto opened a portal that dropped the sage directly into the women's side of the bathhouse. And before Jiraiya could crawl out and flee, Kushina had wrapped him in chakra chains and handed him over to Mikoto and Enko for disciplinary measures. It had been intense. The last time Jiraiya faced such a situation, Tsunade had launched him across a mountain for peeking on her. This time, though, he didn't even get the chance to protest. They didn't hold back, and the only reason he was still breathing was because his body had been trained to withstand punishment from a Sannin-level opponent. Still, judging by the bruises, even that had been pushing it. "As all of you have heard, Naruto, my firstborn son, has defected from the clan." Minato spoke again, his voice heavy but steady. His normally calm blue eyes had hardened into cold steel, a gaze that made even battle-worn jonin avert their eyes. None of the clan members in the chamber dared to meet his glare. This clan, he continued, was supposed to protect and nurture its future heirs. But after a brief investigation, I've discovered that wasn't the case. This clan turned its back on him, treated him like an outcast. From Hiruzen's seat, he could feel the discomfort ripple through the gathered shinobi. Shoulders stiffened. Feet shuffled. No one wanted to be singled out by Minato's fury, and yet they all sat under its weight. "You're not alone in this failure," Minato added, softer now, but somehow even heavier. "I would be a hypocrite if I placed all the blame on your shoulders. How can a clan show compassion when its leaders do not? I share in this disgrace. I strayed from the path of a father. My son, my blood, desperately wanted my attention, and I failed him. The pranks? The rebellion? That was his cry for help." Minato's shoulders sagged, his entire frame drooping under the crushing weight of guilt and reflection. Even his chakra, once always calm and vibrant, now felt tired and dim. "There's no undoing the damage," he admitted. "But I had truly hoped that the high-ranking members of this clan would show some measure of compassion, especially to their own kin. And yet, you turned your backs on him." Under the guidance of Hando. A sudden wave of intense pressure swept across the council chambers, sharp and suffocating. It wasn't loud, but it didn't have to be. The air itself seemed to bend under the weight of it. Minato turned his gaze toward his brother, who now looked as stiff as a paper scroll, pale, unmoving, and deathly quiet. "Hando," Minato said, voice cold and clipped, "you were the one I trusted to lead in my stead. If Kushina and I were absent, I believed you would act with honor. But you used that trust to spread lies. To seed hatred toward my son." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he studied Hando's expression. There was fear. A man who had long moved through shadows was finally dragged into the light. "What did Naruto ever do to you?" Minato continued, his chakra spiking. "There was no excuse for what you did. Denying him the rights and privileges of his birth. Manipulating the clan. Even taking from him." Hiruzen watched in silence, puffing slowly from his pipe. The tension was palpable. Minato wasn't the yellow flash at this moment. He was a father angry, ashamed, and ready to confront the rot within his family. Hando stood from his chair, hands trembling under the pressure of Minato's presence. His voice came out shaky, defensive. "Come now, Minato. Do you really believe I would take from your son? Why would I ever do such a thing?" Hiruzen scoffed quietly from his seat, unimpressed by the weak deflection. Minato would never make such an accusation without proof. And if Hiruzen knew one thing, it was this: Kaito didn't act without reason. He was no sentimental fool, but when protecting the clan's integrity, he was relentless. Some had accused Kaito of being cold toward Naruto, detached even. But after long conversations, Hiruzen realized Kaito simply didn't see the point in coddling someone he believed could endure and overcome. The boy was resilient. And Kaito had faith in that strength, even if it didn't look like compassion on the surface. Minato's chakra flared again, sharper, heavier, and pressed down on Hando like a weight. The man's knees buckled. He collapsed into his seat with a grunt, sweat beading at his temples. Around him, the other elders backed away instinctively, creating a silent buffer zone as Minato stepped forward. Even Kushina wore a dangerous look. Her expression was as cold and lethal as steel. Her eyes bore into Hando as if she could cut through the lies and deceit with a glance alone. "Don't take me for a fool," Minato hissed, his voice low and crackling with restrained fury. "You may have hidden your actions well, but your subordinates weren't as clever. Kaito can be very persuasive when he needs to be. They're sitting comfortably in Konoha's police precinct right now, charged with conspiracy and theft. I don't know your motive yet, but I will soon." He turned slightly. "Kaito." Kushina's brother, who had remained a quiet shadow at her back, stepped forward. His eyes were cool and unreadable. "Take Hando into custody," Minato ordered. "Work with Tandai. I want answers." Hando's face drained of color. He sputtered, clinging to desperation. "You can't do this, Minato. I'm your brother." Minato's expression didn't waver. "And Naruto is my son." With a roar, Minato slammed his fist into the table, shattering it down the center. Splinters flew. The thick wood cracked under his fury. Several of the elders recoiled, stunned into silence as the broken halves of the table thudded to the floor. "If it were Conan in Naruto's place," Minato growled, "you would have done the same." His voice cracked with emotion. "Thanks to this clan and my neglect, I've already lost too much. I can only pray my son will forgive me. Someday." Kaito said nothing as he approached Hando. He simply grabbed his arm, firm but calm, and vanished in a flash of movement, his prisoner in tow. Minato turned back to the clan, his chakra still crackling in the air like a thunderstorm. "Let this be clear," he said. "All of you are now under investigation. If it's discovered that you had a hand in my son's suffering, there will be consequences." The room held its breath. "If you ever encounter Naruto again, do not provoke him. The clan's reputation is already in shambles. I won't allow any more disgrace. No more lies. No more cruelty. And no more insults toward any of my children." His voice turned into a growl. "Leave." The order echoed like a decree from the heavens. The gathered clan members scrambled toward the exits in uneasy silence, some stealing glances at the shattered table, others simply eager to escape the storm. And then there was quiet. Only Minato and Kushina remained, the heavy air of guilt and regret closing in around them. Neither spoke. There was nothing left to say. Only the hope, faint and fragile, that somehow, someday, they might mend what they had broken. Hiruzen watched the broken couple in silence, his pipe long forgotten. So many years wasted, he thought. But maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of something better. Naruto sneezed for the 5th time as he leaped from one tree branch to the next, his momentum barely slowing. "Ugh, someone better not be talking about me," he grumbled to himself, sniffing once. They had been traveling nonstop for nearly 6 hours, the chill of night air biting against his skin even through his haori. The mission brief had been straightforward on paper, at least. A nobleman's daughter had been kidnapped, and even after the ransom was paid and she was returned, something still went wrong. At first, the girl seemed fine. Shaken up, sure, but physically unharmed. Then, just a few days later, she collapsed at the dinner table. The diagnosis? Poison. Naruto's brow furrowed as he moved. Why poison her after the ransom was already paid? That doesn't make sense. The crime escalated from ransom to attempted murder, and not just any murder. Taking the life of the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Fire Daimyo's court was essentially a death sentence. No rational kidnapper would cross that line, unless they had a compelling reason. He tilted his head up toward the moonlight filtering through the branches. Silver light cast shadows across his path, dancing over the leaves like ghosts. Something felt off. Very off. The Fire Capital boasted some of the best healers in the nation. If they couldn't save her, then perhaps this wasn't an ordinary poison. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Vision, he asked silently through their mental link, his voice calm but alert. What do you think? There was a brief pause, then Vision's voice hummed in his mind, smooth, thoughtful, and slightly mechanical. There are irregularities in the intent behind the poisoning, Vision responded. The perpetrators had already been compensated. It is logical to deduce that the girl's death serves a secondary purpose, likely a catalyst for a larger scheme. Whoever backed the kidnappers must possess significant resources to create a poison potent enough to resist even elite medical ninjutsu. Naruto nodded absently as he dropped into a crouch on a thicker branch, pausing for a moment to consider. Just as I thought. There's more to this than ransom money. There are a few possibilities, he muttered under his breath, scanning the forest ahead. It could be an internal power struggle between the noble families. Or maybe something from outside. The noblemen must have enemies. Court politics are already dirty enough, and poisoning a 10-year-old girl? That's not just ruthless. That's personal. The wind picked up, rustling the surrounding trees. Naruto adjusted his headband and resumed his movement, heart steady but mind racing. Whoever was behind this, they weren't just targeting one noble. They were sending a message. And Naruto didn't like it. Soon, the forest opened into a wide clearing that led to a deep gorge. A stone bridge stretched across the ravine, its aged frame cracked in places but still solid enough for foot traffic. Below, the thunderous roar of water echoed from the depths, churning white beneath the moonlight. They were close to the fire capital now. Naruto exhaled through his nose, more of a mental sigh than anything. Thank Kami for the patience she granted me, he thought, because I swear, if I had the power to make Guy and Lee disappear, I just might have. Not that he could, anyway. Bummer. The two enthusiastic fighters, as Naruto liked to call them in his head, had been going at it non-stop since their departure. One-armed push-up contests while sprinting, shouting about youthful spirit at ear-splitting volumes. Naruto had nearly lost it after Lee tried to challenge a squirrel to a squat-off. Thankfully, Tenten had eventually snapped and playfully bonked both of them on the head with her scroll case. Naruto mentally awarded her a medal for that one. Niji, on the other hand, hadn't said a word the entire trip, just walked around looking like he smelled something foul and aristocratic. Honestly, Naruto needed to introduce him to Sasuke. Those two would make quite the pair. Brooding Byakugan meets emo eyeliner. Sparks would fly. Probably kunai, too. As they stepped into the moonlit clearing and approached the bridge, Naruto froze. Something felt. His senses prickled. He narrowed his eyes toward the tree line on the other side of the gorge. Incoming, he said sharply, his voice all business now. Tenten immediately tensed, her fingers flying to the scroll in her hip pouch. What do you mean? Naruto didn't respond right away, already focusing his chakra sense. A second later, Might Guy and Lee dropped their antics and fell into defensive stances, surprisingly silent. Even Niji shifted slightly, activating his Byakugan with a muted flare of chakra. The veins around his eyes bulged as his vision expanded. Niji's voice was calm but serious. It's true. 6 incoming chakra signatures fast. Approaching from the opposite end of the bridge. Vision stepped up beside Naruto, arms crossed, his eyes glowing faintly with analytical light. Formation appears to be deliberate. Not standard patrol spacing. Potential ambush pattern. Naruto cracked his knuckles and gave a lopsided smirk. Perfect. I was getting bored. 3 men and 3 women stepped onto the bridge, cutting off the team's path to the fire capital. Each wore a face mask that concealed their features, but all bore the unmistakable headbands of Sunagakure. Naruto's gaze sharpened. His body remained relaxed, but his chakra spiked slightly, prepared for anything. Even at this distance, he could see the strangers as if they were standing right in front of him. That was one perk of wielding the limitless. His perception didn't play by normal rules. The hair on his arms prickled. Their chakra signatures didn't match what he expected. Most of them were lightning release users. 2 of them gave off the telltale fluctuations of sensory-type shinobi. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Lightning release? From Sunanin? Not impossible, but unlikely. The combination felt off, like wearing the wrong headband on purpose. Be on guard, Naruto said, just loud enough for the team to hear. They're lightning users. 2 are sensors. Tenten spun around, brows furrowed. How do you know? We can barely make out their faces from here. I'm a sensor too, Naruto replied, his voice casual but firm. And not a bad one either. We're facing at least 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin level threats. Stay sharp. The group stiffened as the tension in the air finally clicked into place. Even Niji frowned in concentration, eyes flaring again. But, as expected, Might Guy and Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement like 2 kids unwrapping early birthday presents. Vision-sensei, Guy-sensei, Naruto said, glancing at the 2 mentors. You 2 should handle the Jonin. We'll keep the Chunin off your backs. They're not here to invite us for tea, most likely sent to intercept us before we make it to the capital. Without waiting for approval, Naruto pressed 2 fingers against the chakra seal tattoo inked along his forearm. A flash of light shimmered outward, and 3 mirror clones sprang to life beside him, standing tall and alert. Paranoid? Maybe. But taking chances when your teammates could get hurt? Not worth it. Chunin weren't pushovers, especially for genin even skilled ones like Niji and Lee. Better to level the playing field before the game even starts. Tenten's eyes lit up with curiosity, while Niji's brow furrowed in concentration as they observed the 3 identical figures flanking Naruto. What type of clones are those? Tenten asked, awe creeping into her voice. Are they shadow clones? Naruto gave a small shake of his head, lips twitching in a faint smirk. Nope. They're upgraded mirror clones. Way more refined than shadow clones. Before anyone could ask what made them different, a dozen kunai laced with explosive tags rained down from the sky. Scatter! Naruto barked. In a flash, he and his clones vanished, flickering into motion as the rest of the team split in different directions. The explosion shook the clearing, sending shockwaves through the gorge and scattering debris like confetti. Trees trembled as Might Guy and Vision charged forward to confront the enemy Jonin. With a fierce battle cry, Guy leaped into the air. Leaf Hurricane. His foot struck the opponent's chest with tremendous force, sending the masked Jonin flying across the bridge and cracking it. Support Beam on impact. Vision was a whirlwind of calculated strikes, each move precise, targeting vital points. His blows came faster than most could follow. While the enemy Jonin struggled to defend himself, Vision adapted instantly, exploiting weaknesses with ruthless efficiency. On the flanks, Lee was already engaged in a fierce exchange with the largest Chunin Naruto had ever seen. The man was built like a boulder, strong, thick-limbed, and surprisingly quick. Tenten faced off against a kunoichi wielding a spear, their weapons clashing in a fierce dance of strikes and parries. Tenten summoned a matching spear, and the two fought with deadly elegance. Naruto observed his teammates, nodding slightly. They were holding their own for now. He directed his mirror clones to assist only if anyone appeared overwhelmed. He was there to support, not to carry them. They needed to grow stronger, and battles like these were the sharpening stone for true shinobi. Niji, as expected, was excelling. He moved gracefully through the lightning-based attacks, sidestepping with the ease of a seasoned fighter. His Byakugan flared as he deflected a flurry of senbon without missing a beat. The last enemy Chunin broke from the group and charged at Naruto, swinging a tanto charged with electricity. Naruto ducked beneath the blow, feeling the static charge in his hair, and drew his Chikuto in one smooth motion, infusing it with wind chakra. When the Chunin struck again, Naruto met the attack head-on. Metal clashed with a sharp sound, and the tanto split in half, severed by Naruto's wind-enhanced blade. The Chunin staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. You'll pay for this, you brat. Frustrated, he hurled the broken weapon at Naruto and began weaving hand signs. Lightning style, murder wave. A jagged torrent of lightning surged toward Naruto. Naruto sheathed his sword and weaved through the lightning with fluid precision, his feet barely touching the ground as he flipped and dodged. His hands moved quickly, forming a series of hand signs in retaliation. If this opponent wanted a ninjutsu fight, he was about to get one. With a sharp inhale, Naruto filled his lungs and began molding chakra. Heat swelled in his throat before he exhaled forcefully. Fire style, fire torrent jutsu, he shouted. A column of fire erupted from his mouth, illuminating the night sky. The wave of heat engulfed the Chunin before he could react. The impact was swift, leaving only ash that scattered in the wind. Naruto let out a quiet breath, steam curling from his lips as the heat faded. The fight had ended before it truly began. He glanced at his teammates and saw the aftermath of the ambush. The enemy formation had crumbled. Of the 6, 2 were incapacitated, including the one he had just defeated. Vision had taken down the other Jonin with ruthless precision, no hesitation, no wasted movement. Guy and Lee, however, seemed to be enjoying themselves a bit too much, holding back for the thrill of combat. Niji stood over a downed Chunin with a calm expression, the enemy twitching slightly as his chakra points had been sealed. Naruto jogged toward the group, brushing soot off his sleeve. Well, he muttered, that was a flimsy way to stall us. Amateur hour. Niji nudged the unconscious shinobi with his foot, brow raised. So, what are we doing with this one? Might Guy crouched beside the fallen enemy, humming in thought. We'll take them back to the village once we're done at the fire capital. This mission's gone from a simple escort to a solid B rank. Possibly higher, depending on what we learn next. Vision, silent as ever, was already at work sealing the body of his opponent into containment scrolls with efficient movements. The paper glowed briefly as the seal closed, leaving only a trace of chakra behind. Naruto didn't waste time. He pulled out his own stasis scroll and sealed the captured Chunin. Then let's not hang around waiting for round 2. We've wasted enough time already. The wind shifted, blowing smoke and ash down the gorge. As the team regrouped and began crossing the bridge, Naruto's gaze lingered on the fading embers in the trees behind them. Something still didn't feel right. Once upon a time, in a world where the realms of Naruto, Jujutsu Kaisen and Marvel intertwined, a unique story began to unfold. This tale diverged from the original canon, creating a fresh narrative filled with adventure and camaraderie. In this universe, Naruto was still a young ninja, full of dreams and aspirations. As he trained diligently, he formed bonds with his friends and mentors, learning the importance of teamwork and perseverance. The challenges he faced were not just physical, they tested his resolve and character, shaping him into a formidable ninja. As Naruto grew older, he began to discover deeper connections with those around him. While his journey was filled with excitement and danger, it was also marked by moments of introspection and growth. The relationships he built were meaningful, grounded in mutual respect and understanding. The world around him was dynamic, filled with powerful adversaries and allies alike. Each encounter brought new lessons, pushing Naruto to harness his abilities responsibly. He understood that strength came with a price, and he was determined to face any challenge head-on, no matter the cost. Throughout his adventures, Naruto remained true to himself, embodying the spirit of a hero. He inspired those around him, proving that with determination and heart, anything was possible. As he navigated this complex world, he was ready to embrace the future, knowing that his journey was just beginning. Won't be able to Kike Sanins but while a genin. If any of you don't like the book, hold your peace and move on. Read another book, but don't complain to me if you don't like what I write about. Lastly, I don't own Marvel Comics, Naruto, or Jujutsu Kaisen. They belong to Stan Lee and Martin Goodman, Masashi Kishimoto, and Gij Akutami. This is a fanfic for all intents and purposes. Happy reading! End of prologue. End of chapter 1. End of chapter 2. End of chapter 12. End of chapter 13. End of chapter 14. End of chapter 15. End of chapter 16. End of chapter 18. End of chapter 22. End of chapter 24.